After years of being a malicious pawn, the character Shi Qian gradually begins to awaken. Unbeknownst to her, the seemingly invincible Bai Yueguang Shi Yan inadvertently reveals her inner thoughts, which are overheard by everyone in the protagonist group, except for the cannon fodder. Meanwhile, the young master of the Meng family, Meng Qing, who has been cast away and is now living under someone else's roof, looks disdainfully at the malicious pawn who has fallen out of his cupboard. How dare he attempt to drug me? But Waith drank the potion himself. Chapter 1. First encounter on a stormy night. With thunder and lightning illuminating the sky, it seemed as though all the scoundrels of the city had gathered to vow eternal love to their partners. When Shi Qian opened his eyes, he found that it was as if he had not opened them at all. Darkness enveloped him, rendering him unable to see anything. He felt confined in an exceedingly small space, his proud height of 1.8 meters rendered useless, causing him to frown in discomfort. His mind was muddled, as if someone were vigorously knotting Chinese knots within his brain. Suddenly, a surge of memories flooded in, leaving him feeling ill at ease, as though he were a mere observer of someone else's life. Shi Qian was a fragile young master, perpetually ill for approximately 300 days out of the year. Strangely, every medical examination yielded no conclusive results. Over time, his family grew to believe that he feigned illness to gain their favor, perceiving him as a child burdened with profound thoughts, which made him less endearing. Consequently, they abandoned him to his own devices, considering him an inconsequential addition to the Shi family, which had plenty of sons. At this moment, Shi Qian, with his inherently delicate constitution, tumbled heavily from the cupboard, engaging in peculiar antics that had long ceased to attract the family's attention. It hurts. My knee. He was terrified of pain, and this fall had him grimacing in agony, his beautiful brows knitting together. When Meng Qing entered the room, he was greeted by this bizarre sight. Before him knelt a figure in a most contorted position, buttocks raised, head slightly tilted back, revealing a delicate visage. His naturally wavy brown hair was disheveled, sprouting a few errant strands reminiscent of a Teletubby. With pale skin tinged with a hint of red, exquisite eyes brimming with tears, and a nose that crinkled with suppressed sobs, his lips were tightly pressed together, glistening with moisture. Accompanied by heavy breaths, his body trembled lightly, occasionally releasing soft, embarrassing gasps. The scene was undeniably peculiar, leaving Meng Qing hesitating at the threshold, unsure whether to advance or retreat. He recognized at first glance that this was the third young master of the Shi family, Shi Qian, whom he had been introduced to by Shi Jingwa through photographs. In his dreams, Meng Qing was an abandoned child, left at the doorstep of a rural household during the harsh winter. However, this family was far from benevolent. His adoptive father was a gambling addict, and his adoptive mother was a drunkard. Neither held legitimate jobs, and whenever they ran out of money, they would venture into town for odd jobs, only to squander their earnings at the card table or on alcohol. Both had long suffered from the consequences of their reckless youth, and nearing 40, they had no children. When a boy unexpectedly appeared on their doorstep, they seized the opportunity to adopt him, thinking they could use him as a tool for their old age. They named him Meng Qing, as the husband shared the surname, thus eliminating the need to rename him. A ragged cloth with poorly stitched embroidery was tossed aside in a corner, deemed worthless. In just a few days, they had adopted Meng Qing, not out of kindness, but rather as a means to secure their future, believing that having a child would ensure someone would care for them in their old age. With no experience in child-rearing, they treated Meng Qing with neglect, feeding him leftover rice soup and ignoring his cries, confident that no child had ever perished from neglect in their village. On one occasion, they nearly discarded him as if he were mere refuse, but the weight of the bundle alerted them to the fact that they were holding a living being. As Meng Qing grew, he was entirely left to his own devices, with no allowance made for education. What need is there for schooling? A waste of money. This prodigal child has squandered all our resources. Despite living on leftovers, his adoptive parents never spent a single dime on him. When he fell ill, they took him to a shabby clinic, scolding him for any extra expenses. Fortunately, compulsory education was free, and the school provided meals, allowing him to attend. However, shortly thereafter, they lost their remaining plot of land at the gambling table, leading his adoptive parents to blame Meng Qing for their misfortunes. He merely observed in silence, but his demeanor was misinterpreted as defiance, prompting them to respond with violence. Thus began a new chapter of torment for Meng Qing, as his adoptive parents found satisfaction in inflicting pain upon him. His body bore the marks of their cruelty, each bruise a testament to his suffering, rendering him an ever-present target. This cycle of abuse continued until he reached his senior year of high school, at which point his adoptive parents deemed further education unnecessary, believing he could work to support them in their old age. Just as they were preparing to send him to a factory, a wealthy man arrived in town and took Meng Qing away. His adoptive parents, having calculated their financial gain, agreed without hesitation to sever ties with him, believing they had struck a lucrative deal. They were unaware that Meng Qing was actually the illegitimate child of Mr. Shi, and had the paternity test not revealed their lack of blood relation, they might have made even greater demands. In the dream, the third young master of the Shi family, perhaps in an attempt to curry favor with his mother, relentlessly bullied him. Chapter 2. The Viper's Beauty, or Fool. The third young master of the Shi family, Shi Qian, epitomized the embodiment of a viper's beauty. Just days after Meng Qing moved into the Shi residence, Shi Jinghua had to leave for a business trip abroad, which would last a month. Upon his departure, Madame Shi promptly evicted Meng Qing from the guest room to the small attic on the top floor. The attic, a neglected storage space, was cluttered with unwanted items and coated in dust from years of neglect. The servants, well aware of Madame Shi's disdain for Meng Qing, were even less inclined to attend to his needs. They had not even prepared a proper bed for him. The attic contained only a rudimentary folding bed, covered with a tattered air-conditioning blanket, and no pillow to speak of. With the incessant rain of recent days, the attic was permeated with a persistent dampness and mildew. The sole window was poorly sealed, rattling incessantly whenever the wind picked up, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a drum. In this lavish villa, where warmth radiated throughout, the attic stood in stark contrast, lacking any heating, and the temperature had dipped below 5 degrees. The drafty space leaked, with water seeping into the corners, making it feel like an antiquated, decrepit refrigerator. Had there been a pigsty in the villa, Meng Qing had no doubt that Madame Shi would have relegated him there as well. Upon moving to the attic, Meng Qing expressed no complaints, fully aware that he was an unwelcome guest. At that moment, he had no other choice. He felt immense gratitude toward Mr. Shi and was willing to endure any dissatisfaction Madame Shi harbored against him. The eldest and second sons of the Shi family were often absent, leaving him with the ailing Shi Qian as the only family member he encountered frequently. In truth, Meng Qing was not filthy, he was merely tanned from the sun. Nevertheless, the third young master of the Shi family harbored a deep-seated dislike for him and sought various means to torment Meng Qing. Although the third young master was physically weak, his cunning mind was sharp. In his previous life, Meng Qing was caught off guard and left with humiliating footage. The third young master not only shared the video in his family group chat, but also uploaded it to the school forum of the institution Meng Qing had transferred to, rendering him the subject of ridicule among all. Terms like illegitimate child, country bumpkin, ugly freak, and perverse deviant were incessantly hurled at him, leading to his complete ostracization at school. This was merely the beginning. The subsequent antics of the young master resembled those of a lovesick lunatic, teetering on the edge of legality and repeatedly brushing against the bounds of morality. Thankfully, a cousin of the young master, who was inseparable from him, consistently intervened whenever Meng Qing was bullied, providing him with temporary respite and solace, thus becoming his guiding light. Upon returning to the Meng family, Meng Qing began to take revenge on those who had previously tormented him. The third young master of the Shi family, a master of self-destruction, faced severe retribution from Meng Qing, ultimately leading him to a fate worse than death. After resolving matters with all his adversaries, Meng Qing ended up happily together with the only person who had helped him during his plight, the young master's cousin. This dream was absurd yet terrifyingly real, aligning eerily with Meng Qing's past life. He found himself in a state of uncertainty, unable to fully trust or dismiss its authenticity. As he regained his composure, he glanced at the person kneeling before him and surveyed the surroundings, noticing a cup of water that had likely been drugged and a phone still. Recording, a chill ran through him. It was a direct match to his dream today. The young master of the Shi family had come to humiliate him. Meng Qing's grip on the doorknob tightened instinctively. He yearned to seize the man on the ground and deliver a thorough beating to alleviate his pent-up resentment. However, since nothing had yet transpired, he refrained from acting. Instead, he resolved to play along, taking one step at a time. At that moment, Shi Qian lay on the ground, groaning in pain, his mind a chaotic whirl as if a torrent of memories had been forcefully thrust into his consciousness. As he fell, it felt as though all recollections had been stripped from him, leaving only the sharp ache in his knee. Attempting to rise, he felt a jolt in his back. Shi Qian wanted to cry yet found no tears, cursing his fragile body within. As he shifted awkwardly, his eyes finally caught sight of something before him. When he discerned that it was merely a shadow, the shock rendered him nearly senseless. Meng Qing stood silently at the doorway, observing the perplexing actions of the handsome young master, the word fool suddenly surfacing in his mind. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. The man before him had tormented his previous self mercilessly and was not to be underestimated. Shi Qian gradually deduced that someone was standing before him and lifted his gaze, his innocent, tearful eyes locking onto Meng Qing's cold ones. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a handsome man!" Despite being somewhat tanned, the man's striking features were undeniable, with austere lines and a disdainful gaze that suggested a towering height of approximately 187 centimeters. Truly perfect. Shi Qian swallowed hard, unwittingly captivated. Meng Qing observed everything, striving to glean some ulterior motive from Shi Qian's gaze, perhaps calculation, conspiracy, disdain, or contempt. However, what he perceived was something entirely different, akin to infatuation. And, perhaps even foolishness. Meng Qing fell into a deeper silence, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Hey, handsome. Could you lend me a hand?" Shi Qian, oblivious to Meng Qing's internal turmoil, finally recognized that his current kneeling position was rather inappropriate. Yet, he found himself unable to rise unaided and could only ask for assistance from the person before him. Meng Qing hesitated, as if grappling with a weighty decision, before stepping forward and extending his hand. "Thank you." As soon as Shi Qian grasped Meng Qing's hand to help himself up, a sudden jolt in his back nearly sent him back to the ground. At that moment, a hand encircled his waist gently. Chapter 3. Is he trying to seduce me? When Meng Qing realized what he was doing, he too was taken aback. One arm was wrapped around Shi Qian while the other held him close, cradling him almost entirely. His body acted before his mind. Shi Qian's waist felt remarkably slender, easily enveloped within his grasp. How could it be so delicate? Meng Qing found himself puzzled about how this person had grown so slight. The other hand he held felt smooth and soft, prompting him to grip it tighter. Shi Qian, after being assisted for a while, managed to stabilize himself, rubbing against Meng Qing until he felt secure enough to stop. Meng Qing, caught off guard by this display, felt the warmth emanating from the person in his arms, and a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted up to him, increasing his discomfort. Shi Qian was slightly shorter, allowing Meng Qing to hold him effortlessly. He had never embraced anyone before, making the sensation unfamiliar yet not unwelcome. Meng Qing sensed an unfamiliar heat rising within him, and his ears felt flushed with embarrassment. He feigned casualness, shifting slightly to create more distance between them. Just as Shi Qian steadied himself, he noticed Meng Qing moving, which caused him to struggle with his balance, leading him to inch closer again. Their proximity diminished further, and Meng Qing felt he could easily kiss Shi Qian's forehead if he leaned down. The soft curls of Shi Qian's hair brushed against Meng Qing's cheek, carrying an enticing scent. Fearing that his unusual feelings might be detected by the person in his embrace, Meng Qing awkwardly guided Shi Qian to lean against the table by the door. Shi Qian, reluctant to rest, wrapped his arm around Meng Qing's neck, leaning sideways against the table. "Thanks, brother, I think I might have twisted my waist," Shi Qian murmured, gently massaging his lower back, inadvertently letting out a soft groan. Meng Qing was close enough to hear the sound, feeling the warmth of Shi Qian's breath against his ear, causing his face to redden even further. Fortunately, his tanned complexion concealed his embarrassment. "Could you help me get a first aid kit from downstairs?" Shi Qian asked, rubbing his back and lifting his pant leg to inspect his knees, both of which were reddened as if he had knelt on the ground for hours. Meng Qing was taken aback when Shi Qian suddenly rolled up his pants. Although they were both men and the fabric only reached above his knees, Shi Qian's legs were exceptionally fair and smooth. Meng Qing felt a sudden urge to avert his gaze. "I'll go get it," he said hastily, his body moving with an awkward rigidity as he rushed out of the loft. The night air was chilly, and although Meng Qing wore only a light jacket, he felt no coldness. Instead, an inner heat left him feeling restless. After retrieving the first aid kit, Meng Qing wasted no time and headed straight back to the loft. He could not articulate why, but the thought of the handsome youth sitting alone in the loft, injured and forlorn, struck him as deeply pitiful. Stopping in his tracks, he scoffed at himself, realizing he had never before felt pity for anyone. He hurried up the stairs, taking two at a time, and paused at the door to take a deep breath before stepping inside. The dim light of the attic cast a gentle glow upon the chestnut hair of the figure before him, accentuating long, fan-like eyelashes, a prominent nose, and full, crimson lips, all of which exuded an air of seduction under the illumination. How exquisite! Meng Qing could not help but think. He had never encountered someone so strikingly beautiful, as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. However, the foreboding implications of his dreams nagged at him, reminding him not to be ensnared by mere beauty. The person before him might well harbor malicious intent, plotting how best to torment him. Torment. Meng Qing inadvertently let his thoughts wander astray. Shi Qian sat quietly at the table, awaiting Meng Qing, his gaze vacant, on the verge of slumber. Clearing his throat, Meng Qing approached with the medicine kit in hand. He placed the kit on the ground and crouched down to examine Shi Qian's knee, which bore a minor scrape, not severe, merely a slight abrasion. It appeared more pronounced solely because of Shi Qian's pale complexion. Had it been Meng Qing himself, he would scarcely have acknowledged such a trivial injury to him. It was of no consequence. He had endured far worse before, sustaining blows that would break glass bottles against his skin, becoming accustomed to the pain. When the ordeal concluded, he would simply find a quiet corner to extract the shards embedded in his flesh. Now, he delicately grasped Shi Qian's knee as if the abrasion were a grievous wound, carefully applying iodine from the kit. As the cotton swab made contact with the knee, Meng Qing heard a sharp intake of breath from above. Though he found such a reaction somewhat exaggerated, upon glancing up at Shi Qian's pale visage, he instinctively softened his touch. The sight evoked memories of a porcelain doll he had once seen atop a teacher's desk, which would bear marks from the slightest bump. Shi Qian resembled that porcelain doll. Once Meng Qing had tended to the wounds on both of Shi Qian's legs, he retrieved a bottle of medicinal oil from the kit. Rising to his feet, he extended it toward Shi Qian. "This is medicinal oil, apply it yourself." Shi Qian, accustomed to being cared for, felt weary at the mere thought of self-application. "Good brother. Please help me. It hurts too much. I lack the strength," Shi Qian pouted, grasping Meng Qing's sleeve. Meng Qing's heart melted at the sight of that face directed toward him in supplication. He found it impossible to refuse. Beauty is a double-edged sword. Noticing that Meng Qing did not decline, Shi Qian promptly turned his body, lifting his shirt slightly to reveal a slender waist. Meng Qing's gaze fell upon Shi Qian's waist, and he unconsciously swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. The waist was as delicate as he had imagined, its slenderness a marvel. Moreover, it was so fair that Meng Qing feared his own sun-kissed hands would tarnish its pristine surface. Tightening his grip on the medicinal oil, he gazed at Shi Qian, who was already sprawled on the table engrossed in his phone, and let out a resigned sigh. He stepped behind him, poured the oil into his palm, and gently applied it to Shi Qian's waist. So soft. Shi Qian winced slightly, letting out a muffled groan. To Meng Qing's ears, it sounded almost like a seduction. He could not help but wonder if this charming young master was employing a new tactic to entice him with his own vulnerability. Casting a glance at the oblivious figure deeply engrossed in a mindless game, he dismissed the notion. Yet, he remained vigilant while the events of his dreams had yet to unfold. They served as a warning. He must not be beguiled by this person's innocent allure, his thoughts drifting back to Shi Qian's smug yet mischievous grin in his dreams. Looking back at the individual before him, who was effortlessly navigating a game of Minesweeper with remarkable luck, Meng Qing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, unable to bear the sight any longer. After years of being a maligned pawn, Shi Qian began to awaken. Shi Yan, the seemingly omnipotent white moonlight character, unknowingly let slip his true feelings, which were overheard by everyone in the protagonist group except for the pawn. Meanwhile, Meng Qing, the young master of the Meng family, who had been cast out and now lived under someone else's roof, looked disdainfully at the malicious pawn who had tumbled out of his cabinet. How dare he attempt to film him and even drug him? Despicable. Wait, Why did he drink the drugged water himself? Chapter 1. First encounter on a stormy night. Amidst flashes of lightning and roaring thunder, it felt as though all the scoundrels of the city had gathered to vow eternal love to their partners. When Shi Qian opened his eyes, he found himself engulfed in darkness, unable to see anything. He seemed trapped in an exceedingly small space, rendering his proud height of 1.8 meters utterly constrained. Frowning slightly, his mind felt foggy, as if someone were vigorously crafting intricate knots within his brain. Suddenly, a torrent of memories surged forth, leaving Shi Qian feeling disoriented, as if he were a mere observer witnessing someone else's life unfold. Shi Qian was a fragile young master, perpetually plagued by ailments, spending approximately 300 days of the year sick. Strangely, each examination revealed no discernible issues. Over time, his family suspected he was feigning illness to garner attention, believing that his young mind was capable of such manipulation, rendering him unlikable. Consequently, they adopted a laissez-faire approach to his upbringing, considering that with numerous offspring in the Shi family, the addition of one more useless child was inconsequential. At that moment, Shi Qian, with his inherently delicate constitution, tumbled heavily from the cabinet, engaging in peculiar antics that his family had long ceased to notice. It hurts my knee. Shi Qian was quite sensitive to pain, and the fall left him grimacing, his beautiful brows knitting together. When Meng Qing entered the room, he was met with an unusual sight, a figure kneeling before him in a rather distorted manner, with his rear elevated and head tilted back, revealing a finely crafted visage. His naturally wavy brown hair was tousled, and a few rebellious strands stood upright, reminiscent of a Teletubby. His skin, pale with a hint of red, was adorned with delicate, tear-filled eyes, his nose slightly flushed, and his lips, pressed tightly together from the pain, glistened with a youthful vitality. Accompanied by heavy breaths, his body trembled gently, occasionally emitting soft gasps that could incite a blush. The scene was undeniably peculiar, leaving Meng Qing, hand still grasping the doorknob, in a state of indecision. At first glance, he recognized the person before him as Shi Qian, the third young master of the Shi family. He had been introduced to him through photographs by Shi Jingguo. In the dream, he was an abandoned infant, left on a winter's night at the doorstep of a rural household. However, this household was far from benevolent. His adoptive father was a gambler, and his adoptive mother a drunkard. Both lacked stable employment, and whenever money ran low, they resorted to menial labor in the nearby town. Any earnings were either lost at the gambling table or squandered on alcohol. Their health had long deteriorated due to youthful excesses, and nearing 40, without children, they welcomed the unexpected arrival of a boy, seizing the opportunity to adopt him. As they had no plans for their old age, the child came with a note bearing the name Meng Qing, which coincidentally matched the surname of the household's male head, thus eliminating the need for a new name. A tattered cloth, poorly embroidered and of no value, was carelessly discarded in a corner. In a matter of days, due to the lax regulations of the countryside, the couple adopted Meng Qing not out of kindness, but rather as a means to ensure their own future. As Meng Qing grew, he was neglected and barred from education. Why study? It's a waste of money. This good-for-nothing has squandered all our resources. Despite living on scraps, not a single penny was spent on him. When ill, he received only the bare minimum from a dubious clinic, and any expenditure beyond that would incite a tirade from his adoptive parents. Fortunately, the compulsory education system allowed him to attend school, where he received meals. Yet, shortly after enrollment, they lost their remaining plot of land at the gambling table. His adoptive parents berated him, blaming him for their misfortunes, and he could only watch impassively as they mistook his indifference for provocation, resulting in physical abuse. Thus began a new chapter of their lives, where they found satisfaction in exerting their frustrations upon Meng Qing, who became a perpetual target of their violence, bearing bruises that seemed to multiply with each passing day. This continued until the final year of high school, when his adoptive parents deemed further education unnecessary, insisting he should work to support them in their old age. Just as they planned to send him to the factory, a wealthy individual arrived and took Meng Qing away, while his adoptive parents, seeing an opportunity for monetary gain, readily consented to sever their ties. Chapter 2. The Venomous Beauty, or Foolishness. The third young master of the Shi family, Shi Qian, epitomized the archetype of a venomous beauty. Shortly after Meng Qing moved into the Shi household, Shi Jingwa had to leave for an overseas business trip for a month. As soon as he departed, Madame Shi banished Meng Qing from the guest room to a small attic on the top floor. The attic was a neglected storage space, cluttered with unwanted items and coated in dust from years of neglect. The servants, aware of Madame Shi's disdain for Meng Qing, paid him no mind. There was no proper bed provided, only a rudimentary folding bed adorned with a tattered quilt, devoid of a pillow. The incessant rain brought a lingering dampness and mustiness to the attic, while the sole window rattled ominously with each gust of wind. In this grand villa, where warmth enveloped every corner, the attic remained frigid, the temperature plummeting below 5 degrees, with drafts seeping through the walls and water trickling from the corners. Given the noise from the window, the attic resembled a dilapidated refrigerator. Meng Qing, having moved from the guest room to the attic without a word of complaint, understood he was an unwelcome guest. Yet, he had no alternative and felt immense gratitude towards Mr. Shi, allowing him to tolerate any grievances from Madame Shi. The eldest and second sons of the Shi family were often absent, leaving the ailing third young master as his primary companion. In truth, Meng Qing was not filthy, he was merely tanned from the sun. In any case, the third young master of the Shi family took a particular disliking to him and devised various means to torment Meng Qing. Although the third young master was physically weak, his cunning intellect was sharp. In his previous life, Meng Qing was utterly defenseless, left with humiliating recordings. The third young master not only shared these recordings in his family group chat, but also uploaded them to the school forum of the institution Meng Qing transferred to, rendering him a laughingstock among all. Illegitimate child, country bumpkin, ugly freak, perverse weirdo, such derogatory terms bombarded him, isolating Meng Qing completely within the school. This was merely the beginning. The antics of the young master from the Shi family were akin to those of a lovesick lunatic, teetering on the edges of legality and morality daily. Fortunately, a cousin of the young master, who was inseparable from him, often stood up for Meng Qing whenever he was bullied, providing him with temporary respite and solace. This individual became Meng Qing's beacon of hope. Upon returning to the Meng family, Meng Qing began to take revenge on those who had once tormented him. The third young master of the Shi family, being a master of self-destruction, was subjected to Meng Qing's relentless torment until he wished for death. Once Meng Qing settled all scores, he ultimately found happiness with the only person who had offered him assistance during his tribulation, the cousin of the young master from the Shi family. This dream was absurdly surreal yet terrifyingly authentic, aligning closely with Meng Qing's former life. He dared not fully believe it, nor could he dismiss it entirely. As he regained his composure, he looked at the person kneeling before him, then surveyed the surroundings, noting a glass of water that seemed to have been drugged and immobile. Phone still recording. Meng Qing's expression turned cold. This young master from the Shi family had come today to humiliate him, just as in the dream. Meng Qing's grip on the doorknob tightened instinctively. He yearned to seize the wretch on the ground and unleash his pent-up rage upon him. However, nothing had yet transpired, and he could not act so recklessly. Meng Qing resolved to play along, taking each step as it came. At that moment, Shi Qian lay on the ground, groaning in agony, his mind clouded as if a torrent of memories had been forcibly shoved into his consciousness. When he fell, it felt as though all recollections were yanked away, leaving only a throbbing pain in his knee. He felt as if his knee had shattered, rendering him unable to rise. As he attempted to get up, his back seemed to give way. Shi Qian wanted to weep silently, cursing his fragile body inwardly. While he shifted back and forth in small movements, sniffling with reddened eyes, he finally noticed something in front of him. When he discerned that it was merely a shadow, he was already so frightened that he felt his soul leave his body. Meng Qing stood quietly at the doorway, observing the bewildering antics of this handsome young master, and the word fool unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. This man had tormented his past self mercilessly, and he could not afford to underestimate him. Shi Qian, finally realizing that a person stood before him, lifted his gaze, his innocent, watery eyes meeting the indifferent gaze of Meng Qing. He stared, unable to help but exclaim, "What a handsome man!" Though somewhat dark, The man's striking features could not be concealed, his chiseled lines paired with a disdainful expression and an estimated height of 187 centimeters made him perfect. Shi Qian unconsciously swallowed hard. Meng Qing observed everything, striving to glean some insight from Shi Qian's eyes, perhaps calculation, conspiracy, disdain, or contempt. Yet, what he perceived instead was something else entirely: infatuation. And perhaps even foolishness. Meng Qing fell into deeper silence, perplexed by the situation. "Handsome brother, lend me a hand, help me up." Shi Qian, unaware of Meng Qing's internal turmoil, finally recognized that his kneeling position was rather inappropriate. However, he found himself incapable of standing without assistance and could only plead with the person before him. Meng Qing hesitated, as if grappling with a difficult decision, before ultimately stepping forward and extending his hand. "Thanks." As Shi Qian placed his hand on Meng Qing's for support, he attempted to rise, but felt the sharp pain in his back pull him back down, nearly collapsing again. Just then, a hand gently encircled his waist. Chapter 3. Is he trying to seduce me? When Meng Qing realized what he was doing, he was momentarily taken aback. One hand was clasped around Shi Qian's, while the other gently embraced him, as if cradling him in his arms. His body acted before his mind. This person's waist felt remarkably slender, easily grasped by one hand. How could it be so delicate? He wondered what this person had consumed to grow so. The other hand he held felt smooth and soft, prompting Meng Qing to tighten his grip unconsciously. After a moment, Shi Qian steadied himself, bouncing slightly until he felt secure enough to cease his movements. Meng Qing found himself at a loss, as the softness of the person in his arms seemed to envelop him, each shift akin to a water balloon bouncing against him. The warmth radiating from Shi Qian made Meng Qing feel a rising heat within him, compounded by the faint, pleasant fragrance that wafted from him. Shi Qian was slightly shorter, allowing Meng Qing to hold him effortlessly. He had never embraced anyone before. The sensation was foreign, yet not unwelcome. Meng Qing felt an unfamiliar warmth coursing through him, his ears flushed with heat. He feigned nonchalance, shifting to create distance between them. Just as Shi Qian had finally stabilized, he noticed Meng Qing moving and struggled to maintain his balance, instinctively leaning closer. Their proximity diminished further, making Meng Qing feel as though he could lean down and kiss Shi Qian's forehead. Shi Qian's soft, curled hair brushed against Meng Qing's face. It smelled delightful, Meng Qing mused. Fearing that his unusual feelings might be detected by the person in his arms, Meng Qing awkwardly propped him against the table by the door. Shi Qian resisted leaning against it, instead wrapping his arms around Meng Qing's neck as he leaned sideways on the table. "Thanks, brother. I think I might have sprained my waist," Shi Qian murmured, gently rubbing his lower back, inadvertently letting out a soft groan. Meng Qing was so close that he could hear the sound, feeling the warmth of Shi Qian's breath against his ear. Meng Qing's face reddened further. Thankfully, his tan concealed it. "Could you help me get a first aid kit from downstairs?" Shi Qian asked, rubbing his waist and lifting his pant leg to inspect his knees. Both knees were crimson, as if he had been kneeling on the ground all day. Meng Qing had not anticipated Shi Qian's sudden action of raising his pants. Although they were merely men, and the pants were only raised to just above the knees, Shi Qian's legs were so pale and smooth that Meng Qing felt an overwhelming sense of impropriety. "I'll go get it for you," Meng Qing replied hastily, his body moving with a slightly stiff demeanor as he rushed out of the attic. The temperature outside was quite low, and Meng Qing was dressed in a light coat, yet he felt no chill. Instead, a surge of heat coursed through him, making him feel as though he were burning up. After retrieving the first aid kit, Meng Qing wasted no time and headed straight back upstairs. He could not articulate why, but the image of that handsome youth sitting alone in the attic, injured and forlorn, stirred a sense of pity within him. Pausing, he coldly laughed at himself for feeling pity for someone, an experience he never thought he would encounter. He bounded up the stairs in a few swift strides, inhaling deeply at the door before stepping inside. The dim light of the attic cast a soft glow upon the man's chestnut hair, his long, fan-like eyelashes, high-bridged nose, and luscious crimson lips, exuding an air of seduction. How exquisite, Meng Qing mused incessantly. He had never encountered a person of such beauty, as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. Yet, upon recalling the portentous events foretold in his dreams, Meng Qing felt a resolute need to guard against the allure of such beauty. This individual before him might very well harbor nefarious intentions, contemplating how best to toy with him. Toying, Meng Qing's thoughts veered off course once more. Shi Qian sat quietly at the table, awaiting Meng Qing, his gaze vacant and on the verge of slumber. Meng Qing cleared his throat before approaching with a medicine box in hand. He placed the box on the ground and knelt to inspect Shi Qian's knee, which bore a minor abrasion, not severe, merely a superficial scrape. It was merely Shi Qian's fair complexion that rendered the injury more grotesque than it truly was. Were it on Meng Qing, he would scarcely acknowledge its such trifling wounds were inconsequential to him. He had been subjected to far worse in his past, accustomed to the violence that came his way, even when glass bottles were hurled at him. He had long grown indifferent to the pain of bleeding wounds, merely tending to extract the shards of glass embedded in his flesh in the solitude of a corner after the ordeal. Now, he held Shi Qian's knee delicately, as if this minor scrape were a grievous injury, carefully applying iodine from the medicine box. The moment the cotton touched the knee, Meng Qing heard a sharp intake of breath from above. Though he deemed such a reaction exaggerated, he instinctively softened his touch upon witnessing Shi Qian's pale visage. Meng Qing was suddenly reminded of the porcelain dolls he had seen on his teacher's desk as a child, which would bear marks from even the slightest bump. Shi Qian resembled one such fragile doll. Once Meng Qing had tended to the injuries on both of Shi Qian's legs, he retrieved a bottle of medicinal oil from the box. He rose and extended it toward Shi Qian. "This is medicinal oil, you can apply it yourself." Shi Qian, accustomed to being cared for, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him at the mere thought of self-application. "Good brother. Please help me apply it, I'm in too much pain to muster the strength." Shi Qian pouted, grasping Meng Qing's sleeve. Meng Qing's heart melted at the sight of that pleading face. He found it impossible to refuse. Beauty is a beguiling trap. Noticing Meng Qing's lack of refusal, Shi Qian promptly tilted his body, lifting his shirt slightly to reveal a slender waist. Meng Qing's gaze fell upon Shi Qian's waist, and he involuntarily swallowed, his throat bobbing. The slenderness of this waist was as he had imagined, yet he could not fathom how it was achieved. Moreover, it was so pale that Meng Qing feared his sun-kissed hands would tarnish its pristine whiteness. His grip on the medicinal oil tightened as he observed Shi Qian, who was already sprawled across the table, engrossed in his phone, and he let out a resigned sigh. He moved behind Shi Qian, pouring the oil into his palm and cautiously applying it to the delicate waist. So soft, Shi Qian winced slightly, letting out a muffled sound of discomfort. To Meng Qing's ears, it resonated as a siren's call. He couldn't help but wonder if this mischievous young master was employing a new tactic to entice him with such vulnerability. Casting a glance at the individual lost in a mindless game, he dismissed the notion as unlikely. Meng Qing remained vigilant although the events of his dreams had yet to unfold. They served as a cautionary tale. He must not allow himself to be ensnared by this person's innocent beauty, recalling the triumphant yet wicked smile of Shi Qian from his dreams. Looking back at the person before him, effortlessly playing a game of Minesweeper with a streak of uncanny luck, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 4. The fool drinks his own medicine. Lying there, waiting for someone to apply medicine, Shi Qian felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. To alleviate his ennui, he resorted to playing Minesweeper on his phone, a trivial pastime he had indulged in since childhood. It was indeed a rather mundane activity. However, today his luck was exceptionally poor. He was consistently hitting mines with alarming accuracy, which made him chuckle at his own misfortune. Sensing that the person behind him had ceased moving, he inquired, "Is the medicine applied?" With great effort, Shi Qian propped himself up and surveyed the room. It was starkly simple, exceedingly so. He would have remained oblivious to this dilapidated corner of his home had he not come here today. He fixated on the creaky window frame, reminiscent of a sputtering engine, and the fold-away bed that was far too short for him to fit comfortably, let alone for someone nearly 6 feet tall like the man in front of him. The tattered air-conditioning blanket looked so worn that he could hardly believe it belonged to his family. Shi Qian frowned deeply. The memories of why he had come up here eluded him, his mind clouded by the sudden influx of disorienting information from the moment he had opened the cupboard. He could not remember what he had seen, but he felt a peculiar clarity washing over him, a fleeting illusion that he could finally take charge of his own life. Perhaps his father was indeed a benevolent soul. He gazed at Meng Qing, who stood before him for a long while. Meng Qing was tall and broad-shouldered, yet his clothing appeared ill-fitting, barely covering his arms. His trousers were short and pilled, clearly made from inferior material, leaving his ankles exposed in the biting cold. His shoes were battered and riddled with holes, indicative of years of wear. In this frigid weather, Shi Qian, clad warmly, had not felt the chill upon his arrival. But now, after some time, he could feel the cold creeping in. A glance at the corner revealed a leak. And had he not known he was in his own villa, he might have thought he had been abducted to some abandoned factory. "Do you live here?" Shi Qian asked curiously. "Yes," Meng Qing replied. "But didn't my father arrange a guest room for you?" After a moment's pause, Shi Qian recalled that his mother had sent him up to the attic, believing Meng Qing to be the child of one of his father's past loves, a lingering remnant of old affection. Shi Qian sighed, feeling a pang of pity for Meng Qing. "No one can stay here," he asserted firmly. Indeed, the conditions were so poor that it was uninhabitable. Staying here for even a couple more days could lead to illness. The bed was so cramped that even Shi Qian, at 1.8 meters tall, could barely fit, let alone the towering figure of Meng Qing, who was nearly 1.9 meters. It was utterly unfair. As for the ragged air-conditioning blanket, it was more suitable as a cleaning cloth than for warmth. Shi Qian resolved to speak with his mother about treating Meng Qing with more compassion. Upon hearing Shi Qian's declaration that the place was uninhabitable, Meng Qing's mood darkened. Indeed, this young master had always taken pleasure in tormenting him in his dreams. If not for his injury, would he have spoken to him in such a civil manner? Now was the time for him to tear off the mask and reveal his true intentions. He was clearly trying to evict him, denying him even this shabby attic. Although Meng Qing did not find the attic particularly pleasant, it was a great improvement over his previous living conditions in the countryside. Though it lacked heating, the windows were noisy, and there were leaks, it was still far better than where he had been. Previously, he had no room of his own. His foster parents' home consisted of a dilapidated small house, with a curtain dividing the sleeping space from the dining area. Naturally, he had no right to the bed and would instead lay a few newspapers on the floor and sleep on the other side of the curtain. The spot where he slept faced a window, long since broken by some mischievous child from the village, and his foster parents had done nothing to repair it, merely stuffing a plastic bag into the frame, which was acceptable enough for them. The only interests of his foster parents revolved around gambling and drinking. He had no blankets, and during the coldest nights, he would wear all the clothes he owned and use the ones that no longer fit as makeshift coverings to ward off the chill. Enduring one winter after another, this attic in the Shi family home was the best place he had ever lived. Meng Qing felt the contents of his pockets. He had 12 yuan, in addition to 435 yuan saved in his backpack, which would suffice for a simple place to stay outside. This money was earned from helping the villagers with their farming, kept secret from his foster parents, carefully hidden away. However, with the heavy rain outside, and having ventured out during the day, he knew that this villa was in a remote area. Just walking from this villa to the neighborhood entrance would take nearly half an hour. In such rain, if he were to be cast out, he would have to find shelter from the downpour. He recalled there was a pavilion along the way to the neighborhood gate where he could take refuge. Moreover, staying here was not entirely a blessing. Meng Qing was haunted by the memories of the misfortunes he had encountered in this villa, particularly in this very attic, which made him feel nauseous. He had considered seeking out the Meng family, where he hoped to reconnect with his roots. But the memories from his dreams were too vague for him to trust their authenticity. Besides, he did not even know where the Meng family was located. He lacked the fare for the journey and feared he might perish from hunger before ever finding them. Having made his plans, Meng Qing slung his backpack over his shoulder, which contained all his belongings, 2 sets of clothing and a few notebooks and pens, the entirety of his possessions. Shi Qian, noticing Meng Qing's silence, assumed he was simply shy. Having grown up in the countryside, and now feeling out of place, wishing to offer some comforting words, Shi Qian opened his mouth to speak, but remembered the pain he had endured just moments earlier, leaving his throat somewhat hoarse. He picked up a cup of water from the table and took a couple of sips. Meanwhile, Meng Qing was lost in thought, realizing that at least the most distressing events from his dreams had not yet come to pass, and he had not ingested the drugged water. Just as he turned his head, he saw the languid figure at the table gulping down the very water he had feared. Chapter 5. The False and the True Young Master. At that moment, Meng Qing felt a jolt of shock. Instinctively, he wanted to rush forward to stop Shi Qian, for he recalled that the water had been drugged in his dreams. Yet, was it not Shi Qian himself, the third young master of the Shi family, who had prepared this very water? Surely, he would not poison himself. Perhaps he was overthinking it. After all, dreams were merely that, dreams, not reality. What occurred in dreams did not necessarily manifest in real life. He had not drunk the tainted water, nor had any of the young masters from the clubs come to find him. This was merely an ordinary glass of water. Meng Qing chastised himself for viewing the handsome Shi Qian in such a negative light. The young man had not harmed him in any way. He had only stumbled upon a cupboard in his room, injured his knee, and asked for assistance with the medicine, while they engaged in a few rounds of trivial games. Shi Qian appeared quite innocent, clean-cut, and with an unassuming gaze. How could he possibly engage in such sordid acts? Yet here he was, drinking the very water from Meng Qing's dreams, and nothing untoward was occurring. Meng Qing watched as Shi Qian sipped the water, his thoughts drifting again. How could someone look so captivating while drinking? A drop of water lingered at the corner of his lips, threatening to spill. Why did he suddenly feel as though Shi Qian was enticing him? Shi Qian remained oblivious to the chaotic thoughts swirling in Meng Qing's mind, only aware that the water seemed to grow increasingly warm as he drank. It was not the water itself that was heating up, but rather his own body that began to feel a heat rising within. Have you noticed that it has grown warmer here? Shi Qian inquired, placing down the glass from which she had sipped a third. Meng Qing observed Shi Qian, whose previously pallid complexion now bore a faint blush, her eyes glistening with moisture and becoming increasingly dreamy. Unaware of her own transformation, Shi Qian merely felt the heat, her hand instinctively tugging at her collar. A swath of her collarbone was exposed, and she felt no chill, only a persistent urge to adjust her clothing. As she seemed on the verge of performing an impromptu striptease, Meng Qing's gaze darkened. The fruit must indeed be tainted. Yet, he could not fathom why Shi Qian would drink from that cup. After all, he had administered the drug himself. Meng Qing moved to stop the disrobing Shi Qian, helping her to arrange her collar to cover the exposed skin. I feel so hot. It's unbearable, Shi Qian lamented, perplexed as to what had transpired to leave her in such a state of feverish discomfort. Her limbs felt weak, and in an effort to conserve energy, she leaned against Meng Qing, whose coolness was oddly comforting. Though her consciousness had not completely faded, she pointed towards the folding bed, her tone tinged with grievance, as if it were the bed that had wronged her. This bed is too small for you, she declared, then gestured toward the shabby blanket. This wretched blanket lets in the cold. It's useless for you. Struggling slightly in Meng Qing's embrace, she poked her head out and lifted her chin, indicating the window. This dreadful window is as noisy as a tractor, she exclaimed. You must sleep with me. With that, she dazedly tugged Meng Qing towards the exit, as though remaining here for even a moment longer was sheer torment. Meng Qing, observing her clouded awareness and remembering her injuries, hesitated to intervene, allowing her to guide him outside. As they stumbled along, Shi Qian swayed unsteadily, and without Meng Qing's support, she would have surely fallen. However, Meng Qing too struggled to steady this tipsy young master. Seizing a moment when Meng Qing was distracted, Shi Qian leaned against the wall, pointing at an artwork of indeterminate origin, her face lighting up with delight. This is mine, she proclaimed, pressing her body against the painting. Meng Qing examined the landscape painting. While he lacked an understanding of art, he could discern its exquisite quality and the depth of the artist's skill as the few strokes brought the scene to life. This is mine too, Shi Qian added, leaving Meng Qing momentarily bewildered. What did she mean? Did this young master harbor feelings for him? Finally, Meng Qing managed to deposit Shi Qian onto the sofa, her attire in disarray from her own antics. Her sweater hung loosely around her neck. The undershirt had been tugged askew, revealing a fair shoulder. Shi Qian's face was flushed, and she continued to fumble with her clothing, pressing against Meng Qing. He harbored no doubts about the drugged water. Fortunately, she had consumed only a third of it. Had she drunk more, the situation would have been untenable. Though Meng Qing was under no obligation to care for this disoriented young master, he felt compelled to assist due to Shi Qian's earlier display of kindness. He feared awakening the next morning to find a naked beauty before him. Just as Meng Qing pondered his next steps, Shi Qian's phone, carelessly tossed onto the sofa, began to ring. Although her mind was hazy, she instinctively answered the call. Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Shi? I am Xiaolin from the Blue Horse. And I have arrived at the gate as per your address. The security requires verification. Could you assist? What Blue Horse? Who are you? Shi Qian was utterly lost. Since regaining her clarity, she had forgotten the events of the past 2 days. Xiaolin stood awkwardly before the security, his phone on speaker, hoping for a greeting from this generous young master who had approached him 2 days prior with an enticing offer. Upon arriving at the gate, he discovered that entry into these affluent villas required familiarity, prompting his call. To his dismay, the young master denied any recognition, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Xiaolin, determined, addressed the security officer directly. I am Xiaolin from the Blue Horse, here's agreed. Upon hearing the term young master, Shi Qian instinctively reacted, having been coddled as the family's little master since childhood. Without fully grasping the context, she retorted, I am the young master, and abruptly hung up. Chapter 6. The reappearance of the white moonlight from the past. Meng Qing witnessed the entire exchange, Shi Qian's voice clear and resonant. He caught several key phrases. Blue Horse. Young master. These elements aligned with the dream sequence, the drugging, the young master, the recording phone. All pieces of the puzzle were present. Yet the narrative had taken an unexpected turn. Now feeling a sense of confusion himself, Meng Qing inhaled deeply to regain his composure, puzzled by the day's unfolding events. However, it appeared that this young master posed no threat to him. She seemed genuinely oblivious to the drugging and the implications of being a young master. Otherwise, she would not have consumed that cup of water, nor displayed such real bewilderment upon receiving the call. Meng Qing gazed at the disheveled figure before him, relieved that the dosage was not excessively high, though it was still substantial. His gaze inadvertently fell upon an inappropriate sight. With a sigh, he resolved to help her to bed. Shi Qian, in a daze, mumbled incoherently, her voice soft and almost endearing. Just as Meng Qing prepared to assist her, she grasped his cool sleeve and clung to him, reminiscent of a melted ice cream cone, refusing to let go. With no other option, Meng Qing forcibly extracted his arm. Turning to retrieve a blanket from the room, he enveloped the limp form on the sofa, cocooning her as if she were a chrysalis. He then hoisted her onto his shoulder, Shi Qian resembling a gas canister balanced precariously. Upon tossing her onto the bed, he noted that while her cheeks were flushed, her symptoms were not overly severe, a small mercy amidst the chaos. To prevent her from rolling off the bed during the night, Meng Qing decided to strip the bed sheets and wrap her more securely. Now lying on the bed, Shi Qian resembled a layered omelette, motionless and gradually quieting. As he noted her steady breathing, he let out a sigh of relief and exited the bedroom. However, after wandering about, every establishment he approached declined his request for work. Citing his youth, having only recently reached adulthood, and with the turmoil of his adoptive parents' affairs, he was set to begin his final year of high school only after the new year. Thus, his quest for part-time employment was destined to be fruitless. After enduring the downpour, he finally felt utterly drained. Meng Qing sighed, removing his soaked shoes and placing them by the door. Only then did he take in Shi Qian's quarters, a spacious suite featuring a small corridor, with a kitchenette to the left, leading into a grand living room with 3-meter-tall windows and beyond that, the bedroom and bathroom. It was indeed a suitable space for a pampered young master like Shi Qian. Though she had invited him to sleep alongside her, he could never truly bring himself to climb into her bed. In the end, it seemed that Shi Qian's mental state was somewhat unclear, perhaps even he himself was unaware of what he was saying. Meng Qing sat on the plush, spacious sofa in the living room, which could easily accommodate two of him lying flat, a significant improvement compared to the folding bed in the attic. The ample heating in the room was likely due to the young master of the Shi family being sensitive to the cold. The warmth was just right for Meng Qing, who had little clothing to wear on such a chilly, rainy day. He removed his coat, draped it over himself and lay back on the sofa, closing his eyes. When he awoke the next day, he groggily heard sounds in the room. Upon glancing at his watch, he realized he had not suffered from insomnia but had slept soundly until dawn. After dressing, he entered the room to find Shi Qian wriggling around like a pupa, apparently tangled in the bedding. Meng Qing had likely wrapped him too tightly the night before, so he approached to assist. Shi Qian's eyes lit up upon seeing him, as if he had spotted a savior. Just in time. Quick, help me. I'm stuck. Shi Qian assumed it was his restless sleeping habits that had caused the sheets to come undone during the night, never suspecting that the person before him had wrapped him up. Meng Qing remained silent, quietly grasping one end of the quilt and pressing down on Shi Qian's shoulder, pushing him toward the other side. With a smooth roll from the foot of the bed to the head, Shi Qian finally freed himself. Amazing! I had no idea my sleeping position could be this poor. He rubbed his shoulders and turned his neck, feeling rejuvenated. By the way, isn't that cup of water on your desk expired? I felt dizzy after drinking it. Shi Qian had no recollection of his foolish actions the day before. His memory only extended to having taken a few sips of water before falling asleep. Meng Qing chose not to explain, opting for silence instead. Shi Qian thought little of it, rising to fetch a set of pajamas from the wardrobe and heading to the bathroom, as he felt dirty from hiding in the wardrobe all night. I'll take a shower first. There should be food in the fridge. You can help yourself. Meng Qing didn't linger, heading straight to the kitchen. He often cooked in the countryside, as no one else prepared meals for him. He quickly fried a few eggs and cooked some porridge, sitting down at the dining table, waiting for Shi Qian to join him. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking at the door startled Meng Qing. He hesitated, uncertain whether he should answer. After all, the inhabitants of this household had never treated him kindly. With Shi Qian in the shower, he risked being perceived as an intruder in the young master's room if he opened the door recklessly. The knocking continued, insistent, as if the person outside would not leave until someone answered. With no other choice, Meng Qing stood and approached the bathroom door, knocking gently. Someone is looking for you. Shi Qian had just finished to shower, hastily wrapping a towel around himself, his hair still dripping. He casually grabbed another towel to dry off. What did you just say? Meng Qing's gaze was fixed on the floor, avoiding any inappropriate sights since Shi Qian had just changed. After a moment's thought, Shi Qian surmised that the person seeking him was likely his cousin, Shi Yan. When the door opened, indeed, it was him. Meng Qing was momentarily taken aback. The man resembled the white moonlight from his dreams perfectly. Chapter 7. How can he hear his heart's voice? Upon entering, Shi Yan did not even glance at Shi Qian, striding straight to Meng Qing and seizing his hand, urgently inquiring, "Are you all right?" Meng Qing was perplexed. He remembered having no interaction with this so-called white moonlight of his past life and did not recognize him at all. Disliking physical contact, Meng Qing noticed Shi Yan's grip and frowned in distaste, pulling his hand away. He grabbed the towel that Shi Qian had used to dry his hair and wiped his hands with it. "You weren't hurt, were you? Did my cousin bully you again? If you faced any injustice, you can tell me directly. I will certainly stand up for you. My cousin has a mischievous nature, always playing pranks. Now that you've just moved in, he might take a dislike to you and bully you." Shi Yan rambled on, his expression genuinely concerned. Shi Qian listened in stunned silence, as if he had actually done something to Meng Qing. He felt uneasy that his cousin, who was supposed to be his closest ally, was suddenly so concerned about a stranger while disregarding him. Shi Qian pouted, slightly displeased. Shi Yan, I am your cousin. The implication being that perhaps he should be the one receiving attention. Shi Yan shot Shi Qian an incredulous look, as though he were a villain deserving of disdain. Shi Qian sensed that his cousin was attempting to distance himself from him. It was peculiar. He had merely taken a nap. Yet his usually supportive cousin now seemed to treat him like an adversary. Ignoring Shi Qian's words, Shi Yan circled around Meng Qing and continued, Did Shi Qian threaten you? Forbidding you to speak? Don't be foolish. If he bullies you once, he will do it again. Why are you hiding anything for him? Did he promise you benefits? Perhaps he offered you money to keep quiet about his misdeeds? And he is always getting hurt. Sooner or later, he will blame you for his injuries, claiming you did it. Such incidents had occurred more than once. Shi Yan shared that he had also been falsely accused in the past. Don't be afraid. Our uncle is a good man. He will certainly stand up for you. Shi Qian was utterly baffled. Today, Shi Yan was acting strangely, launching into a tirade about his faults as soon as he entered. What did it mean that he was always getting hurt and blaming others? He distinctly remembered a single incident from their childhood when Shi Yan had accidentally pushed him down, begging him not to tell their uncle and aunt. Out of compassion, he had kept quiet. How had that transformed into Shi Yan claiming he had framed him? While Shi Qian remained in a state of confusion, Meng Qing's expression shifted slightly. He suddenly perceived another voice. It seems nothing is amiss? No, I distinctly recall things should have gone terribly wrong. That fool Shi Qian. Normally, he would explode at the slightest provocation. How could he possibly let Meng Qing off the hook this time? Where's the drug? Wasn't it administered? What about the young master from the club? I distinctly provided Shi Qian with the contact information. Shi Yan was inwardly frustrated, entirely oblivious to the fact that his inner thoughts were being overheard. He was not of this world, having accidentally traversed here, and was well aware of the plot's direction. He was the protagonist, while this foolish cousin was merely a catalyst for his romantic endeavors, a typical pawn. Today was supposed to be his first encounter with the male lead, Meng Qing. According to the storyline, the male lead should be lying battered in the attic, and he would go comfort and encourage him. Shi Yan's biological parents were impoverished, without the distant connection to the Shi family and the trust he had garnered. He would never have been able to stay in Yan City. He did not wish to spend his life in the mountains. He needed to climb the social ladder through the Shi family, and he had his reasons for wanting to remain there. Meng Qing was that reason, the heir to the Meng family in the capital, a figure many aspired to but could never reach. Fortunately, he arrived in this world knowing the entire plot, and as long as he became Meng Qing's guiding light during his most desolate moments, everything would be fine. As Meng Qing listened further, his expression darkened. The narrative he heard closely mirrored the events he had previously dreamed about. He cast a cold glance at Shi Yan, confirming the voice belonged to him. Meng Qing could perceive Shi Yan's innermost thoughts. Upon meeting Meng Qing's gaze, Shi Yan's heart sank. Something was amiss. The narrative was utterly incorrect. How could Meng Qing regard him with such eyes? He was supposed to be Meng Qing's sole pillar of support and salvation. This was impossible. Shi Yan struggled to accept this reality, taking a deep breath before turning his attention to the previously overlooked cannon fodder, his cousin Shi Qian. In an attempt to decipher the present situation, Cousin, how could Meng go be in your room? Shi Qian, finally receiving his attention, had always held a favorable impression of Shi Yan, as they had grown up together since Shi Yan was sent to keep him company at the age of 5 or 6, with his elder and second brothers often absent, and Shi Qian's frail health leading to frequent illnesses. Madame Shi had feared he would feel lonely. Remembering a distant relative in the countryside who had a child of similar age, she brought Shi Yan to be a companion for Shi Qian. Confined to the house due to his health, Shi Qian had few friends, and the arrival of a peer allowed them to bond quickly. Now, as Shi Qian reminisced about their past, he found it all rather hazy, as if he had suddenly grown up overnight. To be honest, after the fall yesterday, he felt as if his mind had cleared, realizing he had been rather muddled before. Shi Qian failed to detect the strangeness in Shi Yan's words and replied, I told you, that place is completely uninhabitable, so I just called him down to sleep with me. What was the issue? Why had things changed? Chapter 8. You owe him an apology. Shi Yan concealed his irritation and forced a smile. I thought something might have happened, especially since I remember you asking for the contact of some young master. I assumed you were up to your usual mischief. Shi Yan felt a twinge of reluctance. He distinctly recalled Shi Qian requesting that contact. Oh, right. Speaking of young masters, I vaguely remember receiving a call last night from someone claiming to be one. He chuckled. What does it matter if he is a young master? Aren't we all just young masters in our own right? Shi Qian vaguely recalled someone seeking him out last night, but believed he had been too inebriated to engage. Upon hearing this, Shi Yan nearly lost his composure. This foolish cousin. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Shi Qian had always complied with his requests, and just days prior, he had asked for that contact. How could he have forgotten so swiftly? Did you drink last night, cousin? You seem a bit forgetful, Shi Yan subtly probed, knowing well that Shi Qian had a low tolerance for alcohol. If it weren't for the effects of the drink, Shi Yan couldn't fathom how Shi Qian might have done nothing at all.
Ah.
Yes, I think I had a cup of something. Or, was it a drink? It tasted a bit odd, and afterward, I felt a bit woozy, Shi Qian recalled, unsure of the specifics. Shi Yan mused inwardly that he was indeed intoxicated. Otherwise, nothing could explain his lack of action. It appeared this foolish third young master had been used as a pawn. And the so-called guiding light from his previous life was not a virtuous character after all. The predictive dreams were proving to be quite unreliable. Meng Qing harbored a deep disdain for those who plotted against him, leading to a notably poor impression of Shi Yan. Yet, oblivious to this sentiment, Shi Yan approached Meng Qing with an air of shyness. So, you must be the elder brother my uncle spoke of. I've been standing here for quite some time without introducing myself. I am Shi Yan, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Though the events had not unfolded as anticipated, his knowledge of the entire narrative remained a significant advantage. Everything was far from over. Although Meng Qing had not fallen victim to the scheme this time, Shi Yan believed he would have ample opportunities now that Meng Qing had moved in. Noting Meng Qing's indifference toward him, Shi Yan continued, "This is my cousin, Shi Qian. If he spoke to you in an unpleasant manner last night, I apologize on his behalf." "Why are you apologizing for him?" Meng Qing, towering over Shi Yan, met his gaze with an imposing presence. Well, my cousin is not very articulate, and he has been spoiled. Perhaps he said something unkind that you should not take to heart."
Oh.
Shi Qian, with his hair slightly tangled, was still trying to extricate himself from it when he found himself abruptly presented before Meng Qing, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. With his hand still caught in his hair, he tilted his head, his large eyes filled with innocence. What apology? Shi Yan, mistaking Shi Qian's confusion for denial, urged him. "I know you can be rather willful and your words unkind. You may not even realize it, but others can feel uncomfortable hearing you." Now, even more perplexed, Shi Qian questioned, "Am I really unkind with my words?" He finally managed to free his tangled hair and gazed up at Meng Qing, inquiring, "Do I speak harshly?" Shi Yan, fearing Shi Qian might unintentionally threaten Meng Qing, anxiously nudged aside, urging him not to overstep. Shi Qian, already nursing a sore waist, winced and stumbled sideways. Meng Qing, observing Shi Qian's fragile demeanor, reached out to gently steady him, placing a hand on his back. Not unkind at all. Shi Qian felt unjustly accused. After all, Shi Yan had always been supportive of him, standing by his side regardless of his actions. Why was he now being questioned for his conduct? From the moment he entered, had he been accused of bullying others? Why was he being prodded to apologize to someone else? Had he done anything wrong? It seemed as though he was now being portrayed as the instigator. Shi Yan, feeling somewhat awkward, offered a smile. "Good cousin, I must have misunderstood you, and I apologize." "Please don't be upset. I was merely concerned for Meng Ge." "Very well, I will forgive Shi Qian," he thought, as the two had often engaged in playful banter. And this incident did not weigh heavily on his mind. A few words would suffice to let the matter pass. However, before Shi Qian could utter a word of forgiveness, a voice from behind interjected, "It is indeed time to apologize. Go ahead." Meng Qing cast a cold glance at the bewildered Shi Qian in his arms before turning his gaze back to Shi Yan, his tone devoid of warmth. Shi Yan felt a chill at Meng Qing's indifferent stare, instantly feeling wronged. He had come to support Meng Qing, yet now he was being portrayed as the bully. Furthermore, Shi Qian, typically compliant, had suddenly become uncharacteristically aloof. In the past, during moments like this, he would have readily defended Shi Yan, accusing Meng Qing of mistreating him. When had he ever been forced to apologize like this? Shouldn't Shi Qian have been the one to stand by him? Criticizing Meng Qing for daring to reside in their home? Why was he now expected to seek forgiveness? Shi Yan had no interest in Shi Qian's forgiveness. Suddenly, he felt tears welling up in his eyes, a sense of grievance washing over him. Observing Shi Yan on the verge of tears, Shi Qian felt a pang of sympathy. Unbeknownst to him, after the events of last night, he had completely shed his previous naivety, now possessing the emotions and actions of a rational individual. Chapter 9. A bowl of plain congee. Please forget it. Forget it. It's all trivial. Who cares about apologies? Shi Qian felt a pang of sorrow for her cousin, who had come from the countryside, and was a few months older than her. After all, he had accompanied her since childhood, and was her closest friend. He, too, was perplexed by how the situation had suddenly escalated, finding the awkward silence quite uncomfortable. "By the way, hadn't brother Meng prepared breakfast? Shi Yan, have you eaten? Would you care to join me?" Shi Qian extended a lifeline to Shi Yan, who also sensed that his demeanor was unbecoming and could tarnish his image in Meng Qingxin's eyes. It was merely an apology, a trivial matter that, if he hesitated, would only make him appear petty. Timidly, Shi Yan stepped forward, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and murmured, "Cousin, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." Shi Qian patted Shi Yan's back, placing a hand on his shoulder, which was a comfortable reach since Shi Yan was slightly shorter. "It's all right. We are brothers. Let us not dwell on it. Come, let us have breakfast together." The The three of them seated themselves at the dining table, and Shi Qian served 3 bowls of porridge, pulling out a chair for herself and starting to sip it slowly. The plain white porridge, seasoned with just a pinch of salt, was something she had never particularly cared for. Oddly enough, it tasted delightful to her now. Shi Yan, still somewhat displeased about the earlier incident, sought an excuse to divert attention. Upon seeing the white porridge in Shi Qian's bowl and the fried egg on the table, he couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, the heavens were assisting him. He was indeed a mere pawn in the unfolding narrative. As soon as Shi Qian set down her chopsticks, Shi Yan sprang up, moving to Meng Qing's side, placing his hand protectively in front of him. Brother Meng, he didn't mean it. If you don't like it, just don't eat it. There's no need to take it out on others. I know you detest white porridge and fried eggs, preferring only boiled eggs. You throw a fit at the slightest provocation, and we've had to change the housemaids numerous times because of it. Just last month, Aunt Chen merely made a fried egg for me, and you smashed the plate and dismissed her. Shi Qian, you're being a bit too domineering. If you don't like something, it doesn't mean others can enjoy it. Usually, it's fine among family, but now that we have guests, you should refrain from losing your temper. After saying this, he turned to Meng Qing and reassured him, don't worry, Brother Meng, I'll protect you. Shi Qian was taken aback by Shi Yan's remarks. Did she truly despise white porridge? Did she really not allow others to eat it? Had she smashed plates? Had she dismissed numerous housemaids over such trivial matters? She had no recollection of any of this. Was she really that picky in the past? The porridge wasn't terrible, was it? And she could eat fried eggs, couldn't she? What was this distinction about boiled versus fried eggs? They were all from the same mother, after all. Shi Qian couldn't recall ever being so finicky or difficult. However, she was certain she could eat. Hadn't she just finished a bowl of porridge and was about to get a second? As for the fried eggs, she doubted her aversion and picked one up with her chopsticks, taking a bite. This wasn't bad at all. Confused, Shi Qian pondered, had she truly been this particular before? Seeing Shi Qian reach for the plate of fried eggs, Shi Yan thought she was about to smash it and quickly raised his arms to shield Meng Qing, exclaiming, Brother Meng, watch out. But after a long pause, no sound of shattering plates followed. When he opened his eyes, he saw Shi Qian chewing contentedly. Shi Yan had not been paying close attention to Shi Qian's bowl before, but now he noticed it was empty. Shi Qian had made no hostile moves, rendering his earlier antics rather ludicrous. Meng Qing was oblivious to the turmoil, merely finding Shi Yan's protective stance somewhat obstructive. He furrowed his brow and politely said, Excuse me, I need to eat. Shi Yan awkwardly stepped back, and Meng Qing picked up his chopsticks, selecting a fried egg to place in his bowl. Shi Qian stood up with her bowl, stating, I was merely going to get another bowl of porridge. Shi Yan, gritting his teeth in frustration, found himself at a loss for words. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this fool not detest white porridge and fried eggs? How could there be no reaction at all? How could this be? What does this even mean? It makes my earlier actions seem utterly absurd. Why is Shi Qian so different from the character in the plot? Is it something with the porridge? Or the egg? Meng Qing found amusement in Shi Yan's inner turmoil, unable to suppress a smile at the absurdity of the scene. After Shi Yan's earlier outburst, he felt that further commentary was unnecessary. Instead, he replayed the events in his mind, baffled by Shi Qian's unexpected reaction. The three of them sat in silence at the table, the only sounds being the clinking of spoons against bowls. Shi Qian continued to enjoy her porridge, eventually finding the fried eggs insufficient, and proceeded to fry a few more herself, ultimately consuming 3 bowls of porridge and 5 fried eggs. Shi Yan watched with growing ire, feeling as if his carefully constructed facade was being dismantled before his eyes. How infuriating it was that a mere supporting character could overshadow him, the protagonist. Where was his dignity? His pride? The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became, leaving him slightly unsettled by the end of the meal. Meng Qing, however, remained unfazed, relishing the white porridge and fried eggs. By the conclusion of the meal, both Meng Qing and Shi Qian felt satisfied, while Shi Yan was left fuming. Realizing he needed to cool off, Shi Yan told Shi Qian he had matters to attend to and exited the room, seeking a quiet place to sort through the unfolding narrative. Meanwhile, Shi Qian, content after her meal, reclined on the sofa, rubbing her belly in bliss. Meng Qing, feeling responsible, began to clear the table himself. Seeing Meng Qing prepare to wash the dishes, Shi Qian quickly interjected. Oh no, you mustn't. You're a guest. I can't let you do that. There's a dishwasher. Shi Qian recalled the small kitchen had a dishwasher, even though she seldom cooked herself, typically relying on the housemaids. Back when Shi Yan had first arrived, he had been too timid to venture out, constantly clinging to her side and avoiding food. Consequently, Mrs. Shi had constructed a small kitchen in Shi Qian's room, fully equipped. Shi Qian shuffled over to the kitchen, pointing towards the dishwasher, saying, Put that down, I'll show you how to use it. After a bit of fuss, the machine was successfully activated. Shi Qian reached out, attempting to place her hand on Meng Qing's shoulder, but found her height inadequate for comfort and began to shift around in search of a better angle. Meng Qing didn't mind Shi Qian's touch, and even lowered himself slightly to accommodate her, allowing her to rest her hand comfortably. "Brother Meng," she began. Her words somewhat awkward. "I heard from my father that you're only a little older than me, so I'll just call you by your name." Finally finding a comfortable position, Shi Qian was pleased to have her hand resting on Meng Qing's shoulder as they walked outside together. Meng Qing followed quietly, beginning to piece things together. Perhaps the events of her previous life were not entirely fictitious, but had simply shifted in some way. More accurately, it was someone who had changed, and that someone was Shi Qian herself. Meng Qing glanced down at the person whose fingers were gripping his shoulder tightly, involuntarily smiling at the sight. "By the way, I meant to mention yesterday your clothing is inadequate. It's far too thin for this cold weather. You should wear mine instead. Though you're a bit taller, my clothes are generally oversized, so they should fit you." Shi Qian released Meng Qing and hurried to the wardrobe. Upon opening it, she was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't paid attention while showering the night before, but now realized her taste was rather questionable. The entire wardrobe resembled a spilled paint palette, adorned with an array of vibrant colors, high saturation, and styles that ranged from studs to skulls. If a nonconformist were to stumble upon it, they would surely exclaim they had found a kindred spirit. Shi Qian felt a certain bewilderment. He had never realized before how lacking his aesthetic sense was. After rummaging through his wardrobe for quite some time, he found nothing worthy of display. Meng Qing observed his futile search and considered offering assistance, but as her gaze fell upon the opened wardrobe, she was momentarily stunned. She had never encountered such a plethora of colors in her life. Shi Qian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hastily closed the wardrobe doors and awkwardly scratched his head. "Haha, the impetuous youth has departed. I shall buy you new clothes," he declared, playfully pushing Meng Qing out of the dressing room as he made his way outside. "By the way, my father arranged for some clothes in the guest room wardrobe. Let us go take a look. Don't feel shy about wearing them. After all, they've been purchased, and leaving them unused would be a waste." Meng Qing remained silent, following Shi Qian, who chattered incessantly like a small trumpet, not pausing even upon reaching the guest room. He opened the door to reveal a modest suite with only a bathroom. Approaching the wardrobe, he opened it only to discover that, while the clothes were colorful, they were inexplicably tattered. Holes and slashes marred the fabric. This shouldn't be. These garments appeared new. How could they be damaged? Just as Shi Qian prepared to descend to inquire with the housekeeper, Shi Yan suddenly emerged from an unseen corner. "So this is Meng Go's room? The decor is splendid. My uncle has a keen eye. I was quite surprised to hear Meng Go was moving to the attic a few days ago. This must have compelled him to vacate the guest room." With a dramatic flourish, Shi Yan wiped away non-existent tears, feigning sympathy for Meng Qing. He then stole a glance at Meng Qing, hoping for an expected reaction, but alas, Meng Qing did not respond with the disdain Shi Yan anticipated. "Cousin, that's where you're mistaken. Uncle has stated that Meng Ge is merely a friend's child, and the paternity test results have been revealed. Why are you still causing a fuss? Look at Meng Ge, who has traveled from afar, unfamiliar with this place. We are of similar ages and should be friends. Your actions are quite disappointing. And even if you are my cousin, I must voice my concerns." Shi Qian felt as though he were overhearing someone else's tale. What did it mean that he had shredded the clothes and banished someone to the attic? He had no recollection of such events. Bewildered, he stood in a state of confusion, while Meng Qing remained silently behind him. Shi Yan, noticing their lack of response, grew anxious. "Isn't it so? He has said all this. Why hasn't Meng Qing reacted? Why is Meng Qing showing no reaction at all? Shi Qian has done such things, cut his clothes, sent him to the attic. Why isn't he angry? Doesn't he despise him? Isn't he annoyed? Isn't Meng Qing the one who despises Shi Qian, the pampered scion?" Meng Qing remained unmoved by Shi Yan's inner thoughts. To be honest, the clothes in this room were not truly his. Shi Qian could handle them however he wished. Moreover, being sent to the attic was not a significant grievance. He was a guest in someone else's home, and if the host had some objections, it wasn't unreasonable. The attic was not an uninhabitable place. As for Shi Qian's petulance, Meng Qing reflected on the person who had been whining since yesterday after sustaining an injury. He indeed exhibited a degree of childishness. Did he dislike him? Not at all. Seeing Shi Qian lost in thought, Shi Yan pulled him in frustration. "Cousin, say something." Say what?" "Say you dislike Meng Qing, that you're deliberately excluding him. You can't stand him. Hence, you ruined his clothes and banished him to the attic." Shi Yan thought, but Shi Qian did not respond as he had hoped. Instead, Shi Qian awkwardly scratched his head, turning to Meng Qing with a hint of embarrassment. "I'm sorry. It turns out I was the one who ruined the clothes. It's all right. We're wealthy. I'll have the housekeeper buy you new ones." "Wait, is that the point? That's not the crux of the matter. The crux is that you said you disliked him, that you wanted to drive him away." Shi Yan felt his frustration mounting. "Aren't you supposed to be the catalyst? Why aren't you propelling the plot forward? I have made no progress at all." Hearing Shi Qian's words, Shi Yan felt his sanity slipping. He had painstakingly prepared himself, believing that perhaps the storyline had veered slightly off course, but the general direction remained unchanged. When he had arrived, The system had clearly informed him that he was the protagonist in this world, and that apart from him and Meng Qing, everyone else was merely peripheral. These were foolish, easily swayed characters lacking their own consciousness. With a gentle nudge or a small action from Shi Yan, events would unfold as the protagonist desired. Yet now, he felt as though he had encountered a wall. Shi Qian was not playing by the rules. Chapter 11. Level game account. Calm down, calm down. There must be a solution. Shi Yan reassured himself. Though the path may be winding, the future is undoubtedly bright. Since Shi Qian cannot be managed, surely Meng Qing can be swayed. After all, I am his destined moonlight and other half. Menga, are you alright? Although my cousin's actions were somewhat excessive and his intentions questionable, do not worry. Shi Yan stepped closer to Meng Qing, wishing to take his hand, but upon witnessing Meng Qing's icy demeanor, he immediately retracted the gesture. I will stand by your side, he said, adopting what he believed to be a warm and friendly tone. Meng Qing felt no stirrings within, even experiencing a hint of nausea. Although he recognized that the person before him, Shi Yan, was once his moonlight in a previous life, he could not reconcile with the notion of ever liking someone like him. He even found Shi Qian to be somewhat more endearing. Noticing Meng Qing's silence, Shi Qian assumed he was upset and turned to him with a sense of guilt. After all, his actions seemed inappropriate, excessively ostracizing. Are you angry with me? I'm not sure why I acted that way before. I'm truly sorry. Shi Qian was adaptable. And if he had indeed ruined the clothes, he recognized that it was an error on his part. Meng Qing, however, was not angry. From Shi Yan's thoughts, he gleaned an understanding of Shi Qian's character, realizing that his intentions were not malicious. I'm not angry. Those clothes are yours. You can deal with them as you wish. Upon hearing this, Shi Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shi Yan, witnessing the expected conflict failing to materialize and the two seemingly reconciling, felt his scalp tingle with frustration. Yet he could do nothing, as his relationship with Meng Qing had made no progress whatsoever. Shi Yan consoled himself, believing that there would be future opportunities. Time was still on his side. Shi Qian, finding the clothes unsuitable, descended to seek out the housekeeper, instructing them to replace the clothes in his wardrobe and to procure new ones for the guest room. The housekeeper, though puzzled by the sudden change in Shi Qian's preferences, complied with the orders, reasoning that young people often change their minds. Shi Qian also had the guest room tidied up before returning upstairs to find Meng Qing. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will instruct the housekeeper. Shi Qian was delighted to have a new friend. Having grown up ill, he had encountered few peers, and his only close companion was this distant cousin. Now that he had a new friend, his spirits soared. After dinner, Shi Qian began to feel drowsy. His frail health often left him easily fatigued. And he was accustomed to sleeping around 10 hours each night. I'm feeling a bit tired. I'd like to take a nap. The guest room has been prepared. So you should rest as well. I slept rather poorly last night, leaving you to lie on the sofa. Meng Qing considered mentioning that Shi Qian's sleeping habits were not poor. He had hardly moved at all throughout the night. He discerned a profound sincerity of apology in the young man's eyes, yet he ultimately said nothing. As it stands, his presence within the Shi family posed no peril. The most dangerous individual in his previous life had been Shi Qian, but now, Shi Qian's threat was nearly non-existent. Although physically fatigued, his mental state was markedly improved compared to before. Just moments ago, he felt drowsy enough to fall asleep instantly, yet now, lying down, slumber eluded him. With a resigned sigh, Shi Qian approached his desk, opened his computer, and intended to casually search for a film to watch. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his desktop. Initially mistaking it for an advertisement, he was about to close it when he noticed an icon among his files labeled Deep Sea Continent, a game that stirred an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. Curiously, he clicked on the game. The login interface appeared, and as he entered his username, he hesitated slightly while inputting his password, but a sequence of numbers, seemingly ingrained in his memory, surfaced in his mind. He typed the password instinctively and logged into the game. Account name, honorary user, level X, server ranking. 1. Shi Qian vaguely recalled this game, which he had downloaded out of boredom 2, or 3 years prior, during a 3-month hiatus from school due to illness, although Shi Yan lived with him. He could not abandon his studies, leaving Shi Qian mostly alone during that time. The game had been quite popular then, and after he stopped playing, he had not kept up with it. However, judging from the new interface and the displayed player count, it was evidently still thriving. His memories of the past were rather hazy. Many events felt as though they had transpired, yet he could not firmly distinguish them. Nonetheless, he could affirm that he had indeed played this game. Wow, am I seeing this correctly? The system indicates that the deity is online.
Wow, wow, wow.
Deity, I'm your fan. I've been waiting for you to log in. Is the deity starting to play again? This is terrifying. The records you maintained have yet to be surpassed. Upon logging in, the forum erupted in chaos. For anyone familiar with the game Deep Sea Continent could not have overlooked this name. This account had once been the fastest to achieve the pinnacle of Grand Slam accomplishments, the sole level 1 account in the entire server, having conquered all 5-star maps, nearly exhausting the game developers in the process. The developers, taken aback by the speed of completion, escalated the difficulty by releasing a nightmarishly challenging 6-star map, only to see it completed flawlessly as well. It should be noted that among the 12 5-star maps in the server, fewer than 10 players had managed to complete them all, and only one had achieved a perfect score. This was the only honorary account in the server. Chapter 12. The Great One makes a brief appearance. The ordinary users breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they might never conquer even a single 5-star map, rendering the game unplayable. It was unclear whether the Great One had grown weary or simply found the game's difficulty unchallenging, but after claiming all rewards from every map, he had disappeared entirely. Later, when a team feature was introduced, many seasoned players, having witnessed the Great One's astounding maneuvers, had hoped to request his assistance in forming a team, only to find that he had not logged in again. Nevertheless, the legends of his unparalleled predictive abilities and extraordinary speed in completing maps persisted. Today, however, a notification caught Shi Qian's eye as he glanced at his messages. His private messages had been inundated with friend requests, and overwhelmed, he chose to ignore them all. Compared to his previous experience, the game had added only 6 5-star maps in 3 years. Back then, the developers had released more than 6 maps in 3 months. The developers had conducted surveys and tests, anticipating a new 5-star map each month due to the high difficulty, as most players might take 6 months to complete even one. Little did they anticipate the disruption caused by a player like Shi Qian, who had accelerated the pace of new map releases. However, the 5-star maps had not significantly increased, while the lower-tier maps had proliferated, as the majority of players struggled to achieve 5-star status. Shi Qian bypassed the lower-tier zones and directly accessed the 5-star map interface. Deep Sea Continent was a holographic game that emphasized strategy and quick reflexes, currently boasting a total of 726 maps, including 18 5-star maps, 56 4-star maps, 108 3-star maps, 372 2-star maps, and 172 1-star maps. New players could grind for equipment and enhance their skills on lower-tier maps to prepare for the more challenging higher-tier maps. Each map featured varying quantities of monsters, with higher-star maps housing more formidable foes and presenting greater challenges. As players advanced in the game, they could opt to team up, with rewards allocated among participants. Shi Qian's in-game role was that of a swordsman, emphasizing attack and movement speed, demanding keen perception and dexterity from players. After stretching his wrists and donning his holographic helmet, Shi Qian disregarded the incessant notifications and the rapidly scrolling world messages on the forum, directly entering the map. Before each map commenced, a roughly 15-second interface displayed the weaknesses of the monsters, providing guidance. Different monsters required varied strategies. Failing to strike effectively at their weak points would render any amount of attack futile, merely exhausting one's stamina. The challenge of 5-star maps lay in the randomness and diversity of the monsters, with no prompts available at the start, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary player to memorize all their weaknesses. Moreover, the proportion of players able to tackle 5-star maps was minimal, without hints. The difficulty was exacerbated, and even within the same map, the higher-tier monsters did not consistently appear. Forgetting to recall the monsters' weaknesses made it even more challenging, which is why there were no extensively detailed guides online, as there were for lower-tier maps. Players had to rely on their own exploration within the game. Shi Qian devoted an entire afternoon to mastering all 6 newly released 5-star maps, finishing them with 0 health loss and achieving perfect scores. The forum erupted with system notifications. Congratulations to the player for completing 5-star map 13. Congratulations to the player for completing 5-star map 14. Congratulations to the player for completing 5-star map 15. Congratulations to the player for completing 5-star map 16. Congratulations to the player for completing 5-star map 17. Congratulations to the player for completing 5-star map 18. As soon as the notifications appeared, the forum exploded. What is happening? What has the deity accomplished? Is the system malfunctioning, or am I seeing things? Incredible. Completing 6 5-star maps at once. I've never witnessed anything like it. This is terrifying. What is going on here? Did they lower the difficulty of 5-star maps? Numerous new players, previously unfamiliar with him, flooded the forum with messages. Who is this? So impressive. Yes. This is the first time I've seen someone complete a 5-star map without losing health. Wow, so frightening. Me too. I can barely manage to get to 3 stars, and I rely on guides to scrape by. So impressive. Are you male or female? I really want to know the deity. Exactly. Our entire dormitory has sent private messages to the deity seeking to form a team, just for good luck, haha. But I think the deity is female. I remember once when she forgot to mute her voice during a map run. Her voice was lovely, though she sounded quite young. The forum buzzed with lively discussions, as Shi Qian's sudden appearance piqued the curiosity of all players in the game. Veteran players are well aware of Shi Qian's prowess. Thus, his recent feat of conquering 6 maps in one go is nothing out of the ordinary. After all, the realm of the gaming gods is not something mere mortals can fully comprehend. The screen is inundated with expressions of admiration and accolades. However, for the newcomers, witnessing such a grand spectacle for the first time is overwhelming. Typically, When a player completes a 5-star map, the forums erupt with excitement, but now, one individual has managed to triumph over 6 5-star maps simultaneously, causing the forums to explode in fervor. After finishing, Shi Qian removed his helmet and stretched his body. Having not played this game for quite some time, previously, his health had not been optimal, limiting his playtime to short sessions, resulting in days spent completing a single map. Although his physical condition was still lacking today, the control provided by the holographic helmet relied on his mental state, which has improved significantly over the past few years. Completing 6 maps in one sitting left him feeling somewhat fatigued. He remained oblivious to the discussions on the forums, as his primary motivation for gaming was relaxation. And he seldom paid attention to forum news. Feeling drowsy, Shi Qian climbed into bed without logging off his account. Just as he drifted into slumber, a new message popped up in his game inbox. God, would you be interested in joining our Island Whale Club? Chapter 13. Special Invitee. Amazing. When Shi Qian finally awoke, the sky had darkened, and a glance at his phone revealed it was nearly 6 o'clock. The curtains in his room were drawn tightly. He suffers from night blindness and often struggles to see in the dark. Normally, he would leave a light on while sleeping, but today, fatigue had caused him to forget. With a click, light flooded the room, and Shi Qian felt relieved. He was not accustomed to prolonged darkness, which often induced a sensation of suffocation. He couldn't recall why he had gone to the attic or why he had hidden in the cupboard. Perhaps the darkness inside had made it difficult for him to breathe, causing him to tumble out. Noticing his computer was still on, Shi Qian saw a flurry of game messages. As he prepared to close it, he inadvertently clicked on a conversation window. The message was from a friend, someone he had added during his time playing Deep Sea Continent. While immersed in the game, he had been oblivious to the speed at which he was completing levels. The forums had been rife with skepticism. Some accused him of cheating, others claimed he was an insider, and many asserted that he was monopolizing the game experience. Various unflattering remarks surfaced, demanding his withdrawal from the game and a public apology to all players. At that time, the game interface was different from today, with forums displayed prominently on the right side of the screen, making it impossible to ignore the barrage of messages. Shi Qian had been forced to read numerous critiques. Indifferent to their allegations, he viewed gaming as a simple pursuit. If one could play well, they should. If not, practice more. Engaging in verbal disputes was trivial and unproductive. Shi Qian found the criticisms amusing, considering how tedious it was for others to expend such energy instead of honing their skills. Yet, his indifference did not reflect the sentiments of others. Despite the multitude of skeptics, some rallied in his defense. They played so many rounds. Can't you keyboard warriors see for yourselves? If you can't play well, don't question others' skills. It reeks of jealousy. If you suspect cheating, present evidence instead of spreading baseless rumors. Didn't your mother teach you how to communicate? The critics on the forums were silenced, especially after the game's official announcement that Shi Qian had not engaged in any cheating nor was he an insider. Gradually, the skepticism dissipated. The account that had supported Shi Qian later sent him a friend request. Shi Qian appreciated this individual's willingness to spend time defending him against the naysayers. He accepted the friend request, marking it as the only connection he had made in the game. After they became friends, they hardly exchanged any words. And soon after Shi Qian completed all the maps, he ceased playing the game altogether. Looking at the recent message from his friend, he read, God, would you be interested in joining our Island Whale Club? You can choose any position as a main player. Although our club is newly established and lacks notoriety, I assure you, our members are exceptional players. Moreover, the club offers generous compensation, with an average annual salary reaching 7 figures. For someone like you, 8 figures is entirely feasible, though it seems you're not in need of money. After all, when Shi Qian achieved a grand slam, he had received a 5 million reward, and various clubs had been vying for talent over the years. If you're not keen on being a main player, you could serve as a special guest. There are no requirements for participation, offering considerable freedom, and the benefits rival those of top-tier main players. God, would you consider it? Having read the message, Shi Qian felt little inclination towards the club, but he had a favorable impression of his friend. If the role of a special guest allowed for more flexibility, that could be appealing. Although his friend had reached out with an invitation, he did not harbor high hopes regarding Shi Qian's potential interest. Their small club, despite having wealthy backers, was still in its infancy, and Shi Qian's talents seemed underutilized there. The invitation had been impulsive, spurred by the excitement of seeing Shi Qian online, and after sending the message, his friend realized how rash he had been. Why would a player of Shi Qian's caliber join an obscure club like Island Whale? Were he in Shi Qian's position, he would likely think the same. Although Island Whale offered attractive compensation, success in professional gaming hinges on skill. Failure to secure rankings in the upcoming competitions could lead to swift elimination. This year, he had only recently joined the club, and he found himself overwhelmed by excitement upon seeing Shi Qian online. Alright, but I can only participate as a special guest. My time is limited. He nearly lost his balance and fell from his chair. Shi Qian had agreed to be a special guest. On his screen, he noticed his soul friend flickering online and offline, the dialog box indicating multiple messages being typed, leaving him perplexed. Was the game experiencing such severe connectivity issues? Chapter 14. finding fault at the dinner table. Why aren't you angry? After a while, Shi Qian felt it was time to log off and head downstairs for dinner. Just then, a message arrived in the dialogue box. God, that's perfect. You can absolutely participate as a special guest. You could even be our coach. I'll inform our leader and we'll send you a contract. Please provide your address. Shi Qian edited his current address and sent it over. And under the fervent insistence of excitement, they exchanged phone numbers. Exiting the game, Shi Qian prepared to head downstairs for dinner. Although he didn't eat much, he found himself quickly feeling hungry. Meng Qing, who lived on the same floor, was called upon to join, as Shi Qian feared he might feel shy about coming down. When Meng Qing was first brought in from the countryside, he had felt somewhat anxious, but after experiencing prophetic dreams, he underwent a complete transformation. Initially, he found the notion absurd and unbelievable, having never subscribed to the supernatural, believing instead that dreams were merely a reflection of daily thoughts. However, the events in his dreams began to align with reality, forcing Meng Qing to reconsider and accept the validity of his prophetic visions. If everything from his previous life was indeed real, then the one he should most seek to confront and prepare against was none other than the third young master of the Shi family. Yet, strangely enough, he found himself unable to harbor any animosity toward him. In his mind, it seemed as though two souls were perpetually at odds. One urged him to detest Shi Qian, labeling him as the architect of his tragic existence, a villain steeped in malevolence who tormented and sought his demise. Conversely, another voice contended that everything within the realm of dreams was but an illusion, orchestrated for his perception, advising him to trust nothing. Meng Qing endeavored to calm himself. Resolutely choosing to disregard both voices, he placed his faith solely in that which he could see and feel. He had never subscribed to the notion of reincarnation, believing that life was singular and that the intricacies of past grievances were too convoluted for anyone to unravel. He rejected any predetermined fate, asserting that his destiny lay firmly in his own hands and he would not yield to anyone. Since the dream had portrayed Shi Qian as the greatest villain in his life, he resolved to observe for himself, to discern truth from falsehood through his own experiences. At the very least, from last night until now, Shi Qian had shown him nothing but kindness. He possessed his own eyes. He would see for himself. If the trajectory of the dream held any veracity, he could certainly strategize and plan for his future. Meng Qing could not afford to wait for the so-called recognition from the Meng family in the capital years down the line to set his life on course. In the dream, he had endured a life of suffering and vengeance, consumed by hatred, and if this was indeed a divine opportunity to live anew, he was determined not to squander it. Shi Qian had been knocking on the door for a considerable time, and just as he suspected Meng Qing might have fallen asleep, the guest room door swung open. "I thought you were asleep," Shi Qian remarked, preparing to leave a note for Meng Qing, reminding him to come downstairs for dinner. Upon seeing Meng Qing emerge, he placed the notepad on the nearby table, stretched lazily, and said, "Let us go. We should head downstairs to eat." When the two descended to the dining room, Shi Yan was already present. In recent days, Shi Jinghua had been away on business, and Madame Shi had gone traveling with her friends due to her less-than-ideal mood, leaving only a few of them at home. Since Shi Qian was quite particular about his food preferences, which changed daily, they typically prepared several dishes for dinner to ensure that this delicate young master would find something palatable. Upon seeing a lavish spread of dishes, Shi Qian expressed surprise, asking, "Uncle Lu, why have you prepared so much food?" After posing the question, he seemed to recall how he had indeed been quite finicky in the past. Shi Yan, hearing this, perked up, seizing the opportunity to elevate his own standing in front of Meng Qing. Without waiting for the butler to respond, he continued, "Indeed, cousin, you have always been a picky eater." He cast a glance at Meng Qing, seemingly attempting to convey a subtle message. Having spent the afternoon meticulously dressing in a well-tailored suit and applying a light touch of makeup, he was determined not to be outdone by Shi Qian, whom he considered a colorful simpleton. "Cousin Meng, you have no idea how difficult it has been to raise this cousin of mine. He is quite the delicate one. He cannot even bear to look at ginger, refuses to eat scallions or garlic. Though the latter can be used for seasoning, he must not taste it. He won't eat carrot slices but prefers them in sticks. He shuns broccoli and cauliflower, claiming to have a phobia of clustered forms. He won't eat fruits with seeds or skin, but will consume them if they're pitted and peeled. Oranges are acceptable. Mandarins, not so much. And he detests apples with a mealy texture. If he encounters food he dislikes, he resorts to cursing and kicking. Additionally, he is allergic to nuts, mangoes, and pomegranates. As for me, I can eat anything without issue." Shi Yan recited a litany of grievances, intent on illustrating that Shi Qian was a fussy and troublesome individual, in stark contrast to himself, who was easygoing and considerate. He recalled how Meng Qing had loathed pretentiousness in his previous life, particularly in someone like Shi Qian, who was overly critical and demanding. Having endured much hardship in his youth, he found wastefulness, particularly concerning food, utterly intolerable. After expounding his thoughts without interruption, he disdainfully glanced at Shi Qian while gazing at Meng Qing with a hint of affection, perhaps even throwing an alluring glance his way. He eagerly anticipated Meng Qing's acknowledgement. hoping to communicate through his gaze that they belonged to the same world and were ideally suited for one another. However, Meng Qing remained oblivious to Shi Yan's intentions, silently cataloging Shi Qian's preferences, though he could not discern the purpose behind this mental note. After listening to Shi Yan's remarks, Shi Qian nodded, recognizing that he indeed had an aversion to those specific foods. He felt a swell of emotion, touched by the fact that his cousin remembered his likes and dislikes. He often struggled to recall them himself. "Cousin, you're so thoughtful. You remember my preferences. You look quite handsome today as well." Shi Qian, unaware of the malice emanating from Shi Yan, perceived only his cousin's remarkable memory, which nearly caused Shi Yan to drop his chopsticks in frustration. Shi Qian regarded the table laden with dishes he could enjoy and, feeling quite famished, declared it was time to eat, commencing his leisurely meal. "Why isn't Shi Qian rising to defend himself? Why isn't he throwing down his bowl or chopsticks? Isn't he the one who despises being labeled a picky eater?" Previously, he had sulked all day after the butler merely mentioned it. What is happening now? And Meng Qing, why does he not react at all? Where is the disdain? The disgust? Isn't he the one who abhors such fastidiousness in a young master? Shouldn't he be furious? Shouldn't he be chastising him for wasting food and mistreating the servants? Observing the two unperturbed individuals, one joyfully eating and the other leisurely picking up his chopsticks, Shi Yan felt as though his earlier remarks had fallen on deaf ears. Cursing under his breath, he likened himself to a clown. Chapter 15. Allergic to pollen? The hero of beauty interrupted Meng Qing, attuned to Shi Yan's inner thoughts. Understood that he sought to sow discord. Would he truly have been incensed by such trivialities in his previous life? The more he comprehended, the better he could navigate the unfolding events. Meng Qing glanced at Shi Qian, who was savoring his meal. Though clearly hungry, he did not gorge himself, instead selecting morsels to place in his bowl, dividing them into small pieces before finally taking a hearty bite, his cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Quite endearing. Although Shi Qian was hungry and had a good appetite, he found himself satiated quickly due to having overindulged at breakfast. He picked up a bowl of soup and began sipping it slowly. Meng Qing, having spoiled his stomach in the countryside, could not eat much despite the sumptuous array of dishes before him. He too took to sipping soup from his bowl. Shi Yan, feeling full of indignation, likewise filled his bowl with soup. Once they had all eaten their fill, Shi Yan proposed a stroll in the back garden. While his earlier attempts at instigation had failed, he possessed ample information and opportunities. Suddenly, he recalled the large dog that Shi Qian kept in the backyard. He remembered that Meng Qing had been terrified of dogs as a child. The village dogs had been bullies, chasing and biting anyone in their path. And Meng Qing had often been pursued by those large canines. Shi Yan recalled a particular incident when Shi Qian, having learned of Meng Qing's fear of dogs, had tricked him into the doghouse in the backyard, locking the door from the outside, and leaving Meng Qing to endure a night with the dog. The next day, when Shi Yan went to rescue the hero, Meng Qing was covered in bites, clearly traumatized by the encounter. It was through such small acts that Shi Yan had managed to cultivate a closer relationship with the wary Meng Qing in his past life. As Shi Yan contemplated this, a self-satisfied smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. "Cousin, shall we take a stroll in the backyard? It would serve as a pleasant walk to aid digestion. Brother Meng has been at our home for quite some time now, and it's rare for us to have a rain-free day like today. It would be a perfect opportunity to show him around our backyard." Shi Qian, upon hearing this suggestion, found it agreeable as well, noting that Meng Qing had yet to explore much of his surroundings during his stay. Indeed, Meng Qing had been here long enough without a proper tour of the back area. Today, with the weather cooperating, they could meander over to the flower house. "I have cultivated numerous beautiful flowers. I shall send you a few pots later." Upon hearing Shi Qian's words, Shi Yan couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Heaven is on my side." Moreover, there was the matter of pollen. If his memory served him right, Meng Qing was allergic to pollen. In his previous life, Shi Qian had also taken Meng Qing to the flower house with the intention of flaunting his collection, seeking to belittle Meng Qing, the country bumpkin, by insinuating that he had never seen the precious flowers of the city. Little did he know, Meng Qing had begun to sneeze uncontrollably amidst the flowers, developing small red spots behind his ears and struggling to breathe. Shi Qian, as if reveling in some amusing spectacle, had shoved Meng Qing into a thicket of roses. The roses, with their thorny stems, had pierced through Meng Qing's thin coat and into his skin. Coupled with his severe pollen allergy, he had begun to cough and wheeze, nearly suffocating. Just as things were about to escalate, Shi Yan had arrived in the nick of time to escort Meng Qing to the hospital, thus averting a calamity. As a consequence of this near-tragic incident, Shi Qian had faced a scolding from Shi Jinghua and had been confined to his room for 3 days before being released. Shi Yan mused that, if he was not mistaken, Meng Qing was completely unaware of his pollen allergy at this moment. Otherwise, he would not have been so defenselessly led to the flower house by Shi Qian in his previous life. It seemed that today could unfold as a heroic rescue, and this thought filled Shi Yan with excitement. Upon hearing the mention of the flower house, Meng Qing felt an unsettling thought flash through his mind, although he did not let it show on his face. He vaguely recalled that he might have been allergic to pollen in his previous life and had even clashed with Shi Qian in the backyard. However, in order to ascertain the veracity of the plot and the degree to which it could be altered, Meng Qing resolved to say nothing and follow along. Unbeknownst to Shi Qian, who was preoccupied with discussing the flowers he had planted, which, in reality, had been selected and tended to by a dedicated gardener, he was eager to showcase them. Though Shi Qian had an affinity for flowers, his mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies made it difficult for him to engage in the laborious care required, as he detested getting his hands or clothes dirty. Thus, he would only instruct the servants to arrange the flowers in vases and bring them to his room. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of the flower house. Shi Qian eagerly pushed the door open and stepped inside, anxious to introduce Meng Qing to his floral collection. Upon entering, Meng Qing immediately felt discomfort, as if something were irritating his eyes and the area behind his ears, causing a slight itch. As he ventured further in, his discomfort intensified. What had begun as a mere tickle escalated to swelling behind his ears. His nose also began to itch, and breathing became labored. He halted, refusing to proceed any further. Shi Yan had chosen to walk ahead from the start, allowing him to feign ignorance regarding Meng Qing's allergy. When Meng Qing began to exhibit symptoms, he planned to step in at the opportune moment, ensuring a flawless rescue. He had already noticed that Meng Qing had fallen behind, oblivious to the fact that the sounds of footsteps had ceased behind them. Furthermore, he considered his cousin's whimsical nature. Perhaps he would, in a moment of mischief, push Meng Qing into the flowers, just as he had in the previous life. Thus, he quickened his pace, creating distance between them. Upon noticing Meng Qing squatting not far from the entrance, Shi Qian rushed over, concerned to see him looking unwell, clutching his chest. "What's wrong with you?" Shi Qian was unaware of the real situation, assuming Meng Qing had perhaps eaten something that disagreed with him. "Did you eat too much of a mixed dinner? Let's step outside. I'll fetch a doctor." Without overthinking it, Shi Qian helped Meng Qing to his feet and began to lead him outside. However, as he moved quickly, the distance between them grew, and he could not clearly hear what was being said behind him. But when he turned around to offer assistance, he was startled to find that the flower house was empty. Where is everyone? Chapter 16. A familiar face? Key characters? The butler, noticing Meng Qing's altered state, quickly summoned the servants to assist. Shi Qian, though frail, found it somewhat challenging to lift Meng Qing, despite his height. "Lu Xiu, hurry, call for a doctor." Shi Qian managed to help Meng Qing to a sofa, but he himself collapsed onto the seat, panting as he called for the butler. The butler, well versed in calling for doctors due to Shi Qian's long-standing health issues, promptly attended to the matter. By the time the servants helped Meng Qing to an upstairs guest room, the doctor had arrived in haste. Upon entering the room with the butler, the doctor approached Shi Qian, who was sitting on the sofa, and bent down to examine him. Seeing the doctor approach, Shi Qian hastily waved his hand, saying, "Not me, it's the one on the bed." The doctor paused for a moment before quickly understanding and moved toward the bed. After sitting for a while, Shi Qian's heartbeat finally stabilized, allowing him to rise and follow. He observed Meng Qing's slightly swollen eyes and the scratch marks behind his ears, inquiring, "Has he come into contact with anything recently?" Shi Qian promptly responded, "We just visited the flower house for a short while, and then he changed like this." The doctor nodded, stating, "It appears to be a pollen allergy." Thankfully, it was identified promptly. "The situation isn't severe. I'll prescribe some medication, and after a few days of proper rest, he should be fine." Hearing that it was a pollen allergy and not serious, Shi Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Qing had long suspected his allergy to pollen. Thus, he had intentionally maintained his distance in the flower house, merely seeking confirmation. The moment he saw who the doctor was, he knew he had made the right wager.
Indeed, it was him.
Shi Qian's designated physician, Dr. Liu, was named Lu Shifeng. Beyond his role as a doctor, he was also known as the rebellious eldest son of the Liu family from the capital, who had left home in a fit of anger after graduating, relocating to Yan City. However, in a place as distant from the capital as Yan City, few were aware of this. The Liu and Meng families shared a long-standing friendship, and thus, Lu Shifeng had met the head of the Meng family, Meng Tianqing. The reason he had been taken aback upon seeing Meng Qing was that Meng Qing bore a resemblance to Meng Tianqing. However, given Meng Qing's current allergic reaction and swollen face, Lu Shifeng was uncertain. If any member of the Meng family were present, they would undoubtedly recognize something. Unfortunately, as Yan City was quite far away, Lu Shifeng had limited contact with the Liu family, though he could still send a message when convenient. After writing out the prescription and providing Shi Qian with some precautions, Lu Shifeng glanced at the unconscious Meng Qing before departing. Shi Qian handed the prescription to the butler, instructing him to prepare the medication. Observing that Meng Qing had regained consciousness, he leaned down to examine Meng Qing's mildly swollen eyes, frowning slightly. He felt somewhat guilty and awkwardly explained, "I had no idea you were allergic to pollen. Had I known, I wouldn't have brought you to the flower house. And you wouldn't have had to endure this unnecessary suffering." Meng Qing looked at the boy who had been so eager to introduce the flower house just moments ago, now appearing dejected. His tone softened involuntarily, carrying a hint of consolation. "It's all right. I only just discovered my pollen allergy too. That doctor seemed quite young. I heard the butler mention his surname is Liu? Meng Qing inquired casually. Indeed, Dr. Liu, I am unsure of the exact name. But I recall that a few years ago, when my father sought his assistance, he had only recently graduated with his doctorate. Do not be deceived by his youthful appearance. His medical skills are remarkable, and he has significantly improved my health. Shi Qian, reflecting on her own frail condition, felt a twinge of embarrassment as she added. Although I seem lively now, my health was quite poor in the past. I would often faint. It is thanks to Dr. Liu that I am much better now. Rest assured, your current issues are minor, and Dr. Liu will certainly address them. Shi Qian sat beside Meng Qing's bed, conversing for quite some time, but upon noticing his fatigue, she encouraged him to rest and quietly closed the door behind her as she departed. Having lived in the Shi household for several years, she had never encountered Liu Shifeng. Meng Qing had grown accustomed to being bullied in his childhood. He once harbored hopes for the affection of adoptive parents or the companionship of a good friend. Yet, familial love and friendship seemed like an elusive moonbeam, forever out of reach. Initially, he yearned to forge friendships with peers, but they dismissed him as an unwanted misfit, reluctant to associate with him. Furthermore, Meng Qing's adoptive parents had a poor reputation in the village, prompting the parents of other children to caution their offspring against mingling with him, fearing they might be led astray. As a result, he found himself friendless, often subjected to group bullying. He had attempted to fight back, but retaliation only led to further trouble. Those bullies would report him to their parents, who, in turn, would relay the complaints to his adoptive parents. Indifferent to his plight, his adoptive parents would assume he was the troublemaker and deliver harsh punishment without inquiry. Frustrated by such occurrences, Meng Qing ceased to resist the bullies. Originally eager to witness his humiliation, soon lost interest as he remained unresponsive. Gradually, they opted to isolate him instead. Thus, when he finally perceived genuine concern from his peers, it left him somewhat bewildered. Chapter 17. Sleep with me in recent days. Due to Meng Qing's discomfort and the onset of rain, Shi Qian had become lethargic, rarely venturing outside. Shi Yan, having lost his status as the favored hero, felt increasingly irritable when he observed Shi Qian. This so-called tool, whom he had believed to be his greatest ally, had unexpectedly become his most significant hindrance. He had entered this world long ago, and upon moving into the Shi household, he was no longer the original Shi Yan. The system had only divulged the plot to him before vanishing without a trace, leaving him unable to summon it back. Initially, he had thought that as a unique character in this narrative, being the protagonist would grant him some advantage, but after years of effort, he had failed to uncover any such advantage. However, he remained undeterred. In his previous existence, he had been a person of no consequence. Now, as the protagonist in this world with knowledge of the entire storyline, he held a strategic advantage. Shi Yan yearned to relish the feeling of superiority, dreaming of becoming the true young master of the Shi family, yet he was not. After moving into the Shi household, jealousy consumed him. Why should this frail scapegoat enjoy such good fortune? Born into privilege while he himself had emerged from humble beginnings. Driven mad by jealousy, he became increasingly twisted in character. He longed to strip this frail young master of everything, family, wealth. He desired it all. Yet this proved challenging, and he resorted to various schemes to ensnare the scapegoat, wishing to make his life difficult, even knowing that his fate was merely to be a pawn. He endeavored to ingratiate himself with Shi Qian, catering to his every whim, occasionally instigating trouble, all in the hopes of transforming him into a spoiled, capricious young master. Meanwhile, he feigned obedience and understanding to win the affection of the adults. To outsiders, it appeared that he and Shi Qian were of similar age. However, one was arrogant and overbearing, while the other was empathetic and considerate. Although Shi Yan was not a biological son, he was the exemplary child that any adult would cherish, obedient, understanding, and academically accomplished. Yet, Shi Yan was not satisfied. Fundamentally, he was still a guest in another's home, a distant relative of the Shi family, merely Shi Qian's cousin. In truth, he was well aware that he had no real connection to the Shi family. His mother had merely befriended Madame Shi by chance. Residing in the Shi villa was simply a temporary arrangement for companionship for Madame Shi's sickly son. Although Mr. and Mrs. Shi treated him kindly, and Shi Dego was also good to him, they were not his true family. He remained separated by an insurmountable barrier. Shi Yan had never intended to harm Shi Qian, the scapegoat. After all, he had previously served as an effective tool for establishing his own persona. However, now that Shi Qian obstructed his relationship with Meng Qing, he could no longer tolerate it. Meng Qing was his future support, and he could not afford to relinquish that advantage. Since Shi Qian impeded his path, he resolved to eliminate him, rendering him utterly useless. As Shi Yan sat in his room, contemplating his next move, Shi Qian busied herself beside Meng Qing. Feeling responsible for Meng Qing's allergies, she had taken it upon herself to care for him meticulously in recent days, ensuring he would lie down whenever possible, sit only when necessary, and stand not at all. She had relocated him to her own room under the pretense of convenience for caregiving. Initially, Meng Qing was reluctant, as he disliked close contact with others, particularly sharing a bed. Yet, he could not withstand Shi Qian's incessant murmurs, accusing him of looking down on her by not joining her. She questioned whether he was still angry with her, or what would happen if he suddenly struggled to breathe in the night. Meng Qing had never encountered anyone so loquacious. He found Shi Qian reminiscent of a stray cat he had once seen in his village during his childhood. Late at night, when his gambling adoptive parents would stay out, a little orange cat would slip through the drafty window, leap onto the dining table, bounce onto a chair, and finally land gracefully on the floor, akin to a gymnast nailing a perfect landing. In his adoptive parents' home, Meng Qing had never had the chance to sleep on a bed, enduring the harsh winter months on a thin mat on the floor. The cat, upon reaching the floor, approached him with a typical feline grace, stopping before him. Meng Qing, assuming the cat was hungry, rose to retrieve his patched backpack from the corner, extracting a plastic bag containing a steamed bun. Due to the cold weather, the bun had hardened slightly, so he tore it in half, breaking it into small pieces and placing them before the little cat. His adoptive parents never provided him with money, and they were seldom present, leaving the household devoid of food. At school, only lunch was provided, and he had initially thought one meal a day would suffice. However, as hunger gnawed at him, he began to save a bun from lunch, nibbling on it to stave off hunger pangs, ensuring he would not suffer from stomach pain. The bun he offered was one he had saved from midday, and although he was quite hungry that evening, he resisted the urge to eat, preserving it for the morning to avoid feeling faint in class and missing out on lessons. The little cat approached the torn bun, sniffing it before beginning to nibble. Meng Qing observed the little kitten, emaciated and pitiful, much like himself. He had experienced the pangs of hunger and understood how distressing it could be. After finishing its meal, the kitten stretched contentedly and then circled around Meng Qing, mewing as if to express its gratitude. Later, as Meng Qing settled down to sleep, the kitten quietly nestled beside him, curling up into a ball. When he awoke, the kitten had vanished, only to reappear at night, disappearing again by day. Throughout his life, Meng Qing had received scant kindness. Thus, when he longed for companionship, the arrival of a small cat was a significant event for him. At that moment, watching Shi Qian chatter incessantly beside him, he was reminded of the kitten that had meowed beside him after its meal. Meng Qing could not deny that he found it impossible to dislike the person before him. Chapter 18. The scene at the door. Shi Qian lounged at the edge of Meng Qing's bed, extolling the benefits of sharing a sleeping arrangement with him. He mentioned his room's small kitchen, where Meng Qing could prepare a meal if he felt hungry. He remarked on the comfort of the room's heating, despite the entire floor having the same system. He claimed he was a light sleeper, assuring that if Meng Qing encountered any difficulties in the night, he would be able to respond immediately, though he himself slept soundly. In the past, Meng Qing would have firmly rejected such a proposition and unceremoniously expelled the intruder. Yet, faced with Shi Qian's delicate demeanor, it felt almost sinful to raise his voice. Those beautiful, large eyes gazed at him with a pitiful expression, as if to say that if Meng Qing did not acquiesce, he would burst into tears. One might think he had committed some wrongdoing against him. With a sigh, Meng Qing ultimately conceded to Shi Qian's request. Shi Qian was elated, quickly rising to open the wardrobe in the room. By the way, what clothes do you usually wear? Let us gather them together for convenience. Meng Qing, indifferent to attire, replied casually, and Shi Qian retrieved 2 sets of pajamas for him. However, your room is so close to mine, it suffices to grab just the pajamas. You can come over when you need to change. Just as he opened the door, he spotted Shi Yan, who was about to knock. Shi Yan entered, holding a platter of fruit and a bottle of milk, adjusting his expression. Today, he had dressed up as well. He wore a silk pajama he believed would enhance his elegance and had applied a delicate eye makeup to appear vulnerable. Though he had missed the opportunity concerning the pollen allergy, it seemed fortuitous that Shi Qian had caused it. Meng Qing was likely upset, and if he could seize this moment to comfort him, given Meng Qing's tragic childhood filled with a lack of companionship, he believed he could easily win his heart. The tragic protagonist's gentle lover, a long-awaited redemption. From that moment on, he would be the only light in Meng Qing's life. Your past was devoid of me, but your future shall forever include me. Perfect, utterly perfect. The more Shi Yan pondered, the more confident he became. He had prepared a fruit platter and warmed the milk downstairs. Now, he ascended, ready to offer solace to the ailing protagonist. While practicing a flawless smile at the door, it swung open unexpectedly. Shi Yan's perfected grin faltered. What? Shi Qian is here too? He was taken aback to find Shi Qian who, upon noticing the fruit and milk in Shi Yan's hands, deduced that he was also there to visit the sick. Perfect timing, cousin. Please take the fruit and milk to my room. Meng Qing is sleeping with me tonight. Shi Yan maintained a stiff smile, casting a seemingly innocent gaze at Meng Qing. However, upon hearing Shi Qian's declaration, his smile faltered, wavering between amusement and incredulity. Why would Meng De sleep with you? Are you planning to disturb him? Don't we have enough servants at home to care for you? You cannot be so unreasonable. Meng De is unwell. He needs proper rest. How can you do this? I know you don't like him, and neither does Aunt, but Meng De is merely an innocent person. Meng De, do not be afraid. I will stand right here. No one can take you away. Struggling with the burden of his offerings, Shi Yan intended to pull Meng Qing from behind Shi Qian but quickly realized the difficulty of the maneuver. Instead, he nudged Shi Qian aside with his hip. Inching closer to Meng Qing, Shi Qian was puzzled. Why had his cousin become so peculiar since Meng Qing's arrival? He often uttered strange remarks, making Shi Qian feel like a sadistic tormentor. After all, entering an unfamiliar place could evoke fear and insecurity. Cousin, don't worry. I will take good care of Meng Qing. You lived with me when you first arrived, remember? I see Meng Qing is allergic, and I fear he might need help in the night. After all, my room is spacious. We can squeeze together without issue. Would you like to join us? 3 of us would have company. Shi Qian contemplated, knowing his bed was ample enough for 3 grown men to fit comfortably. He extended the invitation to Shi Yan. Shi Yan glared at Shi Qian, internally exasperated. How could he create opportunities for solitude with the protagonist? How could he express his affections? How could he offer comfort in the dark? How could he encourage love? How could he provide a gentle embrace? How could he prompt Meng Qing to recount his tragic past and reveal his heart? With Shi Qian, such a glaring obstacle between him and Meng Qing, how could he hope to cultivate a relationship? What was supposed to be the perfect opportunity was now thwarted by Shi Qian's unwelcome interference. Shi Yan's teeth ground in frustration, contemplating that perhaps Meng Qing would not wish to share a room with Shi Qian, so he gently asked, Meng De, would you prefer to sleep with my cousin? If you don't like the idea, you can refuse. I am here, and my cousin listens to me. You need only express your reluctance. Meng Qing had not focused on Shi Yan throughout the exchange. He had been distracted, fixated on a tuft of hair on Shi Qian's head that curled adorably, resembling a small ponytail. I am willing. Meng Qing's voice was low and magnetic, falling into the category of tones that could evoke deep feelings. Shi Yan was taken aback. What was the protagonist thinking? Why was he suddenly so close to this minor character? As Shi Yan began to respond, contemplating reluctantly sharing the bed, Meng Qing took the milk and fruit platter from Shi Yan's hands. 3 of us seem too cramped. I'm not accustomed to it. After speaking, he exited with Shi Qian, leaving Shi Yan momentarily petrified. If he were kindling, he would have ignited. He had been rejected? What had happened to the promised romance? What had become of the anticipated redemption? Chapter 19. Such care though it was said that Shi Qian would take good care of the ailing. In reality, he had never cared for anyone before. He had lived a life of luxury, having encountered few people and with no friends. Being the youngest child in the family meant there was no one who needed his care. However, now that he had boasted about looking after Meng Qing, he resolved to take it seriously. He regarded Meng Qing as a new companion, as his only friend had been Shi Yan. Yet, Shi Yan had recently been acting strangely, retreating to his room, lost in thought. With no other options, he turned to Meng Qing. In truth, Shi Qian felt a tinge of loneliness. He had never recognized it before, always plagued by illness and a muddled mind. His daily routine consisted solely of taking medication, over and over again. During his time at school, Shi Qian felt quite disheartened, for he struggled to make friends. His classmates regarded him as a bumpkin, claiming he was unwell and refusing to play with him. The truth was he did have health issues. Consequently, his attempts at friendship ceased. One could say that Shi Qian's ability to navigate social interactions was virtually non-existent. Now, however, a rare opportunity had presented itself, igniting within him a fervor for companionship. You should take a shower first. Afterward, we can enjoy some fruit, he declared, picking up a clean set of pajamas, disregarding Meng Qingyuan's willingness, and gently ushering him into the bathroom. Once the door clicked shut, Shi Qian leaned against it, listening to the sound of the shower, and heaved a sigh of relief. What does it mean to care for someone who is unwell? The answers were varied and abundant, and Shi Qian meticulously perused several suggestions, quietly noting them in his memo. As Meng Qing stepped out of the bathroom, he was greeted by Shi Qian's gentle gaze. How was it? Was the water temperature to your liking? Did it feel comfortable? Did it remind you of home? This was the first lesson he had absorbed, unwavering support and attentive care. The advice indicated that those who are ill tend to be emotionally fragile and easily irritable. Thus, they require ample love and warmth to feel at home. Meng Qing was uncertain of Shi Qian's intentions. Having spent several days together, he understood that Shi Qian's thought process was somewhat unconventional. Yet, how could showering evoke a sense of home? He pondered over his own childhood home in the village, where bathing was a matter of drawing well water outside, lacking even a proper showerhead. Yes, there had been one, but it had been broken for quite some time. His foster parents were rarely home. Indifferent to the broken state of things, as long as it sufficed, it was deemed acceptable. Bathing at Shi Qian's was far more convenient and comfortable than at home, devoid of the distressing atmosphere he was accustomed to. Shi Qian felt a twinge of disappointment, his smile dimming slightly, yet he quickly rallied, stating, "It's all right. We must remain optimistic. As long as we keep a positive outlook, we shall overcome any illness." He clenched his tiny fists in encouragement. A second lesson learned. the importance of uplifting words to help the ailing maintain an optimistic disposition. Meng Qing was left in a fog. Although severe allergies could indeed be life-threatening, he felt he was not at that critical juncture. Noticing Meng Qing's lack of response, Shi Qian remained undeterred, recalling a third lesson, providing basic care for the ill, including assistance with dressing and bathroom needs. Spotting that Meng Qing had finished showering and was dressed, he hesitated to remove his clothes and redress him. Thus, he inquired, "Do you need to use the restroom now?" Feeling somewhat disheartened, Shi Qian recognized that bathroom needs were beyond one's control. Meng Qing was not in urgent need at the moment, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Don't lose heart. Shi Qian surveyed Meng Qing again, noticing that his hair was still damp. Drying your hair.
I can help with that.
With renewed enthusiasm, he dashed to the bathroom to retrieve a hairdryer. Beaming with excitement, he approached Meng Qing. "Let me dry your hair." Meng Qing, unfamiliar with such a luxury, had grown accustomed to letting his hair air dry at his foster parents' home, where a hairdryer was non-existent. Even in the cold winter months, he had learned to endure the discomfort of wet hair. Seeing Shi Qian's joyful demeanor, he chose not to refuse and allowed Shi Qian to guide him to the sofa. It was Shi Qian's first experience drying someone else's hair, a mix of nervousness and anticipation swirling within him. Meng Qing's hair was short, straight, and coarse, in stark contrast to his own soft, wavy locks. Honestly, it was not easy to dry. Shi Qian had typically relied on others to assist him with his own hair as well. Meng Qing felt a warmth emanating from his scalp under Shi Qian's care. It was almost as if it were on fire, and he could even smell the faint scent of singed hair. Shi Qian's gentle hands caressed his scalp, a soothing sensation, though occasionally tugging at his hair caused a jarring discomfort. Not wishing to dampen Shi Qian's spirits, yet equally concerned about premature hair loss, Meng Qing decisively reached out and took the hairdryer from Shi Qian's hands. "I'll do it myself. It's not that you're doing it poorly. I'm just worried your arm might tire." Shi Qian, acknowledging his own fatigue, did not protest further. While Meng Qing dried his hair, he discreetly retreated behind the sofa to review his notes on caring for the sick. The fourth lesson stated, one must prepare nutritious food for the ailing. Spotting the fruits and milk on the coffee table, he thought, how fortuitous. He maneuvered around the sofa, picked up the fruit, and settled beside Meng Qing. Skewering a piece of apple with a toothpick, he offered it to Meng Qing's lips. Shi Qian's swift action left Meng Qing little time to refuse. The apple was already in his mouth. "Is it tasty?" Shi Qian inquired, his expression filled with anticipation. Meng Qing felt a hint of exasperation. It appeared as though this young boy was indulging in some sort of role-playing. After finishing the hair drying, Meng Qing took the fruit platter from Shi Qian. "I can manage." "Of course," Shi Qian replied, sitting obediently beside him. Initially, Meng Qing intended to nibble on just a few pieces, as he had been quite hungry for an extended period, leaving his stomach sensitive to cold foods. However, Shi Qian's wide, innocent eyes remained fixed on him, his long lashes casting delicate shadows on his cheeks. With each bite Meng Qing took, Shi Qian mirrored his actions, as though coaxing a child. Meng Qing had never received such attentive care before. It felt delightfully novel. "Would you like to share?" he asked, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he pushed the fruit closer to Shi Qian. "You should eat. Your eating is akin to my own," Shi Qian insisted, and Meng Qing's heart raced at the sentiment. Inadvertently, he finished an entire platter of fruit, and upon noticing, Shi Qian eagerly handed him a glass of milk. "You must drink this too." Despite feeling quite full, Meng Qing could not bring himself to refuse Shi Qian's earnest offer and forced himself to finish the milk. Shi Qian's satisfaction upon seeing Meng Qing complete both the fruit and milk was palpable. He felt he had aced his caregiving duties. Meng Qing, unable to withstand Shi Qian's unwavering gaze, shifted his focus. "It's getting late. Perhaps you should take a shower now?" Reluctantly, Shi Qian rose, wishing to gaze a moment longer at the results of his efforts in caring for Meng Qing. However, there were still tasks to accomplish. After his shower, they could continue. He promptly made his way to the bathroom, humming a cheerful tune. Once the bathroom door clicked shut, Meng Qing released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He hastily stood and stepped out onto the balcony for some fresh air. "Curse it, I feel so stuffed." He endeavored to straighten himself, allowing the cool breeze to wash over him, hoping to accelerate his digestion. He was perplexed by his own willingness to agree to sleep beside Shi Qian, a departure from his ingrained habits and the subconscious messages from his dreams that had taught him to shun close proximity to others. In his previous life, Shi Qian's machinations had left him with a profound mistrust of men. He had never had an affinity for them. Ultimately, he had formed a relationship with a supposed white moonlight as a form of compensation. Yet, faced with Shi Qian now, he found himself unable to utter a single word of refusal. Even aware of Shi Qian's past manipulations in his dreams, he could not bring himself to utter any harsh words when confronted with those sincere eyes. Thus, he resolved to maintain a distance from Shi Qian in the days to come. Shi Qian emerged from the bathroom, his damp hair framing his face. Clad in a loose-fitting sleep shirt that revealed a glimpse of his collarbone, he looked splendid, Meng Qing thought, battling the urge to maintain distance as he spoke. "Let me dry your hair." Initially intending to wait for Shi Qian's refusal, I was taken aback when he readily agreed. I loathed blow-drying my hair. It is such a hassle. Why can't hair dry itself after washing? As I lamented, I sank into the sofa, resting my head on its arm while picking up my phone to play. Shi Qian's hair was soft, slightly wavy even when wet. Meng Qing gently cradled his hair, cautious not to hurt Shi Qian. His hair was abundant, and once dried, it fluffed up, reminiscent of the stalls I had seen near the village school selling treats. Shi Qian's hair, once dried, appeared as if it had been tousled by the wind, luxuriously soft. Though I had never tasted those treats myself, I had observed my classmates enjoying them, and they seemed delectable. Yearning to experience that flavor, I leaned down and inhaled the scent of Shi Qian's dried locks. The moment I realized my actions, I froze in disbelief. How could I have done such a thing? I instinctively stepped back, berating myself for my impulsiveness. All done, I feigned a cough before speaking. Shi Qian, engrossed in his mobile game, was oblivious to my earlier act. Only when I declared it finished did he rise. Retrieving the allergy medication from the table, meticulously measuring it according to the instructions, and pouring it onto the cap. Remember to take your medicine. Afterward, we shall sleep. Yawning, Shi Qian admitted he was somewhat fatigued. After all, he had been living as a low-battery player for many years, and it was now past his automatic shutdown time. As he prepared for bed, he suddenly remembered an important rule regarding patient care that he had yet to fulfill. Assuming Shi Qian was merely passing by, I moved aside, only to find myself unexpectedly enveloped in his warm embrace. Sick individuals require a comforting hug, Shi Qian murmured softly in my arms. I could not decipher his words, but I felt my heart race uncontrollably. The warmth enveloping me stirred unfamiliar feelings. I had never embraced anyone in such a manner before. This was a first, yet I found no aversion to it. Sleep well, he yawned, nimbly climbing into bed, cocooning himself in the covers, and settling into a comfortable position, drifting into slumber. I remained rooted in place, bewildered by Shi Qian's actions. Why had he embraced me? Why had he dried my hair, or offered me fruit? Why was he so kind to me? Could it be that Shi Qian harbored feelings for me? This could explain his kindness, his concern for my allergies, his worries about my well-being, and his attentiveness to my needs. Was it possible that the Shi Qian of my dreams had treated me that way out of love, perhaps transforming affection into resentment? My memories of those dreams had grown increasingly hazy with time. Now only vague impressions remained. In those dreams, Shi Qian often put me in difficult positions. I was beginning to piece together the puzzle. Perhaps he was simply a child unsure of how to express affection, attempting to capture my attention through various means. I vaguely recalled hearing that when a boy likes a girl, he might tease her, tugging at her braids, poking her back, or kicking her chair. I found such behavior immature. If one truly likes someone, they should pursue them sincerely, rather than resorting to teasing. Yet children often lack an understanding of love, expressing it in such ways, as if to say, my feelings for you are unique, which equates to love. I had never understood this before, but seeing Shi Qian now, I felt a flicker of realization. Might this be his way of expressing affection? Shi Qian liked me? Yet how could this be? Although I was aware that in my dreams I eventually ended up with the so-called white moonlight, I did not feel an attraction towards boys. I felt no impulse towards anyone, neither males nor females. I could not possibly like Shi Qian. I silently resolved to maintain my distance from him starting tomorrow. Chapter 21. Unattainable love. After a lengthy inner struggle, I made my way to the bedroom, where a bedside lamp emitted a warm, golden glow, enveloping the room in an indescribable coziness. For a fleeting moment, I was transported back to the life I had yearned for as a child. In my youth, I was unaware that I was not biologically related to my parents, and like many children, I craved their attention and affection. At the age of 4, when my adoptive mother fell ill and lay feverish in bed while my adoptive father disappeared on a gambling spree, I found myself going door to door, seeking fever-reducing medicine from neighbors. However, my adoptive parents had a poor reputation in the village. Everyone sought to avoid them. In the past, villagers had occasionally lent us oil, rice, or small tools, but they quickly grew weary of our family's constant borrowing. They would offer kind words when lending but would often delay returning what was borrowed until they were reminded. Not that they lacked those items, but they would feign forgetfulness and blame others for being stingy. They would express their frustration when pressed to return what was lent. As a result, my adoptive parents garnered animosity in the village. No family wished to associate with them, fearing the foul reputation would taint their own. As I knocked on door after door, upon learning I was the child of that couple, people promptly shut their doors, ignoring my pleas. I watched my adoptive mother suffering in bed. Though she had not treated me kindly, she was my only family at that time. I held on to hope that our relationship might improve. Perhaps her anger was merely a reflection of her own bad mood. Seeing the bed my adoptive mother lay on, I resolved that if the villagers would not lend me medicine, I could purchase some from the clinic at the village entrance. Lacking money, I noticed a 10-yuan note on the table. Cautiously, I tiptoed to retrieve it and dashed towards the clinic. Fortunately, it had not yet closed. Upon entering, I encountered an elderly doctor. Stammering, I managed to express my request for fever-reducing medicine. The old doctor, unfamiliar with me, assumed I was sent by someone from my family and inquired if I had come to buy fever medicine. I nodded vigorously, and the doctor, leaning on his cane, shakily moved behind the counter to retrieve a few pills for me. Money, I offered, clutching the note tightly in my hand. The doctor, seeing the poor state of my attire and the holes in my shoes, likely felt pity for me. These few pills won't cost much. Consider it a good deed, he thought. You little spendthrift. Where have you been all night? Can't you see your mother is sick? Your mother's illness is all because of you. Since you came into this family, nothing good has happened. If it weren't for raising you, would we have to endure this hardship? What a stroke of bad luck. I haven't won a single game tonight, he grumbled, glancing at my mother, who still lay feverish, groaning softly. I raised my hand, cradling the medicine in my palm, and whispered, Dad, the medicine. The inebriated adoptive father cast a bleary-eyed glance at Meng Qing's palm, noticing that the other hand clutched money. He seized it in a fit of rage, exclaiming, Have you taken to stealing now? What a wretched little creature you are, repaying my kindness this way. You earn nothing and merely consume, unable even to tend to a patient, and now resorting to theft. Watch as I strike you down for this. You dare to take my money. I always knew there were too many children around. You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. Which is why you were abandoned in this desolate place. It would have been better to sell you, for some coin. Before Meng Qing could utter a word, the adoptive father, fueled by rage, swung a spatula at him. When that failed, he grabbed a piece of rope from by the door and lashed out at Meng Qing, who, still a child, could not defend himself and collapsed to the ground, barely conscious. The following morning, when he awoke, the adoptive mother, without discernment, berated him upon hearing of the theft. Meng Qing softly explained that he had taken the money to buy medicine at the village entrance. The adoptive mother, frowning, shouted, Nonsense about medicine. I don't need it. A good night's sleep is all I require. You only wish to steal money, you wretched, ungrateful wretch. Having missed dinner the previous night and exhausted from a restless night spent seeking medicine, coupled with the beating from his adoptive father, he had little strength left and fainted again. When he next regained consciousness, darkness had fallen, and the house was empty. His adoptive mother, feeling better, had gone gambling with his adoptive father. Through this ordeal, Meng Qing came to realize that he was not their biological child, which illuminated the reason for their perpetual disdain towards him. From that moment onward, he relinquished any hope of receiving their affection. Occasionally, when passing by the home of a child his age, he would catch sight of the warm, glowing light within, evoking a deep envy within him. His own home often felt deserted, shrouded in darkness, with a broken lamp long since extinguished. As he grew older, many memories faded, leaving only the lingering image of that dim lamp. A corner of his heart seemed to flicker with a faint light of its own. Chapter 22. The return of Madame Shi. When Shi Qian awoke, he found himself alone. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was only 7 o'clock. Rubbing his eyes, he shuffled outside and spotted Meng Qing busy in the small kitchen. Good morning. Why are you up so early?
Shi Qian yawned,
making his way to the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of milk. I've had enough sleep and decided to get up, Meng Qing replied. He had not slept much the previous night, his mind racing, and ultimately chose to rise early. He was preparing congee, recalling that Shi Qian enjoyed it, hoping to have it ready for breakfast. Noticing Shi Qian about to open the cold milk, Meng Qing hurriedly stepped forward and snatched it from his hands. You shouldn't drink cold milk just after waking. It's bad for your stomach. Go wash up first. Breakfast will be ready soon. Shi Qian, unfazed by the loss of the milk, simply turned back to the refrigerator and retrieved another. Meng Qing took that bottle as well, gently nudging Shi Qian out of the kitchen, insisting, Please wash up first and clear your head. Shi Qian, realizing he could not have his cold milk, pouted, his disheveled hair and crooked pajamas giving him an adorably fierce appearance. Despite his scowl, Meng Qing found it hard to see him as anything but a cute, fluffed-up kitten. With a resigned sigh, Meng Qing softened his tone. How about I heat it up for you first? Shi Qian, recognizing Meng Qing's firm resolve, turned toward the bathroom. Meng Qing, watching him depart, silently chastised himself. Just yesterday, he had resolved to distance himself from Shi Qian, yet here he was, eager to prepare breakfast for him. Whether Shi Qian drank cold milk or whether it upset his stomach was ultimately not his concern. Why did he feel compelled to meddle so? Meng Qing sighed, berating himself for being so weak-willed. Why did he always feel the urge to care for Shi Qian? Unaware of Meng Qing's inner turmoil, Shi Qian finished washing up and felt more alert, though still fatigued. The doctor had mentioned that his body was weak, leading to fatigue. By the time Meng Qing had prepared a simple breakfast of plain congee paired with a few fried eggs, he set the table and beckoned Shi Qian to join him. Shi Qian obediently sat down, taking a large sip of the warmed milk before saying, Meng Qing, we don't have to make breakfast. We can just eat downstairs. The auntie prepares it well. Meng Qing felt embarrassed to admit that the lavish breakfasts at Shi's home were too much for his stomach, often leaving him uncomfortable afterward. He preferred the lightness of congee, and thankfully, Shi Qian had a small kitchen in his room. Otherwise, He would have felt awkward intruding on the family that seemed to harbor little affection for him. No worries, I enjoy these. If you prefer, you can eat downstairs.
Just let me use the kitchen for a while.
Shi Qian, after a few spoonfuls of congee, replied slowly, there's no issue with me. Everything is quite similar. The congee Meng Qing prepared suited Shi Qian's palate perfectly, smooth and delightful, leading him to unconsciously consume 2 bowls. Shi Qian had few thoughts about his mother. He vaguely remembered her kindness during his childhood, but at some point, it seemed her affection had shifted towards his cousin, Shi Yan. Nonetheless, Shi Qian held no resentment. As he admired Shi Yan for his academic prowess, gentle nature, and myriad talents, qualities that made him excel in everything, unlike himself, who often faltered midway through endeavors. Though Shi Yan was only a year older, he had delayed his schooling to accompany Shi Qian, so they were now both in their final year of high school. Due to health issues, Shi Qian frequently took time off, and after the term began, he fell ill again, prompting his mother to permit him to stay home. In childhood, Shi Yan would often take time off to be with Shi Qian, as his primary role was to keep him company. However, as they grew older, Shi Yan's academic success soared, and being well-behaved, his mother could not bear to hinder his progress. Thus, it became common for Shi Qian to remain at home while Shi Yan attended school normally, spending time with his cousin after classes and on weekends. Shi Yan brought much pride to the Shi family, consistently ranking among the top 10 in his class and showcasing his talents in various activities, earning the affection of teachers and peers alike. Most importantly, Shi Yan possessed an artistic flair, born into a family steeped in the arts. His mother had exposed him to numerous instruments from a young age, particularly excelling at the violin, and at a tender age, he became the principal violinist at the Yen City Conservatory of Music. Madame Shi had 3 children. Her eldest son pursued business with his husband and lacked any artistic talent. She longed for a child who could inherit her gifts, placing all her hopes on her youngest son. When she conceived Shi Qian, her health was precarious, yet she persevered to keep him. Though Shi Qian was born prematurely and often fell ill, she believed that with proper care, he would flourish, and she could gradually impart her knowledge to him. However, the youngest son was perpetually ill, which initially caused great concern for Madame Shi. Yet, as time passed and the doctors found no discernible issues, she began to suspect that her son was merely avoiding his studies, using his illness as an excuse. Fortunately, there was Shi Yan, who was exceptionally bright and gifted, grasping concepts with remarkable ease. Consequently, Madame Shi gradually shifted her focus to this child. Over the following years, she lavished affection on Shi Yan as if he were her own son, gradually neglecting her biological child. Madame Shi instructed the servants to bring the gifts from the car into the living room, warmly taking Shi Yan's hand and leading him to the sofa.
Come, Xiao Yan.
Your aunt has brought you presents. Come and see, she exclaimed, handing him several large bags of gifts. Shi Yan, feigning modesty, replied, Aunt, as long as you enjoy yourself. That's enough for me. You've already given me so much, I can't possibly accept more gifts. Upon hearing her chronically ill son's words, Madame Shi's expression soured. His illness has persisted for quite some time. It matters little whether I check on him or not, she replied impatiently, oblivious to the fact that Shi Qian and Meng Qing had already descended the stairs behind her. Chapter 23. I want to attend school with him. Shi Qian had indeed heard his mother's words, yet he paid them little heed. As he was well aware that his frequent illnesses were not a recent development, it was all the same, whether she looked or not. Approaching Madame Shi, he called out, Mother. Only then did she notice her son, who appeared healthier than usual today and was dressed in a manner that was surprisingly pleasing to the eye. Madame Shi picked up a small box from the table and tossed it in front of Shi Qian. Here, I brought you a gift too. Don't say, I'm biased. Shi Qian opened the box and found a bracelet inside, identical to one his mother had given him for his birthday the previous year. He acknowledged this with a sincere, thank you, mother. However, Madame Shi paid little attention to him, instead urging Shi Yan to unwrap his gifts. Before Shi Yan lay a mountain of boxes, large and small. Shi Qian glanced over at them and then down at his own small box, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yet, he considered that since he often stayed home due to illness, it would be better for the fine things to be given to Shi Yan. Madame Shi enthusiastically introduced each gift to Shi Yan, explaining what each could be used for, while Shi Qian quietly observed from the side. Though he felt a sense of loss, he did not feel wronged. After all, his frequent illnesses had cost the family a great deal, even if they were not financially strained. Besides, Shi Yan was a good and talented boy who had come to live with them at such a young age. It was only natural for his mother to treat him well. Shi Qian felt no jealousy toward Shi Yan. After all, he was his only friend and a close relative. Meng Qing, standing behind Shi Qian, frowned at the scene before him. He had thought it normal for adoptive parents to treat a non-biological child poorly. Yet he was taken aback by the indifference displayed by Shi Qian's biological mother. It seemed that not all parents love their children unconditionally. After a while, as Shi Yan had nearly finished unwrapping his gifts, Shi Qian finally spoke up. Hearing his voice caused Madame Shi to pause in her actions, looking at her son with a hint of surprise. Due to Shi Qian's frequent illnesses, Madame Shi had previously made arrangements with the school to keep his enrollment active. allowing him to attend classes as much as he could without any expectations for his academic performance. To avoid the hassle of frequently applying for leave, she had allowed him to remain at home, sending him to school only for important events. Shi Yan was taken aback by Shi Qian's sudden desire to attend school. Noticing that Madame Shi remained silent, Shi Qian continued, "And what about Meng Qing? Father seemed to mention arranging a school for him. So, it would be fine for us to attend school together." Madame Shi shot a disapproving glance at Meng Qing, frowning as she asked, "Did Meng Qing suggest this to you?" Shi Qian quickly waved his hands, insisting, "He didn't say anything to me. It was my own idea. I feel much better now. I haven't experienced dizziness or any other discomfort in the past few days. Having been home for so long, I realized I hadn't experienced school life, and since I'm in my final year, I thought it would be nice to see the school. Meng Qing is about my age. I've looked into it, and he is also in his final year. So it would be convenient for us to attend the same school. I've already discussed it with father, and he agreed." Meng Qing was surprised that Shi Qian would bring up school. Having spent the past few days with him, he had only seen the young master eat, sleep, or play games, not realizing he had such thoughtful considerations. Although Meng Qing was indeed troubled by his schooling, he still wanted to complete his education. Despite the foreboding visions of his campus life he had encountered in dreams, speaking out about it didn't seem so shameful. Madame Shi often boasted about Shi Yan as her youngest son, given his academic achievements and musical talents, as well as his polite demeanor, which brought her much pride when they were out together. "If you want to go to school, then go. There's only 1 year left in your final year. Not much will come of it anyway, just attending classes and taking exams, after which he'll be sent abroad." As for Meng Qing, this child of unknown origins, Shi Jinghua had yet to clarify his lineage. Why should she assist him in finding a school? "You may attend school, but Meng Qing is out of the question. Why should I support him in his studies? He and I are of similar age and both preparing for university. What concern is that of mine? What concern is that of our family?" Shi Yan observed the unfolding scene and thought to himself that this was his moment to shine. He poured a cup of tea and presented it to Madame Shi, saying, "Aunt, please don't be angry. Have a sip of tea to soothe your throat. I believe it's beneficial for Brother Meng to attend school as well. Didn't my cousin say that uncle already agreed? If you refuse, it will only lead to more arguments. It's just 1 year in the final year. I'll keep a close eye on my cousin and Brother Meng. There won't be any issues." Though Madame Shi was unwilling, she realized that since Shi Jinghua had already consented, further refusal would only lead to more disputes. Moreover, her beloved nephew had spoken up, so she relented and allowed Meng Qing to attend school, lest he linger at home and offend her eyes. "Fine. I can agree to you and Meng Qing attending school, but Shi Qian, you must promise me one thing." Shi Qian nodded at Madame Shi's apparent concession. Chapter 24. Are the grades really poor? For Madame Shi, the upper echelons of society placed great importance on reputation. The thought of others knowing her family harbored a son of poor standing was a source of embarrassment. If he wished to attend school, so be it. Even if he performed poorly, as long as no one was aware he was her son, she could quietly send him abroad upon graduation, giving him a polished veneer as a well-educated individual returning from overseas. Although her social circle included many such useless young masters like Shi Qian, Madame Shi, coming from an artistic family, was particularly proud and could not bear the thought of being perceived as having faulty genes that produced a child like Shi Qian. She would rather pretend he did not exist than hear anyone suggest her genes were lacking. While she knew her words would hurt her youngest son, the discomfort paled in comparison to the shame of being known as the mother of a worthless child. Shi Qian heard her words, but felt no offense. Having lacked social interaction from a young age, he was oblivious to insinuations or veiled insults. He assumed his mother's words stemmed from a desire to prevent him from receiving special treatment at school. Even when his mother occasionally remarked that he embarrassed her, Shi Qian did not take offense. After all, he realized he had not done anything well, and her words held some truth. Thus, without a hint of hesitation, he promptly responded with an agreeable okay. After expressing his thanks to his mother, he cheerfully took the gift and led Meng Qing upstairs. Upon hearing Madame Shi's words directed at Shi Qian, Meng Qing felt a twinge of hurt. His adoptive parents often chastised him, but he never felt anything amiss, as he understood he was not their biological child, and it was natural for them not to love him. However, after spending several days with Shi Qian, he had always assumed that this pampered young master was raised in a cocoon of affection. Yet it appeared the reality was quite different. Shi Qian's innocence seemed to stem from a lack of comprehension regarding others' insinuations. Watching Shi Qian, who was joyfully holding his hand, a pang of sadness began to stir in Meng Qing's heart. What a fool he was. It seemed he would have to keep a closer eye on him in the future to prevent him from being bullied at school. Shi Qian had largely self-studied throughout high school, with an abundance of textbooks at home. The Shi family had deemed Shi Qian to be academically inferior. Thus they did not supervise his studies much. Although they had hired tutors, they merely went through the motions without accountability for academic results. As Shi Qian did not participate in any school examinations to assess his performance, Shi Qian had never been particularly concerned. His life had been somewhat aimless. And when he was lucid, he would engage in activities he enjoyed. However, most of the time, he existed in a state of helplessness, like a puppet, following a predetermined schedule of illness, mischief, and reprimands, followed by a hiatus from school. In truth, he did not wish to avoid studying or deliberately fall ill, rather. Whenever he immersed himself in academic pursuits, it felt as if a program within his mind caused him to freeze, followed by the activation of the pain response in his body, which he could not control. He actually had a fondness for musical instruments, particularly the violin. During moments of clarity, he would secretly practice in his room, envisioning the day he could perform for his mother. Yet, each time he felt ready, his mind would play tricks on him, rendering his fingers clumsy, and he could never achieve the level of proficiency he desired. Shi Qian had been aware of his peculiar behavior, but attributed it to his poor health whenever he regained his senses. Beyond that, he could not pinpoint any other reasons. Fortunately, he had felt better in recent days, having not experienced that uncontrollable sensation in quite some time. While organizing his textbooks, he sorted the materials he found useful. Meng Qing, how are your grades? I have many study guides that my tutor suggested I buy, and I find them quite helpful. I heard from Dad that you're doing well academically, and he said I could ask you for help with what I don't understand. Meng Qing stood quietly beside Shi Qian, assisting him in tidying up. He picked up a math test Shi Qian had completed and glanced over it, noticing a high accuracy rate. He had essentially answered all questions correctly. Did you write this? Meng Qing recalled, hearing the Shi family claim Shi Qian's grades were poor. Yet the completion and correctness of this paper did not align with that assertion. Oh, I just scribbled it down. I haven't checked the answers yet. Shi Qian glanced at the paper Meng Qing held, recognizing it as mathematics, the subject he believed he excelled in. Are your grades really that bad? Although Meng Qing hesitated to broach Shi Qian's sensitive topic, his curiosity compelled him to inquire. I suppose so. Everyone says my grades are terrible. I can't quite explain it. Sometimes I find a problem exceedingly difficult, while at other times, it seems simple, and I know the answer at a glance. Perhaps it's due to my illness. Doctors have mentioned that those who are unwell may experience diminished focus, slower reactions, and impaired memory. Shi Qian remained indifferent. He did not consider poor grades to be an unbearably sorrowful subject. What illness do you have? Since arriving at the Shi household, Meng Qing had heard everyone mention Shi Qian's frail health, and even in prophetic dreams, Shi Qian often appeared unwell, yet no one had specified the nature of his affliction. I don't know. Perhaps it's some incurable disease? It doesn't matter. Each day I live is a blessing. I'm rather fortunate. My family has money to take me to various doctors. Though I still feel unwell at times, I have not succumbed. Meng Qing furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Feeling uneasy, believing Shi Qian was neglecting his own well-being. If it was indeed an illness, the cause could surely be identified. He resolved to find a way to help Shi Qian recover from this ailment in the future. Neatly arranged in 4 rows were an array of colorful medications, the purposes of which were unknown to Meng Qing. Aside from the 2 prescriptions from Dr. Liu, the rest were remedies recommended by Shi Yan from an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in their village. Initially, Madame Shi was skeptical, thinking that country doctors were often charlatans, unwilling to let Shi Qian try them. However, as Shi Yan's condition improved, Madame Shi grew more attentive to him, believing him to be kind-hearted and academically capable. Since he repeatedly mentioned the old doctor from his village, she decided to give it a try. With no expectations, she was pleasantly surprised to find the remedies effective. And after consulting Dr. Liu, no issues were discovered. After several courses without side effects, they decided to combine these remedies with those prescribed by Dr. Liu. While organizing his daily medications, Shi Qian made sure to remember to take them to school, lest his condition relapse. As Meng Qing stood behind him, observing the scattered medications on the floor, he finally grasped the reality of Shi Qian's poor health. Chapter 25. The boiling school forum. Meng Qing, unfamiliar with medication, could not discern their quality, merely finding the quantity overwhelming. Do you take this many medications regularly? He hesitated to comment, watching as Shi Qian clumsily dropped some pills here and there, struggling to manage the chaos. He crouched down and sat on the floor. Tell me what you need. I can help you organize them. Realizing he was at a loss, Shi Qian, who seldom handled such tasks, usually relied on Shi Yan to sort them and place the medications by his bedside, allowing him to simply remember to take them. Shi Qian retrieved a paper from the top of the medicine box and handed it to Meng Qing, explaining it was the doctor's prescription, and that following it would suffice. Meng Qing patiently helped him portion the medication into daily doses, neatly packing them into small bags. Meanwhile, Shi Jinghua had already arranged for Shi Qian and Meng Qing to report to the school administration on Monday, where the director would facilitate their enrollment. First floor, breaking news. Have you heard? That sickly Shi Qian is returning to school. Second floor. Who? Fifth floor. The one who confessed to the school bully on the first day of high school and got rejected. Seventh floor. I remember. Is he the one who dresses in all those colorful, non-mainstream outfits? 11th floor. Yes, there seems to be such a person. Probably just a country bumpkin trying to study here thanks to family connections. 18th floor. Hey, I remember. I was present at the confession. That sickly boy even handed a pink love letter to the school bully. It was hilarious. 19th floor, scene 1. I remember the school bully turned green when he saw the love letter. 21st floor, scene 2. Exactly. Who does he think he is? The school bully is of a different caliber. Not just any random stray dog can approach him. 27th floor, scene. I recall he even gifted a box of chocolates. It was hilarious. He didn't even do his homework, and the school bully is allergic to chocolate. 29th floor, right? There was no sincerity at all, but then again, a country kid probably has no idea how to approach things. 30th floor, who knows, maybe he's never even eaten chocolate before? 36th floor, it's said his grades are exceptionally poor, otherwise, he wouldn't have skipped every single exam. 37th floor, I wonder how he managed to get in here. Looking so out of place, dressed so gaudily. Even my grandma doesn't dress like that. 39. Indeed, I noticed that the shoes he wears seem to be brand name items. Although they are likely replicas. 41. Replica, indeed. 46. I can hardly imagine purchasing such things. Changing outfits daily makes me anxious that others might discern they are counterfeit. 47. Precisely, and those hideous clothes of his. I can recognize him within a radius of 10 miles. 50. I find it rather amusing. A single garment that lasts a lifetime. By the time he reaches 60, it may very well be in vogue among the elderly. 51, moreover. It seems he also wears perfume. I believe I caught a whiff of it when I passed by him. Such vanity. 54, I agree wholeheartedly. It was truly unbearable. 57, and that hairstyle of his, I shudder to think of it. One snip and he'd be unemployed. 59, yes indeed, and those bangs are simply bizarre. I've seen him multiple times, and have yet to catch a glimpse of his eyes. Perhaps some individuals rely on their hair for vision. 62, furthermore. I suspect he wears makeup and lipstick. I encountered him in the corridor, and his face was exceedingly pale. I've been dead for 3 days and have not matched his pallor. 65. Yes, I have seen him too. Both clumsy and vain. So unattractive it's almost blinding. Our school's aesthetic has been diminished by his presence. 67. Alas. What can be done? After all, he has a wealthy relative who facilitated his entry. 71. You wouldn't believe it, but I received a snippet of gossip. He truly is a poor relative of the affluent. 74. Who is it? 79. The Shi family from Yan City. They are quite wealthy. It is said that his admission here was thanks to the Shi family's connections. And I've also heard that the youngest son of the Shi family studies at our school. 80. What is so strange about that? Our school the wealthiest in Yan City. It's perfectly normal for them to send their child here. 81. This is merely hearsay. So it may not be accurate. I believe the youngest son is named Shi Yan. 83. The art student from class 8. 84. Don't underestimate him. Although he studies art, his academic performance is commendable. He ranked within the top 10 at the end of last semester. 87. This rings a bell. I've heard my mother mention him. She met Shi Yan's mother during a parent-teacher meeting, and she was strikingly graceful and beautiful. It is said she is a violinist of considerable renown. 95. Shi Yan, Shi Qian. They might indeed be related. If that is the case, it gets interesting. I recall the school tyrant seems to have a liking for this Shi Yan. 96. I've heard the same. Shi Yan is attractive, comes from a good family, excels academically, plays the violin, and seems quite compatible with the school tyrant. 99. Moreover, his demeanor is quite pleasant. I previously asked him a question, and he was exceedingly gentle. 101. And he is genuinely wealthy. The watch he wears is in the 6-figure range, absolutely authentic. 103. The shoes he sports are in the 5-figure range, also authentic. 107. The violin he practices on is valued at 7 figures, and it is genuine. 109. That goes without saying. After all, he is the youngest son of the Shi family. Such wealth must surely garner him special favor. 120. How enviable. Who has stolen my life as a wealthy heir? 121. But on another note, why has that unsophisticated fellow returned? I had thought he transferred out. 123. Unclear. I've heard he is returning to take the college entrance examination. 125. There seems to be another transfer student as well. 127. With his dismal grades, he merely dragging down our average score. 129. I wonder which class is fortunate enough to receive this gentleman. 130. Let us hope it is not class 1. 131. Let us hope it is not class 5. 135. Let us hope it is not class 3. 136. Let us hope it is not class 9. 140. 141. Tu Fu Xiuhan is the unfortunate school tyrant who has confessed to Bai Shi Qian. He was minding his own business on his way to the library when he was suddenly intercepted, only to find a person adorned in highly saturated colors standing before him. At that time, the school had not yet mandated uniforms, yet everyone was dressed quite normally. Encountering a moving palette was a first for him. Fu Xiuhan initially thought he had obstructed the person's path and graciously stepped aside, indicating he could pass. Then, he produced a pink letter and presented it to him, followed by a box of chocolates that could make him disappear with a single bite. Chapter 26. Who is the school tyrant? Fu Xiaohan had some recollection of Shi Qian. Numerous individuals had professed their affection for him, yet none had pursued him with such relentless tenacity. Shi Qian seldom attended school, but whenever he did, he would eagerly approach Fu Xiaohan. Despite the latter's clear rejections of his advances, it was as though Shi Qian were incapable of comprehending human speech. As he would continue to pursue Fu Xiaohan at every opportunity, Fu Xiaohan could not quite recall Shi Qian's exact appearance. The features of this individual were perpetually obscured by exaggerated hair or peculiar makeup, compounded by a collection of aesthetically displeasing garments that rendered him quite unsightly, difficult to behold. Fu Xiaohan's family upbringing was strict. Out of politeness, he refrained from uttering harsh words to Shi Qian, repeatedly informing him of his disinterest in men and advising him to cease his futile pursuits. Fu Xiaohan hails from a wealthy family and possesses a kind disposition. Unlike some spoiled rich kids who look down upon others and flaunt their affluence with arrogance and disdain, Yancheng First High School is the finest secondary institution in the area, boasting the best educational resources, and most wealthy families send their children here, resulting in a congregation of affluent heirs. These wealthy students are not to be trifled with. Thus, a so-called art class was established, consisting entirely of students from affluent families or those who gained admission through connections. This class was established aptly, as many wealthy offspring pursue art examinations or prepare to study abroad after the college entrance examination. Most wealthy heirs behave similarly to ordinary students. Albeit they do not attend early morning study sessions or evening revisions, they hire private tutors instead, going through the motions of attending classes without causing disturbances, which eases the burden on others. However, a select few wealthy students are clearly spoiled by their families. They neglect their studies and seek to elevate themselves above their peers, engaging in endless comparisons. Today, they boast about whose family owns the latest luxury car. Tomorrow they flaunt their expensive watches. The day after they boast about acquiring a new pair of shoes, and so on, utterly mundane. While their internal antics within their class are bothersome, they are not directly affecting others. However, a few malicious ones, unable to compete with wealthier classmates, begin to target ordinary students, attempting to expand their ostentatious display of wealth. They occasionally invade other classes to tease female students or coerce high-achieving students into assisting them with studies. What they claim to be study sessions are, in reality, a form of collective bullying, tormenting diligent students by inquiring about their monthly allowances and then showcasing their bank balances or luxury items, further belittling them by stating that they will never earn as much money through a lifetime of study and labor. For an ordinary person to gain admission is already a significant achievement. They merely wish to focus on their studies, concentrating on the impending college entrance examination, hoping to secure a place in a reputable university and lead a good life. Yet, they are devalued by these affluent children. Reporting such incidents to parents yields no results. The perpetrators do not engage in tangible actions, only exchanging empty words that humiliate others, and at most, they receive a reprimand. Thus, they continue their behavior unabated. Some ordinary students, in an effort to curry favor with these wealthy individuals, resort to various means of ingratiation while also participating in the bullying, resulting in a chaotic environment at the school. On one side, there are promising students, essential for the school's academic reputation, and on the other, the influential wealthy heirs. Making it difficult for the school to take a firm stand against them, they can only feign attempts at regulation. Only when Fu Xiaohan arrived did the situation begin to improve. Fu Xiaohan did not conceal his identity. Rather, he made a grand entrance from the capital. For the reach of the capital's elite had yet to extend this far into Yan City. The Meng family, one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, boasted an extraordinary background, while Fu Xiaohan's maternal family was also a well-known and respected household in Yan City. In this environment, wealth was not a measure of superiority, nor was power. Thus, the wealthy heirs dared not provoke Fu Xiaohan, fearing the Meng family's influence, which could easily dismantle their fortunes. Consequently, everyone began to temper their behavior, wary of drawing attention to themselves, as no one wished to become the subject of ridicule. These affluent youths were still concerned about their reputations. Thus, Fu Xiaohan naturally assumed the role of the dominant figure at Yan City No. 1 High School, despite having done nothing to earn it. The title of school bully was rightfully his. Fu Xiaohan's presence at the school was not for the purpose of making friends, but rather a strategic decision, resulting in a courteous but distant demeanor towards his classmates. Nonetheless, this was sufficient, for no one had anticipated that a young master from the capital would deign to forge friendships with them. Ambitious individuals who sought to cultivate relationships with Fu Xiaohan were overlooked and rejected, yet they bore no resentment. Instead, they regarded him with admiration, believing that a person of wealth should possess such an air. During Fu Xiaohan's time at the school, his only companion remained his childhood friend, Song Qi, who had accompanied him from the capital. Initially, there were others like Shi Qian who attempted to ingratiate themselves, hoping to establish some connection. But as they realized that Fu Xiaohan paid them no heed, they gradually relinquished their ambitions. Only Shi Qian, with her thick skin and inability to take a hint, continued to persist, clinging to him like a small tail. Unfortunately, she did not get to witness the excitement, as her frail health led her to take a leave of absence from school. Since her enrollment, Shi Qian had dressed in eccentric styles and boldly confessed her feelings for Fu Xiuhan, making it nearly impossible for anyone to overlook her. Initially, Shi Qian's sense of fashion was quite ordinary, and her appearance was not dissimilar from that of her peers. Coupled with her good looks and figure, she easily attracted attention. Even during her sporadic attendance in middle school, numerous classmates discreetly slipped her love letters. This attention greatly displeased Shi Yan, who had spent much time alongside Shi Qian. He was of average looks, and while he could receive compliments for his grooming and style, he paled in comparison to Shi Qian's natural beauty. Having grown up together, Shi Qian was obedient to Shi Yan's advice, which led him to encourage her to embrace her youth and express herself through her attire, asserting that everyone admired uniqueness. Obliviously, Shi Qian nodded along, gradually adopting an increasingly flamboyant style. Shi Yan guided her in makeup to enhance her features, urging her to experiment with extravagant hairstyles and purchase unusual clothing. Lacking a strong sense of personal style, Shi Qian trusted Shi Yan implicitly, believing he had her best interests at heart. Thus, she accepted whatever he suggested regarding her appearance. As a result, Shi Qian often left the house in an ostentatious manner, drawing curious glances from those around her. Shi Yan assured her that everyone was paying attention, claiming that among the multitude of students, many wished to befriend her. Although Shi Qian felt shy and hesitant to make friends, she would smile at those who stared, causing them to scatter as if they had seen a ghost. However, her school attendance was infrequent, as Shi Mu disapproved of her flamboyant hair and outfits. Whenever Shi Qian stayed at home for an extended period, Shi Mu would insist she tidy herself up, forbidding her from donning such eccentric attire. Consequently, Shi Qian only donned her extravagant looks on rare occasions, maintaining a more conventional appearance at home. This arrangement suited Shi Yan just fine. As long as Shi Qian remained indoors, he cared little for her appearance, knowing that no one would see her. However, whenever she was set to attend school, he would ensure she dressed appropriately, deeming it a fundamental courtesy for making friends. He never explained why only Shi Qian needed to adhere to such standards, nor did she inquire, allowing herself to be manipulated like a puppet. Watching Shi Qian, who was laughing and chatting with Meng Qing just beyond the slightly ajar door, Shi Yan felt a swell of jealousy. Her demeanor had transformed dramatically in recent days, and she had begun to resist his influence, plunging everything into a state of chaos that left him feeling insecure. The sight of her unadorned yet still beautiful face, framed by softly curled chestnut hair, exuded an undeniable allure. Her smile, punctuated by two charming dimples, evoked a sense of protectiveness in those around her. In terms of appearance and talent, Shi Yan found himself overshadowed by her, as he lacked her radiance. Yet he was unable to suppress his delight when others compared him to Fu Xiuhan. Shi Yan understood Fu Xiuhan's affluent background and recognized him as a key figure in their world, someone who would undoubtedly prove valuable in the future. Even before Meng Qing arrived at the Shi household, Fu Xiuhan had become Shi Yan's primary target for strategic connections. To leave a lasting impression on Fu Xiuhan, he subtly encouraged Shi Qian to approach him. Each time Shi Qian provoked Fu Xiuhan's annoyance, Shi Yan would intervene, portraying himself as the caring cousin while simultaneously increasing his opportunities to engage with Fu Xiuhan. Despite previous attempts to encounter this pivotal character, Shi Yan had failed to find a means of connection until he finally struck a chord with Fu Xiuhan through a shared musical piece, earning his favor and distinguishing himself from others. He could not afford to remain passive. He needed to take action. With resolve, Shi Yan surveyed Shi Qian's lovely visage illuminated by the sun, gritting his teeth as he wished to shield her beauty from the eyes of others. He feigned an apologetic demeanor, intending to momentarily distract Meng Qing, knowing that some matters were beyond Shi Qian's comprehension. Once Meng Qing departed, he closed the door and settled beside Shi Qian, reminding her, "By the way, you haven't styled your hair yet, nor have you retrieved your old makeup. Would you like me to help you find them?" Without waiting for her response, he moved toward the closet, retrieving several flamboyant wigs and a makeup case. "Everything should be here. I know you haven't been to school in a while, and I was worried you might struggle, so I came to assist." Shi Qian looked at the items in confusion, her large, beautiful eyes blinking in bewilderment as she struggled to grasp his intentions. "Don't you remember? You always wore this to school," he said, opening the makeup bag and revealing a vividly colorful eyeshadow palette, presenting it to her. "And these are all your favorite shades." Had she truly enjoyed these things in the past? Is it necessary to wear them? Shi Qian hesitated, unable to comprehend her affinity for such exaggerated hairstyles. Believing her natural hair was already quite lovely, albeit prone to tangles that could easily be smoothed out. He gently stroked the ends of his hair, then attempted to hold a green, tousled wig up to his head. It felt somewhat heavy. Would it not cause a headache? At that moment, Shi Yan looked at Shi Qian, feeling a fleeting happiness akin to the days when Shi Qian would obediently agree to whatever he suggested. He leaned closer and offered to help adjust it. However, Shi Qian set the wig aside, declaring, "I do not wish to wear this, cousin." Shi Yan's hand, which had just grasped the edge of the wig, froze. It was the first time he had ever heard such a blatant refusal from Shi Qian, who had always been agreeable. Furrowing his brow, Shi Yan questioned, "But you used to like it, didn't you? You would plead with me to wear it."
Is that so?
Shi Qian pondered, struggling to recall that time. Perhaps my taste has changed. I no longer wish to wear it. Shi Yan found himself at a loss for words. He could not force Shi Qian against his will, especially since Shi Qian had made his refusal clear. He feared that if he pressed too hard, Shi Qian might utter something inappropriate at home. When Shi Yan had first persuaded Shi Qian to dress in peculiar attire, he had explained that only by dressing this way would others be inclined to befriend him. This had become their little secret, one that could not be divulged. Shi Qian had nodded in agreement, albeit somewhat obliviously. Thus, the family assumed that Shi Qian simply had an unusual aesthetic, a fondness for oddities. Never suspecting it was Shi Yan's deliberate influence. Because Shi Qian had never turned down Shi Yan's suggestions, Shi Yan naturally arranged various activities for him without considering Shi Qian's preferences, believing the fool to be oblivious to the nuances. Yet now, the situation had changed. Shi Qian could outright reject his proposals. Shi Yan could only feign disappointment, leaning back on his hands, adopting an air of discontent. Well, you decide then. It was your suggestion that you liked this in the first place. You wouldn't say you no longer wish to wear makeup, would you? He noticed Shi Qian's gaze lingering on the eyeshadow palette. Just as Shi Qian was about to express his disinterest in makeup, he hesitated, realizing that refusing again might upset his cousin. I suppose I could give it a try. Shi Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Do you need my assistance?
No.
I believe I still remember how to apply it. Hearing this, Shi Yan felt a wave of reassurance. Under the soft, warm light, he could discern Shi Qian's features more clearly, even noticing the fine fuzz on his face. Indeed, he possessed a face that elicited envy, flawless in every respect. Long, thick eyelashes, large expressive eyes, a petite and upturned nose, and perfectly shaped lips, truly a visage reminiscent of a beguiling fox spirit. As Shi Qian's pajama collar slipped slightly, Shi Yan caught sight of his defined collarbone and the fair skin exposed beneath. Though slender, Shi Qian was not short, standing nearly 6 feet tall. With an exquisite proportion of a slim waist and long legs, complemented by his striking face, presenting an ethereal beauty. The more Shi Yan gazed upon him, the more frustration welled within. He resented that such beauty was not his own. If he possessed such a face, he would not have to labor over his appearance daily. He glanced down at himself. Although he stood at 5 feet 9 inches, his frame lacked the ideal proportions, relying on fashion to enhance his appearance. Compared to Shi Qian, who could look stunning even in a burlap sack, he felt woefully inadequate. He could not allow such a thing to transpire, regardless of the circumstances. He must ensure that Shi Qian never revealed his true self. With makeup resolved, he found himself powerless regarding attire, as the school had mandated uniforms since the previous year to curb unnecessary comparisons. Shi Qian's eccentric dressing style was no longer a viable option. However, he reassured himself that as long as Shi Qian's face was concealed, it would suffice. Seeing Shi Qian acquiesce, he ceased his persuasion and exited the room. What is it? Meng Qing inquired softly, as he leaned closer. Nothing, I was just contemplating how to apply this for tomorrow. Why wear makeup? Meng Qing struggled to comprehend, glancing at Shi Qian's flawless face, unable to conceive of a purpose for such adornments. I used to enjoy it very much. I would always dress well for school.
Why?
To make friends. Is that effective? Shi Qian was momentarily taken aback by this question. After much contemplation, he realized he had not truly made any friends. It seems not. Do you still enjoy it? Not particularly. Then do not wear it. Meng Qing believed that Shi Qian should not be troubled by this dilemma. Past preferences did not dictate present desires. If he no longer found joy in it, there was no need to force himself into old habits. Moreover, he found the connection between friendship and makeup to be perplexing. But if I do not do this, my cousin may be displeased. Shi Qian appeared somewhat distressed. Meng Qing frowned, suspecting that Shi Yan was once again stirring trouble. He was unaware of their past interactions, or what had transpired between them moments ago. But it was evident that it was not good. From his observations during these past few days at the Shi residence, it was clear that Shi Yan did not particularly favor his cousin. His words were laden with ulterior motives, yet Shi Qian seemed oblivious, eagerly addressing him as cousin with affection. Seeing Shi Qian still hesitating, Meng Qing took matters into his own hands, gathering the items and stowing them away at the bottom of the cabinet, out of sight and out of mind. If he were upset, so be it. Shi Qian had no obligation to make everyone happy. Gently tapping Shi Qian on the head, Meng Qing helped him up and brushed off the wrinkles from his trousers. Though the carpet cushioned the floor, preventing the cold from seeping through, Shi Qian's constitution was delicate. He was prone to illness with even a slight chill. Meng Qing had been mindful of this over the past few days, noting that Shi Qian was more sensitive to cold than most, which is why the room's heating was always set higher. Chapter 29. Will he return to entangle me? Due to the previous arrangements made by the Shi family, Shi Qian had not been placed in the art class but rather in the only elite class, Class 1, just like Shi Yan. It seemed likely that he would not even participate in the college entrance exams, but instead be sent abroad. Meng Qing, a recent transfer, was still under consideration for class placement. The school was reluctant to accept him. But due to the pressure from the Shi family, and upon reviewing Meng Qing's past academic performance, which was commendable, they decided to administer a separate assessment to determine which class he should join. Having resolved his issues early, Shi Qian sat outside the office waiting, while Meng Qing remained inside to complete 2 test papers. He did not refuse and, under the watchful eyes of several teachers, finished the exam in less than 2 hours, a task that typically required 3. The papers were graded swiftly, and after the teachers exchanged and reviewed them, they were astonished by Meng Qing's solid grasp of the material. Even the more advanced questions were approached with clarity. It was evident he was a promising student. Even in the elite class, he would rank among the top 5. With no objections from the subject teachers, Meng Qing was naturally placed in class 1, just like Shi Qian. Hey, everyone quiet down. Have you heard? 2 new students are transferring to our class. What new students? As it was already the 3rd year of high school, the prospect of a transfer surprised many. Given the critical nature of this period, the sudden change in environment could potentially lead to significant issues. Where are they transferring from? Some classmates expressed curiosity, as being placed in their elite class indicated a certain level of capability. Yes, do tell. Don't keep us in suspense. Everyone gathered around the podium, eagerly awaiting the speaker's words. I shall not keep you in suspense. One of the new students is someone we all recognize. As soon as these words escaped my lips, a stir arose among the crowd. Recognize? Someone they all know? After a moment of contemplation, they arrived at an answer, albeit one that seemed almost too incredulous to accept. Finally, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and asked aloud, the person you mentioned, could it possibly be called Shi Qian? Once the question was posed, all eyes fixated intently on the individual at the podium, for their astonishment was genuine, as was their curiosity. The chatter resumed, with exclamations of disbelief. How long had it been since they last encountered this eccentric classmate? A year had passed since I last laid eyes on him. Indeed, I could only recall his remarkable hair and striking style. Back in our hometown, he would certainly have been labeled as a delinquent. Wasn't he it said that he was expelled due to poor grades? I had heard otherwise, that he had been out in society and suffered a leg injury. Others speculated that he had provoked the wrong person and faced retaliation. Yet, I felt a pang of sympathy for him. After all, hadn't he confessed to the school bully only to be rejected? Surely, the bully wouldn't stoop to such underhanded tactics. I was uncertain. Though, had his taste evolved over the years? Would he still dress in such flamboyant attire? It seemed impossible, as we are now mandated to wear uniforms. How could he possibly rebel against that? I heard he wasn't particularly attractive, hence the bizarre attempts to conceal his looks, fearing mockery. Perhaps that was true. If he were handsome, he would have revealed his face long ago, rather than constantly hiding behind a nonconformist hairstyle. Upon hearing Shi Qian's name, excitement rippled through the crowd. For he was a well-known figure on the forum, and just days prior, they had been discussing him. Now, he was right before them. But who was the other individual? The person at the podium, having overheard the lively discourse below, felt justified in their efforts to uncover this information, and with an air of mystery, declared, the other one. It is said, also hails from the countryside. I suspect they are from the same village. Likely another nonconformist. How unfortunate that our class has acquired 2 connections. Why didn't they transfer to another class? Who knows? Perhaps their connections are too strong. He felt a twinge of apprehension regarding the fervent admirer who might pursue him again. Despite having made his feelings abundantly clear, the admirer seemed oblivious, trailing him like a shadow. His stance had been firm, and he had even uttered harsh words, yet the admirer, seemingly devoid of shame, persisted. Fu Xiuhan did not wish to exploit his family background excessively. After all, this person had not wronged him, merely followed him around, professing affection and asking him to be their boyfriend. The desire to forge connections was glaringly apparent, and Fu Xiuhan found himself disliking such calculating individuals. More importantly, he simply did not find men appealing, particularly not one with such peculiar tastes. Not just anyone could approach him for friendship, and relentless pursuit would bear no fruit. Fu Xiuhan resolved firmly in his own mind. Chapter 30. His transformation is quite significant. Shi Qian waited at the door, and upon seeing Meng Qing finally emerge, he hurried forward, expressing concern. Are you all set? Meng Qing noticed the numerous books in Shi Qian's arms and promptly took them from him. Allow me to carry these. Shi Qian, having waited for a while, was indeed a bit weary and did not decline, merely expressing his gratitude. Are we in the same class? Wonderful. This means we can go to school and return together. This morning, Shi Yan had not departed with them, citing a violin competition that would keep him away for a few days, accompanied by Madame Shi. Previously, Shi Yan had always been there to assist him in overcoming his anxieties, but with him absent, Meng Qing was now Shi Qian's sole source of support. Once they entered the school, Shi Qian adhered closely to Meng Qing, fearful that he might abandon him. Due to the extensive paperwork, Meng Qing and Shi Qian arrived early, with few students present at the school, spending nearly the entire morning in the office. As the class bell rang, excitement filled the classroom. Everyone knew a new student was arriving. Although they were aware of who it was, anticipation lingered. particularly for those who had yet to meet Shi Qian or had forgotten his appearance over time. They were eager to witness firsthand the renowned figure from the forum. And to add to the excitement, the unfortunate recipient of Shi Qian's affections, who had been tormented by him, sat at the back of the classroom. Out of fear of Fu Xiuhan, no one dared approach him to discuss Shi Qian, yet their previous conversations had been loud enough for him to overhear. Seated behind Fu Xiuhan was his childhood friend from Yan City, Song Qi, who harbored a dislike for Shi Qian. He had been present during Shi Qian's confession, and upon seeing him approach, a mixture of disdain crossed his features. Though Song Qi came from a wealthy family, it paled in comparison to Fu Xiuhan's. Nevertheless, the Song family belonged to an artistic lineage. His mother was the principal violinist of the capital's musical theater, and his brother was a well-known singer in the entertainment industry. As such, he regarded Shi Qian, who dressed haphazardly in a bid to immerse himself in the arts, with a degree of contempt. When Shi Qian confessed to Fu Xiuhan, he had even claimed he would perform a piece for him, which was laughable, considering it was unclear whether he had ever even touched a violin. Fortunately, Shi Yan had intervened, declaring that his cousin had some issues, and advising them not to take it to heart before whisking Shi Qian away. Later, Shi Qian had dragged Fu Xiuhan to the music room, where for the first time, Song Qi and Fu Xiuhan listened to Shi Yan perform. It was an original composition, grand and emotionally charged. Despite some technical shortcomings, such creative talent at such a young age was indeed rare. At that moment, Song Qi often mused how, despite sharing the same surname, there was such a vast chasm between the two. One exuded sophistication in attire, excelled academically, and played the violin beautifully, while the other meandered aimlessly through life, seeking attention. Concerned, Song Qi glanced at his good friend Fu Xiuhan, feeling sympathy for him, ensnared by an unsightly individual. Don't worry, Xiuhan. I'll help you fend him off. Song Qi offered a few words of consolation. Presently, all his time was devoted to his studies. He had no interest in romance, least of all with a girl, and certainly not with a boy. The sound of high heels halted at the classroom door, and the students held their breath in anticipation. The moment of revelation had finally arrived. The door swung open, and the homeroom teacher entered first, placing the lesson plan on the podium before addressing the class. Now, new students, please introduce yourselves. The teacher gestured for the two individuals at the door to step inside. Meng Qing entered the classroom first, and at that moment, the girls below gasped in awe. Oh my, he is so handsome. Meng Qing donned the school uniform of Class 1, and he carried an air of restraint that was accentuated by his striking features. His gaze, aloof and dismissive, resembled one that would regard a mere dog. Coupled with his nearly 1.9-meter stature, broad shoulders, and long legs, he epitomized the archetype of a school heartthrob. However, he seemed burdened with an excess of books. Meng Qing briefly introduced himself and then fell silent, standing quietly to the side. The teacher, aware that Meng Qing had transferred from the countryside, did not press him further, instead nodding and gently calling out, Shi Qian, please come in. Shi Qian took a deep breath. It had been a long time since he had been in the presence of so many people, and he felt a surge of nervousness. Do not be afraid, Shi Qian reassured himself. With both hands gripping the straps of his backpack, he stepped into the classroom. It was quiet, exceedingly quiet. The students below questioned whether they had misheard. The homeroom teacher must have indeed called Shi Qian, right? But this Shi Qian bore no resemblance to the one they had known before. Chapter 31. The alluring beauty that captivates all. Shi Qian lowered his head, striving to keep his gaze fixed on the line where the floor met the ground, discreetly inhaling and exhaling, his fingers nervously tracing the straps of his backpack in an attempt to alleviate his discomfort. Meng Qing stood beside him, noticing Shi Qian's unease. He subtly placed a reassuring hand on his back. The familiar scent enveloped Shi Qian, gradually steadying his heartbeat, and he finally spoke. Hello everyone, I am Shi Qian. After his introduction, he quickly glanced at the reactions of his classmates before hastily lowering his head again. So many people. Help, I want to escape. Shi Qian had forgotten how he had previously adjusted to school life. Perhaps he had never truly adapted. He only remembered trailing behind Shi Yan, feeling that the students at school did not particularly like him. He had not made any friends before falling ill and taking a leave of absence. Though he had grown taller, he was still ensconced in a neatly tailored uniform that accentuated his excessive thinness. As he briefly lifted his gaze, his complexion appeared a bit pallid, his large eyes filled with trepidation, darting around like a startled deer, easily igniting the protective instincts of those around him. While everyone was already familiar with the name Shi Qian, few had truly seen his face. Shi Qian had always been peculiar, dressing oddly, behaving strangely. He was considered an outlier at school. In class, he would often rest his head on the desk, appearing lethargic, seemingly speaking to no one but Shi Yan. Thus, the impressions of him remained vague. The only notion most had was that his exaggerated attire was a feeble attempt to mask his unattractive appearance, coupled with his relentless pursuit of the school bully. It seemed this was the first time the class clearly observed Shi Qian's visage. The classroom fell silent for several seconds after his introduction, but soon erupted into whispers. Wow, is this Shi Qian? No way. He looks so good. He seems so obedient. I feel like I'm seeing his face for the first time. Oh my god, he's handsome. Has he grown taller? I can tell at a glance he's my long-lost husband. As the chatter grew, the homeroom teacher, noticing the commotion, rapped the blackboard to regain order. Pointing to the 2 remaining empty seats in the classroom, he instructed, Shi Qian, you sit next to Fu Xiuhan. Meng Qing, you sit behind Shi Qian. Both boys followed the teacher's gaze. Shi Qian remained unfazed. Having spent little time in the class with seats frequently changing, he was accustomed to it. Mechanically clutching his backpack straps, he moved towards a seat. Meng Qing exchanged glances with Fu Xiuhan and frowned slightly. The latter's gaze lingered on Shi Qian a tad too long. Shi Qian's seat was by the window. As he approached Fu Xiuhan, he hesitated, contemplating how to ask the person before him to make way for him to sit down. The majority of the class's attention shifted towards Shi Qian, excitement rippling through them upon hearing the teacher assign him to sit next to Fu Xiuhan.
Goodness.
This is live gossip. Everyone had vaguely heard of Shi Qian's fervent pursuit of Fu Xiuhan. Students believed this oddball from the countryside was overreaching, yearning for something unattainable, as Fu Xiuhan's background and appearance were beyond the reach of an ordinary person. While the class had heard the rumors, they had merely been passing mentions. Too engrossed in their studies to pay much attention. Shi Qian, who typically sat quietly in class, had only caught their fleeting glances. However, it seemed that Shi Qian was no longer unworthy of Fu Xiuhan. At least, judging by looks alone, he measured up entirely. They had never seen a boy more beautiful than Shi Qian, exuding a gentle demeanor that effortlessly stirred the protective instincts of those around him. Fu Xiuhan's gaze remained fixed on Shi Qian, unwavering, until Songqi nudged his chair, prompting him to cough and gesture for Shi Qian to sit. Shi Qian murmured a soft thank you, sitting dazedly in a seat, feeling somewhat out of place and unsure of what to do. Fu Xiuhan pretended to casually glance at Shi Qian, then seemingly nonchalantly retrieved his backpack from the side drawer and pulled out a workbook. You don't need to hold your backpack. You can place it here. Fu Xiuhan's heart raced somewhat uneasily. Although he and Shi Qian had met before, it was the first time he had seen Shi Qian's features clearly, unobscured by the peculiarities he usually donned. He was quite handsome. Shi Qian's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as he lowered his gaze, like a gentle brush against Fu Xiuhan's heart. His large eyes, with light brown irises, held a hint of innocence, their clarity making them the most beautiful Fu Xiuhan had ever seen. Those eyes were exquisite. Fu Xiuhan's gaze traveled downward, taking in Shi Qian's elegant nose and full lips, slightly pale and lacking color. Both his nose and mouth were beautiful. Suddenly feeling parched, Fu Xiuhan took a few sips from the cup on his desk, suppressing the unusual flutter in his chest. His impression of Shi Qian had been poor, recalling only the persistent pursuer who had clung to him with declarations of affection. But now, Shi Qian appeared like a sweet, soft glutinous rice cake, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and touch him. Meng Qing had already noted this dynamic as he walked past. Songqi had stood up to let him in. After placing his backpack down, Meng Qing kept his eyes fixed on the unfolding scene before him, feeling displeased by Fu Xiuhan's unwavering gaze on Shi Qian. It was quite rude of him. Clearly, he harbored ulterior motives towards Shi Qian. This would not do. He must find a moment to speak with the teacher about changing seats to keep Shi Qian closer for his safety. Chapter 32. Surely it's a game of tease and pursue. Seated together, Shi Qian diligently listened and took notes during class, not engaging with Fu Xiuhan at all. Fu Xiuhan began to doubt whether this individual beside him was indeed the same person who had once confessed to him. The English teacher was at the podium explaining essential knowledge points for the upcoming senior exams, but Fu Xiuhan's attention was not on the reference book sprawled before him. Instead, he kept glancing at the Shi Qian beside him, a completely transformed version of the timid and complicated person he had known.
Had it been in the past,
Fu Xiuhan would never have allowed Shi Qian to sit next to him. Allowing a relentless pursuer close enough to disrupt him was out of the question. He would have flatly refused the homeroom teacher's suggestion at the very first opportunity. Yet, when the teacher assigned Shi Qian to sit beside him, he felt no resistance whatsoever. This was entirely illogical. Could it be that he was easily swayed by beauty? Had he turned down Shi Qian before, due to his unappealing appearance, only to now embrace his proximity without a shred of guilt upon discovering his newfound attractiveness? For the first time, Fu Xiuhan considered that he could be described as superficial. And the realization startled him. This contradicted everything he believed about himself. Meanwhile, Shi Qian remained blissfully unaware of Fu Xiuhan's tumultuous thoughts, merely sitting quietly in his seat. How drowsy I am. Shi Qian stared vacantly at the English book before him, having yet to purchase the reference book his teacher had mentioned. He took out a pen and noted the title, planning to visit the bookstore with Meng Qing after school. He was oblivious to the scrutinizing gaze beside him until his elbow was gently nudged. The person next to him continued to nudge his arm. Shi Qian shifted his focus to the intersection of their desks, lowering his gaze to confirm that his hands were neatly contained within this small space, without overstepping any boundaries. Could it be that his desk mate found his presence distracting? After a moment of contemplation, he relaxed his breathing, realizing he might have been a bit tense earlier, which had made his breaths too audible. He reflected deeply on this. Fu Xiuhan, Noticing Shi Qian's indifference, wrote a note and placed it on Shi Qian's book. Only then did Shi Qian lower his head, reading the message. You can share my reference book. After delivering the note, Fu Xiuhan pushed his book toward the center, signaling for Shi Qian to join him, hoping to better see the content within the pages. As Shi Qian leaned closer, Fu Xiuhan felt his heart race. As if he could catch a whiff of a subtle fragrance emanating from Shi Qian, reminiscent of oranges. Rather pleasant indeed. How had he not noticed before that Shi Qian was so strikingly handsome? If Shi Qian were to pursue him in his current state, he couldn't honestly say he would mind. Fu Xiuhan was taken aback by this sudden thought. What was happening? He was certain he did not like boys. But was that truly the case? Stealing another glance at Shi Qian, he began to reconsider. Meanwhile, Meng Qing, seated behind Shi Qian, had been observing Shi Qian's movements and felt a pang of discomfort upon noticing Fu Xiuhan's lingering gaze on him, sensing that he harbored less than noble intentions. Meng Qing leaned down and whispered something to Song Qi, who nodded in response. Finally, the class ended. Song Qi, who sat behind Fu Xiuhan, suddenly spoke up. Shi Qian, let's switch seats. You come sit here. Shi Qian heard this, but neither nodded in agreement nor verbally refused. He simply began to gather his belongings quietly. Fu Xiuhan felt a twinge of displeasure. What was Song Qi up to, suddenly wanting to switch seats? Before long, Shi Qian had moved to sit beside Meng Qing, behind Fu Xiuhan. It won't work having Shi Qian behind me. I'm taller and will block his view, Song Qi argued. Oh, that's easily resolved. I'll sit behind him instead. I'm shorter and won't obstruct his sight. With determination, Song Qi promptly pushed Fu Xiuhan along with his chair to exchange places swiftly. After the maneuver, Fu Xiuhan found himself in front of Meng Qing, with Shi Qian now in front of Song Qi.
See?
Now there's no obstruction. Fu Xiuhan, I'm not that tall either. I've been sitting behind you this whole time, and haven't blocked your view of the blackboard. That's unfair, my friend. Let us keep it this way for now. I'll talk to the homeroom teacher about it later, and we can all adjust. Fu Xiuhan, who had initially shared a desk with Shi Qian, now found himself in a less favorable arrangement, feeling a sense of discontent as he realized he was beginning to dislike his childhood friend's meddling nature. Meng Qing, now feeling more at ease with Shi Qian beside him, thought it was best to keep him close. The person in front of them had been casting strange looks at Shi Qian, which raised alarm bells in Meng Qing's mind. He helped Shi Qian pack his things, noticing that his water cup was empty. I'll go get you some water. Do you want to come along? Shi Qian nodded, reaching for his cup. But Meng Qing beat him to it. No need, I'll handle it. Thus, the two exited the classroom in tandem. Once they left, Song Qi approached Fu Xiuhan, remarking, Fu Xiuhan, you had quite the ordeal being seated next to Shi Qian. Thankfully, I'm reliable. I switched seats to prevent him from pestering you like before. But don't you think he has changed quite a bit? He used to dress so chaotically, but now he looks rather appealing. Not that it matters. You're not interested in boys, no matter how angelic he looks. Remember how he used to relentlessly pursue you with love letters? It gives me chills just thinking about it. Song Qi concluded, rubbing his arms, and playfully nudged Fu Xiuhan, throwing him a flirtatious glance. Fu Xiuhan could only feel exasperated, contemplating the prospect of severing ties. In Chapter 33, Shi Qian silently counted his steps, following Meng Qing down the corridor towards the water fountain, drawing curious glances from other students. The news had spread across the forum that Shi Qian had come with a new transfer student, piquing their interest, primarily to witness the unfolding drama. After all, Shi Qian's reputation for entanglements with the school bully was still a hot topic, alongside his peculiar demeanor and attire. The other new student was merely a country bumpkin from a small town, lacking any intrigue. Meng Qing ignored the curious stares, heading straight for the water fountain at the corridor's end. He efficiently filled Shi Qian's cup with drinkable warm water. Shi Qian followed mechanically, his mind a blank slate as he struggled to reboot his adaptation to campus life. Meng Qing glanced at Shi Qian's pale face and quietly inquired, Are you feeling unwell? If you do, stay close to me. I'll be right beside you. After offering a few words of comfort, Meng Qing broached the main topic. Were you friends with that deskmate earlier? I noticed he kept staring at you. Shi Qian had some recollection of Fu Xiuhan, but it seemed the latter was not interested in friendship. Shi Qian often chased after him at school, and Shi Yan had advised him that if he could befriend someone as esteemed as Fu Xiuhan, others would follow suit. Eager for companionship, Shi Qian adhered to Shi Yan's counsel, persistently approaching Fu Xiuhan. However, Fu Xiuhan showed no inclination to reciprocate. Each time Shi Qian considered giving up, Shi Yan encouraged him, asserting that friendship wasn't so easily won. Without effort, why would anyone want to befriend him? Shi Qian found this reasoning compelling. Thus he increased his efforts to engage Fu Xiuhan, beyond merely trailing him and acting as an unshakable shadow. He recalled witnessing a scene in the school grove where a boy had handed a girl a pink envelope, and they soon became inseparable. Shi Qian thought perhaps he should try something similar, so he purchased a pink envelope and affixed a large heart to its surface. Unsure of what to write inside, he simply penned, I want to be friends. He shared his friendship plan with Shi Yan, showing off the prepared pink envelope, which earned him encouragement. With newfound confidence, Shi Qian approached Fu Xiuhan again, presenting the carefully crafted letter with a soft request. Can we be friends? However, Fu Xiuhan appeared startled, as if he had seen a ghost, and promptly rejected his overture. Although disheartened, Shi Qian did not give up. Thereafter, he occasionally sought out Fu Xiuhan with the envelope in hand. Unfortunately, he never succeeded in forging that friendship. Now, however, Shi Qian began to understand that perhaps Fu Xiuhan simply disliked him, which was why he had consistently rebuffed him. Keeping his distance might be for the best. The morning lessons passed in this manner, and as lunch approached, Shi Qian yawned, feeling both tired and hungry. He leaned closer to Meng Qing, whispering something as Meng Qing prepared to rise and fetch lunch for him. Song Qi had a decent impression of Meng Qing and thought about inviting him to lunch. Turning around, he asked, "Would you like to join us in the cafeteria?" After posing the question, he remembered that Fu Xiuhan did not particularly like Shi Qian, and suddenly felt a bit apprehensive. He glanced at Fu Xiuhan's expression, which seemed neutral, devoid of any disdain, and let out a sigh of relief. "Let us eat together. It's your first day here, and the cafeteria has undergone several upgrades. You might have trouble finding your way around," Song Qi added. The four of them exited the classroom building and headed towards the cafeteria. At this hour, the dining hall was bustling with people. Song Qi led them to the fourth floor, finding their usual spot. While Song Qi and Meng Qing queued for food, Shi Qian and Fu Xiuhan sat across from each other. Shi Qian cautiously glanced at Fu Xiuhan but quickly diverted his gaze to Meng Qing,
who was still in line.
Fu Xiuhan wanted to say something, but seeing Shi Qian's apparent disinterest irked him. It was puzzling. Just recently, Shi Qian had been persistently pursuing him, and now, sitting right across, he acted indifferent. Fu Xiuhan was convinced that Shi Qian was merely putting on a facade, suppressing his feelings. Shi Qian had previously faced rejection numerous times, yet continued to pursue Fu Xiuhan. It was hard for Fu Xiuhan to believe that Shi Qian could change his mind so swiftly. He suspected that Shi Qian was attempting to attract his attention in a different manner. Fu Xiuhan's gaze frequently lingered on Shi Qian's face, as if attempting to decipher something profound. With only the two of them seated together, Fu Xiuhan pondered that if Shi Qian desired to initiate conversation, he could certainly respond casually. Despite the crowd in the cafeteria, the area around them remained relatively empty, and many onlookers were curious about the identity of the person seated across from Fu Xiuhan. Was this a new transfer student? With such an attractive and gentle appearance, Shi Qian had already garnered a considerable following of admirers. The onlookers failed to recognize that the well-groomed youth before them was the same Shi Qian who had previously been perceived as an eyesore. After all, Shi Qian's prior image had left a lasting impression, and many had come to accept him as an unattractive individual. It was hard to fathom that the striking young man before them could be the same person. If not for their apprehension towards Fu Xiuhan, many would have approached Shi Qian for his contact information, as handsome boys were common, but such an adorable one was rare. Fu Xiuhan waited patiently for Shi Qian to initiate conversation, growing increasingly impatient. He wished he could pry open Shi Qian's lips to coax some flirtatious words from him. Did his attire truly influence his personality? Just as Fu Xiuhan casually glanced at Shi Qian for the 58th time, he finally broke the silence. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Shi Qian appeared to be staring at Meng Qing in line, but had actually drifted off in thought, failing to catch Fu Xiuhan's words. Noticing Shi Qian's distant gaze, Fu Xiuhan waved a hand in front of him. Shi Qian finally focused on Fu Xiuhan's face. In that moment of eye contact, Fu Xiuhan felt his heart begin to race erratically. Chapter 34. A scheme unfolded. Fu Xiuhan feigned composure and repeated, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Shi Qian, perplexed by Fu Xiuhan's question, pondered what he should say. Was it an apology? Had he been too intrusive in the past? Considering that perhaps he had indeed disturbed Fu Xiuhan, he resolved to dine with Meng Qing alone next time. Cautiously, Shi Qian uttered an apology, adding, "I used to be inconsiderate and clingy, but I understand now. I won't bother you any longer." Shi Qian felt that if Fu Xiuhan did not wish to be friends, he would simply keep his distance. With Meng Qing now by his side, he felt he had taken a step towards forming friendships. Upon hearing Shi Qian's words, Fu Xiuhan's expression darkened instantly. What did Shi Qian mean by saying he would no longer bother him? Fu Xiuhan felt a surge of displeasure. Wasn't he ignoring Shi Qian, was he? The meal proceeded in silence, with little conversation among the four. Song Qi had intended to lighten the mood, but upon seeing Fu Xiuhan's displeased visage, he wondered if Shi Qian had once again offended him. Had he confessed to Fu Xiuhan again? Fu Xiuhan remained acutely aware of Shi Qian's movements. Noting how Shi Qian placed unwanted food into his own lunchbox, he felt that their interaction was becoming overly intimate. When Shi Qian encountered something he disliked, he remembered Meng Qing's advice against wasting food and discreetly asked Meng Qing if he wanted it. Meng Qing consented, prompting Shi Qian to sort through his meal and offer all the unwanted items to Meng Qing. Unbeknownst to Shi Qian, his actions bore a hint of ambiguity. Lacking social training, he simply did as Meng Qing suggested, without realizing the implications of his behavior. As Shi Qian rested his head on the desk, drowsiness overtook him. And just as he was about to drift off, a stranger appeared at the doorway, calling out, "The teacher wants you to go to the equipment room." Thinking it might be a fellow classmate, given his recent arrival and unfamiliarity with everyone, Shi Qian was about to inquire further when the person urged him to hurry. Appearing quite anxious, unable to ask any more questions, Shi Qian hurriedly got up, recalling the location of the equipment room. Where he had previously intercepted Fu Xiaohan several times, he navigated towards his destination based on memory. The equipment room was located in the building near the back mountain, occupying the entire second floor. After a long walk, Shi Qian finally arrived at the door. As he pushed it open and prepared to enter, he suddenly felt a force from behind, causing him to fall to the ground. The door slammed shut, and he heard the sound of it locking. He attempted to push the door open but found it locked from the outside. The room was dark, and remembering that there were lights, Shi Qian, nursing his aching knees, cautiously searched for the switch. After several attempts, he realized the power had been cut from outside. Unaccustomed to the darkness, Shi Qian struggled to breathe, the only source of light being a small window, which was also secured. In a state of panic, he had left his phone behind in his rush. Leaning against the door, he slowly slid down to the floor, gasping for air. He desperately knocked on the door, hoping someone outside would hear him. But the ongoing repairs meant no students were passing by. As sweat dripped down his back, soaking his shirt, Shi Qian curled up on the floor, feeling as though he was suffocating. Gradually, he lost consciousness, slipping into oblivion. Meng Qing attempted to call him, only to discover Shi Qian's phone vibrating in the drawer. Shi Qian had not brought his phone. His backpack remained undisturbed, leading Meng Qing to wonder where he could possibly be. Growing increasingly concerned, he searched the restroom but found no trace of him. In a state of urgency, Meng Qing questioned fellow students in the hallway, seeking information about Shi Qian's whereabouts. Throughout the day, the campus buzzed with gossip. Everyone aware of Shi Qian's remarkable transformation and how he bore no resemblance to his former self. Some had even discreetly taken photos of him, speculating whether he had undergone cosmetic surgery, given the surgeon's exceptional skill. When Meng Qing inquired, however, everyone claimed they had not seen Shi Qian. Unconvinced, Meng Qing recalled Shi Qian's promise to wait for him and believed he would not simply leave alone. He resolved to search every corner of the school, certain that Shi Qian was still within its walls. Song Qi was momentarily taken aback, and after a considerable pause, he finally realized that Meng Qing was referring to Shi Qian's disappearance. How could such a living person simply vanish? In their school, there were two-person dormitories, and upon descending the stairs, Song Qi spotted Fu Xiaohan leaning against the railing, waiting for him. "Fu Xiaohan, did you see Meng Qing just now?" Song Qi asked, accustomed to Fu Xiaohan's few words. Continuing on, he was in quite a hurry, saying something about Shi Qian disappearing. "It's quite amusing. How could such a living person possibly be missing?" Fu Xiaohan, who had been looking down, lifted his head at the mention of Shi Qian's disappearance. Furrowing his brow as he regarded Song Qi and inquired, "Meng Qing said Shi Qian is missing? What was the fuss about?" Seeing Meng Qing's anxious demeanor, one might think something serious had happened. Chapter 35. The system emerges. Memories awakened. Meng Qing searched every building and classroom, having checked all but a few locked rooms, yet still found no trace of Shi Qian. His anxiety grew. Shi Qian was in poor health and rather naive. What if he encountered danger while wandering alone? At this moment, Fu Xiaohan approached Meng Qing, gravely asking, "Is Shi Qian missing?" "Yes," Meng Qing replied, not inclined to engage in conversation with Fu Xiaohan. He resolved to search again, unwilling to let anything happen to Shi Qian on the very first day of school. The two split up to continue their search, yet still found no sign of him. As the sky darkened, Meng Qing recalled Shi Qian's fear of the dark, which heightened his agitation. Suddenly, his gaze drifted to the building behind them, marked as under maintenance. He had not checked there. Could Shi Qian be inside? Exchanging a glance with Fu Xiaohan, they seemed to understand each other without words and rushed toward the equipment room. The door was locked from the outside. "Shi Qian, are you in there?" Meng Qing called out. "He must be inside." Without hesitation, Meng Qing grabbed a nearby stick and struck the iron lock with such force that it shattered instantly. Pushing the door open, he found Shi Qian lying on the floor. Shi Qian. His face was flushed, drenched in sweat, and his lips pale. It seemed he had accidentally knocked over a basketball while in a dazed state, causing a commotion. Fu Xiaohan, seeing Shi Qian's frail condition, was about to lift him to take him to the infirmary when Meng Qing, quicker in action, squatted down to carry Shi Qian, asking, "Where's the infirmary?" Fu Xiaohan wasted no time, instructing Meng Qing to follow him, and together they successfully transported Shi Qian to the infirmary. "Doctor, please help." Upon entering, Meng Qing laid Shi Qian on the bed and anxiously sought out the doctor. The on-duty physician glanced at Fu Xiaohan and Meng Qing before grabbing a toolbox and heading toward Shi Qian. "He doesn't seem to have any major issues. He just fainted." Hearing the doctor's diagnosis, Meng Qing finally let out a sigh of relief. "However, this student is quite weak and has sweated profusely. He may develop a fever later tonight." Meng Qing attentively listened to the doctor's instructions, collected the prescribed medication, and sat beside Shi Qian, waiting for him to awaken. Fu Xiuhan stood nearby, showing no intention of leaving. Meng Qing did not understand his presence there, though he was grateful for his assistance in finding Shi Qian. He felt Fu Xiuhan's presence was unnecessary. After all, he was not a doctor, and his standing there served little purpose. Sensing Meng Qing's hint to leave, Fu Xiuhan felt somewhat embarrassed, particularly as his sudden appearance was rather unusual, not to mention the awkward dynamic between him and Shi Qian. After confirming that Shi Qian was not in serious trouble, Fu Xiuhan departed from the infirmary. Meng Qing retrieved a tissue from the table and gently wiped the sweat from Shi Qian's forehead. Shi Qian lay with his eyes tightly shut, his entire being exuding an aura of illness, appearing pale and fragile. A surge of unfamiliar emotion welled up within Meng Qing. He sincerely wished for Shi Qian's well-being. He pulled out his textbook, settled into a chair, and began to refresh his high school knowledge. Perhaps due to his precognitive dreams, Meng Qing found that the material seemed familiar, and he quickly grasped the concepts, solving problems with ease. He soon completed a set of physics problems, only to notice that Shi Qian had awakened at some point, quietly watching him with clear eyes, devoid of confusion, yet filled with emotions he could not decipher. Meng Qing did not dwell on it. As long as Shi Qian was awake, that was sufficient. He set down the paper and leaned closer to Shi Qian, asking, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Shi Qian stared at Meng Qing for a while before slowly responding no. Unfortunately, his voice betrayed him. It was hoarse and cracked. A sign of impending illness. "No need," he added. Their luggage was left with the dormitory supervisor on the first floor. The dormitory they occupied was primarily for art students, and the rent was significantly higher, providing better conditions than the usual 6-person dormitories. Meng Qing pushed 2 suitcases while allowing Shi Qian to walk ahead, following closely behind in case Shi Qian suddenly felt unwell, ensuring he could assist him promptly. They took the elevator to the 6th floor and located their dormitory, room 602. Meng Qing, reluctant to let Shi Qian exert himself given his illness, cleaned the sofa in the small living room and invited Shi Qian to rest on it. He then dragged the suitcases into the bedroom to tidy up. The dormitory consisted of 2 small private rooms sharing a common living area, with separate bathrooms and toilets for each, which they would share. Meng Qing worked efficiently, soon making both beds and tidying the rooms, even though they were not particularly dirty. Still, he worried that Shi Qian, accustomed to a more privileged life, might not be comfortable, so he aimed to ensure everything was immaculate. Shi Qian sat quietly on the sofa, his gaze following Meng Qing, seemingly trying to see through him. The Meng Qing from his dreams, the one who had once made his life unbearable, was now sharing the same space with him, arranging his bed. Chapter 36. Main task. Shi Qian pondered why he was spending time with Meng Qing, noting how their interaction differed greatly from his previous life. He could not recall a time when their relationship had been this harmonious. Perhaps it was all him, or perhaps not entirely. The only moment he could truly control was the present. When he fainted earlier, he had vaguely heard some words, something about the 19th being uncontrollable, and chaos would ensue within the system realm. The system was currently undergoing an upgrade, making repairs difficult, yet he suspected there was no significant issue. As it had long been programmed for automatic anomaly repair, he would check back later. Shi Qian was astute enough to surmise that his world might not be genuine, but rather a meticulously crafted setting where he functioned as a mere tool to propel the narrative forward. Now, however, he had developed a consciousness of his own, and was unwilling to squander time amidst these individuals any longer. He was acutely aware that he and Meng Qing were not friends. Meng Qing was the protagonist of this world, and mingling with him would only lead to a dismal fate. He needed a plan to distance himself. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Meng Qing paused his cleaning and opened the door to reveal Song Qi. He scanned the room and noticed Shi Qian seated on the sofa, mechanically expressing concern and stating that he had ordered some congee, suggesting that it would be better for Shi Qian to drink some before taking his medication. Initially, Song Qi had not intended to come. He and Shi Qian were not close enough for such gestures. Meng Qing thanked him, accepted the food, and saw him off. He understood that this congee likely came from Fu Xiuhan rather than Song Qi. In the past, Meng Qing would have refused, as Fu Xiuhan clearly harbored ulterior motives regarding Shi Qian, and minimizing contact would have been prudent. However, it was now late, the school gates were closed, and Shi Qian genuinely needed nourishment. Meng Qing opened the congee and placed it on the table in the living room, inviting Shi Qian to come over and have a bit. Shi Qian was still not accustomed to Meng Qing's current demeanor, instinctively resisting and sensing that he harbored ill intentions. He replied, "I don't want to eat." Meng Qing paused in his actions, realizing he should not meddle in Shi Qian's affairs. If Shi Qian did not wish to eat, then so be it. However, recalling that he would need to take medicine later, he thought it was unwise to do so on an empty stomach. You need to take your medicine later, have a little something to fill your stomach. He then picked up the food and tossed it into the garbage bin in the room. As he was about to close the bathroom door, he said, "I prefer to be alone. It would be better for both of us to keep our distance. I hope you won't enter my room casually. And I will not intrude upon yours either." Meng Qing sensed a drastic change in Shi Qian's temperament upon waking, though he was uncertain of the reasons, only speculating that Shi Qian was unwell, hence his unpleasant demeanor. Shi Qian quickly finished a shower, composed himself, and lay down on the bed. He was baffled by how circumstances had led him to share a dormitory with Meng Qing.
No.
He would inquire with the dormitory manager tomorrow to see if he could change rooms. Keeping his distance from the main characters was his first step towards self-preservation. The next morning, Shi Qian woke up early, not wishing to encounter Meng Qing, as he was unable to control his aversion towards him, fearing that his expressions might betray him and lead to unnecessary complications. After swiftly preparing himself, he glanced at his class schedule, gathered his belongings, and left the dormitory. Upon descending, he first approached the dormitory manager to inquire about any available rooms, but unfortunately, none were vacant. Well, he would have to make do for now. He had managed to avoid any significant conflicts with Meng Qing thus far, and presently, they did not have any major disagreements. However, Shi Yan was a troublesome factor. If Shi Qian recalled correctly, Shi Yan was another protagonist in this timeline, and he was merely a tool crafted for Shi Yan's benefit. If his suspicions were correct, his abnormal behavior would likely have minimal impact unless it directly affected Shi Yan, though everything remained to be tested. Shi Qian gathered his thoughts anew. According to what he knew, the protagonists of this narrative were Meng Qing and Shi Yan, with Fu Xiuhan being another significant character. Other important supporting characters, such as Shi Qian's parents, could be categorized as ordinary roles. He established 3 primary objectives for himself. 1. To test the influence of the protagonist's storylines and whether it would cause him harm. 2. To assess the impact on the important supporting character storylines and whether it would inflict damage upon him. 3. To evaluate the ordinary character storylines and their potential repercussions on his well-being. Shi Qian resolved to commence with a third objective, for if complications arose in the first 2, he could not guarantee his survival. He would proceed gradually, step by step. It was likely that he could not evade the plot entirely. His sole current priority was to ensure his own safety while gradually eliminating influencing factors and ultimately devising a strategy to avoid or mitigate their impact. Following his memory, Shi Qian made his way to the cafeteria, ordered a bowl of seafood porridge and some fried dough sticks, and settled into a corner. He sensed the weight of gazes upon him, but considering his previous reputation as an oddity, it was to be expected. What was unusual, however, was one particular gaze. Pretending to be nonchalant, he quickly scanned the area with his eyes. Ultimately, he pinpointed the source of the gaze in his right front. If he was not mistaken, the individual was the one who had locked him in the equipment room yesterday. Chapter 37. A grudge must be repaid. Shi Qian recognized the person, who seemed to be one of Shi Yan's admirers, known as Zhang Ming. In his previous life, they had no interactions, yet for some reason this time around, Zhang Ming had begun to target him. Shi Qian attributed these changes to the additional effects brought about by the plot's evolution. He was unwilling to endure mistreatment. Having previously served as a mindless tool was already irritating enough. This time, he intended to follow his own heart. He was not a pliable individual to be pushed around. He would treat others as they treated him. The notion of repaying kindness with kindness was merely a deceitful narrative spun by the perpetrators. The wrongdoers were the beneficiaries. They would love nothing more than for everyone to repay their kindness with grace, allowing them to continue their misdeeds, while the harmed would sorrowfully rationalize their suffering, believing in some future recompense. But Shi Qian refused to conform. He would embody the principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. What future rewards? Such thoughts were merely an escape for the foolish. The future is an illusion. Only the present is real. Sacrificing the tangible now for the sake of an illusory future is not a rational action. Furthermore, harm is never singular. As long as one does not resist, the oppressor's bullying will never cease until one learns to fight back. Shi Qian swiftly finished his breakfast and, as he passed Zhang Ming, deliberately left him a note. Tonight at 9 p.m., see you in the cafeteria's backyard. Shi Qian knew Zhang Ming would undoubtedly show up, for in his eyes, Shi Qian was a weakling, a controllable target. The provocation from a weakling served as a stimulant for the strong. Moreover, Zhang Ming's recent leering gaze was impossible to overlook, and Shi Qian found it repulsive. In his previous life, Shi Qian rarely revealed his true self, as Shi Yan would always dress him up in bizarre outfits, claiming that it was unfair for a mere tool to possess such a handsome protagonist's face. Shi Yan sought to be the center of attention, never allowing anyone to threaten his position. This time, due to the narrative's changes, Shi Qian had shed all disguises, revealing his true identity, which naturally attracted attention. Zhang Ming was a brash nouveau riche from the art department, having paid 3 times the usual amount to enroll in this school. He spent his days bullying others, knowing well enough not to target the wealthy, as they had connections in Yan City. However, preying on the children of poor families posed no risks, as the impoverished had nothing to lose and were unlikely to retaliate. Their struggles for survival consumed all their energy, and their parents often taught them to endure. As if patience were a great virtue, countless impoverished students had fallen victim to Zhang Ming's bullying, yet none dared to resist. Some even refrained from informing their parents, fearing they would be made to reflect on whether they had provoked others first. The teachers in elite schools possessed an innate ability to assess situations and executed it masterfully. They did not pursue justice, but rather sought to maintain peace. As long as there were students willing to tolerate mistreatment, they advocated for reconciliation, emphasizing harmony as a virtue, regardless of the wrongdoer's actions. Their sole concern was to resolve matters swiftly. Shi Qian was unafraid of Zhang Ming. If he provoked him, he would face the consequences. Meng Qing assumed Shi Qian was upset about being locked up yesterday, so he had rushed out early to stand in line to buy breakfast for him, neglecting his own meal in the process. I saw you throw away your medicine. Can you skip it now? You rummaged through my trash? Meng Qing noticed Shi Qian frown, appearing displeased, and quickly added, No, your door was open, and I accidentally saw it while passing by. Shi Qian rolled his eyes inwardly. Meng Qing's attitude towards him had improved significantly compared to his previous life, yet he still preferred the earlier distance. He was eager to distance himself from the protagonist group, which felt like a death sentence. Ironically, he had formed an unexpectedly good rapport with Meng Qing when he was not fully conscious, but now, Meng Qing appeared foolishly naive, a stark contrast to his previous cold and ruthless demeanor. For now, it was best not to provoke Meng Qing. Maintaining peace was crucial for his survival. Shi Qian nonchalantly replied, It's nothing. I don't want to eat. I'm feeling quite well. Meng Qing asked, What did the doctor say? I couldn't care less what he said. I didn't see any improvement despite eating so much before. Not eating won't affect me. Class is about to start. Meng Qing observed Shi Qian's resolute demeanor, feeling that further discussion would be futile. As long as Shi Qian's health remained intact, it was sufficient. After all, they were now desk mates, conveniently situated to keep an eye on each other. Although Shi Qian's attitude appeared less amiable than before, Meng Qing could empathize, understanding the capricious nature of a young master, especially one who was unwell. A slight display of emotion was to be expected. As a mature man, Meng Qing thought it prudent to be accommodating. The day progressed with lessons until noon, when Shi Qian declined Meng Qing's offer to dine together, citing discomfort. Nevertheless, Meng Qing still brought him a meal. Shi Qian, albeit irritated by Meng Qing's gesture, refrained from overtly rejecting it, finding it too conspicuous. As darkness enveloped the sky, Shi Qian glanced at his watch. Noting it was nearly the appointed hour, he changed into casual attire and descended the stairs with his backpack, his movements subdued enough that Meng Qing, occupied with his shower, would assume he had simply fallen asleep. Shi Qian was indifferent to whether Meng Qing noticed his departure. After all, they were merely roommates. He had chosen to meet in the cafeteria's back courtyard, aware it was the only area on campus devoid of surveillance cameras and patrons, providing him with the perfect cover. Nestled against the wall bordering the outside world, far from both dormitory and classroom. Exercising caution, he navigated around the camera placements and stealthily made his way to the back courtyard. It was dimly lit, and he soon spotted a figure standing there. Indeed, it was Zhang Ming. Silently, he approached from behind, swiftly covering Zhang Ming's head with a sack, then retrieving a stick from his backpack to strike. Chapter 38. An unexpected encounter with an adversary. Shi Qian acted quickly, alternating his strikes until he confirmed Zhang Ming would be injured but not killed, before ceasing his assault. Taking advantage of Zhang Ming's momentary confusion and struggle on the ground, he nimbly scaled the wall and escaped. Unbeknownst to him, someone had been trailing him from a distance since he left the dormitory. This individual followed closely as he climbed over the wall, and soon, two shadows vanished into the courtyard. Shi Qian had ventured out that night with a specific agenda. The narrative had become entangled, and he needed to arrange his affairs promptly. In his previous life, he had squandered all his resources on Shi Yan, leaving himself with nothing and ultimately facing a dismal fate, devoid of any means of escape. Fortunately, he had awakened to his situation early this time, steering clear of trouble, but possessing funds was paramount. His current savings were limited to the winnings from gaming and the meager allowances provided by the Shi family. However, relying solely on an allowance was precarious. In his previous existence, familial conflicts had alienated him, rendering him a pawn in Shi Yan's schemes. Aside from his fixed income, Shi Qian had no other sources of revenue. Most of the funds on his card had been deceitfully extracted by Shi Yan, who once stumbled upon his winnings and believed them to be from the Shi family's generosity, persuading Shi Qian to transfer a significant portion to him. As a dutiful tool, Shi Qian had complied with the protagonist's demands. He found a bank to check his account balance, discovering it had dwindled to under 3 million. His current objectives were to test how his behavioral changes influenced the storyline and to focus on amassing wealth. Though the world around him was illusory, his struggle for survival within it was all too real. Without money, he could not pursue his aspirations. Recalling a cluster of shops several kilometers from the school that had languished due to geographical and economic misfortunes, he remembered that after his high school graduation, they had unexpectedly thrived due to a significant government project, transforming them into a lucrative opportunity. With time still on his side, he aimed to locate this area based on his memories, planning to acquire it over the weekend, as generating wealth swiftly was his best strategy. At the bus stop, he contemplated his next move before boarding a bus, unaware that a vehicle was trailing behind him. The bus halted at a remote hilltop, confirming his suspicions of the desolate location, where shops only operated briefly in the morning and typically closed by early afternoon. As he approached, he meticulously noted the contact details for shop rentals plastered on their doors, preparing to depart. However, The eerie silence of the area heightened his awareness as he detected footsteps behind him. Was someone following him? Or was it merely coincidence? Given the isolation of the location, it was improbable anyone else would be present. After regaining his composure, he casually walked a few paces, only to confirm that he was indeed being pursued. After surveying the area and memorizing the terrain, he reached a corner and ducked inside. As the pursuer arrived, he swiftly grabbed a piece of broken wood and hurled it at the figure. The assailant dodged, and in the moonlight, Shi Qian recognized him as Fu Xiaohan. "What brings you here? Following me?" Shi Qian questioned, exasperated by the persistent entanglement with this group of protagonists. Just as he pondered this, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from a distance, realizing that the situation was escalating. "Did you summon help?" Fu Xiaohan also heard the commotion and frowned, stating no. "I came alone." Yet, Shi Yan, the protagonist, was nowhere to be found. During dinner, he had been engaged in discussions with his family, making it implausible for him to teleport here. Could it be that he was the one meant to rescue Fu Xiaohan? Shi Qian recalled the armed individuals and recognized that confronting them single-handedly would be futile. His meager skills were only sufficient for self-defense, and facing multiple adversaries was an impossible task. Troublesome, the protagonist group has ensnared me. Fu Xiaohan appeared innocent, believing the approaching individuals were merely coincidental passers-by. He had neglected to bring his bodyguards, which could have provided some level of protection. "Your enemies?"
Fu Xian inquired.
"They are yours," Shi Qian replied tersely. The two quickly darted into an alley, but the sheer number of assailants was overwhelming, and every exit was guarded. "Damn it, so many." Fu Xiaohan recognized one of the figures in front as an enemy of his elder brother. Hadn't they resolved their issues in the capital? Why had they come to Yan City? Given the circumstances, a confrontation seemed inevitable. Shi Qian quietly asked Fu Xiaohan, "Did you drive here? We must charge through. With so many of them sweeping the area, it's only a matter of time before we are discovered." "How many can you handle?" Shi Qian pressed. "Under normal conditions, I could manage 7 or 8. Then we will take the leftmost alley. The exit there is closest to the main road. We need to act decisively once we burst through. Get in the car immediately. I suspect your vehicle is also being watched, but we must first break out and adapt as necessary." "Understood." Fu Xiaohan showed no hesitation. Shi Qian counted to 3, and together they charged out of the area before their pursuers could close in. They swiftly exited the alley, and indeed, 3 individuals lay in wait beside Fu Xiaohan's car, few in number, presenting an opportunity. Exchanging a glance, Shi Qian hefted a nearby garbage bin and hurled it at the nearest assailant. The impact struck perfectly, incapacitating one. The remaining 2 were more formidable than those in the alley, and the commotion had alerted others who were rushing toward them. With no time to spare, Shi Qian shoved Fu Xiaohan into the car, shielding him as he prepared to leap in, waiting for the right moment to jump into the vehicle. Shi Qian moved with agility and precision, landing a powerful punch. Finally, he spotted an opening and leaped onto the vehicle. At that moment, an assailant burst forth from a nearby alley, closing in rapidly. With a swift motion, the attacker brandished a knife, slicing through Shi Qian's coat. A sharp sound echoed as the blade tore the fabric, and blood seeped from the wound, staining a significant portion of his arm crimson. Chapter 39. Unexpected injury. Fu Xiaohan noticed the injury on Shi Qian's hand. Even without lifting his shirt, it was apparent that the cut was deep. Shi Qian's complexion, already pale, became even more ghostly. He cursed his misfortune, lamenting that he was so close to escaping unscathed. He blamed his frail physique, vowing to strengthen himself. After venting his frustration at the assailants and his own lack of resilience, Shi Qian turned to glare at the root of his troubles, the detestable Fu Xiaohan. It was infuriating. The protagonist's group always seemed to bring chaos. If they hadn't charged together, he would have never been cornered. Shi Qian understood the nature of these thugs. They typically assumed anyone accompanying the target was an ally, making it impossible for him to escape alone. Feeling sorry for his own weak body that had to endure such hardship, Shi Qian realized that interfering with the protagonist's storyline had consequences. His injury stemmed from seizing Shi Yan's plot. His misfortune was not merely a stroke of bad luck, but likely a punishment from the system for meddling. Fortunately, the wound was not life-threatening, merely a trickle of blood. He reflected on the night's events. He had confronted the ordinary character Zhang Ming with little consequence. By usurping Shi Yan's narrative and saving the pivotal protagonist Fu Xiaohan, he had suffered a wound, an inconvenience, but not fatal. This incident illuminated the fact that he could not control the unfolding narrative. He could only confront it. As long as he preserved his life, there remained a chance for redemption. Acknowledging this critical insight, he considered it a stroke of fortune amidst his misadventure. Fu Xiaohan stole a glance at Shi Qian, noticing his grave expression and pallid countenance, which instinctively prompted him to hasten his pace toward the hospital, fearing that Shi Qian's blood might run dry if he delayed. Despite the numerous enemies his family had, Fu Xiaohan had been well protected since childhood, never witnessing genuine violence. He typically moved with bodyguards, making a confrontation like this unexpected. This time, he had acted recklessly, sneaking out due to curiosity about Shi Qian's intentions, inadvertently putting him in harm's way. The assailants had targeted him. Yet Shi Qian chose to protect him, enduring injury to ensure Fu Xiuhan's safety. Reflecting on his past mistreatment of Shi Qian, Fu Xiuhan recognized his fault. Shi Qian had never held it against him, and now, as Fu Xiuhan pondered his own behavior, he resolved to reflect deeply on his actions. It was likely that Shi Qian's recent silence was due to anger. After all, anyone would distance themselves after repeated rejections. Yet, Shi Qian continued to pursue him. Fueled by genuine affection, Fu Xiuhan lamented his superficial judgments based on Shi Qian's unusual attire and appearance, realizing he could have been more tactful, perhaps starting as friends. Now that Shi Qian had been injured for his sake, Fu Xiuhan vowed to take responsibility. If Shi Qian confessed again, he would seriously consider reciprocating, or even advancing their relationship. He promised to protect him at school, ensuring he would not be bullied. Reflecting on the earlier incident in the equipment room, Fu Xiuhan felt a chill at the thought of what could have happened if no one had found Shi Qian. The outside world was perilous. And so was the school environment. He regretted not recognizing this sooner. He was indeed like a delicate flower sheltered from the storm. Thankfully, Shi Qian had remained calm and made the right decisions, as encountering the thugs head-on would have led to dire consequences. Though Shi Qian appeared frail, he had fought valiantly for Fu Xiuhan, demonstrating remarkable determination. Fu Xiuhan recalled hearing from other classmates that Shi Qian came from a modest background, having only enrolled in this school due to a distant connection with Shi Yan. His rural upbringing likely contributed to his unconventional sense of style. Poverty should never be a justification for bullying. Fu Xiuhan reflected on his past cruelty, although he hadn't rejected Shi Qian due to his financial status. He had wounded a brave soul. Was there truly no fault in his actions? After much contemplation, Fu Xiuhan arrived at two significant conclusions. 1. Shi Qian had saved him tonight. 2. He would henceforth protect Shi Qian at all costs. Fu Xiuhan quickly parked at the hospital, disregarding Shi Qian's protests as he carried him upstairs, summoning his uncle, the head physician. Fu Tianling was in a meeting when he received Fu Xiuhan's urgent call, prompting him to cancel the meeting and rush over to attend to the situation personally. By the time Fu Tianling arrived, Shi Qian's wound had been stitched up and bandaged. Initially preoccupied with examining Fu Xiuhan for injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief upon finding only a few scrapes. "Uncle, can you check on the patient in there? Is his condition serious?" Fu Xiuhan, distrustful of other doctors, solely relied on his uncle's expertise. Shi Qian, exhausted, had already succumbed to sleep. Noticing Shi Qian lying in the upscale hospital room, Fu Tianling picked up the medical record and examined the injury on Shi Qian's hand. Hearing his uncle's inquiry, Fu Xiuhan finally felt a weight lift from his chest. Before Fu Tianling could ask more questions, Fu Xiuhan pushed him out of the room and closed the door behind them. "He's still asleep. Please keep your voice down, uncle." Fu Tianling was taken aback. When had his nephew become so considerate? "Is that your classmate?" "Yes, he got hurt while protecting me." "Shouldn't he be at school at this hour?" Once in Fu Tianling's office, Fu Xiuhan recounted the events of the night, altering the narrative to suggest that Shi Qian had accompanied him for late-night snacks, and they had inadvertently encountered trouble. Fu Tianling recognized the location Fu Xiuhan mentioned, a desolate area that had long been abandoned. "You ventured to such a remote place for snacks at this hour?" Fu Xiuhan felt a twinge of guilt. "Perhaps we were just out for a stroll?" Chapter 40. I won't demean you with money. Fu Tianling was astute. He could easily discern Fu Xiuhan's hidden intentions. Witnessing the fervor with which Fu Xiuhan spoke, he concluded that his nephew had feelings for the classmate. In the affluent city of Yan, Fu Tianling had attended countless lavish gatherings. And after scanning his mental database of attendees, he found no match for Shi Qian's face, indicating that Shi Qian hailed from an ordinary family. Fu Tianlong's expression darkened. Even the richest families in Yan City might not be suitable matches for their family, let alone someone of no discernible status. His naive nephew must be under some illusion to be interested in such an ordinary individual. "Do you like him?" Fu Tianling asked bluntly. Fu Xiuhan was aware of his uncle's disdain for those from humble backgrounds. He had always discouraged mingling with such individuals, claiming it would tarnish their reputation. If Fu Tianling were to discover his feelings for Shi Qian, it would not bode well for either of them. Though Fu Xiuhan felt a mutual affection blossoming between them, he knew the familial obstacles would not be easily overcome. The Fu family had long arranged a suitable match for Fu Xiuhan, one that was deemed to be of equal social standing, with the expectation that a union would be formalized after his graduation from university. For someone of his status, it was inconceivable that he could freely choose his own partner.
Initially, Fu Xiuhan contemplated secretly courting Shi Qian,
intending to wait a few years until he possessed the means to protect Shi Qian before revealing their relationship. By then, even if his family opposed it, they would be powerless to intervene. Fu Tianling observed Fu Xiuhan, seemingly assessing the veracity of his claims. However, it appeared that their relationship had yet to commence. Fu Xiuhan exhibited no inclination to rush matters. "As long as you're fine, Xiuhan, you must be sensible and avoid associating with those of questionable character. I was just about to attend a meeting when I received your call, only to find out that your classmate was injured. It's not a serious wound. You're overreacting today." Regarding the matter of being followed by those individuals tonight, that is indeed serious and must be taken seriously. I will communicate with your elder brother about this. You shouldn't leave the school carelessly in the coming days. If you must go out, ensure that a bodyguard accompanies you. After issuing his instructions, Fu Tianling promptly departed from the hospital, as he had numerous obligations, and this visit had already consumed significant time. Shi Qian lay on the hospital bed, pale and pitiable. Unable to resist, Fu Xiuhan approached, yearning to caress Shi Qian's face. Just as his hand was about to make contact, Shi Qian opened his eyes, his gaze resting on Fu Xiuhan's approaching hand, furrowing his brow. Inwardly, he thought, Fu Xiuhan's hands are filthy. Has he not washed them in ages? Does he intend to touch my face with those dirty hands? Upon noticing Shi Qian had awakened, Fu Xiuhan hastily poured a glass of water and held it to Shi Qian's lips. Drink a little. Your lips are cracked. I can manage on my own, Shi Qian replied, somewhat taken aback by Fu Xiuhan's sudden affection. Hadn't he previously maintained a cold demeanor towards him? Was this change perhaps due to Shi Qian saving him today? Suddenly, Shi Qian had an epiphany. It seemed he had inadvertently usurped Shi Yan's narrative. In the original scenario, Shi Yan had saved Fu Xiuhan, becoming his benefactor and earning his affection. Now, having rescued Fu Xiuhan, could it be that Fu Xiuhan had developed feelings for him? No, that couldn't be. Shi Qian was ill-equipped to handle the affections of the protagonist group. Such matters were perilous. Noticing Fu Xiuhan's increasingly peculiar gaze upon him, Shi Qian resolved to avert any misconceptions. Today was merely an accident. Don't take it to heart. Shi Qian intended to downplay the situation, believing there was no need for Fu Xiuhan to develop feelings over such an incident. However, Fu Xiuhan interpreted it differently. Upon awakening from a severe injury, Shi Qian's first instinct was to comfort him. Surely, he must be worried that Fu Xiuhan would feel guilty about it, encouraging him not to dwell on this significant matter.
Fu Xiuhan gently inched closer,
attempting to grasp Shi Qian's hand, but alas, Shi Qian swiftly withdrew both hands beneath the covers at his glance. This is no trivial matter. How could I not take to heart the injury you sustained for my sake? Shi Qian was at a loss. Fu Xiuhan had entered this narrative far too swiftly. There was no need for him to repay such a debt with his body. It would be far preferable to simply offer him some financial compensation, or, at the very least, present a commendation for his valor, rather than pledging himself. If you truly feel indebted, then a token of money would suffice as recompense. Everything else can be disregarded. Fu Xiuhan, upon hearing this, was even more moved. He had heard that Shi Qian's family was not well off and that he often wore counterfeit goods, subjected to ridicule at school. It was evident that Shi Qian possessed a strong sense of pride and a desire for dignity. Now, to comfort him, Shi Qian was willing to propose something that would ordinarily be seen as degrading to his self-esteem, indicating just how much he valued himself. Did Shi Qian genuinely mean it when he mentioned money?
No.
It was merely an attempt to alleviate his own guilt, to lighten the burden on his conscience. Shi Qian's affection for him was indeed profound. You risked your life to save mine, and I know you do not seek monetary compensation. I would never debase you with money. Shi Qian nearly lost his composure at this declaration. How could he claim that offering money was an insult? Was it not a reward for a noble act? Shi Qian felt weary. He had no desire to engage in conversation with Fu Xiuhan. Previously, he had perceived Fu Xiuhan as aloof and detached, as though he were a being untouched by the mundane world. Yet, it seemed impossible that someone with any sense would follow Shi Yan around like a fool, knowing full well he was being manipulated, and yet still persistently clinging to him, ultimately leading to a disastrous fate. In pursuit of this so-called love, Shi Qian sighed and closed his eyes, wishing to remain oblivious to it all. In these times, love truly was a matter of life and death. Observing Shi Qian's silence, with his eyes shut, Fu Xiuhan assumed he was merely shy. Perhaps his earlier declaration of risking his life had been too forthright. Shi Qian had been rejected by him numerous times, surely that had caused him pain. Since returning to school, Shi Qian had pretended not to care and refrained from initiating conversation. Yet, Fu Xiuhan was certain that Shi Qian still harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, he would not have sustained injuries to provide him with a chance to escape. He needed to be more proactive. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for you. Upon hearing this, Shi Qian felt as though he might faint from exasperation. It was over. He was entangled now. Chapter 41. Did you strike him? Fu Xiuhan had initially intended for Shi Qian to remain in the hospital a few more days. However, Shi Qian was concerned that if he stayed, Fu Xiuhan would likely be at his bedside every day. Having experienced Fu Xiuhan's excessive concern the previous night, accompanied by his increasingly unsettling gaze, Shi Qian resolved to discharge himself immediately. Fu Xiuhan escorted him the entire way, incessantly inquiring whether Shi Qian's hand still hurt or if he felt unwell, insisting that he must inform him of any discomfort. The confined space of the car made escape impossible, and Fu Xiuhan buzzed incessantly in his ear. Although Shi Qian felt little pain in his hand, a headache had begun to form. At this moment, Shi Qian found himself yearning for the old Fu Xiuhan, cold, distant, and indifferent to his existence. The Fu Xiuhan of yore would never waste words on him, regardless of how close he approached. The man beside him now was like a wind-up parrot, a stark contrast to the former. He was utterly exhausted. The car soon arrived at the school. Fu Xiuhan's vehicle enjoyed privileges, driving directly to the dormitory entrance. As Shi Qian stepped out, he coincidentally encountered Meng Qing, who was emerging from the dormitory. Upon seeing Shi Qian alight from Fu Xiuhan's car, with his right arm wrapped in bandages and clad in an oversized coat that clearly did not belong to him, Meng Qing noted that the inner garment was one Shi Qian had worn the previous day, implying that he had not returned to the dormitory last night. Shi Qian had reluctantly donned the coat, as his own clothes were soiled and unwearable, ultimately succumbing to Fu Xiuhan's relentless chatter. Fu Xiuhan's focus was solely on Shi Qian, anxious that he might trip or hurt himself, offering assistance until Shi Qian shot him several warning glances, prompting Fu Xiuhan to obediently fall back, entirely oblivious to Meng Qing's scrutiny. As Shi Qian neared him, Meng Qing called out, "How did you get hurt?" Only then did Shi Qian realize that Meng Qing had descended without him noticing, having been inadvertently involved in the incident. From the moment Meng Qing first laid eyes on Fu Xiuhan, he harbored animosity towards him. He gently pulled Shi Qian closer to himself, creating some distance from Fu Xiuhan. Did he bully you? Meng Qing had learned that Shi Qian had previously harbored feelings for Fu Xiuhan and had pursued him for quite some time. Yet Fu Xiuhan's attitude towards Shi Qian had been far from cordial, even bordering on hostile. However, in the past few days, Meng Qing had observed Shi Qian and had not detected any particular reaction from him towards Fu Xiuhan.
Could it be that last night?
Shi Qian couldn't resist confessing her feelings to Fu Xiuhan again, only to be met with his rejection. The more Meng Qing thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Fu Xiuhan certainly had the demeanor of a brute. Upon hearing Meng Qing's words, Fu Xiuhan's expression soured. What did she mean by him bullying Shi Qian? Even if he were to resort to violence, he would not stoop to attacking someone so defenseless. Yet, last night, Shi Qian had fought alongside him. He knew she was no pushover. However, Fu Xiuhan had little regard for those weaker than himself, let alone the idea of bullying them. In his eyes, to prey upon the weak was beneath him. Irritated, Fu Xiuhan stated, "It wasn't me. I don't hit people." But then why was she injured? Fu Xiuhan had intended to share that he had been followed and surrounded the previous night, but he realized that such matters were not suitable for others to know at this moment. His uncle had already dispatched someone to handle it. Shi Qian, not wanting them to linger beneath the dormitory during peak hours, noticed several onlookers stopping to witness their spectacle. It was an accident, a mere misstep. It was none of his concern. After Shi Qian finished speaking, she paid no mind to Fu Xiuhan's or Meng Qing's reactions and simply walked inside. The main characters were nothing but trouble. Was she not just a bystander?
Why should she care about him?
Fu Xiuhan was taken aback that Shi Qian had chosen to keep last night's events a secret on his behalf. His uncle had advised him to keep this information from his classmates, and in his haste to attend to Shi Qian, he had forgotten. Unexpectedly, Shi Qian had been quite considerate, truly thoughtful. Watching Shi Qian walk away, Fu Xiuhan disregarded Meng Qing and hurried after her. Meng Qing, observing their departing figures, felt a pang of discomfort, but since he hadn't taken a leave of absence today, he had to attend class as usual. Fu Xiuhan caught up with Shi Qian, following her into the elevator, and continued to trail her even after they exited. "I've already arranged for you to take 3 days off. You should rest properly in the dormitory. You needn't worry about meals. I will take care of everything. Breakfast has already been ordered and is on its way." Shi Qian's only thought was whether she could silence Fu Xiuhan to restore some peace to her world. "It's fine. I've also taken 3 days off. No rush. I live next door, and I'll keep an eye on you." Shi Qian was speechless. She had no idea what dangers awaited her from the hallway to her dorm room, and she felt it necessary for him to ensure her safety. With great efficiency, she opened the door, stepped inside, turned around, and decisively shut the door with a firm clap. Fu Xiuhan, wishing to join her, was met with a cold barrier of the door. "It's fine. When someone is injured, their mood can indeed be affected. Besides, you didn't rest well last night, so you should get some sleep." Fu Xiuhan called through the door, "Don't sleep just yet. Wait until you've had breakfast before resting. It will be here soon." Once the food arrived, Fu Xiuhan politely knocked on Shi Qian's door. She had just finished a quick wash, her hand still throbbed slightly after the anesthesia, and she knew she needed to be cautious over the next few days. Stepping out, she immediately heard Fu Xiuhan's persistent voice. "How polite of you to knock," she thought bemused. Chapter 42. A childish struggle for affection. Shi Qian found herself at a loss with Fu Xiuhan. He bore no malice towards her, and it felt inappropriate to outright reject him. After washing her face, she realized that the injury she had sustained was indeed due to him. Therefore, she had every right to accept his kindness. Since avoidance was futile, she might as well enjoy the attentions of this wealthy young man. She opened the door, turned, and continued to dry her hair with a towel, only to be met with an exclamation from behind her. You've washed your hair. How could you? Aren't you injured? Let me see. Did you get it wet? Is the wound okay?" Fu Xiuhan, resembling an overly eager puppy, rushed to inspect her injury, confirming that only the bandage was slightly damp and that there was no bleeding before he calmed down. You need to be careful over the next few days. Avoid getting it wet. If the wound gets wet, it could open or become infected, and that would worsen the situation. You were injured because of me, so I have a responsibility to look after your hand properly. Where's the hairdryer? I'll help you dry your hair. In such weather, wet hair could lead to illness. After checking her wound, Fu Xiuhan guided Shi Qian to the sofa and began searching for the hairdryer. Eventually, he found it in a small cabinet in the living room. Just sit here, I'll take care of it. This is my first time serving someone after all these years as a young master. You are in for a treat. Shi Qian watched as Fu Xiuhan fumbled about. Whether she was fortunate or not was uncertain, but he was certainly being rough on her scalp. Those who were unaware might think he was attempting to remove her hair rather than dry it. Unable to endure any longer, Shi Qian decided to confiscate the hairdryer from Fu Xiuhan's grasp, saving her hair from further assault. Having never dried someone else's hair before, Fu Xiuhan was determined to prove his sincerity. Shi Qian took the hairdryer and casually tousled her hair. Feeling deprived of his chance to shine, Fu Xiuhan stood by forlornly. Shi Qian wondered if Fu Xiuhan's aloofness in his previous life had all been an act. Why was he now behaving like an eager puppy, wagging his tail at her every day? If his previous demeanor had been a facade, Shi Qian could only admire his acting skills in suppressing his more boisterous nature. If the other students at school saw the supposedly aloof Fu Xiuhan acting like this, they would surely be left speechless. After Shi Qian finished drying her hair, Fu Xiuhan carefully took the hairdryer from her and set it aside. He then pushed the coffee table in front of her, unveiling a breakfast spread of light and appetizing congee and small dishes. This is all you can eat today. You need to avoid many foods due to your injury. Just have a simple meal for now, and when you're better, I'll treat you to something nice. Shi Qian declined Fu Xiuhan's offer to feed her and used her uninjured hand to scoop up the congee one spoonful at a time. After finishing her meal, she noticed Fu Xiuhan clumsily tidying up the table while watching her lie down on her dorm bed before reluctantly departing. Shi Qian had not rested well the previous night, and it wasn't long before she fell asleep. When she awoke, the sky had darkened, and glancing at her watch, she saw it was already 7 p.m. Upon opening her room door, she discovered two figures sitting silently on the sofa. Fu Xiuhan could only come by in the evening. Both men remained motionless, like statues, waiting for Shi Qian to awaken. What are you doing?
She asked.
Meng Qing and Fu Xiuhan rose and approached her as she got up. Do you feel any better? Is there anywhere that still feels uncomfortable? Meng Qing inquired first. Fu Xiuhan quickly chimed in. I came to see you at noon, but you were still asleep. Having slept so long, you must be hungry. I ordered food for you, and it should arrive soon. Shi Qian pushed the two who were encroaching on her personal space away, signaling them to maintain their distance as she walked to the water dispenser for a cup of water. Meng Qing had initially planned to bring Shi Qian takeout, but not knowing when she would wake, he feared the food would grow cold like it had at noon. So he decided to wait until she was awake to fetch her something to eat. What would you like to eat? I can go buy it for you. Meng Qing offered. What do you want to eat? I can order something else for you, Fu Xiuhan countered, unwilling to concede. After finishing an entire cup of water, Shi Qian finally noticed their juvenile competition for her attention and thought that since Fu Xiuhan had already ordered food, there was no need to go through the trouble of getting more. There's no need. Didn't you already order food?
I'll just eat that.
A single dinner was hardly worth the fuss. Upon hearing Shi Qian's choice to eat his own food, Fu Xiuhan cast a victorious glance towards Meng Qing. Meng Qing said nothing and silently walked to the back to pour another cup of warm water for Shi Qian, which he handed over. Shi Qian had indeed not had enough to drink, and after expressing his gratitude, he accepted the cup and drank once more. Fu Xiuhan, witnessing this, felt a surge of discontent and stepped closer, fixating on the cup in Shi Qian's hand, contemplating that once he finished, he too would assist in pouring another cup. As Shi Qian set down the cup after finishing the water, Fu Xiuhan seized the opportunity and snatched it away, preparing to refill it. Shi Qian looked at Fu Xiuhan, bemused by his inexplicable competitive spirit, thinking to himself that he was already satisfied and did not require another cup. Even if he were to pour one, he wouldn't be able to drink it. Noticing Shi Qian's expression of disinterest, Fu Xiuhan finally relented. The meal Fu Xiuhan had ordered soon arrived downstairs, but he was reluctant to allow Shi Qian and Meng Qing to be alone together, so he dispatched Song Qi to retrieve it. He completely overlooked the fact that the two already shared a dormitory. Even if they were not alone now, they would inevitably find themselves alone later. Fu Xiuhan disregarded these thoughts, adamant in his desire to prevent any closeness between them. Since Shi Qian favored him, he contemplated having Song Qi switch dorms with Meng Qing tomorrow. Exchanging glances with Meng Qing, both perceived the animosity reflected in each other's eyes. Meng Qing suspected Fu Xiuhan harbored ulterior motives toward Shi Qian. Having previously rejected Shi Qian, how could he now approach him with such familiarity? Was it merely because Shi Qian had become more attractive? This superficial individual did not deserve to pursue Shi Qian. On the other hand, Fu Xiuhan felt that Meng Qing had become excessively intimate with Shi Qian. He had noticed Meng Qing's subtle gestures since the first day of school and had suggested to Song Qi that they change seats. Did he possibly have feelings for Shi Qian as well? Chapter 43. Should we change dorms? The more Fu Xiuhan pondered, the more convinced he became that there was a possibility of Meng Qing harboring deeper feelings for Shi Qian. If that were the case, having them reside in the same dormitory would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den, allowing Meng Qing to seize the opportunity. Regardless, since Shi Qian favored him, he might as well propose that Song Qi switch dorms with Shi Qian right away. Shi Qian, would you consider swapping dorms with Song Qi and moving in with me? It would be more convenient for me to care for you and assist with your medication. Fu Xiuhan's intentions were glaringly obvious. Shi Qian thought that if he were to move in with Fu Xiuhan, given Fu Xiuhan's current overzealousness, he would likely be overwhelmed. It would be far better to stay with Meng Qing, who seemed to maintain a level of decorum and would not cling to him as Fu Xiuhan did. If it were this way, Fu Xiuhan's proposal to live together might genuinely receive Shi Qian's agreement. Though Meng Qing was reluctant, he knew he lacked the authority to demand that Shi Qian remain. He was not in a position to influence Shi Qian's decisions or consider his feelings. Shi Qian did not hesitate long before he declined Fu Xiuhan's proposal. Fu Xiuhan, expecting Shi Qian to agree, thought his hesitation was merely due to shyness. He was about to message Song Qi to pack his belongings and prepare for the switch when he heard Shi Qian's refusal.
Why?
You were injured because of me. I have an obligation to care for you. Is it because you find packing troublesome? Don't worry, you can simply sit and direct me. I love tidying up. Song Qi took the items from the driver and started to head upstairs. Just as he finished, he received another message from Fu Xiuhan instructing him to head to Shi Qian's dormitory. Song Qi thought everyone was joking. Fu Xiuhan wanted Shi Qian to ride in his car? That seemed impossible. It was Fu Xiuhan's prized possession, and since he acquired his driver's license, he had chosen that car himself, treating it with utmost care, even refusing to let Song Qi ride in it. Although Song Qi and Fu Xiuhan had grown up together, he understood that Fu Xiuhan did not regard him as a true friend. Song Qi's father was one of the directors in the marketing department of Fu Xiuhan's older brother's company. Thanks to the positive relationship between Song Qi and Fu Xiuhan, his father's position had steadily improved. Song Qi was well aware that his father had not attained his status through merit alone. Fu Xiuhan's family business was well known in the capital, with countless talented individuals vying for positions. His father had only graduated from high school, and without Fu Xiuhan's connections, he would never have gained entry into such a prestigious company. From a young age, Song Qi had learned to read the room, and his father, Lin Yudao, often brought him into his study for discussions, emphasizing the importance of maintaining a good relationship with Fu Xiuhan as their family depended on him. Lin Yudao hailed from a remote rural area where his family comprised 8 members, leaving him to be the second of 6 siblings. His parents could not afford his education. So, after finishing high school, he took a long train journey to the capital to work, just as his older brother had done. He worked grueling jobs and, after saving a woman named Song Su from an accident, found that she was the daughter of a wealthy family. She pursued him, eventually proposing marriage, which surprised Lin Yudao. Although Song Su was not particularly attractive and could not compare to the girl from the neighboring house who had pursued him, Lin Yudao recognized her wealth. Initially, he refused, thinking she was joking, but as she visited daily, his co-workers teased him about his luck, claiming he had caught the eye of a wealthy heiress. Eventually, Lin Yudao's heart softened, and when Song Su came to see him again, he no longer rejected her, accompanying her on walks after work. In the end, Song Su's father compromised, agreeing to their marriage on the condition that Lin Yudao sever ties with his hometown and move into the Song family. Lin Yudao, reluctant to follow in his brother's footsteps and remain in labor-intensive jobs, ultimately consented to Song Su's father's terms. Lin Yudao and Song Su married successfully and had 2 sons, the younger of whom was Song Qi. Chapter 44. Not friends at all, although the Song family was considered an artistic lineage. They were not on par with the truly affluent families in the capital. However, compared to Lin Yudao's own family, they were a significant improvement. Through the Song family's business, Lin Yudao secured a decent job, earning a stable monthly salary. Although the Song family regarded his earnings as meager, they were still a vast improvement over his previous life working on construction sites. In addition, the work primarily involved sitting in an office, free from the harsh elements of wind, sun, and rain, engaging in laborious tasks. A mere tapping on the keyboard and formatting a few documents concludes the day as labor. Lin Yudao secured his position through connections, and everyone is aware of his privileged status, hence he faces no difficulties, assigned only with easy, mindless tasks. Furthermore, his young son has fortuitously forged a relationship with the young master Fu Xiuhan of the Fu family, which has elevated the Song family status. Consequently, Lin Yudao was transferred to work at Fu Xiuhan's elder brother's company, where he acquired a nominal position and saw his salary multiply several times over. Thus, he has instilled in Song Qi from a young age the importance of maintaining a good relationship with Fu Xiuhan, advising him to always defer to this young master, which Song Qi obediently follows, recognizing the benefits of being close to Fu Xiuhan. Although Fu Xiuhan possesses a somewhat average temperament, Exhibiting the typical airs of a wealthy young master, the advantages he offers far surpass what Song Qi's family can provide. The Song family, which once prided itself as an artistic lineage, has long since declined, retaining only a name. Lin's father has 3 children. His mother is the middle child, with an elder brother and a younger sister. His mother's elder brother controls the family's tangible resources, while her sister has leveraged family connections to marry a wealthy man. It is Lin's mother, caught in the middle, who, having chosen a man deemed undesirable by the family, has been neglected. As a child, Song Qi often pondered why his mother did not marry a wealthy man while the family still held some prominence, which would have made him a true heir to wealth. He had heard from adults that his father was a rural bumpkin, lacking even a college education, relegated to laboring on construction sites. Had his mother not made a poor choice in him, he would have likely never gained entry into a family like the Songs. This realization filled Song Qi with a sense of shame towards his father, who seemed to possess nothing and held no standing within the Song family. Daily, Song Qi trailed behind Fu Xiuhan at school, consumed by envy at everything Fu Xiuhan possessed. Why was he not the favored one? Why were some born as privileged darlings while he felt like a servant, forever ingratiating himself with Fu Xiuhan? Initially, Fu Xiuhan paid little attention to Song Qi until a chance incident where he was inadvertently locked in a restroom, and Song Qi happened to pass by and helped him escape. This act led Fu Xiuhan to view Song Qi differently, as if he had saved him. Song Qi had no intention of befriending Fu Xiuhan, fully aware that children from affluent families often looked down upon those like him. And he did not wish to appear desperate. However, upon discovering that Song Qi had established a connection with Fu Xiuhan, those who once regarded him indifferently suddenly praised him for his cleverness and fortune in befriending Fu Xiuhan. Desiring to earn the family's approval through academic excellence, Song Qi studied diligently, yet no one acknowledged his efforts, as if good grades were merely expected of him. Meanwhile, his social standing in the family surged simply because he had spoken a few words to Fu Xiuhan. The absurdity of it all struck him. Years of hard work seemed trivial compared to the deference he paid to another. Despite his discomfort, Song Qi continued to gravitate towards Fu Xiuhan, and through their interactions, he learned that Fu Xiuhan's cold demeanor was a facade masking a rather spoiled and immature young master. Fu Xiuhan was consistently aloof towards strangers, a demeanor instilled by his elder brother, who advised that those of their status should maintain a cool exterior to avoid unnecessary complications. Fortuitously, through his association with Fu Xiuhan, Song Qi found himself attending the same prestigious school, an opportunity he would never have secured without Fu Xiuhan's influence. In his first year of high school, when Fu Xiuhan was to be sent to Yan City due to family matters, Lin Yudao immediately arranged for Song Qi to transfer as well, instructing him to attend to Fu Xiuhan's needs, promising future benefits. Initially reluctant, Song Qi felt relief at the thought of Fu Xiuhan's departure, believing he would finally be free. Although resources were plentiful beside Fu Xiuhan, Song Qi remained too proud, convinced that Fu Xiuhan could never regard him as a friend. He saw himself merely as Fu Xiuhan's companion, a servant, a toy, something disposable at Fu Xiuhan's whim. This notion was solidified one day when Song Qi, curious about a pendant around Fu Xiuhan's neck, reached out to touch it, only to be harshly rebuffed, told to leave his belongings alone. In that moment, Song Qi comprehended the chasm between their social standings. They could never truly be friends. Thus, when Fu Xiuhan announced his transfer and Lin Yudao suggested Song Qi accompany him, his immediate reaction was one of refusal. However, family members insisted he be sensible, as it concerned the entire Song family standing, coercing him into transferring to Yan City and attending the same school as Fu Xiuhan. Upon learning of Song Qi's transfer, Fu Xiuhan expressed overwhelming gratitude, declaring him his best friend. This proclamation left Song Qi incredulous. How could he possibly be the best friend of this young master? The very notion of friendship felt extravagant, as he devoted his days to serving Fu Xiuhan, leaving no time to cultivate friendships of his own. His brief curiosity about Fu Xiuhan's belongings had resulted in a harsh rebuke, hardly the hallmark of friendship. It seemed that Fu Xiuhan merely required a loyal companion, and by chance, Song Qi had become the most convenient choice. Faced with Fu Xiuhan's words, Song Qi offered no rebuttal. Nor did he confess his reluctance to attend school in Yan City, where he enjoyed superior educational resources, preferring not to venture so far. Yet he remained silent, acquiescing to the narrative that he was willingly accompanying Fu Xiuhan. For the Song family, education was secondary. Serving Fu Xiuhan was his primary obligation. How absurd, he mused. Was he destined to be a servant? Chapter 45. To settle the score as Song Qi ascended the stairs carrying Fu Xiuhan's takeout, the moment he stepped into the dormitory, he overheard Fu Xiuhan requesting to switch dorms with Shi Qian, citing convenience for care and medication, even spinning a feeble lie about enjoying tidying up. Having spent years in Fu Xiuhan's company, Song Qi was acutely aware of what kind of young master he was. Pampered and accustomed to having others cater to his every need, Fu Xiuhan had never lifted a finger, having been surrounded by servants since childhood, who even squeezed toothpaste for him. He had never cleaned up after himself, Any mess would remain until someone else took care of it. Originally, the Fu family had purchased an off-campus residence for him, but on a whim, Fu Xiuhan expressed a desire to live on campus and the family, unable to refuse, allowed it, believing it would facilitate protection. With no relatives in Yan City and the Song family unlikely to purchase him a home, Song Qi had no choice but to reside on campus alongside Fu Xiuhan. It was only after moving in with Fu Xiuhan that he realized just how spoiled he was. Even the bed was made by Song Qi, as Fu Xiuhan had never cleaned the dormitory once. Food wrappers cluttered the common area. And if Song Qi did not tidy up, they would remain there the next day. In Fu Xiuhan's world, trash seemed to vanish on its own. He merely had to enjoy life while others managed the details. Though Song Qi harbored grievances, he pondered what he could say to Fu Xiuhan. Should he suggest they take turns cleaning? Or remind him to tidy up after meals? Song Qi possessed a keen sense of self-awareness. How could he dare to make demands of the young master? If he were to be disliked, and Fu Xiuhan severed their friendship, what could Song Qi possibly do alone in Yan City? He felt compelled to constantly curry favor with Fu Xiuhan. Yet, what was he witnessing now? Fu Xiuhan was actually fawning over Shi Qian, whose status was even inferior to his own. By what right? Without uttering a word, Song Qi merely placed down his belongings and stepped aside. Fu Xiuhan continued to plead with Shi Qian to come over, nearly resorting to lifting him himself. Not once did he consult Song Qi's opinion. Indeed, it had always been Fu Xiuhan's way or no way. When had he ever considered Song Qi's feelings? Shi Qian, irritated by Fu Xiuhan's incessant chatter, reminded him that his takeout had arrived. Wasn't it time to eat? Only then did Fu Xiuhan notice Song Qi standing at the door. He instructed Song Qi to set everything on the small table in the dorm's living area and beckoned Shi Qian to sit down. This place has delectable food, and the flavors are mild, perfect for your recovery. Shi Qian halted Fu Xiuhan's attempt to serve him, indicating that he still had one functioning hand. The quantity of food Fu Xiuhan had ordered was immense, sufficient even for 10 people. After consulting Fu Xiuhan, Shi Qian called Meng Qing and Song Qi over as well. When Song Qi mentioned he had unfinished assignments and decided to leave, Fu Xiuhan did not try to persuade him to stay. Song Qi departed with a gloomy expression. Yet no one paid him any heed. Meng Qing, however, did not refuse. He had no desire to leave Shi Qian alone with Fu Xiuhan. So, he naturally sat beside Shi Qian, meticulously picking out the dishes that Shi Qian disliked and placing the prepared bowl of food in front of him. Shi Qian was somewhat surprised that Meng Qing remembered his aversions, as the selected items were precisely those he was not fond of. In truth, Shi Qian was not incapable of eating them, he simply preferred not to. With the food now in front of him, to refuse would seem pretentious. And Shi Qian felt it unnecessary. Though the two had been at odds in their previous life, in this one, no grievances had yet unfolded. Moreover, they were both characters ostensibly controlled by a so-called system. Shi Qian no longer felt the same level of anxiety he had upon awakening. Meng Qing's past retaliation against him was, in fact, quite normal, if one were to truly assess right and wrong. Shi Qian had also committed many wrongdoings in his previous life, albeit not willingly. Delving into past grievances was rather pointless. In this life, Shi Qian had yet to wrong Meng Qing, and Meng Qing could not possibly seek revenge as he had in the past. It was best for them to interact normally, accepting the assistance of a roommate when one was injured and unable to manage alone. Fu Xiuhan, observing Shi Qian consuming the dishes Meng Qing had chosen, was astonished. Are these all things you cannot eat? I shall remember. After their meal, Fu Xiuhan volunteered to assist Shi Qian in changing his bandages. And Shi Qian allowed him to proceed, resulting in a chaotic mess. Ultimately, it was Meng Qing, possessing some experience in handling injuries, who ended up bandaging Shi Qian. That evening, Shi Qian was left feeling dizzy from Fu Xiuhan's incessant chatter and retired early to bed. Upon entering the classroom, he had scarcely settled when Zhang Ming stormed in, visibly agitated and bandaged from head to toe. Zhang Ming, a student from the arts class, had been lurking near Shi Qian's classroom early that morning, waiting to confront him. He had been assaulted and left barely conscious on the ground until the cafeteria staff discovered him at dawn and reported the incident to the school, leading to his hospitalization. Upon awakening, Zhang Ming was convinced that Shi Qian was the one who had attacked him. The secluded location of the cafeteria's back courtyard seldom attracted students. Had he not received Shi Qian's note, he would not have ventured there. Upon reading the note and realizing that Shi Qian had figured out the trap he had orchestrated in the equipment room, he surmised that Shi Qian intended to confront him directly. But who was Zhang Ming? He was accustomed to bullying others, and to him, Shi Qian was merely an insignificant figure. He was eager to witness how Shi Qian would retaliate. After all, given Shi Qian's frail physique, he could easily break his arm with a single hand. The dark and desolate setting provided a perfect opportunity should he wish to engage in other, less savory activities. Zhang Ming had always harbored a dislike for Shi Qian, who often trailed behind Shi Yan. He saw no reason why the person he admired should socialize with someone like Shi Qian. Previously, he had refrained from confronting Shi Qian due to Shi Yan's presence. Now that Shi Yan was absent, he felt free to act. A country bumpkin, unaware of the distance between their families, Had the audacity to seek connections with the Shi family. How shameless. Chapter 46. Who do you think he has his eyes on? Zhang Ming was intent on humiliating Shi Qian, forcing him to kneel and beg for mercy. He reveled in the sensation of others submitting to him, relishing the illusion of absolute control and superiority. This time, he was eager to see how Shi Qian planned to take revenge. Would it be a one-on-one confrontation? Given Shi Qian's frail build, he could easily overpower him. The secluded location under the cover of darkness also provided a convenient backdrop for any additional schemes he might entertain. Earlier that morning, Zhang Ming had entertained a daydream about Shi Qian while dozing off in class. As Shi Qian observed Zhang Ming enter the classroom, his entire body swathed in bandages. The severity of his injuries was unmistakable. The conspicuous bandage on his head was particularly evident. The injury had been a result of Shi Qian's earlier confrontation when he had struck him with a stick. Shi Qian felt his strike had been adequately measured, not enough to cause permanent harm, so he had left it be. I know it was you who attacked me that night. Who gave you the audacity? How dare you? Zhang Ming seethed. It was one thing to be trampled upon by those wealthier than himself. It was entirely intolerable to be overshadowed by someone he deemed a prey. Prepare to be expelled. I have already informed your homeroom teacher and the academic dean. Even if you kneel before me now, I will not relent. As if to validate Zhang Ming's claims, a voice called from the doorway, announcing that the homeroom teacher wished to see Shi Qian in the office. Shi Qian shrugged, his expression betraying no emotion. His nonchalant demeanor only served to infuriate Zhang Ming further. In a fit of rage, Zhang Ming lunged forward, attempting to strike Shi Qian with his cane. Shi Qian nimbly dodged and feigned a slip, causing Zhang Ming to tumble clumsily to the ground. Apologies, my hand is injured. I couldn't maintain my balance. Shi Qian offered insincerely, stepping over Zhang Ming's sprawled form as he exited the classroom. Zhang Ming, seething with rage, muttered curses. What nonsense about losing balance. Shi Qian's injury did not involve his feet. Ultimately, he was assisted to the office by a well-meaning classmate. Upon the arrival of both students, the homeroom teacher instructed them to sit in the chairs before her and asked, "Do you know why I called you here today?" This vague inquiry was a common technique employed by teachers to prompt students into revealing their truths. The teacher sighed before continuing. Zhang Ming claims that you assaulted him 3 nights ago. Do you acknowledge this? Shi Qian raised his injured hand and replied, "Teacher, look at me. How could I possibly strike anyone?" The homeroom teacher scrutinized Shi Qian's injured hand and then glanced between the two boys, noting the stark difference in their physiques. It was indeed difficult to believe that the slender Shi Qian could have inflicted such damage on the robust Zhang Ming. Initially, when Zhang Ming had come to report that Shi Qian had attacked him, the teacher had been skeptical, thinking he was merely joking, as the claim sounded utterly implausible. It appears to recount an incident where an underdeveloped kitten managed to severely injure a rampaging wild boar. However, Zhang Ming, determined to resolve the matter, insisted on involving their homeroom teacher. Upon hearing Shi Qian's words, Zhang Ming became agitated, exclaiming, "It was you that night. Who else would go there?" "Oh, why would I go there?" Shi Qian feigned ignorance. "How would I know you? Wasn't it you who invited me? When did I ever invite you? You threw me a note while having breakfast that morning, asking me to come over." Zhang Ming insisted, "Don't deny it. This is clearly your handwriting." With a swift motion, Zhang Ming rummaged through his pocket and produced a piece of paper, slapping it onto the teacher's desk. A mere glance at the handwriting would reveal it was indeed Shi Qian's, providing irrefutable evidence. The teacher's expression shifted slightly as he examined the note. Shi Qian remained unfazed, sitting quietly without shifting his gaze. Zhang Ming, with a smug look, eagerly awaited the teacher's verdict regarding Shi Qian. "Zhang Ming, what do you mean by presenting me with a blank piece of paper?" the teacher asked, visibly displeased, recalling Zhang Ming's prior transgressions of bullying classmates. Suspecting he was merely stirring trouble again, Zhang Ming anticipated Shi Qian's comeuppance, but was taken aback when he saw the blank paper. He scrutinized the note from every angle. Perplexed, where were the words? Shi Qian, fully aware of his intentions, had no intention of leaving any incriminating evidence. He had used a disappearing ink pen, which could only retain its markings for 2 hours, and given that several days had passed, it was now blank. "Are you playing tricks on me?" Zhang Ming was astonished that Shi Qian had taken such precautions. "Teacher, I just returned to school after break. I have no conflicts with Zhang Ming and am not familiar with him. How could I possibly invite him to such a secluded place at night? You're talking nonsense. You clearly wanted to retaliate against me." Zhang Ming, realizing he was about to divulge something incriminating about the equipment room, quickly shut his mouth and altered his statement. "How could I know why you invited me? Perhaps you have a crush on me?" Shi Qian couldn't help but laugh at this, finding it amusing yet deeply insulting to Zhang Ming. Just as Shi Qian was about to respond, a figure burst into the room with such speed that it could have easily sent the hefty Zhang Ming sprawling. Fu Xiuhan had gone to knock on Shi Qian's dormitory door early that morning, only to discover he had already left. Sitting alone in his beloved car, concerned that Shi Qian might not have a proper breakfast at the cafeteria, he decided to procure something for him. Accidentally clicking into the class group chat, he noticed the messages about Zhang Ming seeking out Shi Qian. while casually reclining in his car, contemplating what breakfast to bring. He immediately rushed out upon seeing Zhang Ming's intentions. Fu Xiuhan was well aware of what had transpired that night. He had followed closely and observed the entire affair, thus understanding Zhang Ming's motives. However, since Shi Qian was under his protection, he could not allow anyone to bully him. Who do you think he has a crush on? Chapter 47. Do you think you can outdo me? Upon entering, Fu Xiuhan overheard Zhang Ming's absurd claim about Shi Qian's affections. He scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Ming. He knew he was the type Shi Qian preferred. Even with one eye less, Shi Qian would never find Zhang Ming appealing. The disparity between him and Zhang Ming was too vast. Shi Qian's standards could not possibly fall so low. Zhang Ming felt a wave of foreboding at Fu Xiuhan's unwelcoming demeanor. He was somewhat intimidated by Fu Xiuhan, for who in this school was unaware of his status. Zhang Ming had once attempted to cultivate a rapport with him, but Fu Xiuhan had not even deigned to acknowledge him. Realizing he no longer had any chance of conversing with him, Zhang Ming had since avoided him. However, encountering Fu Xiuhan today, with his authoritative presence, filled Zhang Ming with dread. Fu Xiuhan was not one to meddle in others' affairs. If he had come to the office for a teacher, he would not have engaged in their conversation. Moreover, he had no reason to be there. Typically, he would communicate directly with the principal, and someone would inform the teachers. His presence indicated that the matter must be of concern to him, likely to defend someone else. Fu Xiuhan rarely spoke, but when he did, it signified his involvement. Zhang Ming understood that Fu Xiuhan would not come to his aid, leaving only one possibility. He was there to support Shi Qian. Zhang Ming had gathered some information about Fu Xiuhan and Shi Qian from online forums. Knowing that Fu Xiuhan had rejected Shi Qian's advances multiple times, which should render any relationship between them improbable. Yet, Zhang Ming had clearly observed the concern in Fu Xiuhan's eyes when he entered, a fleeting sense of relief upon confirming Shi Qian was unharmed. This realization sent a chill down Zhang Ming's spine. He suddenly regretted seeking trouble with Shi Qian. Being beaten up was one thing, but provoking Fu Xiuhan was an entirely different matter. Zhang Ming began to reconsider his course of action. Cautiously, Zhang Ming lifted his gaze to meet Fu Xiuhan's cold stare. Feeling as though any misstep could cost him dearly, he swallowed hard, reminding himself that he could not show weakness at this moment. He was in the right. He was the one who had been assaulted, not like before when he sought out others to bully. There were no witnesses that night, no cameras. Zhang Ming had to shift any potential blame onto Shi Qian, crafting himself into the perfect victim. Zhang Ming knew that while Fu Xiuhan typically avoided unnecessary conflicts, he would not create trouble for someone innocent. If he could present his case convincingly, Fu Xiuhan would likely not challenge him. You claim Shi Qian has a crush on you? What about you appeals to him? Is it your height of barely 6 feet and your 200-pound frame? Or perhaps your prematurely balding head? Or your features that resemble those of a roadkill victim? Can he really inflict such harm upon you? With a build like yours, akin to a cannonball, can he truly contend with you? In school, no one dared to mention such things in front of him. The wealthy looked down upon him, and the diligent students focused solely on their studies, ignoring him entirely. Nevertheless, despite the silence, Zhang Ming felt an undercurrent of insecurity. Every glance from passers-by felt like a mockery behind his back, driving him to pick on those he deemed easy targets, often without reason. Standing at 5'7", he contemplated correcting Fu Xiuhan, but addressing such a trivial point amidst a cascade of criticism seemed excessive. In truth, he had questioned whether Shi Qian was the one who had assaulted him, for he found it hard to believe a wiry individual could inflict such damage. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. Who else would know he was there besides Shi Qian? Zhang Ming dared not challenge Fu Xiuhan's assertions, as they were grounded in undeniable reality. Nor could he express anger in Fu Xiuhan's presence, for he was no match for him. His face flushed with embarrassment and rage. He wished to vanish into the ground. He glared at Shi Qian, desperately attempting to salvage his dignity. He only sees my wealth. He desires my money. Zhang Ming resolved to maintain his composure, determined not to appear defeated, especially since he was the victim in this scenario. Shi Qian was merely a poor relative of the Shi family, well known around school for having gained admission solely through his connection with Shi Yan. Yes, Zhang Ming reassured himself he would cling to this point. Upon hearing these words, Fu Xiuhan's displeasure intensified. After that night of being cornered, he believed he had forged a bond of life and death with Shi Qian, making it intolerable for anyone to speak ill of him. For the sake of money, was there anyone wealthier than him? Why would Shi Qian covet someone else's fortune? That day in the hospital, Shi Qian did not extort him under the guise of a savior. Fu Xiuhan knew he was not a materialistic person. How could he possibly seek connections with such an inferior individual for monetary gain? Absurd. Did he desire your money? What a joke. I am so affluent that he wouldn't even accept it if I offered. Does he yearn for your meager coins? Zhang Ming was momentarily stunned. When had Fu Xiuhan ever given Shi Qian money? Why would he voluntarily offer it? At what stage had their relationship developed to warrant such actions? Fu Xiuhan turned to Shi Qian, his expression shifting from disdain to smugness, as if to say, look at how impressive I am, rendering Zhang Ming speechless. If Fu Xiuhan had a tail, Shi Qian felt he would be spinning in circles at that moment. However, the conflict with Zhang Ming had nothing to do with Fu Xiuhan. Observing Fu Xiuhan's current demeanor, it was as if he were the principal character rather than Shi Qian. Moreover, Shi Qian believed their relationship had not yet reached a level where he needed Fu Xiuhan's assistance. Furthermore, if word got out that Fu Xiuhan was so publicly supporting him, his future campus life would certainly be tumultuous. Wouldn't those who wished to curry favor with Fu Xiuhan come seeking him? This was a matter he could resolve himself. After all, dragging this out with Zhang Ming would yield no results. Fu Xiuhan's interference would only complicate matters. The immediate priority was to escort this ancestral figure out. Just as Shi Qian was about to speak, Zhang Ming suddenly recalled something and shouted, "There's surveillance. I want to check the cameras from that night." Although Zhang Ming was momentarily taken aback by Fu Xiuhan's words, he did not lose his composure. What he originally thought would be a minor issue with Shi Qian had unexpectedly escalated into a complex situation. Thus, he had bided his time for several days, waiting for this opportunity. He intended to confront Shi Qian in front of his entire class, making sure all his classmates witnessed the seriousness of offending him. However, he had not anticipated complications arising midway, with even his so-called written evidence losing its efficacy, let alone the unexpected emergence of Fu Xiuhan. In increasingly unfavorable circumstances, Zhang Ming reminded himself not to panic. Although Fu Xiuhan was formidable, he was not unreasonable. Throughout the questioning, Fu Xiuhan had not hastily placed all the blame on him merely to defend Shi Qian. As long as he had solid evidence on his side, there remained a chance for a favorable outcome. Even though there were no cameras in the cafeteria's backyard, the path leading there must have been monitored. As long as surveillance captured Shi Qian near the backyard, everything he had claimed that day would be substantiated. That night, only he and Shi Qian had ventured to the backyard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lain on the ground all night, only to be discovered the next morning. There was only one way in and out of the cafeteria's backyard, and Shi Qian could not have evaded the cameras. Zhang Ming was very confident in this. This was his final trump card. Once the footage was reviewed, it would prove everything. He had not lied. He had not falsely accused Shi Qian. He was genuinely an innocent victim. With this thought, Zhang Ming felt a surge of confidence. Ignoring the pain from his injuries, he straightened his posture, as if to demonstrate that he had never wronged Shi Qian. Zhang Ming's intention to review the surveillance was entirely within Shi Qian's expectations. He had long prepared for this, having meticulously avoided all cameras on that fateful night, ensuring he would not be captured on film. If Zhang Ming insisted on reviewing the footage, he would only uncover his own movements from that day, which would not implicate Shi Qian in any way. Therefore, there was no need for him to be anxious. Meanwhile, Fu Xiuhan, who stood off to the side, felt a sense of unease, but did not allow it to show on his face. At such a crucial moment, he could not afford to reveal any signs of distress, otherwise, it would be difficult for Shi Qian to clear his name. If Shi Qian were indeed captured on camera in the cafeteria's backyard, it would certainly have also recorded Fu Xiuhan himself. In that case, Fu Xiuhan would be willing to spin the narrative as a rendezvous between the two, given the nature of their relationship, a pursuer and the pursued. What was wrong with taking a stroll together late at night? Although their relationship had not yet been firmly established, Fu Xiuhan did not mind any misunderstandings from others. He could seize this opportunity to subtly convey to Shi Qian that his stance was softening. Should Shi Qian express his feelings again, Fu Xiuhan would likely be inclined to accept. This way, they could be openly together, and Shi Qian would no longer have to endure the pointed remarks of others. He would surely take Shi Qian's hand in front of all their classmates, making it clear that Shi Qian belonged to him. That Shi Qian's previous pursuits were not in vain, but merely a necessary waiting period for their love to blossom. Once everyone understood the nature of his relationship with Shi Qian, they would no longer dare to speak ill of him on forums, disparaging Shi Qian or mocking his aesthetic and taste, or humiliating him for his poverty, which was not his fault. Fu Xiuhan cared not for Shi Qian's financial status, for Shi Qian could never match his wealth. Money was something he had in abundance. If Shi Qian desired it, he could have it. In a romantic relationship with Shi Qian, he would be the first love that Fu Xiuhan had cherished and protected throughout his life. And he would treat Shi Qian with utmost care, ensuring no one looked down upon him. However, there was one thing to keep in mind. While he displayed affection for Shi Qian in front of all their classmates, that affection must not extend beyond the campus. He had to leverage his considerable influence to silence all gossip. He believed that it wouldn't take long. Fu Xiuhan had great faith in his abilities and was determined to quickly take over the family business, strengthening it further. In a short span, Fu Xiuhan had meticulously considered the future he envisioned with Shi Qian. The proposal to review the footage, which he had previously viewed with apprehension, now appeared promising. Fu Xiuhan raised no objections and did not obstruct the process. When Shi Qian's homeroom teacher saw that everyone was in agreement, and since the situation had reached a critical point, they decided to proceed with the surveillance review. Zhang Ming seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope as he pushed himself toward the computer, eager to see whether, in the face of undeniable evidence, Shi Qian would still attempt to refute the claims. The homeroom teacher accelerated the playback, and soon the footage revealed Zhang Ming appearing in the frame. In the dim lighting, he resembled a large, moving trash bin, advancing through every necessary route. Zhang Ming arrived early. He had arranged to meet Shi Qian at 9. But he harbored his own ulterior motives and arrived at 8:30 to familiarize himself with the layout of the cafeteria's backyard, preparing for a moment when he could satisfy his predatory desires. As time progressed, 20 minutes passed, and aside from Zhang Ming, no one else was visible. Just as it approached 9, a figure finally came into view. Upon seeing the silhouette, Zhang Ming immediately tapped his cane on the ground, exclaiming, "I knew it. Shi Qian has definitely arrived. The evidence is right here." Shi Qian, taken aback that he had indeed been captured on camera, thought it improbable. He was well acquainted with that route and had avoided the monitored areas. There was no way he could have been filmed. Who, then, had been recorded? Shi Qian felt a twinge of confusion. He stepped forward, curious to see who it was. The man appearing on the surveillance footage was tall and somewhat familiar. The visibility was poor, but Shi Qian still recognized the attire, the very same outfit Fu Xiuhan had worn that night. Had Fu Xiuhan been trailing him from the very beginning? Chapter 49. Are they attempting to frame me? Shi Qian unexpectedly spotted Fu Xiuhan on the surveillance footage. He had initially believed that Fu Xiuhan had seen him outside that night, unaware that he had been followed since their time in the dormitory. It was entirely Shi Qian's fault for being so engrossed in his own thoughts that he failed to notice Fu Xiuhan's pursuit. As he examined the timestamp on the monitor, it coincided closely with his own timeline. This meant that Fu Xiuhan must have witnessed what transpired in the backyard with Zhang Ming. If Fu Xiuhan was aware that it was Shi Qian who had struck Zhang Ming, what was he questioning now? Shi Qian found himself perplexed. Why would Fu Xiuhan conceal the truth, knowing that it was he who had retaliated? Was it because he had saved him that night? However, Shi Qian did not perceive this incident as particularly significant in Fu Xiuhan's eyes. After all, there were numerous individuals eager to curry favor with Fu Xiuhan, willing to go to great lengths for him. Shi Qian had merely acted out of necessity, fulfilling the role of a so-called savior by chance. The most Shi Qian could comprehend was that Fu Xiuhan would take care of him during his recuperation, and once he healed, their relationship would return to its former state. Shi Qian did not believe that Fu Xiuhan's actions over the past few days had exceeded the bounds of nurse-like care. Everything seemed reasonable, and he accepted it gladly. However, the idea of Fu Xiuhan covering for him and lying on his behalf felt excessive. Fu Xiuhan was under no obligation to act as an unethical accomplice. Although Shi Qian held no regrets about striking Zhang Ming, who had instigated the confrontation, he believed that one should not retreat from unfounded provocations. Rather, they must respond with equal fervor to end such matters. Shi Qian remained silent, gazing at Fu Xiuhan with a hint of confusion. Meanwhile, Fu Xiuhan remained transfixed by the monitor, recognizing a familiar figure. Was that not himself? What about Shi Qian? Had he not been captured on camera? Hadn't he been right behind him the entire time? After Zhang Ming's initial excitement waned, he too noticed the reactions of others. It was eerily quiet. Hadn't they already found the evidence? Why this unexpected silence? The homeroom teacher, having reviewed the footage, also recognized Fu Xiuhan, whose striking appearance and distinctive gait made him easily identifiable even from a distance. The teacher, an ordinary individual without influential connections, was generally reluctant to intervene in student disputes. Especially given that troublemakers were often from wealthy backgrounds, she could not afford to offend any of them. This time, she had merely come to mediate as a routine procedure. If the situation implicated Fu Xiuhan, it was beyond her capacity to handle. Zhang Ming refocused on the monitor, slowly realizing that the figure on screen was not Shi Qian but rather Fu Xiuhan. The atmosphere grew tense and silent. At that moment, the academic dean, delayed by other matters, entered the room. Have things been clarified? The dean inquired, visibly annoyed. How can such a simple matter drag on for so long? Shi Qian has no background, merely a distant relative of the Shi family, while Zhang Ming's father has donated a building to the school. It should be obvious how to handle this. A straightforward process of asking a few questions should suffice, followed by a swift judgment against Shi Qian. Penalties assigned, consequences meted out, and that would be the end of it. Only then did the dean notice Fu Xiuhan standing there, prompting a shift in demeanor. Ah, Fu Xiuhan, you're here. Why are you standing? Come, have a seat. Is there an academic issue you wish to discuss with a homeroom teacher? As I mentioned before, you can come directly to me with any problems. I'll help you resolve them. Let the homeroom teacher handle the other students' matters. I'll take care of yours. The dean attempted to usher Fu Xiuhan into his office, but Fu Xiuhan merely glanced at him, showing no intention of leaving. I am here to address the matter concerning Shi Qian. The dean was taken aback. The matter concerning Shi Qian? When did their relationship become so close? Fu Xiuhan turned to Zhang Ming and asked, "Is the footage clear enough? Was that person Shi Qian?" A chill ran down Zhang Ming's spine. He could not fathom how Fu Xiuhan had been present that night. Was it possible that the one who struck him was not Shi Qian but Fu Xiuhan instead? Yet, how could Fu Xiuhan have known he would be in the backyard? Typically, he kept his distance. When had he provoked this individual? Zhang Ming was rendered speechless. What could he possibly say? That Fu Xiuhan had struck him? He dared not utter such words. Do you recognize who that person is? Fu Xiuhan pressed, leaving Zhang Ming silent. The academic dean, bewildered by their exchange, leaned closer to the screen. ISNT, that are Fu Xiuhan? What is going on here? The dean quickly connected the dots, leaving Zhang Ming unable to feign ignorance. Indeed, it is I, our dear Zhang Ming, who attempted to frame me for the assault, Fu Xiuhan remarked, as if savoring the spectacle. Zhang Ming, feeling wronged, thought to himself, nonsense. When did I ever claim Fu Xiuhan struck me? The homeroom teacher remained silent, realizing the situation was beyond her control. The academic dean, hearing Fu Xiuhan's words, furrowed his brow. Isn't this a matter between Shi Qian and Zhang Ming? Why does it involve Fu Xiuhan? Who knows? Zhang Ming claims that whoever was behind him that night struck him, and since I walked the same path, that would be me, wouldn't it? Fu Xiuhan declared. Is that so, Zhang Ming? The dean pressed. It's not impossible that I made a mistake. How could Fu Xiuhan possibly strike me? We have no grievances. It was merely a coincidence. Zhang Ming desperately scrambled to rectify the situation, realizing that the narrative had shifted from him being the victim to him wrongfully accusing Fu Xiuhan. Shi Qian watched the unfolding drama with amusement. Since Fu Xiuhan was willing to cover for him, he would simply observe. There was no need to feign integrity with unnecessary explanations that could complicate matters further. At this point, the truth was clear. There was no evidence linking Shi Qian to the assault, and he was exonerated from suspicion. Zhang Ming's denial of Fu Xiuhan's involvement, citing coincidence, effectively closed the investigation. With no surveillance footage or witnesses, Zhang Ming was left to silently bear the consequences of his actions, having suffered an unwarranted beating. After all, the assailant was Fu Xiuhan. Chapter 50. Is it appealing? As the group exited the office, Zhang Ming's demeanor had shifted drastically. He no longer dared to glance in Fu Xiuhan's direction, fearing retribution. Had he known the closeness between Shi Qian and Fu Xiuhan, he would not have dared to confront Shi Qian, despite his disdain for him. He understood well whom he could provoke and whom he could not. Though his injuries throbbed painfully, they paled in comparison to the headache he now faced. This incident would likely leave a lasting rift. He could only hope Fu Xiuhan was not one to hold grudges and that this matter would conclude without further repercussions. Zhang Ming would remember this debt. Though he could not fathom why Fu Xiuhan chose to intervene on Shi Qian's behalf, he did not believe their relationship would endure. Once Shi Qian was cast aside by Fu Xiuhan, it would be the perfect opportunity for revenge. A gentleman's vengeance is never late. Time was on his side. The uproar caused by Zhang Ming had ignited fervent discussions on the forums, with various theories surfacing. Some claimed Zhang Ming had deliberately provoked Shi Qian. Others insisted Shi Qian had assaulted Zhang Ming, while some speculated that Zhang Ming had developed feelings for Shi Qian and attempted to force his advances. As classes concluded in the afternoon, Meng Qing had yet to arrive, leading Shi Qian to assume she must have taken a leave of absence. Was she unwell? However, when he saw him yesterday, everything seemed perfectly fine. Could something have happened? Shi Qian silently chided himself for overthinking. What was there to worry about? Meng Qing was the main character here. How could anything possibly go wrong? Instead of fretting over someone else's narrative, he should be more concerned about his own safety. What was Fu Xiuhan plotting now? Shi Qian found himself increasingly perplexed by Fu Xiuhan's behavior. Fu Xiuhan gazed at Shi Qian with a pitiful expression and asked, "Are you angry with me?" Shi Qian was utterly bewildered. What was this all about? Fu Xiuhan continued, "I swear I didn't mean to follow you. I saw you leaving with your backpack at night, and I was just curious. By the time I realized it, I had already followed you out of school." His sincerity was palpable, as if he were about to swear to the heavens that any falsehood would bring down divine wrath. Shi Qian finally grasped Fu Xiuhan's intentions. At first, he was genuinely upset that Fu Xiuhan had been tailing him so early on. However, considering Fu Xiuhan's kindness over the past few days and his assistance in the office today, Shi Qian felt it unnecessary to hold a grudge. The incident had already occurred and was resolved. Fu Xiuhan had inadvertently assisted him in testing the plot. Clinging to this point now seemed trivial. Yes, he truly disliked being followed in secrecy, as it made him uncomfortable. Although Shi Qian had no intention of lingering on the matter, he felt the need to clarify. "You helped me in the office, so I'll let it slide this time." "Thank you." While Shi Qian believed he could handle things on his own, it would be a hassle. He could stubbornly deny it, leaving Zhang Ming at a loss, but it wouldn't stop Zhang Ming from continuing to pester him. However, if Fu Xiuhan intervened, Zhang Ming would certainly refrain from approaching him for a while. Moreover, Shi Qian had expressed gratitude, which made Fu Xiuhan feel slightly embarrassed. Shi Qian was being overly formal. He completely forgot that they were merely classmates who weren't very close. He had no reason to fear Shi Qian seeking retribution. In fact, in Yan City, no one could hold him accountable. Unbeknownst to Shi Qian, his significance in Fu Xiuhan's eyes was rapidly increasing. Upon returning to the dormitory, he noticed that Meng Qing's door remained closed, just as it had been when he left in the morning. Had Meng Qing not ventured out at all today? It wasn't until he was awakened by hunger in the middle of the night that he remembered he had forgotten to eat dinner. After searching his room for food without success, he recalled there was an open pack of cookies in the living room. Perhaps he could settle for a couple of those with a glass of water. To his surprise, upon opening the door, he found Meng Qing emerging from the bathroom. His hair still damp, a towel partially draped over his head. The room was warm, and Meng Qing was dressed simply in a white shirt and shorts. Shi Qian instinctively glanced at his watch, 3:30 a.m. At this hour, taking a shower? Meng Qing, equally startled to see Shi Qian at this hour, momentarily forgot to continue drying his hair, allowing water to drip down. Shi Qian watched a droplet fall from Meng Qing's chin, tracing a path down his neck to his collarbone, ultimately disappearing beneath his shirt. Can't sleep? Meng Qing was the first to speak. He frowned slightly. Did you forget to eat dinner? Shi Qian admitted he had forgotten. During his recovery, either Fu Xiuhan or Meng Qing had been bringing him meals. And with both of them absent today, it had slipped his mind. Indeed, habit can be a formidable force. We have a few packs of instant noodles left. Do you want some? I'm hungry too.
Sure.
Shi Qian did not decline, as noodles were far more filling than cookies. Meng Qing swiftly dried his hair, grabbed a small pot from the living room, and set it on the induction cooker Fu Xiuhan had brought a few days prior, preparing to boil the noodles. Do you want an egg?
Yes.
Their conversation was straightforward. Shi Qian sat at the table, watching as Meng Qing skillfully prepared the instant noodles. The steam partially obscured Meng Qing's face, and Shi Qian suddenly realized how handsome Meng Qing was. Truly, he was the protagonist, with extraordinary looks. His gaze drifted down to Meng Qing's exposed arms, which were well-defined, subtly hinting at the contours of his chest. When Meng Qing served the cooked noodles in front of Shi Qian's eyes shamelessly followed him, almost catching a glimpse of his abs. Do they look good? Meng Qing asked. Not bad, Shi Qian replied, still processing his own words, suddenly feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Why was he staring so intently? He didn't even realize it until Meng Qing caught him in the act. For some inexplicable reason, Shi Qian felt a strange allure towards Meng Qing. Even when recalling the scenes from his previous life where Meng Qing had turned against him, he found it impossible to harbor any hatred. Could this be the charm and allure of a protagonist? Would everyone inevitably fall for the main character? Shi Qian lowered his head, pretending to concentrate on his noodles, adhering to the principle that as long as he didn't feel awkward, the awkwardness belonged to others, and he forced himself to remain calm. Should I come closer to take a look? Meng Qing inched toward Shi Qian. Shi Qian remained unperturbed, focusing intently on the bowl of noodles in front of him.
I am hungry.
Meng Qing wore a slightly indulgent smile, though Shi Qian failed to notice. He handed Shi Qian a pair of chopsticks, and Shi Qian began to eat. Why did Meng Qing seem different today? Did he seem flirtatious? The thought startled Shi Qian. How could that be possible? This was Meng Qing. Why did he seem to be behaving like Fu Xiuhan? Meng Qing sat across from Shi Qian, serving himself a bowl as well. Shi Qian glanced at Meng Qing's bowl, and then at his own. Meng Qing's bowl contained only plain noodles, while his held 2 eggs. Why are you giving me both eggs? Aren't you having any? I don't need them, you eat. Meng Qing stopped Shi Qian from offering him one of the eggs. Suddenly, Shi Qian realized his chopsticks had already touched the eggs and Meng Qing might mind, so he decided not to press the issue. After all, they were just 2 eggs. Insisting further would just seem pretentious. Why did you take a shower so late? Shi Qian asked as he ate. I had a nightmare, and woke up sweating. I couldn't get back to sleep, so I decided to wash up. Were you absent from class today? I didn't see you. Yeah, I wasn't feeling well, so I took a leave. Are you feeling better now? Much better.
Aha.
As Shi Qian ate Meng Qing's noodles, he pondered how to keep the conversation flowing, so he asked a question here and there. He was no longer the half-awake person he had been before, so he couldn't engage in conversation as freely as he used to. Now, he resembled a dialogue robot. However, Meng Qing wasn't faring much better. Eventually, they ran out of things to say, leaving only the sound of chopsticks clinking against bowls. Reflecting on his past thoughts about friendships and how Meng Qing was his first friend aside from Shi Yan, Shi Qian couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. He never realized that being a supporting character could be so foolish. He wasn't living in ancient times, it was merely a matter of being sick at home. With such a developed network, who didn't have family or friends? He found it utterly baffling to feel melancholic over such trivial matters. Moreover, he still hadn't figured out what illness he actually had. He merely felt a little weak and occasionally fainted, but beyond that, he experienced no other ailments. Was this a system setting, or did his body genuinely have issues? Shi Qian was certain that the medication he had discarded that day was problematic. Looking on the bright side, perhaps his body was fine, and the medication was merely a ploy to make him appear unwell. The thought that his previous life had been so meticulously orchestrated sent a shiver down Shi Qian's spine. Perhaps just days ago, he had been watching The Truman Show, and now he found himself in a similar situation. However, things have improved significantly compared to the past. At the very least, he has gained a sense of control over his life, adapting to circumstances as they arise. Meng Qing silently waited for Shi Qian to finish his noodles before standing up to take both their bowls, preparing to wash them together. Shi Qian intended to offer his assistance, but Meng Qing did not provide him the opportunity. Truth be told, Shi Qian was not particularly eager to wash dishes either. Yesterday morning, Meng Qing had planned to rise for class as usual, but was suddenly struck by a wave of dizziness, swiftly followed by a violent headache. This sensation was unprecedented for Meng Qing. Even when he had previously suffered from a cold, the pain had never reached this intensity. As if someone were tearing at his scalp. Struggling to maintain his consciousness, he sent a leave request to his homeroom teacher, only to subsequently lose consciousness. Meng Qing was ensnared in a relentless series of dreams, a cacophony of scenes swirling through his mind. Unlike his previous prophetic dreams, this time the visions were more fragmented and chaotic. He could not discern reality from illusion, passively allowing the myriad images to flit across his sight. In a cramped rental apartment, an old dining table bore 2 bowls of simple homemade noodles, one plain, the other topped with 2 eggs, as both individuals exchanged polite refusals. In a park during late autumn, leaves strewn about, 2 intimate lovers embraced beneath a tree, expressing their affections and vowing to remain together. Are we together now?
Yes.
Will we continue to be together? Will this change? I don't know. Don't be afraid. I am here. I will always be here.
All right.
I will wait for you. I can't wait for you any longer. Next time, come find me again. I'm leaving. Don't worry. Everything will be all right. Remember me, no matter how much time passes. The scene abruptly ceased, leaving Meng Qing drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at the time. It was already 3 in the morning the next day. Meng Qing had been unconscious for nearly an entire day. He shook his still dazed head. Everything from the dream felt both near and distant. He could grasp nothing but was acutely aware that he had forgotten someone of great importance.
Who was he searching for?
Upon waking, he still could not discern the identity of that individual, yet the familiarity was undeniable, as if they were right beside him. Suddenly, a name popped into his mind, Shi Qian. Chapter 52. Shi Yan returns. Meng Qing was astonished that the first person to come to his mind was Shi Qian. Was it truly him? What was the nature of his relationship with Shi Qian in the past? Were they adversaries or lovers? Meng Qing found it impossible to confirm their previous bond, but he could assert with certainty that he absolutely did not wish to cultivate animosity with Shi Qian now. The overwhelming sensation of losing control in his dream left Meng Qing feeling somewhat agitated upon waking. Consequently, he decided to take a shower to calm himself, only to encounter Shi Qian, who had not yet fallen asleep. To prevent Shi Qian from noticing his unease, Meng Qing feigned a casual demeanor and struck up a conversation, hoping Shi Qian remained oblivious. Yet, even if Shi Qian had sensed something amiss, it was likely he would not care. Meng Qing was not oblivious to the changes in their dynamic. Since that incident in the equipment room, Shi Qian had gradually distanced himself, no longer as intimate as they had been during their time at the Shi residence. However, given the urgency of the situation, Meng Qing had no alternative but to embrace him. Was he to have Fu Xiuhan do so instead? Meng Qing was unwilling. Even if embracing Shi Qian had led to a sense of estrangement, he did not wish for Fu Xiuhan to lay a finger on him. For reasons he could not quite understand, Meng Qing held a certain animosity towards Fu Xiuhan, especially as he had grown closer to Shi Qian. Was this truly necessary? Yet, Meng Qing understood he had no right to interfere in Shi Qian's friendships. He merely hoped Fu Xiuhan would possess the insight to keep his distance. Shi Qian's injury seemed to be linked to Fu Xiuhan. Did he love him that much? A heavy feeling settled in the corners of Meng Qing's heart. He was not entirely ignorant. In fact, his lack of experience with love made him particularly sensitive to it. He could sense a distinct shift in his feelings for Shi Qian. Was it affection? Yes. However, Meng Qing could not allow Shi Qian to discover this, for it would only serve to further alienate him. Moreover, now is not the time for romance. Having just escaped the den of wolves that were his foster parents, he remained in a precarious living situation, possessing nothing. What could he offer to love another? Meng Qing was acutely aware that love alone was insufficient. It required material stability and the ability to protect the other, lest love be consumed and diminished by the trivialities of daily life. He did not wish for a scenario where, if they were to be together, Shi Qian would have to accommodate him and ponder their future together. He understood the Shi family was wealthy, yet during his brief stay, it became evident that Mrs. Shi held little fondness for Shi Qian. He did not want Shi Qian to suffer further indignities or endure ridicule for being perceived as foolish due to financial constraints. The ideal scenario would be for him to possess ample wealth and sufficient strength to shield the one he loved from harm. He would not embark on endeavors lacking assurance. Having resolved to take the initiative, he must ensure the execution is flawless. Thus, he needed to devise a plan swiftly. For Meng Qing did not wish to wait another 3 years. Shi Qian, still groggy, answered the phone, greeted by a familiar voice. Shi Qian, why aren't you at home? Aunt said you applied for on-campus accommodation? He recalled how in this lifetime, Shi Yan had resorted to the same underhanded tactics, particularly at the moment Meng Qing moved into the house, aiming to offend him in the most insidious manner possible, leaving no room for subtlety. Had he not been in a semi-conscious state back then, obedient as ever, he might not now be resented by Meng Qing. treading the same treacherous path as in his previous life. Shi Qian shuddered at the thought of having once hidden in a cupboard, preparing to eavesdrop, finding the recollection repugnant. Such underhanded methods were beneath him. With a cold laugh, he realized this was indeed the question Shi Yan most wanted to ask. Was he truly so afraid of being with Meng Qing? Were they not destined lovers? Why then must he rely on external forces to facilitate their path to love? Shi Qian could neither comprehend nor respect this. If Shi Yan's love required the sacrifice of his life, on what grounds could he accept it? He would not simply sit idly by, allowing Shi Yan to push him along. Yes, we are in the same dormitory. After a brief pause, the other end inquired, "Are you staying in the art student dormitory?"
Yes.
Silence followed. Shi Yan was aware that the art student dormitories were shared by two. Had he merely participated in a competition outside, while Shi Qian and Meng Qing had already formed a bond? That was unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. Chapter 53. Who is calling me a fool? On Monday, Shi Qian and Meng Qing left together. And Shi Qian felt that the exchanges from the previous weekend had altered their relationship significantly. At the very least, Shi Qian no longer avoided Meng Qing. Meng Qing continued to care for him as usual, albeit with appropriate boundaries. Since Shi Qian had overcome his internal discomfort, their interactions had become much more pleasant. As they exited the dormitory to have breakfast, they were greeted by the sight of Fu Xiuhan posing dramatically at the entrance. In the frigid winter air, Fu Xiuhan donned a thin windbreaker that accentuated his broad shoulders and long legs, making him appear as if he were strutting down a runway. Meng Qing cast a quick glance and reminded Shi Qian to wrap his scarf snugly. Noting Fu Xiuhan's slightly reddened nose from the cold, Shi Qian wrapped the scarf an extra time around his neck. Fu Xiuhan, noticing that the two were engrossed in their own conversation and had seemingly ignored him, edged closer. Undeterred, he continued to strike poses. "Shi Qian, do you see anything different about me?" With that, he deliberately raked his fingers through his hair, which had been straight just the day before. Shi Qian found it easy to avoid looking at him. "You've curled your hair?"
Correct.
"I'll treat you to a meal. Let's go." Fu Xiuhan had intended to find Shi Qian for breakfast and had been waiting in the hallway early to ensure he wouldn't miss him. "Let us go. Let us go. It's freezing outside." Fu Xiuhan had spent a considerable amount of time perfecting his hairstyle, only to have it tousled by the wind. He longed to retreat indoors to bask in the warmth of the cafeteria. However, he thought to himself, "I look good like this." Initially, he intended to express that he was dressing for the delight of his beloved, but fearing that such a direct admission would embarrass Shi Qian, he quickly refrained. Now that he had acknowledged his feelings, he resolved to present his best self in front of the one he adored. Henceforth, Fu Xiuhan decided to appear before Shi Qian in the most splendid manner. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Songqi was already seated at their usual table, having procured breakfast in anticipation of their arrival. "Good morning," Shi Qian greeted Songqi, while Meng Qing merely nodded in acknowledgement. Fu Xiuhan swiftly pulled out a chair for Shi Qian to sit, and as he intended to take a seat beside him, he realized Meng Qing had already done so with ease. With no other option, Fu Xiuhan settled across from Shi Qian, arranging an assortment of food before him according to Shi Qian's preferences. Shi Qian found himself somewhat speechless, puzzled by Fu Xiuhan's intentions. Hadn't he made it clear just days prior that they were even, and there was no need to dwell on that matter? Fu Xiuhan had agreed then. Yet today he was once again displaying excessive attentiveness. Songqi casually glanced at Shi Qian and Fu Xiuhan, maintaining his usual demeanor, and inquired, "Fu Xiuhan, what made you suddenly change your hairstyle?" This question seemed to invigorate Fu Xiuhan, who eagerly leaned towards Shi Qian, exclaiming, "Look, we have matching hairstyles." Songqi responded with a raised eyebrow, while Meng Qing remained silent. Shi Qian, on the other hand, thought to himself, "There's truly no need for that. As long as you like it, that's enough." After all, hair grows on someone else's head, and Shi Qian felt it wasn't his place to comment. "It's still quite different. Shi Qian has natural curls," Meng Qing interjected unexpectedly, feeling somewhat perturbed by Fu Xiuhan's use of the term couple. When had Shi Qian agreed to be in a relationship with him? Just then, Shi Yan approached them with enthusiasm. "You guys are here. I brought you some gifts." This was one of Shi Yan's admirable qualities. Whenever he traveled for competitions or outings, he often returned with thoughtful gifts for his classmates. Initially, they hesitated to accept, but Shi Yan insisted that they were not expensive and were merely tokens of his appreciation. He approached Fu Xiuhan with a wrapped box, emboldened by their recent conversation about the piece he had played, and handed him a gift. Fu Xiuhan hesitated momentarily, but ultimately accepted Shi Yan's offering. Seeing Fu Xiuhan take the gift, the others also gratefully thanked Shi Yan, praising his kindness and the wonderful gift. Shi Yan quickly won the affection of most of his classmates, who had initially expected someone of his wealth to be as unapproachable as Fu Xiuhan. To their surprise, he was quite amiable. Shi Yan, being the youngest student in the class aside from Shi Qian, quickly became the class darling, receiving ample support in both studies and life. The gift he presented to Fu Xiuhan was a pair of gloves, as he had contemplated not giving something too extravagant, fearing it might appear as if he were trying to curry favor. After all, Fu Xiuhan was affluent, What exquisite item had he not already encountered? I knitted these myself. The shopkeeper mentioned that this silk thread is lightweight and warm, perfect for the weather in Yan City. I specifically learned to knit just to make you these gloves, Shi Yan said, subtly revealing the band-aid on his finger, almost indicating that his injury was incurred while crafting the gloves. Fu Xiuhan was about to express concern when a voice echoed in his mind. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to win over Fu Xiuhan? Seeing the band-aid on my finger must make him feel sorry for me. I'm truly clever. Fu Xiuhan was taken aback, wondering who was speaking. Had someone just spoken? He glanced around, noticing that only their small group was present, and everyone was silent. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that the voice seemed to resemble Shi Yan's. Curiosity piqued, Fu Xiuhan stared at Shi Yan's mouth for a few moments. Shi Yan, noticing Fu Xiuhan's intense gaze, feigned shyness and turned his head away. You must be captivated by me. Just wait until you realize how infatuated you are with this foolish, wealthy heir. Foolish, wealthy heir?
Me?
This was the first time Fu Xiuhan had ever heard himself referred to in such a manner. To confirm whether the voice truly belonged to Shi Yan, Fu Xiuhan asked, Did you knit these yourself? To Shi Yan. This sounded like the necessary question before Fu Xiuhan could express his gratitude, and he shyly nodded in affirmation. What nonsense. I can knit yarn. Making these gloves would drive me mad. Watching the embroider in it doesn't count as knitting myself, does it? Fu Xiuhan must be so touched. Every time he sees these gloves, he'll think of me. Chapter 54. Everything feels off. At this moment, Fu Xiuhan was certain that the voice in his mind belonged to the young man standing before him, Shi Yan. How had he not realized before that Shi Yan privately viewed him as a foolish, wealthy heir? Had all of Shi Yan's prior concern been feigned, merely a ruse to deceive him? Fu Xiuhan's expression darkened immediately as he declared, No need, I don't like wearing gloves. Shi Yan was baffled. Had he not seen Fu Xiuhan wearing gloves before? He had changed them several times already, so why the sudden aversion? Surely, Fu Xiuhan must have felt sympathy for the injury Shi Yan sustained while making the gloves, prompting him to reject them to avoid further harm. Don't worry about my hand. It's fine. I willingly endured that for you. Shi Yan's cheeks flushed slightly, his eyes sparkling as they lingered on Fu Xiuhan. Unfortunately, Fu Xiuhan was oblivious to his gaze, and Shi Yan's dream of a heartfelt exchange fell flat. With his arms crossed over his chest, Fu Xiuhan showed no inclination to accept Shi Yan's gift, creating an awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, Song Qi, observing the tension, stepped in to alleviate the situation, taking the gift from Shi Yan's hands. I'll hold on to this for him. Fu Xiuhan didn't sleep well last night and is a bit grumpy. Shi Yan discreetly assessed Fu Xiuhan's expression, noting that it indeed seemed less than pleasant, and awkwardly handed the gift to Song Qi. He then picked up another gift and presented it to Meng Qing, revealing a fitted base layer sweater. Meng Qing took the initiative to ask, Did you knit this as well? While I didn't knit it myself, I personally selected it from numerous shops. The materials are exquisite. Wearing it in winter is equivalent to donning 10 ordinary sweaters, Shi Yan replied, having chosen a base layer sweater that was perfect for the current winter in Yan City. Meng Qing could wear it daily, ensuring that he would think of Shi Yan each time he did. Shi Yan had initially contemplated claiming he had knitted it, but given the intricate patterns on the sweater, it was evident he could not have produced such a piece. Had he anticipated Meng Qing's question, he would have chosen a simpler design to pass off as his handiwork. Meng Qing said nothing further. Recognizing that he currently resided with the Shi family and that Shi Yan was Shi Qian's cousin, whatever gifts were given, he would graciously accept. However, having overheard Shi Yan's thoughts, he found the label of foolish, wealthy heir quite fitting for Fu Xiuhan. Meng Qing expressed his gratitude, setting the sweater aside. In an effort to maintain his image as a good person, Shi Yan would not forget to prepare a gift for Shi Qian. As everyone in school knew that Shi Qian had been introduced to the Shi family as a distant poor relative through their connection. Though Meng Qing was aware of the truth, he was not one to concern himself with such matters, particularly given his current aloofness towards the Shi family. When Shi Qian opened the box Shi Yan had handed him, he was not surprised to find yet another crystal. If memory served him correctly, his room was already filled with such impractical items. His mother also had a penchant for gifting them, and while they were not useful, they were safe and convenient options that required little effort. Initially, his mother had selected special items for Shi Qian, but over time, she had become increasingly indifferent as it became clear that Shi Qian was not destined for greatness. Giving a crystal was merely the beginning of Shi Mu's indifference toward Shi Qian. Shi Yan was certainly aware of this, which is why the subsequent gifts he presented to Shi Qian carried a similar dismissive sentiment. Shi Qian, however, was indifferent. Gifts held little significance for him. He politely expressed his gratitude and stored them away in a drawer, contemplating when he might sell them for some money. Song Qi's gift was rather simple. A beautifully crafted diary. He had a penchant for collecting notebooks, and Shi Yan's gift struck a chord with him, prompting a heartfelt thank you. Shi Yan positioned himself in a spot across the aisle from Shi Qian, initially not intending to sit there. However, he adjusted a seat to be closer to Meng Qing and Fu Xiuhan, with whom he shared a good rapport. He claimed that sitting nearer to his cousin would allow him to look after him more easily, and everyone readily acquiesced to the change. Shi Yan had been eagerly waiting for Fu Xiuhan to praise him, but as the morning classes came to an end, his anticipation remained unfulfilled. The entire morning passed in restlessness for him. He observed Meng Qing occasionally whispering to Shi Qian while Fu Xiuhan frequently turned to amuse Shi Qian, both seemingly oblivious to his presence. Were it not for his forced interjections into their conversations, they would have hardly spoken to him at all. Moreover, Fu Xiuhan's demeanor towards him today was noticeably colder than before. Was it because he had not given a satisfactory gift? That seemed unlikely. As Shi Yan watched Fu Xiuhan's gaze linger on Shi Qian, he felt a surge of frustration. The moment he saw Shi Qian enter the classroom, flanked by the other two, they appeared so strikingly beautiful together, as if plucked from a painting. To his dismay, Shi Qian had disregarded his wishes and failed to adhere to the appearance he had requested. Previously, Shi Qian had always complied with his desires. And in anticipation of the competition, Shi Yan had even reminded him to dress appropriately, to which Shi Qian had agreed.
Yet,
He had turned around and showcased his own beauty to the world.
how infuriating.
Shi Yan felt his years of cultivating a foolish and unattractive image for Shi Qian unraveling before him, as Shi Qian effortlessly captured everyone's attention under the sunlight. How could Shi Qian be more attractive than him? How could he draw others' gazes so effortlessly? At that moment, Shi Yan wished he could somehow swap faces with Shi Qian. Everything felt wrong. Shi Qian's attire, Meng Qing's attitude, Fu Xiuhan's change, and even everyone else's reactions towards Shi Qian were all amiss. Nothing felt right. In the past, Shi Qian had always sat beside him in school, and during breaks, some would gather around Shi Qian, mocking his appearance or attire. Shi Yan would sit next to him, occasionally defending Shi Qian or feigning anger to chase the mockers away, never intending to hurt his classmates' feelings while simultaneously benefiting from the image of being a protector of the weak.
But now?
Was it because Meng Qing was beside Shi Qian that others dared not approach? It shouldn't be the case. Meng Qing was still not fully restored to his former status and was merely a regular student, perhaps just maintaining a distance from Meng Qing's cold demeanor. The underlying cause likely lay with Fu Xiuhan. Everyone seemed to fear him, and now that Fu Xiuhan appeared so close to Shi Qian, others were hesitant to provoke Shi Qian. Even if Shi Qian had become more attractive, his foolishness and illness remained unchanged. Several students in the advanced class harbored strong disdain for Shi Qian's perceived connections that held them back, and their lack of confrontation could only be attributed to a lack of opportunity. Shi Yan ultimately concluded that the crux of the matter lay with Fu Xiuhan. He could not allow their relationship to flourish. Otherwise, Fu Xiuhan would become Shi Qian's protector, thwarting Shi Yan's plans to elevate himself at Shi Qian's expense. He needed to devise a strategy to ensure that Meng Qing and Shi Qian did not grow too close, while simultaneously inciting discontent among their peers toward Shi Qian. Most importantly, he had to prevent Fu Xiuhan and Shi Qian from becoming friends, ideally turning them into adversaries. The afternoon brought physical education class, specifically swimming, a session Shi Qian typically abstained from due to his health issues, and everyone accepted this arrangement. Shi Yan viewed this as an opportunity. While Shi Qian was absent, he could discreetly gather more information and, as before, subtly tarnish Shi Qian's reputation. He arrived early at the swimming pool, determined to present himself in the best light. He recalled a pivotal scene where he accidentally fell onto Fu Xiuhan, resulting in an intimate encounter, after which he feigned an ankle injury, prompting Fu Xiuhan to carry him to the infirmary. From that moment on, their relationship grew closer, with rumors of Fu Xiuhan's interest in him spreading. Confident in his physique, Shi Yan hid in the changing room, applying waterproof foundation to his entire body to enhance his fair and delicate skin. Upon exiting the changing area, he noticed a crowd gathered, their gazes fixated on the direction of the exit, chattering excitedly, interspersed with audible gasps and cheers from the girls. What was happening? Swimming classes typically involved 2 or 3 classes combined, yet Shi Yan had never witnessed such an exaggerated display of enthusiasm. Curiosity piqued, he moved closer. In the past, his appearance would have attracted glances or cheers from girls, but today, their attention had been entirely diverted. Meng Qing and Shi Qian crossed paths with Fu Xiuhan as they were leaving their dormitory for class, and the three proceeded to the swimming pool together. Fu Xiuhan, with his striking looks and physique, had always captivated a multitude of girls during swimming lessons. Meng Qing, being a new transfer student, was known by many but had rarely been seen. Thus, when he appeared in swimming trunks, gasps of astonishment filled the pool. I wish I could swim on Meng Qing's abs. Look at those pecs. Those arms. That feline. Oh my goodness. Meng Qing's physique was more robust than Fu Xiuhan's and his skin tone darker, a result of training against his adoptive father in his rural upbringing. Standing tall, his muscular build was perfectly proportioned, leaving onlookers breathless.
Wow, so handsome. Arrivas Fu Xiuan.
Fu Xiuhan, while fit, didn't possess the same exaggerated physique, but his looks and family background were enough to command attention. Together, they created a striking contrast, one dark and one fair, rendering the spectators nearly faint. Amidst the two muscular beauties was Shi Qian, his delicate features accentuated by damp hair casually brushed back, revealing a smooth forehead. His face appeared almost sculpted, devoid of any flaws. He had begun exercising regularly and no longer evaded physical education classes. The injury on his hand had mostly healed, thanks to Fu Xiuhan's special ointment, and as long as he avoided intense activity, he would be fine. Thus, when Meng Qing prepared to head to class that afternoon, Shi Qian decided to join him in his swimming trunks. Upon encountering them, Fu Xiuhan was taken aback, frantically attempting to dissuade Shi Qian from participating, as if he were warning him against diving into the ocean rather than attending a swimming lesson. My hand has nearly healed, thanks to your medicine. Shi Qian, with a timely utterance, interrupted Fu Xiuhan's incessant prattle. That won't do, for I have been diligently overseeing this, and should any harm befall it again, it would be a tragic waste of my noble intentions. Ultimately, under Fu Xiuhan's vehement objections, Shi Qian acquiesced to merely experience the atmosphere of the class, promising to splash around at the water's edge without venturing into the depths. Only then did Fu Xiuhan relent and cease to obstruct Shi Qian's path. Finally free from Fu Xiuhan's grasp, Shi Qian changed into his swimwear at the swimming facility and began to prepare for a dip. You are not keeping your word. Did you not say you wouldn't enter the water? Fu Xiuhan, now clad in his swim attire, rushed over, astonished at Shi Qian's actions. But I haven't entered yet. I'm merely splashing about. With the facility's heating ensuring a pleasant water temperature, the chill of the air made it feel colder on land. Thus the water promised a more comfortable experience. Seizing the opportunity while Fu Xiuhan was distracted, Shi Qian decided to take a quick swim. Meng Qing emerged from the changing room, displaying a far less dramatic reaction than Fu Xiuhan, although he shared a similar concern regarding Shi Qian's swimming endeavor. He recognized that Shi Qian's condition had markedly improved compared to his time at the Shi household, leaving him with little ground to thwart Shi Qian's decision. As Fu Xiuhan and Shi Qian bickered about entering the water, Meng Qing retrieved a large towel from Shi Qian's bag and wrapped it around him from behind. You haven't even gotten in yet. Don't catch a chill. Chapter 56. Whose towel to wrap? Fu Xiuhan, belatedly realizing Meng Qing's actions, felt a twinge of dismay. He had been a moment too slow and had been outmaneuvered. Consequently, he pulled a clean towel from his own bag and draped it over Shi Qian. It's cold. You should have an extra layer. Shi Qian replied, while Meng Qing added, fresh out of his swim trunks. Song Qi quipped, aren't they here to swim? What else with this towel wrapping affair? If you're afraid of the cold, why come to a swimming facility? Might as well don a down jacket over your swim trunks. Song Qi, bemused by the spectacle, quietly exited the changing room. Meng Qing said nothing, merely exerting a slight pressure to adjust the towel that Fu Xiuhan had tossed over, causing it to slip from Shi Qian's shoulders and fall to the ground. Meng Qing thought perfect. Fu Xiuhan and Shi Qian both sensed the minor maneuver, realizing its implications. Shi Qian found himself bewildered by both Fu Xiuhan and Meng Qing's antics, as the two seemed to be in sync with their absurdity. Casting a glance at the towel now on the floor, Fu Xiuhan noted it was dirty and unusable. As he reached into his bag for another clean towel to offer Shi Qian, the latter interjected, no need. I'll manage with my own. But mine is also clean. I prefer to use my own, even if it's slightly soiled. Is that permissible? Meng Qing, standing nearby, shot a victorious glance at Fu Xiuhan, while Shi Qian, exasperated by their childish behavior, pulled the towel around himself and exited the changing room, leaving the perplexed duo behind. Meng Qing followed closely behind Shi Qian as they both left the changing area. Fu Xiuhan, undeterred by the rejection, thought it merely a matter of timing. Next time, he would be quicker. Moreover, he believed he held a significant advantage over Meng Qing, as Shi Qian had confessed his feelings to him on several occasions. Fu Xiuhan was confident that with just a hint of kindness, Shi Qian would surely pursue him once more. With his self-assurance restored, Fu Xiuhan emerged from the changing room, striding towards Shi Qian with an air of confidence, flicking water from his body, nearly splashing Shi Qian in the process. Seated at the pool's edge, Shi Qian idly splashed his feet beneath the surface when Fu Xiuhan's sudden spray caught him off guard. Confounded by Fu Xiuhan's antics, he wiped his face with a towel and shifted aside. Fu Xiuhan, anticipating praise for his display, inquired, so, what do you think? I swim rather well, don't I? Reluctantly, Shi Qian conceded that Fu Xiuhan indeed swam proficiently, indicative of professional training. He nodded in affirmation and gave Fu Xiuhan a thumbs up, acknowledging his skill. Elated by Shi Qian's approval, Fu Xiuhan beamed with delight and playfully acknowledged Meng Qing, wearing an expression that seemed to say, who can compare?
Meng Qing, ignoring Fu Xiuhan, moved to the side to stretch.
Although he had never formally trained in swimming, having grown up near ponds, he had acquired a fair amount of skill. Bored, Shi Qian occupied himself with his phone, waiting for more people to arrive so he could swim in a corner while Fu Xiuhan was otherwise engaged. The dynamics of their relationship seemed destined to become entangled in the depths of the water. As the class participants began to trickle in, the first to notice was Fu Xiuhan, who never sought special privileges in swimming class and trained alongside his peers. Many had admired Fu Xiuhan's physique, recognizing him immediately. As expected, he remained a focal point of attraction. However, today, he was accompanied by a tall, handsome newcomer. Observers from a distance marveled at the striking contrast of their appearances, one fair, the other dark. Some succumbed to infatuation, while others began to ship the two. The rumor of Meng Qing, the transfer student, had circulated prior, claiming he was as handsome as Fu Xiuhan. Skeptics were silenced upon witnessing the reality. They were indeed a stunning pair. Yet, the atmosphere between the two seemed somewhat off, prompting onlookers to suppress their urges to cheer and scream. As Fu Xiuhan shifted, they finally noticed Shi Qian seated beside him, leading to the revelation that it was not merely a duo, but a trio. Shi Qian's identity was easily deduced. The robust, dark-skinned, handsome newcomer was the transfer student, while the fair, curly-haired beauty was undoubtedly the returning Shi Qian. Many had encountered posts on forums praising the new, transformed Shi Qian, but skepticism lingered due to the indelible impression he had left prior. However, witnessing him in person, most conceded that the accolades had understated his beauty. The trio together ignited imaginations, conjuring countless dramatic scenarios. Some even fetched their phones from their swim caps, eager to update their fanfiction. Shi Yan, having pushed his way to the front, was momentarily stunned by the sight. While he expected nothing less from Meng Qing and Fu Xiuhan, whose star quality was undeniable, he could not fathom why a mere supporting character should possess such exquisite beauty. Was that truly justified? Suppressing his envy and ire, Shi Yan forced a flawless smile and approached. "Why are you all here so early?" Silence enveloped the group. Fu Xiuhan remained irked by Shi Yan's previous insult. Although he could not explain his peculiar ability to hear Shi Yan's thoughts, he dismissed it as a curious quirk of fate. It was Shi Qian who broke the tension. Amused by Shi Yan's apparent discomfort, "We just happened to run into each other and arrived early." Every time Shi Yan came face to face with Shi Qian's visage, he was filled with a seething frustration. Observing Shi Qian reclining comfortably, seemingly entertained, only fueled his annoyance. Chapter 57. Why didn't he fall on him? Noticing that neither Meng Qing nor Fu Xiuhan acknowledged him, and that they were surrounded by classmates, Shi Yan understood that while they were at a distance, any blatant disregard would be evident. As the school's designated heartthrob, he could not afford to lose face at this moment. Especially the attitude of Fu Xiuhan towards him is of paramount importance. Although Shi Yan possesses a certain charm and is above average in appearance, he falls short of being the campus heartthrob. However, his talents and prestigious family background add to his allure. The crux of the matter lies in Fu Xiuhan's demeanor towards him. Since transferring to Yanqing, Fu Xiuhan has maintained an aloof disposition towards everyone. While he does not use his wealth and power to bully his classmates, he seldom engages in conversation. Initially, many attempted to approach him, only to be deterred by his icy gaze, which, devoid of emotion, instills a sense of dread. Shi Yan, initially unable to converse with Fu Xiuhan, gradually made an impression through a series of fortuitous encounters that revealed Fu Xiuhan's preferences. Ultimately, a violin piece won Fu Xiuhan's favor, marking Shi Yan as an exception in the school. His interactions with Fu Xiuhan began to differ significantly from those with others. Though Shi Yan acknowledges that Shi Qian is handsome, he believes Fu Xiuhan is not so superficial as to judge solely on looks. Shi Yan reassures himself to remain calm, reminding himself that he is the protagonist of this world, while Shi Qian is merely a tool destined to be beneath his feet, no matter how attractive he may be. Ultimately facing demise. Why is Fu Xiuhan still so indifferent towards me today? What could possibly be amiss? Could it be that he has taken a liking to Shi Qian?
Impossible.
In my previous life, he imprisoned Shi Qian in a basement, and his subordinates nearly beat him to death. Had I not feigned a plea for mercy in the end, Fu Xiuhan would have surely ordered Shi Qian's execution. Fu Xiuhan, upon hearing Shi Yan's thoughts, turned pale. What? What previous life? What did he do in his past? He imprisoned Shi Qian? And allowed him to be beaten? Almost to the brink of death. Fu Xiuhan felt a whirlwind of shock, helplessness, and shame. In a state of panic, he glanced at Shi Qian, disbelief etched on his face. How could he possibly harm Shi Qian? How could he do such a thing? Fu Xiuhan felt compelled to step forward and say something to Shi Qian, but was halted by Meng Qing's hand. Meng Qing, having overheard Shi Yan's thoughts, instinctively did not want Fu Xiuhan near Shi Qian, his protective instincts heightened to the utmost. Fu Xiuhan, undeterred by Meng Qing's obstruction, focused entirely on Shi Qian, only to find that Shi Qian was absorbed in his phone, oblivious to his presence. Fu Xiuhan was remarkably adaptable, quickly accepting the supernatural phenomenon of time travel and reincarnation, which defied all logical principles. If that were the case, then Shi Yan's mention of a previous life could very well be true. If he had treated Shi Qian in such a manner in his past life, how could he possibly have the audacity to pursue Shi Qian now? Fu Xiuhan felt utterly disoriented and distressed, taking a few steps forward only to retreat in confusion. Unbeknownst to Shi Yan, whose thoughts had inadvertently been revealed, he was contemplating how to appear closer to Fu Xiuhan. With so many eyes upon them in the swimming pool, he was determined to seize the opportunity to solidify the rumors of an extraordinary relationship with Fu Xiuhan. Shi Yan stealthily moved closer to Fu Xiuhan, waiting for the right moment. Now is the time. I will feign a stumble and fall into Fu Xiuhan's arms, creating an intimate moment. Surely, Fu Xiuhan will not remain unmoved. In an instant, Shi Yan pretended to lose his balance and lunged towards Fu Xiuhan. Meng Qing, having caught wind of Shi Yan's intentions, stepped back to avoid collateral damage. Fu Xiuhan, sensing impending disaster, executed a swift maneuver to evade Shi Yan's fall. When Shi Yan realized he had missed his target and was about to fall, he panicked, attempting to regain his footing, only to inadvertently trip over Shi Qian's leg. Plunging into the pool with a splash, Shi Yan.
Fuxian, thankfully, he dodged in time.
Meng Qing, at least the target isn't me. Shi Qian, what just happened? Why does my ankle hurt a bit? As Shi Qian slowly became aware of the pain in his ankle, he turned to see Shi Yan flailing in the pool, crying out for help. Alas, once again, he found himself entangled in the chaos. Shi Qian bent down, clutching his ankle, furrowing his brow. Meng Qing, noticing Shi Qian's reaction, quickly knelt beside him, lifting his foot to inspect it, concern etched on his face. Did someone step on your foot? Fu Xiuhan, who had just been relieved to have avoided the fall, grew anxious upon hearing about Shi Qian's injury. He hurriedly crouched down, taking Shi Qian's foot from Meng Qing's hands, examining it for any signs of serious injury. Shi Qian, exasperated, pulled his foot back towards himself, freeing it from their grasp, and slightly rotated his ankle, feeling the pain. He frowned, thinking to himself that the protagonist group always seemed to congregate, leaving him with no respite. Meng Qing and Fu Xiuhan, seeing Shi Qian's reaction, quickly supported him by each taking one of his arms. Initially capable of standing on his own, Shi Qian asked, "Can you walk? Should I carry you to the infirmary?" Fu Xiuhan asked with concern. Meng Qing squatted down, prompting Shi Qian to climb onto his back before he could even register what was happening.
Huh?
Not this. Surely not. I can walk on my own, Shi Qian thought, attempting to struggle free from Meng Qing's hold. Meng Qing, mistaking Shi Qian's discomfort for an issue with his grip, adjusted Shi Qian's position, ensuring he was securely against his back. Shi Qian, I can walk on my own, he began to protest, only to find himself still on Meng Qing's back. Let us just have you ride along. I saw you sweating from the pain earlier. We'll accompany you to the infirmary, Fu Xiuhan insisted, inwardly cursing himself for missing the chance to carry Shi Qian, regretting not having acted sooner before Meng Qing had taken the lead. How frustrating. Chapter 58. Finally. It's my turn to carry you. Fu Xiuhan stayed closely behind Shi Qian, both escorting him away from the swimming pool. Meanwhile, Shi Yan continued to flounder in the water, waiting for someone on the shore to rescue him. The pool was not particularly deep, and Shi Yan could easily swim to safety, but he chose not to. He wanted to wait for Fu Xiuhan or Meng Qing to save him, confident that even ordinary classmates would not ignore his plight. As he struggled, he wondered why no one was coming to help. Suddenly, he twisted his ankle and realized that if no one arrived soon, he might truly drown. Finally, he glimpsed a figure leaping into the pool, pulling him out of the water. Shi Yan pretended to cough and splutter, weakly expressing his gratitude. Thank you for saving me. I twisted my ankle just now, and without your assistance, I nearly. As Shi Yan rubbed his eyes and prepared to gaze at Fu Xiuhan or Meng Qing with watery eyes, he realized that neither was present. Where are Fu Xiuhan and Meng Qing? They were just here. Shi Yan was bewildered. Did you twist your ankle? Do you need me to help you to the infirmary? The person who had rescued Shi Yan was Song Qi, who had just returned from the restroom and was walking towards Fu Xiuhan when he noticed Shi Yan in the pool. Without hesitation, he jumped in to rescue him. Shi Yan wiped the water from his face and asked, "Where did they go?" Song Qi responded, "It seems Shi Qian just twisted his ankle. They've taken him to the infirmary." Shi Yan, he missed his chance to fall into Fu Xiuhan's arms and instead fell into the water, quickly altering his plan to feign an injury in hopes of being carried or assisted by Fu Xiuhan, thus achieving a semblance of intimacy. Unexpectedly, while wading underwater, I received the news that Fu Xiuhan and Meng Qing had already left with Shi Qian. Even if I had twisted my ankle, did it warrant both of them going to see him off? Not a single one left for me? Shi Yan felt a surge of anger, and in his frustration, he nearly choked, starting to cough violently. Ultimately, it was Song Qi who carried him out of the swimming pool. The onlookers, positioned at a distance, were utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, what had they witnessed? Meng Qing carrying Shi Qian? Fu Xiuhan bustling about with concern? The two had escorted him away. Wasn't he there still a school heartthrob who had fallen into the pool? They had seen Shi Yan tumble into the water, but the specifics were unclear. It seemed he had lost his footing and tripped before plunging in. Given their distance, and with Meng Qing and Fu Xiuhan nearby, they hesitated to intervene, waiting instead for what they anticipated would be a heroic rescue. To their astonishment, the scene unfolded quite differently than expected. Rumors had circulated about Fu Xiuhan and Shi Yan's close relationship, suggesting that Shi Qian had only been spared from repercussions due to Shi Yan's influence. Yet now, when Shi Yan had fallen into the water, Fu Xiuhan remained indifferent, simply following Shi Qian away. What was happening? The atmosphere fell silent, everyone stunned by the turn of events. Meng Qing and Fu Xiuhan escorted Shi Qian to the changing room, pondering the necessity of changing clothes. 3 grown men clad only in swim trunks could hardly roam the campus in such a state. Once Fu Xiuhan had changed, he intended to rush into Shi Qian's cubicle to assist him, but Meng Qing, already dressed, intervened. The two faced each other, exchanging glances. After a brief delay, Shi Qian emerged, cautiously supporting himself against the wall. Initially intending to walk slowly, he was abruptly lifted by Meng Qing, who effortlessly carried him. Fu Xiuhan cursed himself for being a moment too slow, yet could not unceremoniously pry Shi Qian from Meng Qing's grasp, which would have seemed peculiar. Instead, he opted to shoulder Shi Qian's bag, and the trio made their way to the infirmary. Upon spotting familiar faces, the doctor greeted them with a chuckle. "What brings you 3 back again?" Meng Qing gently placed Shi Qian onto a chair, while Fu Xiuhan urgently spoke first. "Doctor, please check his ankle. Is it serious?" The doctor knelt, examining Shi Qian's ankle and instructing him to move it slightly. "No worries, no fractures. Just rest for a few days." Relieved, Fu Xiuhan was grateful that it was not a serious injury, reflecting on how he should have prevented Shi Yan from falling, which inadvertently caused Shi Qian's injury. Meng Qing continued to converse with the doctor, and Fu Xiuhan seized the moment, thinking it was now his turn to carry Shi Qian. Before Shi Qian could react, Fu Xiuhan had hoisted him onto his back. "What is this? I can walk. Just assist me." "Why can Meng Qing carry me, but not you?" Fu Xiuhan, without much thought, quietly muttered a complaint that sounded somewhat pitiful. Shi Qian, exasperated, found himself at a loss for words. Feeling Fu Xiuhan tighten his grip around his legs, he resigned himself to the situation. He had done his utmost to avoid drawing attention to himself in front of the main characters, yet here they were, surrounding him. Fearing he might offend them further and endure more inexplicable injuries, Shi Qian fell silent. Noticing Shi Qian's lack of resistance, Fu Xiuhan exchanged a triumphant smile with Meng Qing, who had just exited the doctor's office. As they left the infirmary, they unexpectedly encountered Song Qi, who was carrying Shi Yan. Upon halting, Song Qi greeted Fu Xiuhan. Shi Yan, seeing Fu Xiuhan with Shi Qian, felt a surge of resentment, though he feigned a wounded expression. "Why did you all leave first?" "I nearly drowned." He coughed theatrically to emphasize his plight. Without hesitation, Fu Xiuhan retorted, "Nonsense. You swam well during class. You wouldn't struggle in such shallow water." Shi Yan had intended to appear vulnerable to garner sympathy, but Fu Xiuhan's bluntness left him without a leg to stand on. "I twisted my ankle while in the water, which is why I couldn't surface," he said, adopting an even more pitiable demeanor as he glanced between Fu Xiuhan and Meng Qing. Meng Qing pretended to examine the ointment instructions, completely ignoring Shi Yan's gaze. Fu Xiuhan replied coldly, "The infirmary is ahead." Shi Yan, incensed, nearly rolled his eyes in frustration, such a large sign indicating the infirmary. How could he not know it was there? Chaos had ensued, everything was in disarray. How could this be? Shi Yan distinctly recalled the events in the swimming pool unfolding differently. He should have fallen into Fu Xiuhan's arms, yet Fu Xiuhan had evaded him. Despite having truly twisted his ankle, the one to escort him to the infirmary was not Fu Xiuhan. What had gone awry? Taking a deep breath, Shi Yan attempted to regain his composure. Of course, it was Shi Qian. Shi Yan remembered that in his previous life, Shi Qian had rarely attended physical education classes due to health issues. How could he possibly be here now? Previously, Shi Yan had been solely focused on Fu Xiuhan, but now he recalled the oddity of Shi Qian's presence, someone who should not have been there. Could it be that Shi Qian was aware of the narrative? The thought startled him, and he quickly dismissed such a preposterous notion. In his past life, Shi Yan had relentlessly pressured Shi Qian, exploiting this so-called supporting character to the fullest. Shi Qian was no fool. If he truly knew the plot, he would not have let him off so easily. Shi Yan resolved not to frighten himself with such thoughts. There was still ample time ahead, and he could approach things gradually, with plenty of opportunities to seize. Song Qi escorted Shi Yan to the infirmary and received a call from Fu Xiuhan, who requested some food and sent an address. After settling Shi Yan into a chair, Song Qi excused himself, citing other matters to attend to. Although he harbored some fondness for Shi Yan, he prioritized Fu Xiuhan's requests. Delays would likely provoke the young master's ire, and Song Qi was keenly aware of his reliance on Fu Xiuhan. The address provided by Fu Xiuhan was for a Cantonese restaurant located a bit far from the school, necessitating a taxi ride. Fortunately, aside from physical education and study time in the afternoon, he need not request leave. Familiar with the security guard, Song Qi exchanged pleasantries and exited the school without hindrance. In the infirmary, only Shi Yan and the doctor remained. Upon seeing yet another student enter, the doctor inquired, "What seems to be the problem now? Another twisted ankle? Is the floor particularly slippery today?" After a light-hearted jest, the doctor examined Shi Yan, determining the injury was not serious, and prescribed some ointment, advising him to apply it regularly and be mindful in the future. "I can wait a bit. I'll be fine to walk," Shi Yan replied. At that moment, the infirmary door swung open again, and another student entered. "What brings you here, young one?" Seeing the injuries gradually improving, They had finished applying the ointment prescribed earlier and decided to visit the infirmary to procure more, hoping to encounter Shi Yan, who they had heard had sustained an injury. "I'd like to get this ointment, please." Zhang Ming handed over the ointment, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Shi Yan. Why was he the only one here? Initially, Zhang Ming had merely intended to raise his profile, hoping to gain some visibility in Shi Yan's presence, as Shi Yan was renowned for his good nature within the school. Zhang Ming held a favorable impression of Shi Yan. During his first year of high school, he had even pursued Shi Yan, only to be met with rejection. However, he bore no resentment toward this dismissal, for it was indeed peculiar for someone as attractive, talented, and affluent as Shi Yan to show interest in him. Although his confession was turned down, Shi Yan never mocked or ignored him in front of others. Instead, he kindly reassured Zhang Ming that they could still be friends. Each time they encountered one another, Shi Yan greeted him politely, filling Zhang Ming with renewed hope, convinced that with persistent effort and familiarity, perhaps love would blossom over time. The doctor took the ointment from Zhang Ming, noticing it was an uncommon brand, and went to the back of the pharmacy to find medication. Only Zhang Ming and Shi Yan remained in the room. "What's wrong?" Zhang Ming approached Shi Yan and asked with concern. He felt relieved he had not brought a crutch today, otherwise, he would have felt embarrassed in front of the one he admired. Although Zhang Ming had sustained numerous injuries from Shi Qian, most were superficial and would heal in a few days. His prior use of a crutch was partly due to a genuine injury and partly to exaggerate the severity of his condition in hopes that the academic director would impose a heavier punishment on Shi Qian. Once the matter had settled, discarding the crutch abruptly would have been unwise. He feared that if Fu Xiuhan discovered his scheming against Shi Qian, trouble would inevitably ensue. Thus, he had pretended to rely on the crutch for appearances. Upon seeing Zhang Ming enter, Shi Yan conceived a new plan. Aware of Zhang Ming's interest in him and the recent conflict with Shi Qian, he thought to exploit this opportunity to create some trouble for Shi Qian. This tool had repeatedly thwarted his plans. It was time to teach him a lesson. "It's nothing, just a slight ankle sprain." Shi Yan feigned a pitiful demeanor. "How sudden." Zhang Ming squatted down, his corpulent frame causing his excess flesh to spill onto the floor. He pretended to inspect Shi Yan's ankle, as if he could discern the nature of the injury. Gazing at the slender, luminous ankle, he couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of every inch of a stunning person. He retracted his lecherous gaze, stood up, and dragged a chair beside Shi Yan. "This can't solely be Shi Qian's fault." Shi Yan's expression suggested he was on the verge of tears, as if he had suffered a grave injustice. "I know he is upset with me. That's why he pretended to trip me." Zhang Ming, noticing Shi Yan's beautiful face contorted in a frown, felt a pang of sympathy. "Did your cousin trip you? I always knew he was no good." "Perhaps it wasn't intentional. He's often unwell and prone to illness. As his cousin, I shouldn't hold it against him." Shi Yan's tone carried a hint of a sob. "But he did trip you on purpose. The weak are always right." Zhang Ming was still convinced that Shi Qian had been the one to strike him, and now, seeing Shi Yan bullied by Shi Qian, his anger toward Shi Qian intensified. "It's fine. He's just accustomed to taking my things. Maybe he saw me getting close to Fu Xiuhan and felt unhappy, so he decided to play a prank on me." "Is this what you call a prank?" "Shi Yan, you are far too kind." Zhang Ming reached out, intending to grasp Shi Yan's hand. Shi Yan wished to evade the gesture, but remembered his ulterior motives and suppressed his disgust, not pulling away. "Let it be. He's not in good health. It's no trouble for me to give way." Shi Yan feigned wiping non-existent tears, as if he had endured great injustice. Zhang Ming felt a surge of delight when he noticed that Shi Yan did not release his hand, especially in light of Shi Yan's pitiful state. Alone with a sprained ankle, Zhang Ming resolved to assist Shi Yan and confront Shi Qian. Enamored, he completely forgot his earlier vow to avoid provoking Shi Qian. "I'm on your side." He tightened his grip on Shi Yan's hand, as if to reassure him not to fear. Shi Yan felt the clamminess of Zhang Ming's grip and noticed his unattractive face looming too close, accompanied by a foul odor wafting through the air, which made him feel nauseous. Discreetly, he turned slightly, pretending to be sorrowful, and distanced himself further. Zhang Ming, filled with compassion, declared, "Don't worry. I'll handle everything." In that moment, he felt a surge of grandeur, as if he were the sole savior of Shi Yan, a figure of great importance. Hearing Zhang Ming's words, Shi Yan confirmed that he had successfully manipulated this fool and awaited to see just how far Zhang Ming would go for him. Zhang Ming insisted on accompanying him, adamant that he would not leave Shi Yan's side, as if he were already someone significant in Shi Yan's life. Shi Yan felt repulsed internally, but dared not show it on the surface. He chose a quieter path during the day and eventually managed to persuade Zhang Ming to leave him near the school entrance. Upon reaching his vehicle, he retrieved wet wipes from his bag and scrubbed away the traces of Zhang Ming's earlier touch, using up 10 wipes before he felt somewhat clean. Disgusted, he thought. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. He attributed the discomfort of the day to Shi Qian, realizing that if it weren't for him, there would have been no need for Zhang Ming, the loathsome person, to benefit from this situation. Fu Xiuhan secured a week's leave for Shi Qian without concern for his consent, claiming it was necessary for proper recovery from his foot injury. Shi Qian, Observing Meng Qing and Fu Xiuhan bustling around the dormitory as small living room, felt a wave of confusion. Why were these two principal characters so fixated on him? If they continued, he might just lose his life. With a sigh, Shi Qian pitted himself for a moment. Oh well, I'll take it one step at a time. Unless I drop out immediately, I can't escape these two in the short term. Thankfully, it's just minor injuries. Although he had returned to school, Shi Qian felt as if he were still on leave. It seemed he had been absent for just as long as he had attended. Teachers and classmates were unfazed by his situation, as it was well known that Shi Qian was physically frail. It was already a miracle that he had managed to stay in school for 2 consecutive weeks without interruption. Shi Qian had initially planned to go out this weekend to speak with merchants at the shops he had previously scouted and to rent an apartment near the school. However, with his foot injury, all plans were shelved. Bored, Shi Qian picked up his textbooks and began studying, realizing that since he could not go anywhere, it was better to focus on academics. He remembered that in his previous life, he had not taken the college entrance examination. In fact, 2 days before the exam, he had gotten into trouble for Shi Yan's sake and ended up detained for a few days, missing the test. Later, his mother had bought him a degree abroad, allowing him to scrape by with a university education. In this life, he could no longer rely on the Shi family. He would eventually sever ties with them and could not depend on their wealth to secure a diploma. Surely, he could not fail to gain admission to even a university. That would be absurd. Moreover, he had many tasks ahead of him. Until he had a firm grasp on his current life, following a conventional path seemed the safest choice. Shi Qian resolved to take the college entrance examination. Since he had entered high school, he had not participated in any exams, and he was uncertain of his academic performance. However, the papers he had on hand were not difficult to tackle. Thus, during his downtime, Shi Qian spent most of his time either practicing examination papers in his room or doing so in the living room. Meng Qing had always intended to take the exam in the capital, as this would be more beneficial for his future plans. Being a diligent student, he welcomed the opportunity to work through the numerous papers, which seemed never-ending. Fortunately, there were plenty of papers to keep him occupied, ensuring he would never run out of things to write. Unlike the past in the countryside, where one could complete a few practice papers and be done, the school teachers possessed scarce resources, primarily relying on previous year's exam papers, with only occasional new ones copied from the county. Education is not held in high regard in rural areas. Most people merely pursue their studies casually, as the majority are unlikely to gain admission to university. At best, they complete high school before venturing into the workforce. Meng Qing can only repeatedly work on the questions he has encountered before, refraining from writing on the exam papers themselves. Instead, jotting down answers on scrap paper. Many of the papers have been completed dozens of times. Initially, Qian and Meng Qing studied alone in their rooms, but later, for convenience, they moved to the living room to work on problems together. Often engrossed in their studies, they would lose track of time, only to find it was already 1 a.m. when they looked up. Sometimes, Meng Qing would bring meals for Qian, while other times it would be Fu Xiuhan, who consistently arrived at mealtimes, presenting Qian with meticulously selected dishes, choosing to remain silent, yet still sharing the same space with him. One evening, while Qian was deeply immersed in his studies, a sudden anonymous message popped up on his phone. Withdraw from school voluntarily, or you'll regret it. Accompanying the message was a link to a school forum post, boldly titled, "Let us delve into the cosmetic surgery history of the quirky Qian from number 1 high school." Curious, Qian scrolled down, where he found an array of bizarre photographs showcasing his past eccentric fashion choices, flamboyant hairstyles, an array of colors, green, red, yellow, orange, smoky eye makeup, metallic earrings, and oversized gold chains adorned with skulls, paired with striped tops and flared pants. Upon reflection, Qian was indeed taken aback by his previous style. Was this truly his fashion sense? It seemed rather outlandish. How could the school allow someone dressed like a Christmas tree to roam the campus? Although the individual in the images was undoubtedly him, Qian felt as though he were an outsider witnessing his own peculiar attire from a different perspective. Upon closer inspection, the outfits appeared merely tacky, and the exaggerated makeup obscured his features, but surely it could not be grounds for accusations of cosmetic surgery. As he continued to scroll, he encountered hundreds of similarly styled photographs, prompting him to question whether the poster was a fan or a detractor. After all, even fans wouldn't have such a comprehensive collection. Eventually, he stumbled upon a recent candid shot, not particularly clear, but seemingly edited. The chin appeared overly sharp, and the eyes disproportionately large, creating an impression of possible cosmetic alterations. Briefly browsing the comments, he closed the post, dismissing it as trivial. What was there to expose? He hadn't undergone surgery, and even if he had, what harm would it cause anyone? Qian had no intention of engaging with the tedious post or the individual who had sent the threatening message. Those who resort to anonymity lack courage. Engaging with such individuals would merely be a waste of time. However, Qian's indifference did not extend to others. Fu Xiuhan maintained a consistently aloof demeanor in the presence of others, a result of his upbringing that taught him to keep a distance from ordinary people to avoid unwanted attention. Consequently, he often remained silent at school, refraining from participation in group chats or forums, typically lurking rather than engaging. Yet, Fu Xiuhan harbored a genuine interest in browsing these chaotic campus forums, as they offered him insight into the lives of ordinary students. Having been overly sheltered throughout his childhood, he rarely had the opportunity to mingle with others, as he was usually accompanied by several bodyguards for his safety. It was only after transferring to Yan City, where the Fu family was less vigilant, that he found the chance to interact with regular students. He encountered both praise and criticism about himself, and while he found the derogatory comments amusing, they did not perturb him. After all, being insulted would not diminish his wealth or affect his lifestyle. Today, as Fu Xiuhan routinely browsed the forum, he unexpectedly came across Qian's name. Normally, the mentions were innocuous and trivial, but this particular post brimmed with evident malice. Easily discernible from its title, let us delve into the cosmetic surgery history of the quirky Qian from number 1 high school. Intrigued, Fu Xiuhan clicked on the post, revealing a plethora of colorful images that showcased Qian's past odd fashion choices. He had a vivid recollection of Qian, who had persistently pursued him, seeking a romantic connection, and was struck by the sheer peculiarity of Qian's aesthetic. Although Fu Xiuhan had never encountered someone with such a peculiar taste in fashion, he had to admit that, despite the garishness of the hairstyles and clothing, Qian was not unattractive. His physique was appealing enough that, even draped in burlap, he would not be deemed repugnant. However, the makeup had been excessively heavy, obscuring his features and rendering him almost unrecognizable compared to his current self. As Fu Xiuhan scrolled further, he came across the latest candid photograph of Qian. What a dreadful image! It failed to capture even a fraction of Qian's true allure. The comments underneath were rife with accusations of cosmetic surgery, calling Qian ugly and repulsive, and extending to a series of negative remarks about his vanity and arrogance.
Wow.
The transformation is astounding, one commenter exclaimed. Completely different individuals. Qian's taste is indeed unique, another remarked. I've seen him from afar before. His style was truly an eyesore. I suspect our school fell off the handsome rankings last year because of Qian's influence, another added.
Huh.
He resembles a nouveau riche, trying to adorn himself with everything. That gold chain looks like it was bought from a 2-yuan shop at the school gate, someone quipped. And those clothes he wore were atrocious. Even if I were a decade younger, I wouldn't dress like that, commented another. However, he doesn't look significantly better post-surgery. That chin looks like a botched job. A further comment stated, it seems so, it's become a sharp point, indicating poor taste. Not even cosmetic surgery could save him, another added. His eyes are exaggerated too. Did they extend to his eyebrows? How frightening, someone exclaimed. His nose is excessively prominent. I refuse to believe he hasn't had work done. Another chimed in. I heard he underwent surgery for the sake of winning over the school bully, one commenter noted. Given his current appearance, how could the school bully possibly be interested in him? Another retorted. Honestly, why does he engage in all this? Shouldn't he be studying? One questioned. Studying? He probably hopes to buy a university diploma through the connections of the Shi family, another speculated. Returning in his senior year, how could he possibly catch up? He's merely here to fulfill an obligation, someone else remarked. He truly brings shame to the Shi family. The real young master of the Shi family would never behave like this, a commenter stated. Indeed, Shi Yan exemplifies the ideal wealthy offspring, academic excellence, diverse talents, and a pleasant demeanor. I've never seen him scowl at anyone, another added. Yet, why doesn't Shi Yan intervene with this distant relative? It tarnishes their family's reputation, someone questioned. Who would dare? It seems the oddball is rather frail, frequently falling ill and taking leave from school. The benevolent wealthy allow him to come to the city for treatment and study as a courtesy, another observed. That makes sense, didn't he return to school? Another remarked.
Return?
He barely attended class for 2 days before taking leave again. He hasn't been seen much since, another commented. Moreover, he rarely acknowledges others. What is he pretending for? Does he think he can rely on the Shi family? Everyone knows he is merely a poor relative from the countryside, another added. He's quite vain as well. Didn't someone expose his counterfeit goods before? A commenter noted. That shouldn't be the case. The Shi family is quite wealthy, unlikely to purchase fakes, another countered. How could that be impossible? Haven't you noticed that even Shi Yan isn't wearing the latest styles? This impoverished relative seems to be the only one sporting them first. I suspect he either bought the fakes himself or is pretending to wear them. Chapter 62. The fanatic follower Fu Xiuhan Post 81. A rustic bumpkin remains a rustic bumpkin. Believing that donning designer labels makes him a wealthy individual. Without the Shi family, he is nothing. Post 85. However, that doesn't seem right. Wasn't he their photo of Shi Qian circulating on the forum previously? Wasn't he rather handsome? Post 90. Handsome, my foot. Those few pictures had a swarm of paid commenters praising him.
Who knows what he really looks like?
Post 91. Exactly. Who could possibly look like that? If he truly did, why would he resort to disguising his face? Isn't that purely a sign of deep-seated issues? Post 97. Impressive, Secretary. I demand all the information on cosmetic surgeons within 3 minutes. In truth, this matter needn't have escalated. If only everyone had laid eyes on Shi Qian, such absurd statements would not have been uttered. After all, if there were indeed a doctor capable of rendering a face so naturally flawless, word would have spread like wildfire in Yan City. Yet, despite Shi Qian's return to school, the majority of people had not yet seen his current appearance. While the students in the elite class had glimpsed Shi Qian, most were fervent scholars and seldom frequented forums. School life was inherently dull, so those who relished gossip flocked to the forums seeking amusement. You are the ugly one. Shi Qian is far more attractive. What's wrong with cosmetic surgery? How does it concern you? Before any procedures, he was already 10 times better looking than all of you foul-mouthed critics. Fu Xiuhan's moniker, the young master who locks his heart, is far too pedestrian. The average person would never associate it with him. Thus, under Fu Xiuhan's passionate guidance, this thread exploded with thousands of posts filled with heated exchanges. Incensed, Fu Xiuhan endured a sleepless night, rising the next morning with 2 enormous dark circles under his eyes. Shi Qian's legs had regained the ability to walk. As long as he refrained from running and took it slow, he would be fine. Stuck in the dormitory was becoming stifling. Attending class seemed the better option. Upon stepping outside, he found Fu Xiuhan leaning against the railing outside his dorm, looking utterly drained, as if he had overindulged. Did you go thieving last night? Fu Xiuhan hesitated, wanting to boast about how he had spent the night arguing on Shi Qian's behalf, yet fearing that Shi Qian might not have seen the thread. It was best if Shi Qian remained unaware of such unpleasantness. After a prolonged silence, Fu Xiuhan managed to utter a single sentence. Shi Qian did not press further. After all, occasional insomnia is a normal occurrence. Meng Qing and Songqi had also finished their preparations, and the 4 of them headed to the cafeteria. Same old seats. Meng Qing and Songqi went to grab food while Shi Qian and Fu Xiuhan sat across from each other. Are you alright?
Fu Xiuan inquired cautiously.
Shi Qian stifled a yawn. He had been studying too late these past few nights and felt drowsy upon waking. What's the matter? Shi Qian was puzzled by Fu Xiuhan's inquiry, finding it rather strange. Seeing Shi Qian's expression remain unchanged, Fu Xiuhan felt relieved. It seemed he hadn't seen the thread, which was a good thing. He was concerned that if Shi Qian had seen it, it might affect his mood, especially being criticized for cosmetic surgery. Hardly a pleasant ordeal. Songqi brought it up with a malicious intent. He sought to provoke Shi Qian. He had also stayed up late last night, relishing the barrage of insults directed at Shi Qian. Songqi had long been resentful of Shi Qian, questioning why someone he deemed inferior had captured Fu Xiuhan's favor. He aimed to voice this out loud, hoping to embarrass Shi Qian if he had seen the thread. If not, even better, he wanted Shi Qian to witness the extent of the ridicule. As soon as Songqi mentioned the thread, Fu Xiuhan instinctively stood up, only to realize he had overreacted. He then said, Songqi, once you finish eating, we'll take our leave. He wished to steer clear of the topic and couldn't directly interrupt without piquing Shi Qian's curiosity. He could only temporarily escort the instigator away. Noticing the substantial amount of breakfast still untouched in front of Fu Xiuhan, as well as his anxious expression, Shi Qian understood. In the days spent with Fu Xiuhan, Shi Qian discovered that he was not a bad person, merely a bit naive. His silence was a form of self-preservation, his aloofness merely a protective faade. If others were to learn how easily Fu Xiuhan could be manipulated, he might fall victim to ill-intentioned individuals, much like in his previous life. When Shi Yan had him spinning in circles, it was perplexing how such a wealthy family as the Fu family could produce someone as oblivious as Fu Xiuhan. Are you talking about the thread criticizing my cosmetic surgery? Fu Xiuhan, eager to pull away the still-chewing Songqi, was caught off guard by Shi Qian's sudden inquiry. You saw it? Yeah. Is everything alright? They said some rather harsh things. It's fine. Is what they said true? Did you really undergo surgery? Songqi, observing Shi Qian's nonchalant demeanor, secretly sought to stir trouble. He doubted Shi Qian could have naturally possessed such perfect proportions. In a discreet manner, he prepared his phone to record. If Shi Qian admitted to it, it would serve as incriminating evidence. Yes, I did. Upon hearing Shi Qian's admission, Fu Xiuhan was taken aback, his immediate reaction being to marvel at the doctor's skill. Meng Qing also turned to scrutinize Shi Qian's face. During his stay at the Shi residence, he had unexpectedly seen childhood photographs of Shi Qian, and the resemblance was uncanny. What doctor? How extraordinarily skilled. Fu Xiuhan genuinely believed it, leaning closer to scrutinize Shi Qian's face. How can there be no trace of surgery whatsoever? Shi Qian felt Fu Xiuhan's proximity was too intense, gently pushing him away with a tap on his forehead before continuing. I'm just joking. Did you really believe that? What's there to alter about my face? Shi Qian shrugged nonchalantly, sipping from the soy milk beside him. Meanwhile, Songqi was preparing to save and anonymously upload the recorded content. Chapter 63. The foolish nouveau riche. I knew it. There are no such incredible doctors. Our Shi Qian is simply born beautiful. Fu Xiuhan leaned closer to admire Shi Qian's face, feeling an overwhelming surge of attraction. Songqi seethed at Fu Xiuhan's possessive words regarding our Shi Qian, begrudging the rapid advancement of their relationship. Fu Xiuhan's demeanor toward Shi Qian was far warmer than towards him. Meng Qing, who seldom checked his phone, was unaware of the ongoing turmoil on the forum. During his lunch break, he decided to delete the thread. Such a trivial discussion should not exist. Prior to deleting it, he saved all of Shi Qian's photos. Although exaggerated, he still found Shi Qian appealing. Zhang Ming, who had anonymously posted the thread the previous night, watched the thread's popularity soar, delighting in the mockery directed at Shi Qian. Compete with me? This is just the beginning. After waking up, Zhang Ming logged back onto the forum, only to discover that the previous thread had been deleted. It must have been Shi Qian who reported it. He thought this was the end. No way. This was merely an appetizer. Far more explosive content awaited. Finally enduring until the weekend, Shi Qian rose early, slinging a backpack over his shoulder as he exited the campus. He first reserved a room at a 5-star hotel not far from the shops, donning an extravagant outfit and adorning himself with all manner of ostentatious jewelry, embodying the image of a nouveau riche. Today, Shi Qian intended to play the role of a wealthy, clueless outsider. The shops in that suburban area were up for lease, and Shi Qian planned to acquire them all. Such an endeavor would inevitably draw attention. To avoid unnecessary price hikes, he devised a plan. He would masquerade as a foolish nouveau riche with more money than sense. Having scouted the area previously, Shi Qian took a taxi directly to his destination. At 10 a.m., only a handful of shops were open, with few customers, creating a rather desolate atmosphere. Shi Qian approached the first shop, a jewelry store, where the owner was dozing in a chair, the store devoid of patrons. With great fanfare, Shi Qian walked in, casually picking up a string of beads and, adopting an accent from out of town, asked, "Boss, how much for this?" Suddenly, a visitor arrived, startling the shopkeeper, who opened his eyes and glanced at Shi Qian. He simply sat up without approaching, assuming it was just another curious passerby. Shi Qian, maintaining his composure, pretended to be intrigued, nodding repeatedly as he circled around. The shopkeeper observed Shi Qian's youthful demeanor and attire, which suggested he was from out of town. Perhaps he was affluent, a naive fool with plenty of money to spare. Having not made a sale in over 6 months, the shopkeeper merely passed the time in his shop, which had long lost its clientele. Most shopkeepers had already put up signs to transfer their businesses, having given up on reopening. "My young friend has a keen eye. This is our best-selling item." The shopkeeper began to extol the virtues of his wares, noting the expression of excitement on the young man's face, which suggested he was easily deceived. "How much?" Shi Qian inquired. 100 each, but if you buy more, I can offer a discount." Upon hearing the word discount, Shi Qian feigned impatience, exclaiming, "No need for a discount. I'll pay the full price. I can afford it." The shopkeeper beamed at this response, sensing a potential big sale. "How many would you like?" Shi Qian, appearing unconcerned, casually pointed to a display case and declared, "Wrap all of these up for me." "Certainly. Just a moment while I calculate the total." The shopkeeper, delighted, moved to the cash register, calculator in hand, performing a series of rapid calculations. In truth, these items were not worth much. They typically sold for $30 to $40 a string, but he had doubled the price. As the shopkeeper tapped away on the calculator, Shi Qian, feigning impatience, suggested, "How about 10,000? Will that suffice?" In reality, the cost price of these bracelets was merely a few dollars, inflated by fanciful claims of wealth preservation, safety, and health. The shopkeeper, upon hearing Shi Qian's offer, readily agreed, yes, that's more than enough. I'll wrap them all up for you." As Shi Qian observed the shopkeeper packing the items, he nonchalantly inquired, "Is this shop for sale? How much?" After a moment's hesitation, the shopkeeper replied, 100,000. However, the value of such a shop in this area was at most 60 or 70,000. It was a desolate suburb and hardly worth anything. Even if they offered 50,000, there were few buyers, ordinary people had no need for it, and wealthy individuals looked down upon it. "Do many people come here?" "Oh yes, quite a few. It's just that these days are the off-season, so there aren't many visitors." Shi Qian feigned innocence, stating, "My father gave me some money to invest, and I think your place is quite good. How about this? You ask the other shopkeepers if they're selling, and I'll buy them all at 100,000 each. I'll give you 150,000 for yours, and the extra can be your fee for helping me. I'd rather not run around to each one individually. How does that sound?" The shopkeeper, a clever man, immediately grasped Shi Qian's intent. He was familiar with the merchants on this street, and facilitating the transaction would allow him to earn a tidy sum as a middleman, pocketing an easy 2,000 from each shop. This was a no-lose deal. However, the shopkeeper wished to raise the price slightly. Shi Qian interjected, "If it's too troublesome, then forget it. I'm not particularly set on buying here." "Forget it? That's not an option." The shopkeeper insisted, growing anxious.
Deal.
"I'll handle it." He agreed without hesitation. Shi Qian, sensing the shopkeeper's eagerness, arranged to return the following week and transferred 20,000, with 10,000 covering the items he wanted and the remaining 10,000 as an advance for the shopkeeper's efforts. The shopkeeper, recognizing Shi Qian's generosity, assured him he would take care of everything. With the shop matter settled, Shi Qian turned his attention to the issue of renting a place. He had already considered several locations and, with some free time, planned to visit them all to finalize a decision in the coming days. He added the contact information of a real estate agent and spent the next couple of days visiting a dozen or so properties, none of which met his expectations. It seemed unlikely he would secure a place this week. After checking out of the hotel, carrying a large bag of goods intended for disposal, Shi Qian passed by Central Park and noticed a group of 2 or 3 tattooed youths with yellow hair surrounding an old man with white hair, verbally assaulting him as if seeking trouble. "This is our territory, old man. If you want to beg here, you must pay us protection money. 100 a day. Not a cent less. I don't care if you have any money. If you don't, you can't stay here." One of them kicked over the old man's coin jar, scattering coins everywhere. "I'm not begging. I'm performing," the old man protested. "Less nonsense. Performing is just begging, isn't it? Either pay up or get lost." One of the youths kicked the old man's violin disdainfully, sneering. "If you're going to beg, at least don't flaunt an instrument like this. I'll take it as payment for protection." He attempted to seize the violin, but the old man clung to it desperately, receiving a few kicks from the bystanders, crying out in pain.
"Stop."
However, Shi Qian's clothing and jewelry appeared rather expensive, which piqued the interest of the 3 youths, who initially thought they would leave empty-handed. The blonde youth exchanged glances with his companions, who understood the cue, and advanced toward Shi Qian, attempting to grab him. Shi Qian swiftly twisted the arm of the first attacker, spinning him around before delivering a sharp kick to his back, sending him crashing into another assailant. The 2 fell to the ground in pain, while the third rushed at Shi Qian. Despite appearing slender, Shi Qian possessed remarkable strength and quickly subdued him as well. "Leave," he commanded coldly. The remaining thugs, deterred, fled in haste, leaving the area quiet once more. The old man picked up his violin, wiping it down with a pained expression, murmuring, "What a calamity, truly a calamity." Shi Qian crouched down, offering solace. "Are you all right, old man?" "My violin, my strings are broken." The old man, with injuries on his face and hands, was too preoccupied to notice, cradling his instrument and weeping on the ground. "If you're truly in need of money, see if you can sell these items," Shi Qian suggested, motioning to the bag he carried. "Consider it a gift." As he turned to leave, the old man clung tightly to his leg. "You can't go. You must take responsibility." The old man grasped Shi Qian's left leg, refusing to release him. "What? I helped you, and now I'm being held accountable?" Shi Qian was at a loss. Not only had he failed to find a house, but now he found himself ensnared in this predicament. "I don't care. You can't leave." The old man held on stubbornly, and Shi Qian hesitated to use force, fearing he might inadvertently injure the fragile elder. "Do you have a family member's phone number? I can call them for you. They don't want me anymore. You can't leave." After several minutes of stalemate, Shi Qian, realizing he had no choice, finally conceded. "All right, but you can't run off the moment I let go." The old man remained distrustful, reluctant to loosen his grip. "I won't run, I promise. Now, get up." Shi Qian helped the old man to his feet, placing the violin back in its case and gathering the scattered coins. "I can't walk anymore," the old man lamented, observing that Shi Qian's hands were full. "But your legs aren't injured, are they?" "I'm too scared. My legs feel weak." Shi Qian sighed, exasperated by the situation. "Fine, I'll carry you." He squatted down, allowing the old man to climb onto his back while balancing the items in his hands. "Are you able to walk now?" Following the old man's directions, Shi Qian navigated through the winding paths to an old residential complex. The building lacked an elevator, and carrying the old man up 5 flights of stairs in the winter left him drenched in sweat. "Is this it?"
"Yes."
"Why do you come all the way here to beg?" Shi Qian asked. "I've told you, I'm not begging. I'm performing." "Performing? All right, performing. But why here? Because I like it, is that a problem?" Shi Qian was speechless, surveying the modest abode furnished with somewhat outdated but clean furniture. "Do you have any ointment? Your face and hands need some."
"No."
"All right." Shi Qian should have anticipated this long ago. He picked up his phone, inquired about the address from the elderly man, and ordered some food delivery. "You said you would help me with the repairs." The old man grasped Shi Qian's arm, fearing he might leave. "I never said I wouldn't help you. Where are the extra strings at home?" The old man retrieved a box from the drawer beneath the television cabinet and handed it to Shi Qian. Upon opening it, Shi Qian was pleasantly surprised to find it quite well stocked. The violin was an instrument he had practiced since childhood, and he was more than adept at changing strings, completing the task with remarkable efficiency, followed by tuning it. This was indeed a fine instrument, with exceptional sound quality and presumably a considerable value. "All right, give it a try," he said, passing the violin to the old man without further inquiries. "Can you play the violin?" The elderly man did not take the instrument, but instead sat beside Shi Qian, watching him with curiosity. "I can play a little. Play a piece for me to hear." "Why should I?" Shi Qian thought, bemused by the old man's commanding tone. "Because I want to listen." Shi Qian pondered for a moment, then picked up the violin. Assuming the proper posture, he decided to play an original piece he had composed a few years ago, inspired by a fleeting moment of awareness that had struck him. filled with sorrow. As he played, the old man's eyes lit up with surprise and he asked, "What is the name of this piece?" "It was just something I wrote for fun when I was bored." "It doesn't have a name. You composed it yourself?" "Yes. It's quite good. You have a talent." Before the old man could ask more, Shi Qian's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was the pharmacy delivering the medicine. Answering the call, he went downstairs to retrieve it. Once he returned with the ointment, he guided the old man to sit on the sofa and meticulously applied the salve to all visible wounds. "This will help you heal faster. Don't go busking there again. Those people are likely to come back. I ordered some food for you. It will be delivered right to your door. Remember to open the door to collect it." "I have other matters to attend to." Shi Qian recalled something and took out all the cash from his bag, which amounted to about 2,000 yuan. "Take this for now. Don't go performing for a while. Just rest and recover." Concerned even after giving the money, he felt uneasy about the old man's situation, especially considering his age and abandonment by family, which must have led him to busk out of necessity. This violin was likely his only valuable possession, hence its cherished state. Shi Qian pulled an old newspaper from the coffee table and wrote down his contact information. "If you find yourself in an emergency, message me. Otherwise, don't text me. I have classes." Worried the old man might refuse the money, Shi Qian quickly dropped a few words and left. Chapter 65. Trouble came knocking. He had also registered him for a national physics competition alongside a few top students and, consequently, he had taken time off. However, today there were several empty seats in the classroom, aside from those participating in the competition, including Fu Xiuhan, who was also absent. Unlike the others, Fu Xiuhan was not competing. Since adding Shi Qian's contact, he frequently updated Shi Qian about his whereabouts, which Shi Qian found unnecessary. Resisting the impulse to block Fu Xiuhan, he simply set his messages to do not disturb, preferring to avoid the hassle of Fu Xiuhan confronting him about it. With both Fu Xiuhan and Meng Qing absent, Shi Qian felt a notable tranquility enveloping the surroundings. His days had settled into a monotonous routine of attending classes, residing in the dormitory, and dining in the cafeteria. Surprisingly peaceful. Just as Shi Qian relished this ordinary existence, longing to be a typical student awaiting the college entrance examination a year later, tranquility was short-lived. He soon sensed he was being targeted again. One morning, while using his thermos, he noticed something unusual as he poured out water. He discovered an unidentified black substance floating within. Furrowing his brow, he recalled that he had filled his thermos as usual from the water dispenser in the corridor the previous evening, questioning how it could have gone bad overnight. Since the issue was neither with him nor the water, it pointed to someone else's interference, likely someone who resented him and sought to create trouble. Presumably, with Fu Xiuhan and Meng Qing absent, no one would come to his aid. Shi Qian walked to the water dispenser, discarded the contaminated water, and rinsed his thermos thoroughly, preparing to refill it with hot water. While filling his thermos, he was suddenly bumped from behind, causing a bit of water to spill onto his hand, resulting in a burn that quickly formed a blister. "Oh, my apologies. I lost my balance," the person behind him exclaimed cheerfully, relishing the mishap. "Oh no. You burned your hand. What will you do if it scars?" The individual seemed to revel in Shi Qian's discomfort, adding, "But you can always get cosmetic surgery, just like you did with your face. Are you out of your mind for pouring scalding water on me?" Shi Qian retorted, having emptied his thermos. If it weren't for the thick winter clothing, the perpetrator would have scalded their entire arm, but now only Shi Qian's hand had suffered a minor burn. "Yes. I am out of my mind. I just got burned again, and didn't he study the kettle?" Shi Qian calmly stated. "You did that on purpose. If that's what you believe, there's nothing I can do about it. If you think I did it intentionally, then go tell the teacher." His tone dripped with sarcasm, causing the aggressor's face to flush with anger. "Excuse me," Shi Qian said, maneuvering around the individual, accidentally splashing some water onto their face. "Sorry, my hand just cramped up," he said with insincerity, but maintained a polite facade as he turned to head downstairs, intending to visit the infirmary for some medicine, ignoring the furious shouts behind him. The drenched individual stood in shock. He had presumed Shi Qian was merely an easy target, a country bumpkin, who would accept being bullied without retaliation. Yet here was Shi Qian, daring to fight back. Li Chuan and Shi Yan were quite close. Both were members of the school orchestra, with Shi Yan playing the violin and Li Chuan the cello. During recent practice sessions, Shi Yan had frequently complained about his cousin, prompting Li Chuan to decide to make Shi Qian's life a little more difficult. Unexpectedly, Shi Qian had the audacity to splash water on him. He nearly forgot that although Meng Qing and Fu Xiuhan were absent, Shi Yan was still around. "Damn, every day there is something. Who moved my desk?" Shi Qian's icy voice cut through the air as he scanned the room, locking eyes with Shi Yan across the aisle. Finally, a bespectacled boy in the front row stammered, "I think it was Wang Hao from class 3. I just saw him go to your seat and take something." "All right, knowing who it is enough. The tiger does not roar and they think he is a sick cat. Even if he is a sick cat, he'll still bite a piece out of those who bully him." Fueled by anger, Shi Qian stormed into class 3, knocking on the door and demanding, "Who is Wang Hao?" Wang Hao was boasting to his peers about throwing Shi Qian's belongings away, claiming he was teaching that oddball a lesson. Wang Hao had harbored a crush on Shi Yan for quite some time, and upon encountering Shi Yan at dinner with red eyes, he had stammered several times before Shi Yan finally revealed that his cousin had deliberately tripped him, preventing anyone from helping him, which nearly led to him drowning. Chapter 66. Do you need a megaphone to speak? He was determined to teach that plastic surgery freak a lesson. Shi Yan, though kind-hearted, was not someone to be trifled with. Who the hell is calling me? Wang Hao, hearing someone summon him, immediately responded. Turning around, he was stunned to see Shi Qian standing at the classroom door. This was Wang Hao's first time witnessing Shi Qian's appearance, and he was taken aback by how different it was from the photos on the forum. Shi Qian swiftly approached Wang Hao, glanced at the name on the papers on his desk, confirmed they belonged to him, and then tore them to shreds, tossing the scraps into Wang Hao's face. Where's my backpack? Shi Qian furrowed his brows, seized Wang Hao's backpack from his seat, and carelessly threw it out of the window into the flower bed. Wang Hao finally reacted, his face slightly flushed as he stuttered. Why are you messing with my stuff? Did you tear up my papers?
Yes.
And threw my backpack?
Yes.
If you have other issues, feel free to challenge me openly. Doing these petty acts is just childish. Shi Qian cast a disdainful glance at Wang Hao and turned to leave class 3. Once the crowd had dispersed, they finally came back to their senses. He's so handsome. Someone whispered. Indeed, he is striking. His face hardly looks like that of someone who's undergone surgery. If he had, the clinic would be overrun. Those who had previously looked down on Shi Qian after seeing the posts fell silent. Just having met Shi Qian's gaze made Wang Hao feel fortunate, and all thoughts of papers and backpacks vanished from his mind. Wang Hao reassured himself that he didn't want to provoke Shi Qian anymore. Even wondering why Shi Qian hadn't slapped him earlier, such an act would have provided physical contact, wouldn't it? After his revenge, he couldn't help but lament how immature students could be, resorting to such petty bullying. However, when Shi Qian found himself locked in the restroom the next day, he regretted his earlier words. There was indeed a childish way of bullying, and it was truly disgusting. After using the restroom, he attempted to push the door open but found it barricaded from the outside. Damn, not again. Is anyone there? Shi Qian immediately regretted his question, cursing himself for his foolishness. Having been locked in, how could anyone come to his aid? If Shi Qian guessed correctly, there was likely a maintenance sign outside the restroom. With a sigh, he mourned the loss of his previously tranquil days. He then climbed onto the toilet, grasped the edge of the stall, and hoisted himself up. Carefully, he tested the doorknob with his foot and successfully freed himself. A minor issue, just a restroom door. But those who had locked him in would face serious trouble. Stepping out of the restroom, he indeed found a maintenance sign standing outside. After kicking it aside, he looked up to see a figure lurking around the corner. Shi Qian approached and seized the person by the collar, coldly asking, "Was it you?" The person, taken aback that Shi Qian had emerged so quickly, was merely a lackey tasked with keeping an eye on the restroom to prevent unsuspecting individuals from entering. Upon meeting Shi Qian's fierce gaze, he quickly waved his hands in denial. "It wasn't me. I was just watching for someone else." Shi Qian kicked him, demanding, "Who was it?" The lackey, trembling from the kick, cradled his sore leg and stammered, "It was Fong Tianlong." "Where is he?" If someone was watching the restroom, it meant the instigator hadn't gone far. Behind a small grove on the playground. Shi Qian couldn't help but chuckle, how quickly he begged for mercy, yet he had shown no hesitation in aiding someone else's misdeeds. "I won't hit you, but what does Fong Tianlong look like?" "He has a small red birthmark on his forehead, tall and thin." After listening to this, Shi Qian turned and left. It seemed yet another suitor of Shi Yan was causing him annoyance. He was growing weary of Shi Yan's antics. Why did the protagonist have to be so despicable, deliberately gathering a horde to irritate him? Upon reaching the grove, he indeed spotted two figures sitting back to back. The one on the left was familiar to him. Wasn't he that our beloved protagonist, Shi Yan? The one on the right was presumably Fong Tianlong. As Shi Qian approached, he overheard Shi Yan sobbing about something. "It's not my cousin's fault. It's all my doing for not teaching him properly. He's just a bit vain, domineering, and unreasonable. You know, he's been weak since childhood, and everyone tells us to tolerate him. After all, he's a life. I've given him everything he wanted. Every toy, every special dish my aunt made, even the gifts meant for me. I let him have it all. Yet he still sees me as the villain. In front of everyone, he treats me well and shows me respect, but privately, he sometimes curses me. I fear that if I ever retort, he might faint again, and then the family would blame me for being inconsiderate. To this day, I can't tell if he is genuinely fainting or just pretending. I have no choice but to indulge him, thinking that once we grow up, he wouldn't throw such childish tantrums. But now Shi Qian is becoming increasingly unreasonable. It seems he is a bit jealous of me. You know, his health is poor. His grades are lacking, and he insisted on learning the same instruments as me when we were young, but he couldn't keep up, so he dislikes me. But it's so simple for me. I grasp things with just a glance. How can he blame me for his shortcomings?" Shi Qian, listening intently from behind. Couldn't he resist interjecting, "Need a trumpet to announce your grievances?" Chapter 67. Who lacks upbringing? Shi Yan continued to sob. What had started as a feigned cry had turned genuine as tears began to fall. Just as he was getting into the groove of his performance, a familiar voice interrupted. Shi Qian, what are you doing here? Hearing Shi Yan's question, Shi Qian found it amusing. Why couldn't he be here? He shot Shi Yan a meaningful glance, then turned to Fang Tianlong, letting out a cold laugh. Shi Yan was thrown off by Shi Qian's demeanor. He was increasingly perplexed by him. Fearing that Shi Qian might expose his lies and false identity as a rich heir, Shi Yan felt a moment of unease. However, he quickly remembered the condition under which Shi Qian had agreed to return to school, that no one should know he was the biological son of the Shi family. Recalling this, Shi Yan's heart steadied. Shi Qian was not there to unmask Shi Yan. He cared little about the distinction between true and false heirs. He couldn't quite comprehend why Shi Yan was so obsessed with these titles. After all, the best lies remain lies, destined to be uncovered eventually.
Besides,
those who befriended him solely for his status as the Shi family's heir were driven by self-interest. What good were such friends? When the day came they realized they had been deceived, the backlash would be enough to drown Shi Yan. If Shi Yan loved being the heir, then so be it. He could endure the consequences, good or bad. However, one thing displeased him greatly. Shi Yan always dragged him into trouble, seeking to undermine him at every turn to build his own persona. While he had once been a mere tool, he was now a tool with a temper. How you choose to portray yourself outside is of no concern to me. Just don't bring your troubles to my doorstep, understood? Shi Qian shot Shi Yan a cold glance, his voice laced with warning. Upon hearing this, Shi Yan was initially startled. He realized that Shi Qian had likely heard everything he had just said. But soon, he relaxed, knowing Shi Qian hadn't intended to expose him on the spot. Shi Yan was deeply dissatisfied with Shi Qian's transformation, yet he found himself powerless in the situation. At this moment, he had no choice but to concede. He could no longer exert the same level of control over Shi Qian as he once did. Shi Qian, once a reliable tool by his side, had now become a buried landmine, ready to explode at any moment. Shi Yan was unaware of the events that had transpired in Shi Qian's life, which had surpassed his grasp, but as long as Shi Qian did not possess the foresight of the storyline as he did, there were no significant issues at hand. Ideally, Shi Qian would still be of use to him, and at the very least, he hoped that Shi Qian would not sabotage his own affairs. In a hushed tone, Shi Yan acknowledged, understood. Afterward, he cast a furtive glance at Fang Tianlong beside him. At that moment, Fang Tianlong observed Shi Qian approaching for a confrontation, and Shi Yan appeared fearful, leading him to believe Shi Yan's words without question. With an outsider present, Shi Qian disregarded Shi Yan entirely, leaving Shi Yan vulnerable to being exploited. Fang Tianlong, brimming with righteousness, had just listened to Shi Yan's grievances and could not allow Shi Yan to be bullied by Shi Qian in front of him. Moreover, wasn't this the person he had confined to the restroom? How had he emerged so quickly? Fang Tianlong stepped forward, impatience etched on his face as he addressed Shi Qian. Regardless of the circumstances, Shi Yan is still your cousin. Your attitude is entirely unbecoming. It seemed that Fang Tianlong had identified Shi Qian as the instigator behind the restroom incident. Shi Qian scoffed, retorting, "Is locking someone in a restroom considered good manners?" Upon hearing this, Fang Tianlong realized that Shi Qian was aware of his role in the restroom affair, but since he had already taken action, he had no fear of Shi Qian uncovering the truth. That was your own doing. I merely provided you with a lesson, a well-intentioned attempt to teach you some decorum. Shi Qian let out a cold snort and immediately struck Fang Tianlong with a punch, causing Fang Tianlong's lip to split and bleed. Without hesitation, Shi Qian delivered a swift kick to Fang Tianlong's knee, catching him off guard and forcing him to kneel in pain. Shi Qian inspected his hand after the altercation, regarding Fang Tianlong with disdain. Let me make myself clear. I am not some soft persimmon to be easily manipulated. If this occurs again, kneeling will not suffice. You know, as my dear cousin mentioned, I am a person who bears grudges. With that, Shi Qian turned on his heel and departed with a nonchalant air, leaving Fang Tianlong stunned by the unexpected ferocity of Shi Qian's attack. Fang Tianlong, taken aback, found himself at a loss as he watched Shi Qian walk away. Don't go after him. You've seen how he is. It wouldn't be beneficial for you if this escalates, Shi Yan advised, exhaling a sigh of relief once Shi Qian had left. Shi Qian had not exposed him, which was sufficient. He was indifferent to Fang Tianlong's injury. As Fang Tianlong attempted to pursue Shi Qian, Shi Yan instinctively intervened, determined to prevent any further conflict that might incur Shi Qian's wrath. With his standing still unestablished with Meng Qing and Fu Xiuhan, he had no one to back him. His only support remained the Shi family. And though Shi Qian was not favored among them, he was, after all, a blood relative. Provoking him would be unwise. Shi Yan reflected on his need for greater caution. His earlier negligence had allowed Shi Qian to catch him off guard. He did not regret manipulating Shi Qian, but he must avoid leaving any incriminating evidence that could be used against him. Do not coddle Shi Qian. If he dares to strike today, he may resort to murder tomorrow. Fang Tianlong swallowed his frustration, yet Shi Yan held him tightly, reluctant to shake him off for fear of causing harm. Shi Yan crouched down, preparing to roll up Feng Tianlong's pant leg to check for injuries, but Feng Tianlong, despite his anger, could not express it toward Shi Yan at that moment. Fine, I will let it go this time. In the following chapter, Shi Yan finally managed to stabilize Feng Tianlong, feigning vulnerability to garner sympathy. He received a message from the shop owner, indicating that matters had been resolved, and they arranged to meet in a private dining room. As was his custom, Shi Qian had secured a room nearby, donned flamboyant attire and wore sunglasses, assessing his appearance in the mirror before stepping out. Upon arrival, he found the shop owner waiting for him. The moment Shi Qian entered, he instantly shifted his demeanor. Mr. Li, you arrived quite early. Shi Qian sauntered over, feigning a staggering gait as if recovering from a hangover. Come, order whatever you like. This meal is on me. He pushed the menu toward Mr. Li, then slumped onto the sofa, yawning multiple times. Apologies, I was out late last night and drank too much. I feel a bit dizzy. As the dishes were served, Mr. Li began to update Shi Qian on the acquisition of the shops. Brother, I have arranged everything for you, Mr. Li declared, retrieving a large folder from his briefcase and presenting it to Shi Qian. All signatures are in place. Everything is here. There's no rush. Let us eat first. Shi Qian replied nonchalantly, placing Mr. Li's documents aside, as if his purchase of the shops were a mere whim. What do you intend to do with these properties, Mr. Li inquired, curious about Shi Qian's sudden acquisition of so many. Through his sunglasses, Shi Qian observed Mr. Li's expression, noting no signs of alarm. It appeared there were no major issues. The shops would appreciate in value after a year, and any leaks of information would take months. For now, this area remained a worthless stretch of suburban land. I have no particular plans. I simply bought them for fun since I have plenty of money. Shi Qian unabashedly embraced the persona of a wealthy, frivolous spender. After a few bites, Shi Qian feigned a lack of appetite, sipping tea and casually flipping through the folder placed beside him. After scanning the documents, he tossed them aside and continued to recline on the sofa, pretending to doze off. I have already spoken with the neighbors. They will begin clearing out in about 2 weeks. However, if you're in a hurry, I can expedite the process. Most shop owners had long ceased their operations. Opening was futile, as they had been trying to sell for years without success. With the prospect of a buyer, they were eager to sell. After the initial surprise of learning that the area had been purchased by a single individual, they began to speculate whether he had insider information, hesitating to sell for fear of potential loss while simultaneously looking to increase the price. Ultimately, Mr. Li informed them that the buyer was a young nouveau riche from out of town, appearing as if he knew nothing but how to squander money. A mere playboy who had no understanding of the business realm. Hearing this, the sellers abandoned their doubts, recognizing that anyone with a modicum of sense would not invest in such a venture. A fool had emerged, and they were eager to seize the opportunity. Brother, everything is set. When will you transfer the funds? Mr. Li eagerly inquired. Is there any need for haste? Do I seem to be in need of money? Shi Qian replied, pausing for a moment before suggesting, just send me your account number. I will transfer everything at once, and you can divide it as you see fit. All right. Once Shi Qian confirmed that the contract was satisfactory, he promptly transferred the funds, causing Mr. Li to beam with delight at the sudden influx of wealth. Unable to avoid the situation, reluctantly entered Boss Li's car. Boss Li drove him to the hotel that had booked, parked the car, and graciously assisted him into the hotel lobby. He initially intended to escort to his room, but repeatedly declined, prompting him to relent. Having been in close proximity to Boss Li for an extended period in a private booth, felt as though he had absorbed an unpleasant scent of smoke, which he detested. He immediately changed his clothes and prepared to take a shower. Finally, he could enjoy a restful night as sleep, and upon waking the next day, he would resume his search for a new place, hoping for a stroke of good fortune this time around. As he moved closer, Zhang Ming confirmed that the individual he had just seen was indeed dressed in ostentatious attire that suggested nothing good. Wearing sunglasses in broad daylight, he appeared furtive, and Zhang Ming suspected something sinister was afoot. If he could catch in a compromising situation, ideally something significant, he would not fear ruining this bothersome connection. Zhang Ming cautiously followed him and witnessed entering a private booth. Unfortunately, the angle prevented him from seeing who was inside. Therefore, he postponed his evening activities and concealed himself, eager to discover who was meeting. When emerged, he was carrying an item, accompanied by a slightly overweight middle-aged man who casually supported, suggesting a close relationship. Zhang Ming thought to himself that this was the perfect opportunity to gather incriminating evidence. He took out his phone and snapped several pictures of Spack. Following him in a taxi, he ultimately saw and the man enter the hotel together. Zhang Ming, glancing at his phone filled with stolen images, felt fortunate to have captured such significant leverage against. At such a young age, was engaging in such activities, apparently with a benefactor, which explained his extravagant wardrobe. It seemed some of his wealth did not stem from the family, but rather from transactions involving his body. With a face so exquisitely altered, it was likely that he had employed his looks to attract a patron in order to sustain his lavish lifestyle. However, before posting anything online, Zhang Ming considered exploiting this situation for personal gain. was undeniably attractive, and the thought of experiencing him tempted Zhang Ming, who could not help but display a lascivious grin. After freshening up, was about to rest when a forgotten text notification disrupted the silence. Upon checking, he found a message from an anonymous number, accompanied by a photograph capturing his silhouette. The image depicted him standing with Boss Lee in the parking lot, and due to the angle, they appeared quite intimate. The message read, "I know your secret. If you wish to keep things from escalating, meet me at room 1207 of Lida Hotel tomorrow at 7 p.m. What did this mean? What secret could they possibly know? Indeed harbored many secrets, but he was uncertain which one this person referred to. Given the accompanying photograph, it seemed likely that the sender had misconstrued something. Meeting at a hotel late at night did not seem to suggest a discussion of business matters. Speculated that the individual who had taken the photo recognized him as a student, and seeing him dressed flamboyantly with a middle-aged man, they likely assumed an improper relationship existed between them. Thus, this person intended to use this misunderstanding as leverage, coercing into an encounter. How vile. To think someone would stoop so low. Initially, had no intention of responding, but the sender's disgusting behavior compelled him to deliver a fitting retribution. Since they could access the school forum, this person was undoubtedly a fellow student or teacher, responsible for spreading distorted rumors about his cosmetic surgery, and now attempting to fabricate further slander. This individual clearly bore a deep grudge against, having identified a potential candidate, planned to confirm his suspicions the next day. Since this person was intent on ruining him, saw no harm in playing along. Initially, he believed he could avoid the main characters and lead a quiet life. But recent events indicated otherwise. Due to his decisions, the narrative had already diverged from its previous course, yet the malicious schemes against him remained unchanged, merely adopting new forms. Realizing he could neither evade nor escape, resolved to confront the situation head-on. His prior desire to simply survive had shifted, as the recent days of disgust had altered his mindset. Since he could not hide or endure, S. current intention was to act boldly, challenging the system to truly eliminate him if it possessed the means. Numerous housing options existed, yet finding one that met criteria proved challenging. The first requirement was that the apartment be new, situated outside of older neighborhoods, and devoid of any dining establishments below, as the summer mosquitoes and cockroaches in Yan City were intolerable. Second, the place needed to be peaceful, preferably populated by young people or working professionals, ideally with a single unit per floor, as he lacked the energy to deal with neighbors who hosted all-night parties or butchered meat at odd hours. These two aspects were his primary concerns. Once he earned enough money, he would consider purchasing his own property. After a long day of searching, finally stumbled upon a place that caught his eye. He hesitated between delayed gratification and immediate pleasure, ultimately deciding to rent it, considering he might not live to see old age. Why not indulge a day earlier? His aspirations had shifted from merely surviving to ensuring he could thrive for a year until the property market appreciated, allowing him to enjoy the fruits of his labor before his demise. The images he had captured showed the entrance to room 1207 at Lida Hotel, featuring a short, plump man with acne scars, who activated the door with a room card before entering. Indeed, it was an old acquaintance. At first glance, recognized the man as Zhang Ming, who had previously clashed with him, had sensed something peculiar in Zhang Ming's gaze, but he had not anticipated such ulterior motives. How sordid. The revelation that a high school student could be kept would not only tarnish the family name, but also jeopardize his academic career. As a student with poor grades, S. continued enrollment at number 1 high school depended on the family's support. If word reached the family about his entanglement, would be forsaken, leaving him without a safety net or a means to remain at school. According to school regulations, he would face expulsion. This was merely the beginning. Once found himself isolated and without allies, he would relish seeing what leverage Zhang Ming would possess then. Zhang Ming had meticulously prepared a timed post for the following morning at 7 a.m. He intended to deceive, exploit him, and make his life unbearable. Zhang Ming clenched his teeth in resentment. A gentleman's revenge may take years, but this time, he was determined to ensure utter disgrace. He would not rise again. Arriving 20 minutes early, Zhang Ming set about arranging the scene, ordering a bottle of red wine from the hotel service. He opened it, expertly slipping in a recreational drug. This was not his first time. He had arranged numerous encounters online, following a similar pattern. However, this time it was his turn. The previous incident in the cafeteria had been merely an accident, a lapse in attention that allowed to exploit him. Zhang Ming was confident that his size alone could easily overpower. Fu Xiuhan is not at school anyway. Even if he were, what difference would it make? If he were to discover that Shi Qian was being supported by someone, would he still treat him the same way as he does now? This room had been reserved by Zhang Ming for a long time, equipped with various props and several miniature cameras. The moment Shi Qian stepped through the door, Zhang Ming was confident that he would not escape. Zhang Ming stared at the covertly taken photos of Shi Qian on his phone, his gaze gradually becoming lascivious. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted him. He wondered why someone was knocking again. Hadn't they just come? Could it be a mistake? The hotel staff seemed careless, unable to manage such simple matters. When Zhang Ming opened the door, several burly men forcefully pushed their way inside. Who are you? You've got the wrong place. Zhang Ming exclaimed, startled and retreating a few steps. The tattooed man at the forefront spoke. Are you Zhang Ming? It appears you are. You take money to do someone else's dirty work. If there's an issue, speak to your creditor. Then, the men surrounded him, seizing his limbs. Zhang Ming, who was surprisingly heavy, found himself gagged with a cloth, reduced to muffled pleas for mercy. He wanted to shout that they had mistaken him for someone else, that he owed no debts, but his voice failed him. With a mere glance, one of the men commanded. And Zhang Ming was stripped of his clothes and thrown onto the bed. One man pinned him down while another snapped several photos with his phone. Zhang Ming's phone was filled with nude photos of the people he had encountered over the years. He never imagined he would become the subject of such a photo himself. Utterly defenseless. As he was pressed down with force, his face smothered against the bed, red marks formed on his wrists. After taking their pictures, they bound Zhang Ming completely, resembling a pig tightly wrapped in twine. One of them forcibly poured a glass of red wine into Zhang Ming's mouth. He recognized it was drugged and shook his head violently, but ultimately swallowed a significant amount. Having completed their task, the men swiftly gathered their belongings and left, leaving Zhang Ming helplessly sprawled on the bed. He attempted to rise but found himself weakened by the drug. After struggling for some time, he suddenly heard the sound of someone swiping a card at the door. Didn't he expect you to have a day like this? Zhang Ming managed to lift his head to see a boy he had once plotted against. The boy pulled out a large box from beneath the bed, filled with various props that Zhang Ming had stored there. He extracted a whip and struck Zhang Ming fiercely. Throughout the night, the room echoed with screams. Before going to bed, Shi Qian received a message of thanks on his phone, promptly shutting off the screen and settling under the covers for a comfortable sleep. He had brought this upon himself. After the incident with Zhang Ming, Shi Qian had investigated him and found that Zhang Ming was 3 years older than their cohort. Having repeated several grades, he had only managed to enter the prestigious school after his family received a significant sum from a sudden demolition, using money to secure a spot. Not academically inclined and lacking interest in studying, he was merely a product of his family's desire for face, pushed into the school. Shi Qian discovered Zhang Ming's chaotic personal life. He often harassed impoverished students, but had not acted on it, likely due to the inconvenient repercussions at school. However, outside of school, he was reckless and extravagant, indulging in free rides. There had been several occasions where people had confronted him at school, but Zhang Ming had used his wealth to silence them and bury the incidents. When Shi Qian received confirmation that it was indeed Zhang Ming, he sent a message to those who had previously sought accountability from Zhang Ming. They promptly went to Zhang Ming's regular hotel room and, upon seeing him bound, unleashed their fury upon him. Zhang Ming's predicament was a consequence of his own unscrupulous behavior, having left himself vulnerable to retaliation. This had nothing to do with Shi Qian. Shi Qian was meticulous in his actions, ensuring he left no trace. Using a virtual number to contact the debt-collecting company and transferring funds through overseas accounts, making it impossible to trace back to him. Even if Zhang Ming later realized the situation, he would only suffer in silence as before. Shi Qian was not particularly concerned, as ever since the incident involving his cosmetic surgery, he occasionally received such looks. Turning his head, he noticed Shi Yan looking at him as well. A smug smile on his face. Once that smile appeared, Shi Qian knew trouble was brewing. Sure enough, Song Qi, sitting in the front row, turned to him, scrutinizing him before lowering his voice and saying, Shi Qian, why don't you check the forum? Understanding the implication, Shi Qian bowed his head and took out his phone to log onto the school forum. The page took a while to load, likely due to the high volume of online users. A multitude of posts appeared, many of which prominently featured Shi Qian's name. He was bewildered at how he had become a forum sensation. The keywords were nothing new: cosmetic surgery, oddball, ugly, vanity, sycophant, and so on. One post, dated this morning at 7 a.m., garnered significant discussion. The eye-catching title read, "Breaking news. Someone at the school is being kept," accompanied by images. It was evident that the subject of the post was none other than him. The subtitle proclaimed, unveiling the source of Shi Qian's lavish lifestyle. Shi Qian glanced at the uploaded photos, which included images from restaurants, parking lots, and hotel entrances, all taken during the previous weekend with Boss Lee. The post detailed his luxury items worn during school, contrasting them with Shi Yan's attire. Many photos showed Shi Yan wearing less expensive pieces. Shi Yan donned basic luxury items, while Shi Qian showcased more costly limited editions. The post even featured several watches Shi Qian had worn, each valued at no less than 7 figures. If the Shi family had any sense, how could they treat a distant, impoverished relative better than their own son? There was only one conclusion. Shi Qian's possessions were not provided by the Shi family, but acquired through alternative means. A high school student suddenly able to afford such expensive items. What could be the reason? The readers quickly grasped the implications. 3rd floor, no wonder. I always thought the clothes Shi Qian wore looked genuine. Everyone else said they were fake, and I didn't dare to contradict them. 5th floor, it's normal. He dresses richer than Shi Yan. How could that not raise suspicions? 7th floor, this is just too vain. What's the difference from selling oneself? 8th floor, He has just found himself a long-term sugar daddy. I bet that benefactor is quite old. 11th floor. For someone so rotund, he must be willing to swallow anything for money. 16th floor. He has not a mistress, is he? That man looks old enough to have a wife and kids. 39th floor. Truly absurd. How did such a student slip into our school? Poor academics and now moral issues. 44th floor. Exactly. Always dressing extravagantly to attract attention. Wasn't he pursuing Fu Xiuhan? He must have wanted to latch onto a wealthy patron. 49th floor. Fu Xiuhan would never look at someone like him. He has got nothing to offer. It seems he just couldn't secure a connection with the city's elite and sought a fool elsewhere. 57th floor. Does the Shi family not care? Will they allow someone like this to tarnish their reputation? It is estimated that the Shi family is still unaware. I have heard that Shi Qian was specifically brought in to accompany the young master Shi Yan. If the Shi family were to discover that Shi Qian is like this, would they not hasten to send him away? Floor 99. Shi Yan is indeed unfortunate to have such a cousin. Floor 101. The two are truly worlds apart. One is academically accomplished and exceptionally talented, while the other possesses no skills and merely focuses on appearances. Floor 112. How can they be compared? One is a true young master, and the other is a poor relative. I believe Shi Yan's efforts to enhance his appearance this semester are quite reasonable. No matter how one looks at it, Shi Yan is indeed a scholar, and the learned one. Floor 129. Truly disgusting. Shi Yan is also paying attention to the post. And he did not expect to see photographs of Qian in such a manner. This indeed took him by surprise. Although he previously felt disappointed that the plot did not unfold as he had wished, it seems that not all is lost. After all, a mere tool is just a tool. Isn't this an excellent opportunity for him to establish a persona? In truth, the Shi family initially treated Shi Qian and Shi Yan differently. However, as Shi Qian's character deteriorated, becoming lazy, vain, and prone to comparisons, his family began to feel disillusioned with him. In contrast, Shi Yan, who accompanied Shi Qian, grew increasingly intelligent and amiable, proving to be obedient and, when compared to Shi Qian, was akin to a celestial being in a realm apart. Gradually, Shi Qian became a source of annoyance for everyone. Although his material needs were met, thanks to the family's affluence, he was no longer regarded with importance. Shi Yan emerged as a substitute for Shi Qian, embodying the son Shi mother yearned for, a clever, well-behaved child with artistic talent. Over time, Shi Yan's expenses and lifestyle reflected those of Shi Qian. Yet he was unwilling to compromise the carefully crafted persona he had worked so hard to establish. Thus, he accepted luxuries as a matter of routine, seldom utilizing them. Consequently, at school, Shi Yan dressed in a manner that was quite unpretentious, favoring basic styles. In stark contrast to Shi Qian, he became a person of steady temperament, exuding an air of tranquility. Meanwhile, Shi Qian remained the same spoiled, willful, and aimless spendthrift he had always been. Shi Yan's previous actions served two primary purposes: to endear himself to the Shi family and to fashion himself as a victim at school, thereby leveraging Shi Qian to garner sympathy and win the favor of Fu Xiuhan. He had always held himself to the lofty standard of being a white moonlight, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor while awaiting the discovery of his inner beauty. This situation was fortuitous, as it not only tarnished Shi Qian's reputation but also allowed Shi Yan to firmly establish an understated image of a wealthy heir, leading others to perceive that Shi Qian was exploiting him and usurping what he possessed due to his perceived kindness. A triumphant smile graced Shi Yan's face. He remained unconcerned with the authenticity of these narratives. Whether true or false mattered little, as people simply sought amusement and who truly cared about the truth. In the forum, a multitude of voices engaged in fervent discussion, with some even claiming to have witnessed Shi Qian covertly sneaking into a hospital for treatment, asserting that this particular hospital was notorious for treating sexually transmitted diseases. Consequently, rumors proliferated that Shi Qian was being kept by someone and had contracted an STD, captivating the attention of even those who typically abstained from such online forums. Within a mere morning, the tale of Shi Qian's alleged entanglement had become the talk of nearly every student in the school. Upon glimpsing the post, Shi Qian furrowed his brow slightly, only to realize that it must have originated from Zhang Ming. One of the images bore an uncanny resemblance to the threatening message Zhang Ming had sent him the previous night. This situation was difficult to clarify. Shi Qian wished to keep his acquisition of the shop concealed, and even if he attempted to explain, no one would believe him. Everyone was simply eager for the spectacle. To his astonishment, Zhang Ming had left such a ploy. The post was evidently scheduled for release, and judging by the information he had received last night, Zhang Ming was likely still asleep at that moment. In the face of such salacious rumors, any attempt at clarification would only exacerbate the situation. After all, he possessed no evidence to substantiate his claims. Even if he asserted that it was merely a business transaction, people would remain skeptical, viewing it as just another exchange. Thus, the only recourse was to overshadow this scandal with a more significant event, preferably revealing the moral failings of the individual behind the post, thereby diminishing the credibility of their assertions. Shi Qian messaged the phone number from which he had received thanks the previous day, requesting some photographs. He then compiled a record of Zhang Ming's past misdeeds, coding them for unrelated individuals, and subsequently created a ghost account to upload the post. Upon the release of the new post, the forum erupted once more. The revelations of Zhang Ming's illegal confinement and deceitful exploits left the audience in disbelief. Many initially suspecting it to be a jest, for such accusations were criminal in nature. Yet the post bore no trace of fabrication, compared to the earlier claims of patronage. The evidence presented within this new post was far more compelling and shocking. Just as the community remained in a state of uncertainty, the sound of police sirens echoed from outside the school. The police car drove directly onto the campus. The afternoon break had just concluded, and students were now disinterested in their classes, keen to discover what was transpiring outside. The police could hardly be there to address issues of infidelity or patronage. There were only 2 explosive posts circulating on the forum, and if one did not pertain to Shi Qian, it must relate to Zhang Ming. By the way, has anyone seen Zhang Ming today? I'm not quite sure. Aren't you well acquainted with the academic representative of their class? As the inquiry unfolded, it became apparent to everyone that Zhang Ming had yet to arrive at school that day. Despite his penchant for mischief and his tendency to bully his classmates, he had rarely missed a class. The students eagerly leaned against the windows, yearning to catch a glimpse of the outside world, yet their efforts proved fruitless. Meanwhile, within the precinct of the Public Security Bureau in the Nanhu district of Yanqing City, Zhang Ming sat on the ground in disarray, his clothes in tatters and his face marred by blood. No, it wasn't me. I am the victim. Truly the victim, he exclaimed. Yesterday, you were caught in a crackdown on illicit activities. Are you suggesting that we, the police, have wrongfully accused you? The individual has already acknowledged the existence of transaction records between you on the mobile device, leaving no doubt regarding your involvement in solicitation. Furthermore, we have just received a report from the victim who claims that you previously engaged in the unlawful confinement of another person. Evidence has been submitted. You will accompany me to the interrogation room. As Zhang Ming awoke in the dead of night, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. His body was ablaze with pain, marked by numerous lash wounds. Just as he struggled to rise, several police officers abruptly burst into the room. Do not move. Raise your hands and crouch down with your head covered. Zhang Ming was still unaware of the unfolding events, yet he was taken aback by the commotion. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, revealing a woman clad only in a towel. Don't move. Come here. Crouch down. Upon spotting the police, the woman's countenance shifted dramatically, and she trembled as she approached Zhang Ming, crouching beside him. Following reports from the public regarding suspected solicitation activities, confess your misdeeds forthwith. The woman spoke first, her voice trembling as she said, It's not that we don't. We are just an ordinary couple. After uttering those words, she cast her gaze downward, a hint of guilt evident in her demeanor. The police promptly examined the couple's phones and presented an unmistakable series of transaction records before her. This is what you refer to as a typical romantic relationship. We have been observing you for quite some time. Do not attempt to deny it. Zhang Ming finally came to his senses and hurriedly protested, I did not. Clumsily donning a piece of clothing, he was escorted away by the police. At the precinct, he was interrogated for an extended period but steadfastly refused to acknowledge any involvement in prostitution, insisting that he was the victim. I do not know that woman at all. Someone is trying to frame me. Someone is out to get me. I truly do not know that woman you inquired about. Zhang Ming was on the verge of confessing his profound aversion to women, yet he feared that this revelation might reach the ears of his father, Zhang Aigua, which would spell his utter ruin. As the sole heir in a lineage of 9 generations, Zhang Ming bore the weight of familial expectation. His father, Zhang Aigua, had indulged in a hedonistic youth, ultimately squandering his health. At the tender age of 20, he married Zhang Ming's mother in a haphazard manner, merely hosting a few tables of celebration in their village, without even acquiring a marriage certificate, thus embarking on a life of muddled existence. Zhang Aigua exhibits an intense form of male chauvinism, yearning for the bygone era of polygamy. He often expresses to Zhang Ming's mother that had he not been young and ignorant, he would never have married her, openly displaying his disdain. Zhang Ming's mother, not particularly attractive, was wed to him primarily due to the material advantages her family offered, a fact readily acknowledged by Zhang Aigua's parents. Now that he has secured both a wife and wealth, he seeks to rid himself of this woman who has outlived her usefulness. Zhang Aigua relishes the thought of her demise, as it would relieve him from the burden of separation. Post-funeral, he could brazenly squander her money on frivolous pursuits and romantic escapades. After becoming affluent through the redevelopment of an old property, his debauchery intensified. Upon realizing he has only one son, which falls short of his aspirations for a large lineage, he commenced a relentless search for women to bear him more children. His approach remained consistent. Promises of marriage once they conceive. After a year or two of empty hopes, frustration set in. Unable to acknowledge his own shortcomings, he blamed the women for their supposed infertility, convinced that they were cursed and incapable of bearing his offspring. Years passed in this futile cycle, yet no child was born. Despite his anxiety, Zhang Aigua adamantly refused to seek medical advice, convinced that it was a curse from his deceased first wife preventing him from fathering children. For over half a year, he ranted, placing the blame squarely on her, even though she had been gone for over a decade. Eventually, he turned his focus to his only son, Zhang Ming, as the sole hope for continuing the family line. Zhang Ming, unattractive and overweight, was deemed a result of his mother's inferior genes, despite bearing a striking resemblance to his father. Having neglected Zhang Ming for most of his childhood, Zhang Aigua suddenly adopted the role of a strict father, insisting that the family could not produce an illiterate. He even donated a building to the local high school, enrolling Zhang Ming, who had been held back multiple years, in a bid to enhance his own reputation by boasting about his son's enrollment. Neighbors merely chuckled. Fully aware of both Zhang Aigua's and his son's true natures, it was clear that by the time their grandson reached high school, Zhang Ming would be long gone. Consequently, he refrained from speaking candidly to the police, fearing that his words would reach Zhang Aigua. Zhang Ming stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, but remained mute, only heightening suspicion. Overwhelmed with pain, both physical and mental, he attempted to gather his thoughts when a familiar voice, one that instilled dread, echoed from behind him. Zhang Ming, do you even appreciate the money I've poured into you? Chapter 73. I'll beat you. Unfilial son Zhang Aigua stormed into the police station, seething with rage, and struck Zhang Ming, who was kneeling in shock on the floor. The slap resonated loudly, indicating its force. Observing the disheveled woman beside him and the pitiful state of his only son, Zhang Aigua remained unsatisfied and delivered a harsh kick to Zhang Ming's chest, already battered. Zhang Ming felt the pain intensify as the kick landed on an unhealed wound, causing him to curl up on the floor in agony. The police staff, recognizing the dangerous situation, rushed to restrain Zhang Aigua, who was determined to continue his assault. Just as his foot was about to connect with Zhang Ming's face, he was pulled back, flailing in the air. Undeterred, Zhang Aigua shouted, "It is my right to discipline my son. Who are you to stop me? Let go, or I'll hit you too." His disregard for the law was evident, as he brazenly threatened the officers. The officers, appalled by his blatant violation of the law, struggled to restrain him. In a moment of frustration, Zhang Aigua kicked one of the officers, solidifying his assault on a police officer. The officer retaliated decisively, throwing Zhang Aigua to the ground and pinning him down. Assaulting an officer is a serious offense, punishable by a lengthy prison sentence, one of the officers stated sternly. Upon hearing the word prison, Zhang Aigua's face paled. Realizing he could not escape the grip of the officer, he ceased his struggles. Years of neglect had weakened him, and Zhang Ming, having been terrorized into submission, had long ceased to resist his father's violence. Yet, Zhang Aigua's aggression proved insufficient against the trained officers. While he refrained from further physical aggression, his verbal tirades against Zhang Ming persisted. "You ungrateful wretch. I knew your mother's blood was tainted." Zhang Aigua had arranged a mahjong game with friends, but his failing health had prevented him from seeking other women to bear children. Instead, he spent his time gambling, losing significant sums, often claiming he had no care for winning. Yet, when he lost, he would insist it was merely a fluke, promising to win back his losses in the next round, often losing tens of thousands in a single day. When he won, he insisted on immediate payment, proclaiming the virtue of gambling, yet when others triumphed, he would delay payment and make excuses. In some instances, he even accused others of cheating, appending the table in a fit of rage. Eventually, word spread of his dreadful gambling habits, and people began to avoid playing with him, aware that dealing with Zhang Aigua was fraught with frustration and potential loss. Initially, he would take his anger out on Zhang Ming at home, but soon grew bolder, dragging him to the community entrance for public beatings, wielding a belt with full force, as if punishing an enemy. Several times, Zhang Ming lay on the ground, barely conscious, only to be rescued by concerned neighbors who took him to the hospital. Zhang Aigua cared little for the ramifications of his violence. Once satisfied, he would tuck the belt away and head out to gamble. Having no genuine intention of educating his son, he simply relished the act of beating him, seizing any opportunity to unleash his frustrations. Zhang Aigua often mused on the benefits of fatherhood, reveling in the power it afforded him. He disdainfully drove to neighboring districts to gamble, convinced that in such a vast city, he would always find a game. At the tables, he would exchange banter, venting his frustrations about his wife, children, and in-laws, as if the world had conspired against him. The individuals here, even in defeat, exhibit the same tendency to procrastinate as before, engaging in a tug-of-war over payments. Promises of payment today turn into assurances for tomorrow, pushing the timeline further into the future. They exchange excuses ad infinitum, leaving one to ponder whether any victor has truly received their due. Yet, these individuals remain unfazed. Their primary intention is not to gamble for money, but to engage in idle chatter, reveling in the rare camaraderie found among like-minded souls. Their conversations transition from initial grumblings to boastful tales. One boasts of substantial business ventures in his youth. Another claims that a queue of women from his village once pursued him, while yet another brags about having influential relatives or friends. Zhang Aigua's fabrications range from rising from humble beginnings to professing his unwavering devotion to his first wife, vowing never to remarry, and celebrating his son's admission to a prestigious high school, all the while conveniently omitting the fact that he had once lived off his wife's family and benefited from a fortuitous windfall due to urban redevelopment. The centerpiece of his boasting remains his son's academic achievement, a source of pride for a man of limited education, surrounded by similarly uneducated peers who congratulated him, expressing envy over his son's prowess. Just as he finishes his grandiose claims, a text message arrives on his phone. It announces that Zhang Ming has been awarded the title of Outstanding Student at his school, with a link for further details. In a moment of braggadocio, Zhang Aigua invites his friends to witness this accolade, proclaiming his son's excellence. However, as the link opens, silence falls upon the group. What was supposed to be a recognition of academic merit turns out to be an explicit photograph of Zhang Ming in a compromising position. Chapter 74. A message received. Wherein lies what you desire upon viewing the image, the room falls into a hush. Though Zhang Aigua had never shared his son's photos, the resemblance between father and son is unmistakable. Zhang Ming is depicted in a state of undress, and the implications are clear. Accompanying the image is a message that reads, "Your son has quite the prowess. The experience is delightful." Shortly thereafter, he receives a call from the police station, informing him that his son is in trouble and requesting his presence. The card players, once boisterous, now hold their breath in fear. Zhang Aigua's scalp reddens with fury, and in a state of panic, he shuts off his phone, disregarding the expressions of those around him as he storms out. He hastens to the police station, and upon entering, he sees his son cowering on the floor. Enraged, he lunges toward him, filled with indignation over the humiliation he has suffered. The situation has escalated to this point, and he seethes with contempt for his son. The police staff intervene, commanding Zhang Aigua to restrain himself, explaining that they are merely gathering information and that violence is unwarranted, even against one's own child. Reluctantly, he is seated, while Zhang Ming is assisted upright. A woman present, attempting to regain composure, asks the officer if she is free to leave. Upon being questioned, Zhang Aigua recognizes her as someone he has encountered before. Realizing the depth of his son's predicament, he initially assumed Zhang Ming had been involved with men, but now he cannot directly confront his son about it. The shame is too great for him to bear. Zhang Aigua is a man concerned with his reputation, and the sight of the photograph leaves him in disbelief that his only heir could harbor such inclinations. The thought of his family line coming to an end is unbearable, especially with his friends now privy to this scandal. He resolves to keep this information from spreading further, believing that if fewer people know, the better. When the police mention that Zhang Ming is implicated in solicitation, Zhang Aigua's anger diminishes somewhat. After all, he has partaken in such activities himself and is not overly concerned with his son's involvement. However, the revelation of allegations of unlawful detention stirs a deeper sense of dread within him. The police staff cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Ming, while the woman, having overheard the conversation, theatrically interjects, "Officer, is he suffering from some ailment? Is he involved with men? I need to get a health check." The officer dismisses her, instructing her to accompany the staff for further questioning. Initially, Zhang Aigua believed the matter was merely about solicitation, but now it seems to encompass far more. As the woman appears to know that Zhang Ming is involved with men, what if the entire police station is aware? The police present Zhang Aigua with a summary of the reports filed by the alleged victim, inquiring if he is familiar with his son's actions. As he peruses the document, shock overwhelms him. The news of his son's preferences is bound to spread throughout their gossipy community, and the implications of his son's actions threaten to tarnish his family's name. If it were simply a matter of solicitation, Zhang Aigua could bear it. But the notion of his son being exploited by men, coupled with accusations of unlawful detention, is a stain on his honor that he cannot abide. Enraged, he threatens to strike Zhang Ming, but the officers restrain him. The timing of the report is impeccable, just as Zhang Ming is detained for solicitation. The allegations against him arrive. However, the emotional state of the complainant is unstable, and the police prevent any interaction between them for the moment. With both parties present, they proceed to gather information to ascertain if any laws have been violated. Zhang Ming, despondent, is taken to a separate room for questioning. In another room, a young man sits, sobbing as he recounts his ordeal to the officers. This young man is none other than the individual who had been in Zhang Ming's hotel room that fateful night. Ning Quan, having just relocated to Yen City for university, found himself in dire financial straits. In his first semester, he sought various part-time jobs, from handing out flyers to working as a waiter, but the pay was meager. Ultimately, at the recommendation of a senior, he took a position at an upscale club selling drinks. On his first day, he caught Zhang Ming's attention, who drugged him and took him to a hotel. Upon regaining consciousness, Ning Quan fought back desperately, but Zhang Ming administered a stronger sedative, rendering him dazed. Each time he began to regain his senses, Zhang Ming would drug him again, keeping him captive for 4 to 5 days. In his foggy state, he overheard Zhang Ming on the phone, expressing disdain for him and claiming that a person of his background could easily be disposed of without consequence, merely requiring a monetary settlement. To Zhang Ming, human life seemed trivial. Ning Quan vowed he would not perish in that hotel. He had aspirations to complete his studies and build a future. Finally, seizing an opportunity when Zhang Ming was absent and regaining some strength, he managed to escape. He confided in a senior about the ordeal and expressed his intent to report it to the authorities. The senior, however, dissuaded him, asserting that without evidence, reporting would yield no results. Ning Quan was unwilling to accept that he should allow this villain to go unpunished. He attempted to obtain surveillance footage from the club to prove he hadn't willingly followed Zhang Ming, but his request was denied under the pretext of protecting client privacy. He then approached the hotel where Zhang Ming had stayed, but the staff similarly rebuffed his attempts to access the footage, claiming they lacked the authority. Ning Quan found himself in a predicament, questioning whether there was any semblance of justice or fairness left in the world. One fateful evening, he received a text message urging him to go to room 1207 at the Lied Hotel, claiming it held something he desired. Accompanying the message was a photograph of Zhang Ming, bound and helpless. Chapter 75. Even a whipping cannot satisfy his vengeance in a frenzy of study and labor. Ning Quan filled every moment of his day, even sacrificing sleep, pushing himself to the brink where he could no longer afford to reflect on his plight. He felt he had no right to succumb to despair. There were instances when he contemplated ending Zhang Ming's life, envisioning a scenario where he cornered him in an alley, wielding a knife, only to take his own life afterward. Having endured years of relentless study to gain admission to Yan City and to experience a broader horizon, he could not allow this singular event to obliterate the efforts of the preceding years. On another sleepless night, Ning Quan received the same message, instructing him to visit room 1207 at the Lied Hotel. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to go. With a backpack containing a stick and a small knife for protection, he approached the door of room 1207. As he contemplated whether to knock or find another way in, he noticed the door was ajar, leaving a narrow gap. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the stick tightly and entered the room. The dim lighting was sufficient for him to ascertain the situation. A figure lay on the bed. Unmistakably Zhang Ming. His consciousness appeared clouded, and Ning Quan cautiously approached, prodding him with the stick, but there was no response. After a moment of observation, he deduced that Zhang Ming had been drugged, a substance he recognized well, one that rendered the body weak and the mind hazy, yet heightened desire. Ning Quan was taken aback to find Zhang Ming in such a state, grateful in a twisted sense for the intervention of whoever had incapacitated him. This was a chance for retribution after enduring countless nights of torment. Though he could easily exact revenge by ending Zhang Ming's life, he refrained. Doing so would leave him no escape from the consequences. Instead, he resolved that Zhang Ming should endure the same suffering he had inflicted upon others. Recalling that Zhang Ming kept tools hidden beneath the bed, he bent down and found them. Dragging out a box, he opened it and withdrew a whip, testing its weight in his hand before bringing it down forcefully upon Zhang Ming. Although Zhang Ming was not fully conscious, the pain was very much real, and Ning Quan struck with fervor, lacerating Zhang Ming's skin with each lash. At times, Zhang Ming briefly regained consciousness, recognizing Ning Quan as the university student he had previously encountered at the club. At that moment, he had been captivated by Ning Quan's delicate features. The way the club's uniform clung to his slender waist, easily grasped by a single hand. Zhang Ming's desires ignited, and he discreetly inquired about Ning Quan's background, discovering he was a poor student working nearby, lacking financial resources, a perfect target, as such individuals often had no means to resist or seek help. Thus, Zhang Ming resolved to exploit Ning Quan, secretly drugging one of his drinks and coercing him to consume it. Ning Quan, unfamiliar with such nefarious schemes, was oblivious to the danger until it was too late. When he awoke, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, on a strange bed. That drink marked the beginning of his misfortunes, and upon seeing Zhang Ming's grotesque demeanor, he fought back, but Zhang Ming overpowered him, utilizing his weight advantage to pin Ning Quan down, taunting him before administering another dose of drugs. When Ning Quan regained consciousness, once more, his body ached all over, and he finally grasped the grim reality of his situation. Filled with rage, he glared at Zhang Ming and hurled a nearby ashtray at him, narrowly missing as Zhang Ming evaded the blow. As Ning Quan prepared to throw more objects, Zhang Ming retaliated with a whip, causing him to wince in pain. Seizing the moment of distraction, Zhang Ming forcibly drugged him again and bound him to the bed, subjecting him to days of torment. Ning Quan clutched the whip tightly, striking Zhang Ming with every ounce of strength he could muster, yet it still felt insufficient to quell his fury. Eventually, exhaustion overtook him, and he relinquished the whip, allowing it to fall to the floor. However, mere physical pain would not suffice. Zhang Ming must face the consequences of his actions. Suddenly, an idea struck Ning Quan. Rummaging through the room, he finally located Zhang Ming's phone. Opening the gallery, he found it filled with clandestinely recorded videos. He realized he was not the only victim. There were others. Ning Quan backed up all the videos before deleting them from Zhang Ming's phone. His immediate instinct was to contact the authorities, so he compiled all the evidence and departed the room. Not long after Ning Quan's exit, the door to room 1207 swung open again, this time revealing a woman. Meanwhile, The police inquiry continued, and the school buzzed with heightened activity. The gossip surrounding Shi Qian's alleged patronage had taken a back seat. Students were now abuzz with speculation about the police's presence, wondering what had transpired. Whispers circulated that Zhang Ming had been taken from the hotel, hinting at a scandalous gathering with both men and women present, fueling rumors of debauchery. Shi Qian, having strayed from the right path, sought counsel from his cousin, urging him to intervene. As Fu Xiuhan intended to bypass Shi Yan, he halted upon hearing Shi Qian's name, furrowing his brow in inquiry. What is it? He has been taken under someone's wing. Chapter 76. Is he in dire need of money? Fu Xiuhan doubted his own ears. What had he just heard? Patronage? Who? Shi Qian? It seemed implausible. His first instinct was to refute the claim. Shi Qian was not the type to engage in such behavior. Nothing is impossible. You know well that my cousin has been pursuing you solely for your wealth. Now that you are ignoring him, he has sought solace elsewhere. Trust me. There are even photos to prove it. Shi Yan insisted, presenting his phone, displaying a forum post detailing Shi Qian's alleged patronage, complete with visual evidence. Fu Xiuhan cast a fleeting glance at the screen, confirming it was indeed Shi Qian. Though he still refused to believe there was any connection between Shi Qian and this individual. The reasoning remained the same. Shi Qian had pursued him, and his taste could not have plummeted so drastically. Do not be deceived by appearances, Shi Yan exclaimed, frustrated by Fu Xiuhan's skepticism. He may seem harmless, but his intentions are far from innocent. Is that so? What intentions do you speak of? Enlighten me. Fu Xiuhan found it somewhat peculiar that he could previously hear Shi Yan's innermost thoughts, yet at this moment, he seemed unable to do so. Was there a triggering condition he was unaware of? What other hidden intentions could there be? Shi Yan was merely vain and fond of money. If he couldn't keep up with you and couldn't extract any financial support from me, it was only natural for him to seek others. He was perpetually on leave from school. Did you truly believe he was ill? He was merely feigning sickness. Who knew what he might be up to while avoiding classes? In truth, Shi Yan was fully aware of what Shi Qian did during his illness, but he deliberately sought to mislead Fu Xiuhan. With Shi Qian's reputation plummeting at school amidst a cacophony of chaotic rumors, he intended to stir the waters and completely shatter Shi Qian's image in Fu Xiuhan's eyes. Very well, I shall look into this matter myself. When Fu Xiuhan heard Shi Yan speak ill of Shi Qian, he promptly interrupted him. A sense of discomfort washed over him. He had already sensed that the relationship between the two was not as amicable as it appeared. And hearing Shi Yan's disparaging words about Shi Qian only reinforced his suspicions. The veracity of disparaging remarks made by those with strained relationships is always questionable. Shi Yan attempted to say more, but upon meeting Fu Xiuhan's indifferent gaze, he fell silent. Indeed, he had seen that post by Shi Qian. He clicked on it and perused it for a moment before exiting. He still couldn't believe that Shi Qian would sell his body for money. He was not that kind of person. Although the two individuals in the picture appeared quite close, Shi Qian lacked any semblance of sycophancy. Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding. Even if it were true, Shi Qian must have had his reasons. Was he in dire need of money? To Fu Xiuhan, this was hardly a significant issue. A fondness for money was a perfectly normal trait. Materialism itself was a fallacious notion. Are there truly individuals who do not like money? Shi Qian might simply appreciate such things, finding them aesthetically pleasing. It could be considered a hobby, and what was wrong with having a hobby? Fu Xiuhan navigated back to the forum and examined the watch Shi Qian wore. Did Shi Qian favor that particular style? The thought that Shi Qian lacked financial resources stirred uneasy feelings within Fu Xiuhan, coupled with Shi Yan's recent remarks aimed at Shi Qian. He felt certain that Shi Qian was enduring great hardship within the Shi household. This would not do. Shi Qian was, after all, someone who pursued him. By a rough calculation, he could be considered his own. How could he neglect someone so close to him? With that thought, Fu Xiuhan bypassed Song Qi and headed toward Shi Qian's dormitory. Did he not see Shi Qian's post on the forum? What merit did such a person have to earn Fu Xiuhan's attention? However, Fu Xiuhan paid no heed to Song Qi's thoughts. Peering through the door's crack, he noticed the light in Shi Qian's dorm was on, indicating someone was inside. Fu Xiuhan stood at the doorway for a few seconds before gently knocking. It's me, Fu Xiuhan. When there was no response after a brief pause, he wondered if he had knocked too softly. Just as he was about to knock again, the door swung open. Shi Qian, having just washed his hair, had a towel draped over his damp locks. He glanced at Fu Xiuhan with an expressionless face before walking inside to dry his hair. Seeing the door open, Fu Xiuhan took it as an invitation to enter. Shi Qian, noticing Fu Xiuhan lingering at the threshold without moving, frowned and remarked, "If you're not coming in, then close the door. It's windy and cold." Fu Xiuhan, realizing the implication, stepped inside, shut the door and settled onto the sofa while observing Shi Qian's expression. He feared that Shi Qian might be displeased. After all, no one enjoys being discussed in such a manner on a forum. "I have a card that I don't need at the moment. I'll leave it with you. It has a little money on it that you can spend freely. Consider it a reward for safeguarding my bank card." Fu Xiuhan had struggled to articulate this rather nonsensical statement. Shi Qian looked up in confusion, and Fu Xiuhan stood up, moving toward him to extract a wallet from his coat pocket. From it, he reverently presented a bank card, his expression filled with anticipation as he offered it to Shi Qian. Are you out of your mind? Just accept it. Fu Xiuhan said as he noticed Shi Qian hesitating to take it. He shoved the card into Shi Qian's pajama pocket. Hey, don't. Seeing that Shi Qian appeared slightly displeased, as if wanting to dismiss him, Fu Xiuhan quickly sought to appease him by retrieving a hairdryer from the side of the living room. Let me help you dry your hair first. In this weather? If it doesn't dry quickly, you might catch a cold. I can do it myself, Shi Qian replied, snatching the hairdryer from Fu Xiuhan's hands and taking over the task. Previously, he had needed assistance due to an injury, but now that he was capable of taking care of himself, he didn't wish to trouble anyone else. Fu Xiuhan observed the bank card that Shi Qian had tossed onto the table, deep in thought. Was it too direct to offer him money? Did Shi Qian perceive it as an insult? Suddenly struck by an idea, he solemnly retrieved another card from his pocket and offered it to Shi Qian. This is an extra meal card I have. Please accept it. In an unusual display of earnestness, Fu Xiuhan used the word please in an attempt to convey sincerity. The card contained a modest amount of money, sufficient for Shi Qian to use when he was uncertain about what to eat. Fu Xiuhan had realized that offering money directly might be too blunt, and since Shi Qian frequently dined at the cafeteria, a meal card seemed more practical. The funds on the card were from when he first enrolled, and he rarely ate there, so he estimated there should still be around 100,000 left. It would be more than enough for Shi Qian's meals at the cafeteria or the campus convenience store. If Shi Qian grew tired of the cafeteria food, Fu Xiuhan could even arrange for takeout to ensure Shi Qian had enough to eat. He could not allow Shi Qian to skimp on meals in order to spend money elsewhere. Fu Xiuhan was unsure how much Shi Qian received as a monthly allowance from the Shi family, but judging by Shi Yan's miserly demeanor, it likely wasn't substantial. He began to imagine Shi Qian living under the Shi family's roof, enduring a dismal existence. Although he had many clothes, they were all rather unattractive. It was plausible that Shi Qian wore discarded clothing that Shi Yan had deemed unworthy. Such thoughts evoked a sense of pity. Upon reflection, he pondered whether those clothes had genuinely been what Shi Qian wished to wear. It was unlikely. Shi Qian could clearly dress normally now. So, why had he previously opted for such eccentric outfits? It was doubtful that it was voluntary. As for Shi Qian's appearance, unless he was someone who relished in making himself look unattractive, it was improbable that he would have chosen to present himself in such a manner. The more Fu Xiuhan contemplated, the more he felt that something had been amiss with the old Shi Qian. He recalled that in their previous conversations, Shi Qian had always seemed mechanical and timid. Besides his fear of Fu Xiuhan, could there have been other reasons behind it? Was it possible that someone feared Shi Qian might truly ascend his level and thus sought to bully him? Fu Xiuhan was increasingly convinced that Shi Qian harbored feelings for him. How could someone as exceptional as himself be unappealing to anyone? Yet, the way Shi Qian pursued him in the past was vastly different from his current approach. Had Shi Qian approached him as a friend from the outset, would Fu Xiuhan have felt such aversion at the time? The more Fu Xiuhan reflected, the more he regretted his past treatment of Shi Qian. He had only seen the surface, failing to recognize the struggles Shi Qian had faced. Perhaps Shi Qian's pursuit of him was not solely out of affection but also a means of escaping the grasp of the Shi family.
A revelation struck Fu Xiuhan,
sending chills down his spine as he considered the implications of this newfound understanding. It was highly likely that Shi Qian sought to align himself with him, to find a pillar of support that would improve his circumstances. Thus, pushing Shi Qian away had undoubtedly inflicted significant harm. If Shi Yan claimed that Shi Qian's school leave was not due to illness, could it be that he was being confined? Or perhaps the Shi family forbade him from continuing his education. The word Shi Yan had intercepted earlier suggested that he felt Shi Qian had slipped from his control, attempting to malign him to foster Fu Xiuhan's disdain. Even someone as oblivious as Fu Xiuhan could sense the subtle animosity and malice Shi Yan harbored toward Shi Qian. What did this signify? It was highly probable that Shi Qian and Shi Yan had already fallen out within the household, which would account for the drastic change in their attitudes toward each other. Fu Xiuhan concocted an elaborate narrative in his mind, increasingly convinced that Shi Qian was enduring hardships and misfortunes. As Shi Qian set down the hairdryer, he observed the meal card clutched in Fu Xiuhan's hand, then glanced at the bank card on the table. It seemed that this young master had misinterpreted the situation, mistakenly believing that Shi Qian had succumbed for financial gain and was contemplating a rescue of sorts. Shi Qian refrained from taking the meal card offered by Fu Xiuhan, simply watching him and stating, "If you have something to say, speak plainly." Shi Qian found Fu Xiuhan perplexing and had no intention of deciphering his thoughts. He preferred direct inquiries over guessing games. "Are you worried I lack money?" Fu Xiuhan hesitated for a few moments before responding. "I sense that you are facing some difficulties in the Shi household."
Why?
No particular reason, just a gut feeling. Fu Xiuhan chose not to mention the evidence he had, aware that Shi Qian had already suffered once and did not wish to inflict further pain. Upon hearing Fu Xiuhan's comment about his struggles at the Shi family home, Shi Qian raised an eyebrow, questioning whether Fu Xiuhan was privy to something more. Although Shi Qian lacked material grievances, he could not deny that his existence was far from pleasant. After all, how could a mere tool thrive?
To be candid,
Shi Qian felt that Fu Xiuhan's words were somewhat veiled, a style he found unappealing. Fu Xiuhan closed his eyes briefly, then decided to speak truthfully. I believe you might be in need of financial assistance. I've seen the posts on the forum, but I assure you, I do not subscribe to their claims of you being kept. Fu Xiuhan had intended to suggest that Shi Qian was reluctant to accept gifts due to his circumstances, but feared that such candor might bruise Shi Qian's pride. Moreover, I sense that Shi Yan harbors some resentment towards you. I am not certain of the dynamics between you two, but he approached me today, adamantly asserting that you are being kept, as if it were absolute truth. Yet I refuse to believe it. It seems rather insidious that, as your relative, his first instinct was not to clarify or assist you, but to speak ill of you to someone like me. Shi Qian was unaware of this aspect regarding Shi Yan, but it was hardly surprising. Whenever there was an opportunity to ascend at his expense, Shi Yan would seize it. And what then? Fu Xiuhan continued. I suspect that you and the Shi family or Shi Yan have had some disagreements, prompting your choice to live independently rather than attending school together as you once did. As your friend, Fu Xiuhan quickly corrected himself, nearly saying boyfriend, mindful that their relationship had not been formally established and thus could seem trivial. I feel obliged to support you. Offering you a bank card or money is not an insult. To me, such sums are insignificant. I merely wish to ease your burdens. After speaking, Fu Xiuhan lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat bashful. Finally, Shi Qian grasped the extent of this young master's imaginative tendencies. He had certainly spun an elaborate tale. Yet, regarding the relationship between Shi Qian and Shi Yan, Fu Xiuhan had unwittingly struck a chord. Do you truly believe that I am being kept? Chapter 78. Just deserts? Meng Qing's memories, Shi Qian asked directly, understanding that Fu Xiuhan had seen the posts and found it difficult not to dwell on the matter. Although he was reluctant to clarify, Fu Xiuhan's previous words and gestures, including the meal card, indicated that he genuinely considered Shi Qian a friend. In Shi Qian's view, there was no obligation to explain oneself to strangers, but friends deserved transparency to alleviate unnecessary concerns. Let me be clear. No, I do not lack money. Are you reassured now? In truth, Shi Qian was indeed short on funds, but his financial troubles differed from those of the average person. He could manage on his own. Rendering further discussion unnecessary, I merely had a meal with that individual and requested a favor. I was somewhat inebriated, and he assisted me home. Shi Qian believed this explanation would suffice for Fu Xiuhan to understand, thereby preventing any further unfounded speculations or actions. The school's forum management was exceedingly chaotic, allowing such false posts to circulate unchecked, tarnishing students' reputations. This was intolerable. He needed to demand a thorough reform. Furthermore, the individual responsible for the defamatory post against Shi Qian deserved condemnation. What vendetta could drive someone to malign Shi Qian? It was imperative to unearth this dangerous person and teach them a lesson. I knew it. You are not that kind of person. If you need help, just ask. I still have influence in Yan City. Fu Xiuhan rambled. Do you know who posted it? I will drag them before you to apologize. Shi Qian, feeling overwhelmed by Fu Xiuhan's fervor, interjected, no need. I know who it is. Who? You know him too. I know him. A student from our school? Yes, Zhang Ming. Upon hearing the name Zhang Ming, Fu Xiuhan felt a flicker of recognition, but could not immediately recall who he was, his brow furrowing in confusion. Behind the cafeteria, Shi Qian added. Suddenly, Fu Xiuhan understood. It was that rotund fellow. Zhang Ming must have harbored a grudge against Shi Qian due to previous incidents, orchestrating this vile act of revenge. I will confront him, Fu Xiuhan declared, eager to leave, but Shi Qian stopped him. Aware that Fu Xiuhan was oblivious to Zhang Ming's recent arrest, Shi Qian succinctly informed Fu Xiuhan of Zhang Ming's predicament. He brought this upon himself. Serves him right. Shi Qian lacked the familial backing to support him. His only resource was the Shi family. If Shi Qian truly fell out with them, Zhang Ming's actions could leave him at a severe disadvantage, much like those who had suffered in silence. Song Qi was not particularly close to Shi Qian. Without Fu Xiuhan present, he had no desire to dine alone with Shi Qian and thus set down his belongings and departed. Fu Xiuhan, possessing some connections in Yan City, placed a call, and the details regarding Zhang Ming were quickly retrieved. He listened intently, giving instructions on the severity of the situation and the necessary legal consequences, ensuring that more evidence was sent over before finally ending the call. The thought that Shi Qian had once been targeted by Zhang Ming ignited Fu Xiuhan's anger. How could such a scoundrel even dare? In truth, it would not have required Fu Xiuhan's intervention. Zhang Ming's case was already expedited due to the overwhelming evidence, which became even more alarming as additional incriminating details surfaced. Zhang Ming's actions extended beyond mere unlawful detention. A year prior, he had committed murder, taking the life of an orphan with no one to advocate for him. Zhang Ming had discreetly disposed of the body, as if nothing had occurred. Originally, the incident had been shrouded in secrecy, but it was eventually uncovered. Zhang Aigua had initially considered pleading for leniency, believing that unlawful detention would result in a maximum of 3 years imprisonment and that he could simply let his son serve time, then find an unsuspecting girl for him to marry and continue the family line. However, upon learning of Zhang Ming's murder charge, he was thrown into a state of panic. A murder charge would mean far more severe consequences than a mere few years. The Zhang family faced a real threat of extinction. Zhang Aigua arrived at the police station, wailing and protesting, but to no avail. Zhang Ming's case, bolstered by a strong evidentiary chain and Fu Xiuhan's statements, was swiftly adjudicated, resulting in a life sentence. Zhang Ming was expelled from the school, and the students learned the full extent of his actions, leading to widespread shock and horror. Those who had previously been harassed by Zhang Ming felt a shiver of relief at having narrowly escaped a grave fate. Public sentiment towards Zhang Ming had already been unfavorable. With the revelation of his crimes, few dared to defend him, and the general consensus was that justice had finally been served. Moreover, the individual behind the defamatory post about Shi Qian being kept was revealed to be none other than Zhang Ming himself. Even the previous post about Shi Qian's plastic surgery had been revealed to be authored by Zhang Ming. It did not take long for everyone to draw the conclusion that Zhang Ming was likely infatuated with Shi Qian and sought to coerce her into submission by fabricating such a vile post intended to tarnish her reputation. Perhaps the images featured in the post regarding her supposed patronage were entirely fabricated, and when the public attempted to revisit the forum for further examination, they discovered that the post had already been deleted. Indeed, why retain such slanderous fabrications about fellow students? Shi Qian was well aware of the unfolding events and was not surprised by the news of Zhang Ming's sentencing. She merely found the swiftness of the proceedings somewhat unexpected. However, she had not uncovered any details regarding Zhang Ming's acts of violence. It seemed her channels for information required enhancement. Nevertheless, this outcome was already commendable. The law is thorough in its pursuit, and those who err ought to face the consequences, making Zhang Ming deserving of his fate. Yet, unexpected occurrences transpired. For several nights, Meng Qing experienced sudden headaches reminiscent of that incident in the dormitory, and each time he awoke, he felt somewhat altered. He seemed to recall more of the knowledge and skills he had previously acquired, along with an influx of memories, particularly those pertaining to the Meng family. Chapter 79, Strategizing in the Shadows, laying down a path. The so-called white moonlight, Shi Yan, appeared in his dreams as a complete savior, regardless of the challenges he faced. Shi Yan always emerged in time to rescue him from adversity, present by his side during moments of vulnerability. However, from another perspective, could it not also imply that wherever Shi Yan was, peril lurked? Such coincidences are rare in this world, and it seemed improbable that one individual could be so serendipitously encountered. Rather than considering Shi Yan a beacon of hope, it would be more reasonable to regard him as an ominous presence. The authenticity of these experiences felt surreal, and Meng Qing found it difficult to fully trust them. The more he was urged to harbor animosity, the more he resisted. The more he was encouraged to love, the more he refrained. Why must everything align with the visions of his dreams? He held skepticism towards notions of lived experiences, past encounters, hints, and futures. All were not entirely credible in his eyes. He maintained a guarded stance, recognizing these premonitions could be utilized to his advantage, yet he resolutely refused to be ensnared by their potent emotions. In the intricate interplay of truth and deception, Meng Qing possessed his own discernment. Although his early experiences mirrored those in his dreams, everything shifted upon his arrival at the Shi family. At the very least, none of the detrimental actions attributed to Shi Qian in his dreams had transpired. While some variations could be ascribed to Shi Qian, he too had a role in shaping the events. Another advantage of these dreams was that Meng Qing discovered a transformation in his abilities. This had become apparent during his earlier headaches. Despite his commendable academic performance, he could not possibly grasp competition-related questions at such an accelerated pace. Initially, he struggled to comprehend, requiring time for assimilation, but one day he suddenly realized that everything he had previously found incomprehensible became crystal clear, as if he had practiced them repeatedly. Upon awakening, he found his mind enriched with numerous memories of the Meng family, the intricate relationships, each individual's vulnerabilities, and various sordid tales, all vividly imprinted in his consciousness. Thus, after suffering from headaches for a week, Meng Qing eventually returned to a state of normalcy, allowing him to sleep soundly at night. In the class group chat, a commotion ensued, and Meng Qing, upon reviewing the discussions, accessed the forum to find the post about Shi Qian's alleged patronage. He furrowed his brow. Another man depicted in the images appeared somewhat familiar. It quickly dawned on him that he had encountered this individual in his dreams. He seemed to be the proprietor of a shop in a desolate area on the outskirts of the school. A year later, that area was appropriated by the government, incorporated into commercial planning, leading to a surge in value. This individual, believing he had suffered a loss in his transaction a year prior, had somehow tracked down Shi Qian's address and confronted her, resulting in her sustaining a knife wound during the altercation. Meng Qing contemplated the images on the forum, estimating that by this point, Shi Qian must have acquired the entire block of shops. The so-called patronage was merely a matter of conjecture on the forum, yet the poster's intent towards Shi Qian was evidently malicious. Meng Qing swiftly accessed the interface, his fingers flying across the keyboard, and soon uncovered the poster's identity, Zhang Ming. He had previously investigated, revealing that the plastic surgery post was also authored by Zhang Ming, who had become quite bothersome. Meng Qing quickly compiled all of Zhang Ming's information, packaging his criminal records and forwarding them to the police. It was behind bars where Zhang Ming truly belonged. With Zhang Ming's affair settled, Meng Qing resolved to utilize the next 2 days productively. Drawing upon his memories, he accessed an underground hacker website and accepted several tasks based on varying remuneration, seeking to earn some quick money. Then, recalling something, he spent the night crafting simplified versions of several programming codes, publishing them on a professional technical exchange forum, casting his line into the waters for potential opportunities. If his dreams held any truth, his former capable assistant, or at least someone with whom he had a favorable rapport, should also be in Yan City, a technology enthusiast. On the top floor of a commercial building in Yan City, Yan Xian lounged with his legs propped upon a coffee table. A computer before him. What rubbish. How dare they submit something written so poorly? He muttered. This one won't do. It's outdated. And this one is too convoluted, lacking simplicity. This one looks decent, but the logic could certainly be refined. Yan Xian meticulously perused the forum, a daily ritual aimed at scouting for talent to recruit into his company. Having relocated to Yan City 3 months prior, he had heard whispers of a technological prodigy who remained elusive. Upon learning of this expert, Yan Xian hastily made his way from the capital, eager to meet this remarkable individual. However, the intelligence was scarce, prompting him to establish roots in Yan City, purchase an office building, register a new technology firm, and commence recruiting for his new venture. Yan Xian offered generous compensation, attracting numerous technologists. Initially, many suspected it was a scam, given that the salaries were 2 to 3 times higher than those offered by other companies, raising eyebrows. Yet Yan Xian was not short on funds or projects. He merely lacked talent, thus he was quite generous with remuneration. Within 3 months, the company began to take shape, with Yan Xian delegating projects and expecting timely completion. Occasionally, some individuals would surprise him, but not too frequently. Yan Xian remained fixated on discovering that elusive expert. Thus he frequented various technical forums in hopes of finding someone. Even if he did not find the sought-after individual, he would reach out to those who demonstrated exceptional skills, seeking contact information to lure them to his company, and for those he could not entice, he would offer monetary rewards as encouragement. After dinner that evening, Yan Xian sprawled on the office sofa, browsing the forum as usual. Suddenly, a post captured his attention. Chapter 80, A Fortuitous Encounter. This is too similar. Yan Xian became engrossed, forgetting to breathe. This is exceptionally well written. After finishing, he immediately messaged the poster. Hello, I'm the head of Shi Qian Technology in Yan City. I found your code impressive and would like to discuss potential collaboration. Do you have time? A sincere invitation, with generous terms, devoid of deceit. Here is my contact information. Yan Xian snapped a photo of his business card and sent it, then sprang from the sofa, pacing in excitement within the office. No matter the cost, he had to secure this individual. He sensed that this person was the expert he had been searching for. His patience in Yan City was not in vain. Hard work pays off. Meng Qing reclined in his chair, contemplating his next steps, while notifications buzzed in his ears. It is a prompt from a technology forum. Since Meng Qing posted, it suddenly became a trending topic with an explosion of comments, as everyone reverently admired the expert. Meng Qing's private messages flooded in one after another. As he scrolled through, something caught his eye. Indeed, it was him. He recalled his previous life, this partner of his. Meng Qing entered the private message window and saw the business card sent by Yan Xian, confirming his identity. It was indeed him, bearing the same name and the same company, albeit their initial encounter had occurred 3 years earlier this time. Yan Xian, hello, esteemed one. Are you interested in joining our company? Yan Xian, you can dictate your own terms regarding compensation. Meng Qing, how much? Yan Xian, 10 million, annual salary negotiable. Meng Qing paused. This person was indeed as lavish as in his previous life. This price was not unreasonable, yet Meng Qing had other considerations. He recalled that in his past life, Yan Xian's fate had been rather unfortunate. Due to his entanglement, Yan Xian had been ensnared by others, leading to the bankruptcy of his company. As if that were not enough, Yan Xian learned of his impending kidnapping and, without a moment's hesitation, rushed to the scene to save him, only to fall into a trap and meet a tragic end. It was only after Yan Xian's death that Meng Qing discovered he was the youngest son of the Yan family. Given the Yan family's stature, such a fate seemed unfathomable. But Yan Xian's impulsive actions had brought him to this dire situation, colliding directly with the muzzle of another's weapon. Even had he known, with Meng Qing's capabilities at that time, he could not have saved Yan Xian. When he was rescued by Shi Yan, he received the devastating news of Yan Xian's demise. Meng Qing's gaze darkened. While the authenticity of his precognitive dreams remained uncertain, taking precautions was never a misstep. This time, he vowed to prevent Yan Xian's tragedy from recurring, no matter the cost. Meng Qing, I can invest my technical expertise in your company. The annual salary is negotiable. Yan Xian, absolutely. I can even appoint you as the boss. Here is the address of my company. Send me a message when you arrive, and we can sign the contract immediately. Yan Xian, I can wait for however long. Just let me know before you come, and I'll be at the office waiting for you. As long as he maintained contact with Yan Xian, Meng Qing felt assured. In his previous life, he had harbored little sentiment for this so-called partner, viewing their relationship merely as a professional one. However, when Yan Xian risked his life for him, Meng Qing realized he might mean more to Yan Xian than just a business associate. Meng Qing was not accustomed to being in debt to anyone, especially not for a life. After addressing matters concerning Yan Xian, Meng Qing shut down his computer and stepped out, drawing from the memories of his dreams. He arrived at a bookstore. The establishment was sparsely populated, and upon entering, he found the owner asleep behind the cash register, while a beckoning fortune cat sat on the table. The bookstore was quite spacious, spanning 2 levels. And Meng Qing made his way to the southwest corner of the 2nd floor, where he indeed spotted his target. Lu Shifeng, the attending physician of Shi Qian, the young master of the Lu family. After discovering this bookstore, Lu Shifeng found it to be a quiet refuge, not far from his residence, where the amiable owner did not rush away patrons who were merely browsing. He often came here to sit for a while. Hearing the commotion, he glanced up and was immediately taken aback. How could someone resemble the young head of the Meng family so closely? Lu Shifeng was so astonished that he couldn't tear his gaze away. The man before him seemed to sense his scrutiny and furrowed his brow in response. It was uncanny, so very similar. Although Lu Shifeng had long departed from the Lu family and the capital, the Lu and Meng families had long-standing ties. And he had visited the Meng residence frequently as a child. He vividly recalled the visage of Meng Tianqing, the head of the Meng family. And it seemed that the Meng family lineage had not enjoyed the best of fortunes. Meng Tianqing and Mrs. Meng were childhood sweethearts, both gentle souls who became engaged right after high school and married shortly after college. The 2nd year following their marriage, Mrs. Meng became pregnant, and they eagerly anticipated the arrival of their child. However, during childbirth, an accident occurred, resulting in the child being swapped. When the child reached the age of 2, Mrs. Meng sensed something was amiss. An astutely sensitive woman, she felt that the child bore no resemblance to her or Meng Tianqing, nor indeed to anyone from either family. Driven by her suspicions, Mrs. Meng underwent a paternity test, only to discover that the child was not biologically hers. But what had become of her own child? The Meng family fell into chaos. Meng Tianqing, having been shielded throughout his upbringing, never anticipated that someone would conspire against him. He sought the hospital surveillance footage, but it had been destroyed long ago, leaving him with nothing. The blow was devastating for Mrs. Meng, who became consumed with searching for her child. After 5 years of relentless searching, she fell ill from the strain and passed away shortly thereafter. Meng Tianqing, stricken with grief over the loss of both his child and his beloved, succumbed to illness himself not long after, following her to the afterlife. The lineage of Meng Tianqing was left with only his father, the venerable patriarch Meng Pang, and the missing grandson. Lu Shifeng stood transfixed, unable to resist stepping closer to Meng Qing. Chapter 81. Confirming his identity, Lu Shifeng positioned himself before Meng Qing and, upon closer inspection, discerned that Meng Qing's overall demeanor and features bore a striking resemblance to Meng Tianqing, though his eyes were a notable exception, reminiscent more of Mrs. Meng. However, Meng Qing's aura was decidedly cooler, lacking the warmth that Mrs. Meng exuded. Yet this was more than sufficient. Lu Shifeng could not believe that a stranger could so perfectly embody the combined essence of the Meng couple. His intuition had already formed a conclusion. Hello. We have met before at the Shi family residence. I am Lu Shifeng, Shi Qian's attending physician. May we converse? Lu Shifeng initiated. Still harboring questions he wished to explore further with Meng Qing. The two moved to a CAF adjacent to the bookstore, where Lu Shifeng ordered himself a coffee and, recalling that Meng Qing was still a high school student, ordered him a milk tea as well. Please take a seat. They settled across from one another. And as Lu Shifeng lifted his coffee to sip, he quietly scrutinized Meng Qing. The more he observed, the more convinced he became that Meng Qing belonged to the Meng family, particularly given how composed he appeared in the presence of a relative stranger. Entirely unlike a typical high school student. Your name is Meng Qing, is it not? Lu Shifeng inquired first.
Yes.
Where are you from? Meng Qing mentioned a remote rural locality, and Lu Shifeng took a moment to realize where it was. It was a poor area quite distant from the capital, separated by vast expanses. In his heart, Lu Shifeng had already concluded that Meng Qing was indeed a member of the Meng family, albeit perplexed as to how he had ended up so far away. What brings you here? Lu Shifeng asked impulsively, only to realize the peculiarity of his question and quickly amended it. I mean, did you grow up there? Yes, my adoptive parents are from Shaozhou. Adoptive parents? What of your biological ones? I don't know. I've never met them. Have you never considered searching for them?
Not really.
Before experiencing his precognitive dreams, Meng Qing had never thought about seeking out his biological parents. He understood that his adoptive parents had found him, thus defaulting to the assumption that his biological parents had abandoned him. Since they had chosen to relinquish him, Meng Qing felt no compulsion to pursue them later in life. Are your adoptive parents good to you? Average. Lu Shifeng recalled the first time he encountered Meng Qing. He did not seem to be living a life of comfort. While assisting Meng Qing with a medical examination, Lu Shifeng could not help but notice the scars adorning Meng Qing's body, reminiscent of those inflicted by a rattan or a belt. These marks appeared to be old, yet they covered his entire back. The young master, who ought to have been cherished in the palm of a hand, had inexplicably found himself in a foreign land, subjected to cruel treatment, a truly tragic sight.
Yet,
How had Meng Qing ended up so far from home? What prompted the Meng family to suddenly bring him back? Were they privy to certain truths? These were inquiries Lu Shifeng had no intention of posing directly to Meng Qing. He could investigate privately instead. Given that Meng Qing had no recollection of the Meng family, it was implausible for him to possess any insights. It was understandable, after all. He had been swapped at birth and raised in such a remote and impoverished locale, making it unlikely for him to connect himself to the Meng family. However, Lu Shifeng found himself perplexed by the motives of those who had sent Meng Qing away. If their intent was rooted in fear or animosity towards the Meng family, why not eliminate Meng Qing outright instead of abandoning him in such a distant place? If the aim was to ensure his suffering, that made sense. The location was so far from the capital and so destitute that it was improbable anyone from the Meng family would cross paths with him, thus obscuring any potential ties. Furthermore, given Meng Qing's unfortunate upbringing, it was conceivable that he had been specifically placed with a family that would mistreat him from a young age. The more Lu Shifeng contemplated these matters, the deeper his sympathy for Meng Qing grew. Had Meng Qing not been abducted but instead raised within the Meng household, he would have, given the relationship between the Lu and Meng families, even been able to call Lu Shifeng uncle. Reflecting on this, Lu Shifeng's gaze upon Meng Qing unconsciously softened with a sense of elder's warmth. Do you have enough money currently? An idea struck Lu Shifeng as he retrieved his wallet from his pocket, producing a bank card and extending it towards Meng Qing. I feel a connection with you. Though the amount is modest, please take it to buy something nice for yourself. Meng Qing glanced at the bank card on the table, his expression unchanged as he declined Lu Shifeng's offer. No, I have my own money. I work part-time. Upon hearing that Meng Qing had to take on a part-time job, Lu Shifeng grew anxious.
how can that be?
Aren't you in your final year of high school? You need to focus on your studies, he urged, pressing the card closer to Meng Qing. Take it for now. You can repay me whenever you're able. Meng Qing remained still, simply observing Lu Shifeng. Aware that his actions were somewhat abrupt, Lu Shifeng refrained from directly confronting Meng Qing's identity, unable to stand by and watch him endure hardship. Thus, he resorted to this direct approach. Ultimately, it was Meng Qing who broke the silence, expressing gratitude for Lu Shifeng's kindness, but still declining the card. Left with no other choice, Lu Shifeng took a step back. All right, if you don't wish to accept, I won't press you further. How about we exchange contact information? Feel free to reach out to me with any concerns. He added, I am a generation older than you. You may call me Uncle Lu to foster a sense of closeness. Having already turned down enough offers for the day, Meng Qing did not refuse again and addressed him as Uncle Lu. Hearing this, Lu Shifeng nearly succumbed to tears, his heart aching at the thought of a young relative who had suffered so much in the world outside. Shaocheng was not far from Yanqing, and Lu Shifeng recalled having volunteered at a medical aid station there. Had he known Meng Qing was there, he would have sought him out without hesitation. Alas, life is not so accommodating. As long as Meng Qing was alive, he needed to quickly reach out to the capital to facilitate assistance. While there was no concrete evidence linking Meng Qing to Meng Tianqing, the striking resemblance and shared demeanor were compelling indicators. It was highly probable. The Meng family had searched for their grandson for many years, and another trip would hardly be burdensome. Reluctantly, Lu Shifeng bid farewell to Meng Qing, his hand lingering on Meng Qing's as he departed. As he observed Meng Qing's face, he was reminded of the tragically deceased Meng couple, a family beset by misfortune. Meng Qing had yet to meet his biological parents, who had already been separated from him by fate. Meng Qing, however, exhibited little reaction, neither displaying excessive warmth nor aversion towards Lu Shifeng's familiarity. He merely gazed on calmly, without further elaboration. By the way, are you currently residing with the Shi family or at school? Lu Shifeng inquired. At school, Meng Qing replied. At number 1 high school? Lu Shifeng knew that Shi Qian and Shi Yan both attended that institution, and he surmised Meng Qing was likely enrolled there as well. Yes. Lu Shifeng called a car for Meng Qing, reminding him to take care of his health as he reluctantly saw him off. As he watched the vehicle disappear into the distance, Lu Shifeng took out his phone and sent a message to Grandpa Meng. Chapter 82. The Meng Family. My grandson in the capital, Meng Pang sat in a conference room, listening to reports from his subordinates. At 60 years of age, he should have retired. Yet he found it difficult to entrust the vast Meng corporation to anyone else. Though the family urged the elderly patriarch to relinquish control and enjoy a life of ease, Meng Pang remained steadfast. He was well aware that the members of the Meng family were not to be underestimated. The disappearance of his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson had not occurred without their involvement. For years, Meng Pang had tirelessly dispatched individuals to search for his grandson, but to no avail. Everything belonging to the Meng family could only be inherited by his own flesh and blood. What brings you here? Meng Su opened a thermos in front of him, pouring a small bowl and offering it to Meng Pang. Taking the bowl, Meng Pang sipped a few times, commenting, "Very thoughtful of you." Meng Su was the child who had been swapped with Meng Qing. Upon discovering that Meng Su was not his biological son, Meng Pang had sent people to investigate all related individuals, including Meng Su himself, in hopes of uncovering useful clues. Reviewing surveillance footage from the hospital entrance, he sought to identify the child's lineage. Unfortunately, the woman in the footage was entirely swathed in coverings, revealing no distinguishing features. The hospital had deemed the child pitiable, and with Meng Su's frail state, it was evident he had been born prematurely. Without timely intervention, his survival was in jeopardy. The police had been alerted and had conducted inquiries, but due to Meng Su's fragile condition, he was temporarily kept in the hospital until he was strong enough for further action. On the day Meng's wife gave birth, Meng Su went missing, leaving behind a note and some money, claiming to be the biological mother who had acted in haste out of anger. Now regretting her actions, she had taken the child. Strangely, all the cameras had coincidentally malfunctioned, rendering the investigation fruitless. 2 years later, a large group arrived at the hospital, claiming to be conducting an inquiry. And it was only then that everyone learned the child born 2 years prior had been swapped, and the abandoned infant had become Meng's wife's child. A sudden hush fell over the room, and everyone complied with the investigation, though no conclusive results were ever reached. When Meng's wife realized that Meng Su was not her child, she was utterly bewildered. Yet, she understood the innocence of the child and could never direct her anger towards him. Meng Su was not sent away. Instead, he was raised within the Meng household. Meng's wife was compassionate, and having cared for him as her own for 2 years, she could not bear to send him to an orphanage, knowing life there would be fraught with hardship. Thus, Meng Su resided with the Meng family, publicly presented as their adopted son. The Meng family maintained silence regarding the lost grandson, aware that if more people learned of his existence, it would increase Meng Qing's peril. With so many competitors and enemies watching the Meng family, if news of their biological grandson being lost in the world were to spread, it could lead to dire consequences. For the sake of their grandson's safety, the Meng family merely claimed he was unwell and receiving treatment abroad, enforcing strict silence upon those in the know. Even after the deaths of the Meng couple, they publicly attributed their passing to illness, never connecting it to the lost grandson. Thus, the public only knew that the main branch of the Meng family had fallen on hard times, with the parents passing away early, leaving 2 children behind, while their biological grandson was said to be recuperating abroad, with Meng's wife taking in a child of similar age. Although Meng Su was not the biological grandson, he had not been deprived of care, growing up just like any other privileged child, receiving an education without neglect. Meng Su is exceptionally diligent, consistently achieving the top rank in school. He has participated in various competitions, excelling not only academically but also displaying remarkable athletic prowess, regularly engaging in basketball and swimming contests. Wherever he goes, others can only aspire to the second place. Despite not being a biological grandson of the Meng family, no one dares to underestimate him. This respect stems not only from the family's esteemed status, but also from Meng Su's own capabilities. His amiable personality allows him to easily connect with his peers. Initially, when they learned of his lineage, students were hesitant to approach him. However, after witnessing Meng Su defend classmates from bullying by upperclassmen, he swiftly earned their admiration. Those he confronted initially threatened him, but soon fell silent upon realizing his family background. It became evident that Meng Su was distinctly different from the arrogant scions of wealthy families. He never used his influence to intimidate others. Rather, he treated everyone with kindness, earning the affectionate nickname Brother Su from his classmates. The shy girls who once kept their distance began secretly slipping love letters to him, enchanted by his good looks and a charmingly rebellious demeanor that contrasted with his diligent student persona, capturing everyone's attention. Meng Su, however, had little interest in romance, or perhaps he simply lacked awareness of it. Consequently, the number of confessions he received only grew, as many hoped he would approach them for a chance to converse. He was popular at school and within the Meng household. While everyone recognized him as an adopted son, they did not consider him a threat and often attempted to exploit him, only to be rebuffed by Meng Su. He frequently visited Meng Pang, genuinely regarding him as a grandfather. Upon seeing a freshly prepared soup, he hurried over to share a few sips with Meng Pang. "Is it delicious, Grandpa?" he inquired. "How could Aunt Chen's soup not be delicious?" "Thanks to me, she made it just for you," Meng Pang replied, affectionately patting Meng Su's head. To outsiders, their bond resembled that of a biological grandfather and grandson. "How have things been at school lately?" Meng Pang asked, only to be interrupted by a notification on his phone. It was a blurry, candid photograph of a young man who bore a striking resemblance to his son, Meng Qing. Startled, Meng Pang stood abruptly. The image had been taken by Lu Shifeng while Meng Qing was momentarily distracted. Despite the poor angle, it was enough to discern his features. Meng Pang initially mistook it for a younger version of Meng Qing, but upon closer inspection, he noted subtle differences. Meng Qing appeared colder, while Meng Qing was warm and gentle, always wearing a polite smile. Although the head of the Meng family, he never carried himself with arrogance. The person in the photograph, however, exuded an unapproachable demeanor, which was precisely the quality Meng Pang wished for Meng Tianqing. Unfortunately, Meng Tianqing seemed uninterested in business and management, often engrossed in coding on his computer. Both were gentle souls, and Meng Pang sighed, realizing he needed to take more initiative. Worst case, he thought. Once he had a grandson, he would rely on him. A year after his marriage, his daughter-in-law became pregnant and soon gave birth to a boy, bringing immense joy to Meng Pang, who felt the Meng family would finally have a successor. However, this happiness was short-lived. When the child turned 2, it was discovered he was not Meng Tianqing's biological son. Despite extensive searches, the child's whereabouts remained unknown, and the stress of the situation led to the daughter-in-law's decline in health. Clinging to the hope of finding her son, she persevered for several years until she ultimately passed away. Meng Tianqing, a man deeply attuned to his emotions, immediately comforted his wife upon learning of the child's abduction and launched a search using all available resources, but to no avail. Though anxious about the child, he understood that as the head of the family, he had to remain strong for his wife's sake. He had to stabilize her emotions, yet the child remained lost. And as he watched his wife grow frail, Meng Tianqing felt helpless. In the end, his wife succumbed to her worries and passed away, leaving him aged by a decade overnight, his once black hair now completely white. Not long after, he too followed her. With this belief, Meng Pang continued to shoulder responsibilities well into his retirement years, all for the sake of awaiting his grandson. As he gazed at the photograph, his eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down his cheeks. After a medical examination revealed no serious issues, the doctor merely advised him to manage his emotions and prescribed some medication. Meng Su sighed with relief, gently patting Meng Pang's back to help him relax. "Grandpa, is something wrong?" he asked, his concern evident. Though he knew Meng Su had no ill intentions, he was wary of others potentially exploiting the child's innocence to extract information, placing his biological grandson in jeopardy. This matter required his direct intervention. Meng Pang summoned his assistant, issuing a few directives before examining the photo Lu Shifeng had sent once more. "Grandson, I may finally find you," he murmured. Determined, Meng Pang resolved to personally visit Yan City. Shi Yan, upon learning of Zhang Ming's arrest, cursed him for his incompetence. Reflecting on how he had been manipulated by Bai, he felt revulsion at the thought of having been touched by Zhang Ming. Aware of Zhang Ming's frivolous nature, Shi Yan had initially exploited him under the assumption that Zhang Ming would treat Shi Qian as he did his own playthings, detaining and mistreating him to inflict suffering, only to later present himself as a savior to restore his image in Shi Qian's eyes. After all, Shi Qian remained a valuable pawn. However, he was astonished that Zhang Ming had faltered so quickly. Shi Yan had anticipated that the cosmetic surgery rumors were just the beginning, with the sponsorship allegations intended to isolate Shi Qian, making it easier for him to intervene. To his dismay, it was Zhang Ming who had ultimately fallen from grace. Useless. Utterly useless. More a hindrance than a help. Even the posts maligning Shi Qian had been uncovered, and he wondered why Zhang Ming hadn't used a more discreet account. Now, with Zhang Ming's reputation in ruins, no one would believe his claims. Zhang Ming, as a pawn, was irreparably damaged, and the harm inflicted on Shi Qian fell short of expectations. The only silver lining was that Shi Yan's involvement remained undiscovered. He had deleted all chat records with Zhang Ming from his phone the day the incident occurred. To instigate Zhang Ming, Shi Yan had often shared sob stories to evoke sympathy, subtly suggesting Shi Qian's weakness and the family's disregard for him, leaving no doubt that Shi Qian would be powerless to retaliate if anything happened. Shi Yan sensed Zhang Ming's wavering resolve, but would not allow this pawn to lose his efficacy midway. He had his methods of persuasion, understanding Zhang Ming well. Sure enough, under Shi Yan's instigation, Zhang Ming stumbled upon Shi Qian at a hotel, leading him to conclude that Shi Qian had been sponsored, further reinforcing the belief that Shi Qian was undervalued by the Shi family. With such wealth, if they truly valued this relative, how could they allow him to resort to such desperate measures? Ultimately, the outcome was unsatisfactory. Shi Yan felt no remorse for Zhang Ming's downfall. It was well-deserved. He was a scoundrel who deserved to be dealt with, but what infuriated Shi Yan the most was that this scoundrel had failed to drag Shi Qian down with him. Fortunately, no one has associated Zhang Ming with him, as Shi Yan was not particularly close to Zhang Ming at school. After deleting their chat history, Shi Yan felt it was still not enough and ultimately erased all contact information related to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming's fixation on Shi Qian was entirely a result of his own desires and had nothing to do with Shi Yan. In Chapter 84, Superb feigned crying. He stole my music score. He cleverly steered the conversation towards Fu Xiuhan. The gradual approach was essential. Given Fu Xiuhan's distinguished background, overt pursuit would only arouse his defenses. Shi Yan's strategy was to subtly integrate himself into Fu Xiuhan's life, ensuring that Fu Xiuhan would unknowingly come to rely on him. His calculations were astute, and his progress mirrored that of his previous life. In approximately 3 months of conversation, he would become Fu Xiuhan's unwavering light. Unfortunately, dawn arrived too swiftly, And before he could make significant headway, an uncontrollable Shi Qian had disrupted his plans, throwing the progress into disarray. Shi Yan was not one to easily concede defeat. He would not allow himself, the one who held the script, to be outdone by a mere supporting character. Fu Xiuhan's changing attitude was merely a fleeting phase, and his temporary favor towards Shi Qian was bound to fade. Shi Yan found little merit in Shi Qian as a tool. Merely good looks and a wealthy background did not compare to his own qualities. Was it really possible for someone to garner Fu Xiuhan's affection and trust solely based on their appearance? Absolutely not. Presently, Fu Xiuhan was simply captivated by novelty. Drawn to Shi Qian, but with time, he would realize that Shi Qian was nothing more than an empty vessel. In Shi Yan's mind, Fu Xiuhan was destined to be his devoted admirer, serving his interests. He needed to make Fu Xiuhan see through Shi Qian's facade as a useless ornament and redirect his affections back to himself. Shi Yan resolved to employ a strategy akin to that of Tianji's horse racing. He would not compete with Shi Qian on looks or lineage, but instead leverage his own diverse talents to systematically dismantle Shi Qian's standing. He aimed to reveal to discerning eyes that Shi Qian was not a worthy contender. If fortune favored him, he might even be selected without the need for an audition. Directly recruited by the association's president. Gaining entry to the capital's music association, which stood at the pinnacle of the industry, was a significant achievement. Only those with extraordinary talent could gain entry, and even members of the 4 prominent families were held in high esteem. If he could seize this opportunity to establish a connection with the president of the capital's music association, it would be nothing short of a boon for Shi Yan. Perhaps he could even be chosen as an apprentice, thereby enhancing his leverage. In his past life, Shi Yan had not valued such affiliations, as his mere presence was sufficient to attract various protagonists vying for his attention. However, given the uncertainties of this life, he resolved to be more prudent. To gild his own image and bolster his competitiveness, he knew that the piece he was about to perform, both in terms of style and difficulty, was of the highest caliber. Once he played it, it would surely compel those with discerning ears to pause. This was a challenge and an opportunity he did not wish to forfeit. However, just because Shi Yan chose not to confront Shi Qian did not mean he was unbothered by seeing Shi Qian and Fu Xiuhan together. Shi Qian, unwilling to part with any of the music sheets piled on his desk, sat across from him, leaving an empty seat between them. Shi Yan had previously feigned low blood sugar, hinting that Fu Xiuhan should share some of his supplies, only for Fu Xiuhan to dismiss him with a suggestion to visit the infirmary. That day, Shi Yan was nearly beside himself with frustration. Yet, Fu Xiuhan remained unresponsive. Had he not accidentally glimpsed Shi Qian's phone with a notification displaying 99 unread messages from Fu Xiuhan, he might have thought Fu Xiuhan had changed his WeChat account. It was evident that Fu Xiuhan was now preoccupied with Shi Qian, circling around him like a devoted admirer. On this day, as usual, Shi Yan practiced in the school's piano room. Exhausted, he was preparing to take a break when he suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette darting past outside the door. He opened the door slightly to look, recognizing it as Shi Qian. It was inconceivable. He had heard Shi Qian play before, and it was akin to sawing wood. His skill was abysmal, with little to commend him except for his decent music scores. What could Shi Qian possibly want? Was he there to eavesdrop on his performance? Did he intend to pilfer knowledge? A light bulb went off in Shi Yan's mind. He devised a plan that would undoubtedly humiliate Shi Qian before Fu Xiuhan and the entire school. He could not believe that Fu Xiuhan would continue to support Shi Qian once he discovered that Shi Qian was a thief. Glancing at the sheet music in his piano room, Shi Yan quickly formulated a strategy. As Shi Qian approached, he suddenly noticed Shi Yan sobbing. His performance, so convincing that it appeared genuine. Shi Qian, uninterested in watching the theatrics, tossed his backpack onto a nearby seat and prepared to rest, exhausted from sleepless nights. Just as he settled down, Shi Yan turned to him, feigning tears, and asked, Shi Qian, why did you steal my score? In Chapter 85, Confrontation, Shi Qian had spent the past few nights laboring to write songs. After renting a shop and an apartment, his funds were nearly depleted, so he resolved to earn some extra money. He recalled a song he had written a few years prior, which he had self-performed and uploaded to a small platform without revealing his identity. Eventually, someone discovered it and approached him, inquiring if the song was for sale. During that brief period of clarity, Shi Qian had been brimming with inspiration, and the song flowed effortlessly. The offered price was generous, and he sold it. He did not inquire about who purchased it or who later sang it, but months later, the same individual contacted him again, asking if he had any other pieces or could write a few songs, offering whatever price Shi Qian deemed fair. Recently, while organizing his email, Shi Qian noticed that the individual had persistently messaged him over the years, seeking to collaborate on songs, with increasingly attractive offers. Coincidentally, Shi Qian was in need of funds, and writing a few songs was not a significant challenge for him. The individual promptly sent a substantial deposit, and for the past few days, Shi Qian had focused solely on songwriting, occasionally visiting the piano room to play instruments and stimulate his creativity. Thus, he had seen Shi Yan practicing. Noting that Shi Yan always left the door ajar, seemingly eager for others to hear his lackluster performance. However, while Shi Yan's playing was indeed poor, it was poor only in comparison to Shi Qian's own standards. When Shi Qian first passed by and heard the music, he found it oddly familiar. Wasn't this a draft he had written years ago? As Shi Yan stumbled through a particularly challenging passage, Shi Qian chuckled, recognizing it as an earlier version he had discarded. He remembered that while writing, he had experienced a sudden headache that muddled his thoughts, leading to a mistake he had promptly corrected. Shi Qian had placed the erroneous draft in a drawer, with the revised version tucked away in his notebook, intending to revisit it later for further refinement. Unbeknownst to him, that discarded draft had somehow made its way into Shi Yan's possession. After all, Shi Yan had already pilfered numerous scores from him. Fortunately, he had not written much, just 3 or 4 sheets in total, all of which Shi Yan had stealthily copied while he was unaware, leaving only the discarded versions behind. Thankfully, these were merely practice pieces, and Shi Qian had backups scanned onto a separate hard drive. At that time, Shi Yan took several scores and claimed them as his own compositions, participating in numerous competitions and even winning several awards, which earned him a new level of admiration from Shi's mother. Observing his mother praising Shi Yan, Shi Qian also desired to showcase his talents, but for reasons unknown, his hands betrayed him, resulting in a disastrous performance. Although it was indeed Shi Yan who had pilfered his piece, Shi Qian at that moment lacked any personal resolve, repeatedly reciting that Shi Yan had always treated him well, even allowing him to take his belongings. However, he was acutely aware that he had merely been a puppet, occasionally breaking free to be himself, but for the most part, he remained Shi Yan's tool. But now he was different. Shi Qian looked at Shi Yan, who was sobbing without shedding a single tear, his voice a mere dry whisper, and let out a cold laugh. Did I steal your score? I know it wasn't intentional on your part. I do not wish to hold it against you. Just return the score to me. Shi Yan's words unequivocally condemned Shi Qian, with each utterance accusing him of theft. You don't want to hold it against me? Shi Yan was taken aback by Shi Qian's calm query, not anticipating such composure. He had expected Shi Qian to deny it vehemently and create a scene. As the more uproarious the argument, the more it would paint him as the victim. After all, we are cousins. I do not wish to tarnish your reputation. Such matters do not sound well if aired publicly. Return the score to me, and I shall act as though nothing occurred, shall we? Shi Yan raised his hand to wipe his eyes, uncertain if the redness around them stemmed from genuine tears or forced ones. Ha! Is that what you call not wanting to ruin my reputation? If you truly wished to avoid that, you could have spoken to me privately. Why gather so many people early in the morning, fearing the audience would be sparse and your show would falter? Shi Qian's words were barbed, offering no mercy to Shi Yan. Among those watching were classmates and members of Shi Yan's school orchestra, who, upon hearing Shi Qian, began to voice their criticisms. Indeed, Shi Yan has practiced tirelessly for this piece. You cannot resort to such unscrupulous acts merely out of jealousy for your cousin. We did not come specifically to witness this commotion. We merely happened upon Shi Yan this morning and discovered he had lost his score, hence our presence. How ridiculous it is that those who know little of the facts are so quick to take sides. How can you be sure it was I who took it? My score was intact last night during practice, and now it is missing. I thought I had left it in the practice room, but upon searching, I found nothing. Suddenly, I remembered seeing you in the practice room last night. Seeing me means I took it? At that hour, there was no one else around, but fine. If you say it wasn't you, then it wasn't you. Although the score is rather intricate, rewriting it may prove cumbersome. Since you refuse to admit it, I shall assume I lost it by accident. Shi Qian, at this point, was still oblivious to Shi Yan's true intentions. Having lived for so many years without understanding that Shi Yan merely sought to pin the blame on him and portray himself as the aggrieved party. Quite the fantasy he had. Already irritable from lack of sleep, Shi Yan was further vexed by the situation, wondering if Shi Qian had judged him to be a fool who would silently endure. Shi Yan intended to disperse the crowd and accept his misfortune when Shi Qian suddenly leaned back forcefully, causing his chair to collide loudly with a row of metal lockers against the wall. My dear cousin, how can we let this matter rest? Chapter 86. Call the police. No one should feel wronged but you. Shi Qian casually picked up a pen from the table, twirling it in his hand, and spoke earnestly. Shall we call the police? Upon hearing the words call the police, the entire room fell silent. Shi Yan was momentarily stunned. He had merely intended to incite some rumors as retribution against Shi Qian, not truly escalate matters to the police. No need, it's not a big deal. I can rewrite it, Shi Yan murmured, his voice laced with suppressed grievance. No need? I have stolen your score after all. Not a big deal? Yet here we are with all these people confronting me. I suspect it will take more than just a report to the Yanqing police to resolve this. Perhaps we should escalate it to the capital. Rewrite what? Did you not claim I stole it? Call the police, let the professionals investigate, and catch me in the act. Moreover, did you not say the score is complex? You can hardly squeeze out 2 tears. Are you sure your brain isn't waterlogged? Can you even write it again? I fear you might not be able to. And then you'll be back to crying and rallying people to accuse me of theft. Shi Qian disdainfully glanced at Shi Yan, then cast his gaze around at those who had just supported him, as though they were repulsive. I left my phone in the dorm. Does anyone here have theirs? Please help me report it. I will remain right here, not running away. Hearing Shi Qian's boldness, the crowd began to waver, questioning whether he truly had not taken Shi Yan's score. Shi Yan, sensing the precariousness of the situation with Shi Qian's insistence on involving the police and seeing others come to Shi Qian's defense, felt a sense of dread. He had resolved to implicate Shi Qian, banking on the fact that Shi Qian would be unable to produce evidence of his innocence, as long as he created a disturbance. Shi Yan intended to request a review of the surveillance footage. The practice room he usually used lacked cameras, and even the ones outside could only capture the corner of the area, but they would suffice to show Shi Qian's presence. Shi Yan's initial plan was that even if Shi Qian refused to admit it, it would be irrelevant. After his commotion, he would demand to review the footage, which would certainly show Shi Qian passing by. He had even timed it perfectly. Once the evidence was undeniable, he would then claim he would not pursue the matter further, tarnishing Shi Qian's reputation while simultaneously showcasing his own magnanimity. Reporting to the police would reflect his disdain for his cousin's dishonesty, illustrating his helplessness in the face of such petty theft and his sincere desire for Shi Qian to amend his ways. However, if Shi Qian were to take the initiative to report, it would cast a different light on the situation. His candid admission would lead others to doubt whether he had indeed stolen anything, as reporting would seem more like a gesture of self-exoneration. Shi Yan could not allow Shi Qian to take that step. He was uncertain whether his scheme of defamation was flawless. If the police arrived and uncovered something, it would solidify his self-directed drama. Seeing someone actually reach for their phone to call the police, Shi Yan hurriedly intervened, anxiously stating, "No need. We are family. If this escalates, our elders will surely think we are being childish. Shi Qian, let us just drop it. Perhaps I misjudged, or maybe it truly was misplaced. I will search again. It's all a misunderstanding. Look at you, taking this too seriously. I merely wanted to confirm, not truly suspect you. How did we end up needing to involve the police? It's really unnecessary." With just a few words, Shi Qian deftly transformed the situation from passive to active. "What? Afraid the investigation will prove me innocent? Hey, Tessa, what a predicament, dear cousin. Am I not allowed to inquire a few questions? I thought you had already judged me guilty." Leaning back in his chair, Shi Qian continued to twirl the pen, smiling as he fixated on Shi Yan, his tone dripping with sarcasm, delivering remarks that could infuriate anyone. Shi Yan endured, on the verge of retorting, when suddenly someone called from outside. "Shi Yan, Shi Qian? Teacher Chen wants you both to come to the practice room." Upon hearing this, Shi Qian raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, "New spectators have arrived. What? Are we changing venues now?" Shi Yan had not anticipated that things would escalate to the teacher's attention so quickly. He had merely intended to obscure the facts among his classmates and sow the seeds of doubt, but now everything seemed to spiral out of control. Shi Qian observed Shi Yan's conflicted expression, rising to nudge the edge of his chair. "Come on, my dear cousin, aren't you supposed to meet the teacher?" With no other option, Shi Yan reluctantly stood up, reassuring himself that everything would be fine. Teacher Chen had always been on his side. In the end, it would merely be a misunderstanding that could be smoothed over. Initially, only Shi Yan and Shi Qian were summoned, but the orchestra members were concerned for Shi Yan and decided to accompany them. In their eyes, Shi Yan was the pitiable little rabbit, while Shi Qian was the menacing wolf. As the beloved pet of the orchestra, Shi Yan must not be allowed to be bullied. Upon arriving at the practice room where Shi Yan frequently rehearsed, they found others were already present. Determined not to let his cherished student suffer, Shi Qian insisted on bringing both parties together. Entering the room, Shi Yan and the orchestra members greeted Teacher Chen politely, except for one who lounged lazily against the piano. Clearly, he was the one. "Shi Qian, is it you who stole Shi Yan's sheet music? Produce it at once. Let us not waste everyone's time." Chen Qian immediately leveled accusations, having heard of Shi Qian's reputation as an unlearned scoundrel, who, but for Shi Yan and the Shi family, would not even be able to set foot in the prestigious school. "I am a reasonable person," he continued, "and I harbor no prejudice against those who enter through connections, as long as they conduct themselves properly. However, you have now stolen from a classmate, which raises serious questions about your character. Confess where you've hidden the item, and I will refrain from calling the police, considering you are still a high school student. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind." Without inquiring into the circumstances, Chen Qian unleashed a torrent of reprimands, but Shi Qian remained nonchalant, seemingly unfazed. Frowning, Chen Qian pulled out his phone, threatening, "Hand it over immediately, or I shall call the authorities. If they find out, you will face consequences." With the stage set, it would be disrespectful for Shi Qian not to take action. He snatched the phone from Chen Qian's hand, dialed a number, and pressed call. "What are you doing?" Seizing the teacher's phone. "How dare you? Do you think taking it away will prevent me from calling the police?" "Teacher, don't just threaten. I have already reported it." The phone was on speaker, and a stern voice emanated from the other end. "Hello, this is the North District Police Station of Yan City. How may we assist you?" Chapter 87. The room fell silent as everyone processed the reality of Shi Qian actually calling the police. "Hello, this is the North District Police Station of Yan City. What assistance do you require?" At that moment, Chen Qian felt the phone growing heavy in his hand. He looked up to see Shi Qian's indifferent expression and felt a surge of anger. How dare this student be so audacious? He glared at Shi Qian and spoke into the phone. Hello, I am a teacher at Yan City No. 1 High School. A student has committed theft and refuses to admit it. I wish to report the incident. Understood, we will send someone to investigate, came the response. With the police report made, Chen Qian felt emboldened, casting a disdainful glance at Shi Qian. It's futile to accuse the innocent. When the police arrive, do not beg for mercy. I have encountered many students like you, who only realize the gravity of their actions when it is too late. It seems I underestimated you. No wonder Shi Yan has endured your bullying. Chen Qian glanced at Shi Yan, whose face had turned pale from distress, further fueling his disdain for Shi Qian. Shi Yan, witnessing the escalation to police involvement, felt overwhelmed. Was it really necessary? He was now caught in a precarious situation, akin to being roasted over a fire. Having already reported the incident, he had no choice but to insist that Shi Qian was the thief. Otherwise, the entire school would know he wrongfully accused Shi Qian, which would be far more detrimental. The surveillance cameras had indeed captured Shi Qian passing by, a fact he could not dispute. However, whether Shi Qian had actually entered his practice room remained uncertain. As long as he maintained his stance, everything would be all right. Chen Qian waved for Shi Yan to come closer, gently patting his back in a comforting manner. Do not fear, Shi Yan. I am here to ensure justice is served. He then turned to Shi Qian, continuing his reprimand without reservation. Shi Yan is too kind-hearted to seek revenge, but as his teacher, I will not allow this matter to be brushed aside. What good is it to steal sheet music when you cannot even play it? Your parents must have made considerable sacrifices to send you from the countryside to Yan City. Were it not for the kindness of the Shi family, do you think you would be standing here, qualified to speak to me? Without their support, without Shi Yan, you likely would not have even seen or touched a violin. Noticing Shi Qian yawning against the piano, Chen Qian frowned and shoved him lightly. Do not dirty this piano. You cannot afford it. How can you sit here yawning while I am trying to impart wisdom? Oh, I almost forgot. Weren't you frequently ill and absent from class? You likely have not learned much, and I suspect your ailments are self-inflicted, perhaps a form of karma. Have you gone mute? Do you disagree with my words? Let me tell you, I have experienced more than you can imagine. Individuals like you are not new to me. Do not think that silence absolves you. I am fortunate to have the time to admonish you. What are you doing? Where do you think you're going with that chair? Planning to strike someone? Shi Qian's eyelids were heavy with fatigue. Having forgotten breakfast, his blood sugar was low. The sudden shove from Chen Qian nearly caused him to stumble. The combination of insufficient sleep, lack of nourishment, and a long walk to the practice room left him feeling dizzy. He glanced at the nearby chair, walked over, and picked it up. The police will arrive shortly. Should you dare to act violently here, it will only worsen your situation, Chen Qian warned. Before he could finish, Shi Qian placed the chair beside the piano and sat down. That will suffice, teacher. Please continue. I feel a bit faint and need to rest for a moment. He gestured for Chen Qian to proceed. This was the first time Chen Qian encountered such a stubborn student, one who would not even pretend to care. Are you riding high on the coattails of the Shi family? Their own son is right here. He is still your cousin. How audacious of you, a country bumpkin, to act so brazenly. This is not your hometown. This is Yan City. It is not a place for your insolence. Shi Qian yawned, tilted his chin upwards, and addressed Shi Yan. My dear cousin, the cherished son of the Shi family, I did not sleep well last night. I am quite sleepy now. Do you think I might sit for a moment? Over the years at school, Shi Yan had blurred the lines between their identities, often taking advantage of Shi Qian's illness and confusion. Now, faced with Shi Qian's pointed remarks, his expression soured. Yet, fearing Shi Qian might expose his identity, he felt compelled to plead. Does anyone have any candy or something? Shi Qian continued to inquire. One orchestra member, still processing the situation, offered, I have some candy. He quickly fished out a mint from his pocket, only to realize everyone was staring at him. Embarrassed, he handed the candy to Shi Qian, who accepted it with a simple thank you. Shi Qian unwrapped the candy leisurely, pausing before popping it into his mouth to politely ask, Young Master Shi, may your impoverished cousin indulge in a piece of candy? Shi Yan dared not refuse, awkwardly agreeing with a slight nod. Shi Qian smiled, enjoying the candy as a sense of comfort washed over him. Everyone, please take a seat. Standing is tiring, and we must await the police. Shi Qian gestured towards the chairs, leaning comfortably against the backrest, as if he had come not to face inquiry, but rather to conduct an inspection. Chen Qian observed the scene before him, his anger ignited upon hearing Shi Yan supporting Shi Qian's words. How could a young master from a wealthy family be bullied by impoverished relatives from the countryside? As Shi Qian regained some energy, he spoke languidly from the side. If the score is lost, how can one practice? Haven't you memorized it after all this time? Didn't you compose it yourself? Is it truly impossible to rewrite it? Chapter 88. A slap in the face. The president of the Capital Music Association has arrived. Whose composition is it? Do not claim to be above others. Perhaps you have not even heard of it. I advise some to recognize their own limitations. Each member of this orchestra is exceptional. Individuals you can never hope to surpass. Furthermore, regarding the practice room, I recall the school has regulations. Only orchestra members may enter freely, while others must apply. Shi Yan mentioned that he often sees you in the practice room. Where is your application? Show it to me. For the first time, someone disregarded Shi Qian's words so blatantly. Even school leaders would usually afford him some respect, especially since he had only recently been accepted into the Capital Music Association. How could he endure such provocation from this brash young man? Shi Qian watched Shi Qian erupt in anger, a thought crossing his mind as he chuckled lightly. Ah, the genius composition indeed. Shi Yan initially intended to refuse, knowing the origin of the piece and reluctant to perform in front of Shi Qian. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Shi Qian interrupted him. What need is there for you to speak? What do you understand? Shi Yan, prepare yourself. I happen to have time today. Play it for me, and I shall critique it, while also allowing your uninformed cousin to hear what true celestial music and genius compositions sound like. Shi Yan found it impossible to refuse Shi Qian, as he had his own motives for pleasing him, and thus retrieved the exquisite violin his mother had purchased for him. After completing the piece, the audience was entranced, and Shi Qian nodded repeatedly in praise. Quite impressive. Yan Jingming happened to have some free time today, and planned to visit Yan City No. 1 middle school to see an old friend. In addition to catching up, he had another purpose. Fortunately, despite his age, his eyesight remained sharp. He had noticed the student ID that had accidentally fallen from the young man's pocket that day, though he had only seen the school's name, not the individual S name. Yan City No. 1 Middle School, indeed, a fine institution. Well, Wenbing, let us conclude our tea here. I wish to check the practice rooms at your school for any promising talents. Please, guide me. Su Wenbing, the principal of Yan City No. 1 Middle School and a longtime friend of Yan Jingming, was aware of the purpose of this visit. Rumor had it that he had spotted a promising student from their school and wished to take him as a disciple. This was a significant matter. For a student from No. 1 Middle School to be recognized by Yan Jingming would be a great honor for the institution. Thus, he did not hesitate and led him there directly. As they walked along the corridor of the second floor of the practice room, they suddenly heard the sound of instruments emanating from a nearby room. It seemed to be a violin. Zhang Ming, isn't that your instrument? How does it sound? Su, not well versed in music, thought it was decent upon first listening. Yan Jingming nodded but then shook his head, replying, the piece is indeed commendable, but the player is rather average. The more Yan Jingming listened, the more familiar the composition seemed. Was it not the piece that the student had played for him that day? Could it be that the individual was here? He quickened his pace, eager to investigate. Upon reaching the door, he hesitated, realizing that the skill level was too disparate. Nevertheless, since he was already there, it would not hurt to take a look. He recognized that the individual beside Principal Su was the president of the Capital Music Association, whom he had glimpsed from a distance during last year's assessment in the capital. Principal Su, President Yan, what brings you here? Shi Qian approached with enthusiasm, offering to move chairs and fetch water. Just looking around.
Who was playing just now?
Yan Jingming inquired. Shi Qian assumed that President Yan had been drawn by Shi Yan's performance, viewing this as a splendid opportunity. He hurriedly introduced Shi Yan to President Yan. This student here is Shi Yan, my prized pupil, an exceptional violinist who has participated in numerous competitions and won several awards. The piece just performed was his original composition. I kindly request your feedback, President Yan. Yan Jingming scrutinized Shi Yan for a moment, bewildered as he remarked, this is his composition? Shi Yan, realizing that the person before him was the president of the Capital Music Association, felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, his efforts had not been in vain, and an opportunity had finally arrived. He stepped forward modestly and spoke. Hello, President Yan, it is indeed my composition. Is that so? Yan Jingming replied, somewhat perplexed, as he recalled that this was the piece played by that young man the other day. Shi Yan saw this as his moment to shine, inhaled deeply, and began to play passionately. However, something felt amiss in that moment. He halted and asked, President Yan, which part are you referring to? Feeling embarrassed. He realized that indeed, something was not quite right. It should not have been so obvious an error. Someone capable of composing such a piece would surely not overlook it. After hearing Shi Yan play again, he recognized that there was indeed a mistake in the middle section, a fundamental compositional error that Shi Yan could not have missed. Yet, if he had noticed it, how could he have made the same mistake twice? Hearing President Yan's skepticism made Shi Yan uneasy. He had always merely replicated Shi Qian's scores, and those compositions were known to be masterpieces by informed listeners. Therefore, he had never dared to alter them. Although he played well, he was entirely ignorant of composition. He feared that haphazard changes might ruin the entire piece. He had never questioned the integrity of the composition itself, only his own lack of familiarity with it. Finally, I have found you, my dear old man. Is this not your composition? Chapter 89, Denial. How dare you claim it as yours? Yan Jingming remained puzzled as to how the piece had come into someone else's possession, only to turn and see Shi Qian languidly seated at the back, partially obscured by several individuals. He nearly missed him entirely. Striding purposefully toward Shi Qian, the crowd parted as they noticed the president's approach. He arrived beside Shi Qian and patted his shoulder. At last, I have located you. Was that piece not yours? Why have you given it to someone else? Shi Qian scrutinized him closely, finding the old man vaguely familiar, but unable to place him. He shrugged off the hand resting on his shoulder, as he was not fond of physical contact with others. Observing Shi Qian's lack of response, Yan Jingming continued, "It's me, performing for a living." Upon hearing the words performing for a living, Shi Qian recognized him at last. Today, Yan Jingming appeared well-groomed, having even cut his hair. He had nearly failed to recognize him. Shi Qian recalled receiving a text message from an unfamiliar number earlier, but it had seemed too much like spam. So he had disregarded it. The onlookers were astonished to see Yan Jingming and Shi Qian interacting so familiarly. Su, stepping forward, addressed Yan Jingming. "Is this the student you were searching for?" Yes, indeed. This young student seems to be a remarkable talent from your school," Yan Jingming replied. His spirits lifted upon finding Shi Qian. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. "What brings you here? Are you practicing? Please, play it for me once more." Shi Qian rolled his eyes internally, realizing that the old man was just as demanding as before, immediately asking him to play. He was not in the mood. "I refuse." Shi Qian declined outright. Chen Qian inwardly cursed. How could this unsophisticated bumpkin from the countryside be so oblivious to the opportunity before him? How could he turn down such a splendid chance for exposure? Did he not understand the stature of President Yan? What audacity to respond in such a manner. Chen Qian expected Yan Jingming to be angered, but to his surprise, Yan Jingming took no offense at Shi Qian's refusal and simply chuckled, saying, "Next time will suffice." Upon hearing this, Chen Qian believed Yan Jingming had misunderstood and hurried to clarify, "This composition you see before you is not by this student. It is the original work of Shi Yan, the student who just performed. Today, I have come here solely to address the matter concerning this piece of music. This student, Shi Qian, has pilfered the score belonging to our fellow student, Shi Yan. Initially, my intention was to facilitate a dialogue between the two parties, urging Shi Qian to return the score to Shi Yan. However, the student's demeanor was exceedingly hostile, leaving us no choice but to involve the authorities." In disbelief, Yan Jingming had not anticipated such a twist in the situation. He had already concluded that this piece belonged to Shi Qian. How could one even discuss theft? Shi Yan's performance was adequate, enough for an untrained ear to recognize it as a commendable composition. Yet, Shi Yan's playing was rather rigid, lacking the essence and soul that elevates a performance. Consequently, Yan Jingming was unwilling to accept Chen Qian's assertion that Shi Qian had stolen the score. As someone brought a chair, Yan Jingming sat beside Shi Qian, inquiring, "Is that so?" "Shi Qian, speak for yourself." He appeared entirely prepared to defend Shi Qian, causing a palpable tension among the onlookers. Su Wenbing, upon hearing Chen Qian mention contacting the police, furrowed his brow. He had gleaned from the brief exchanges that this was merely a squabble among students. How had it escalated to the point of needing police intervention? "Teacher Chen, this is a minor issue among students. If they lack discretion, must you also?" Su Wenbing's implication was clear. He was reproaching Chen Qian for blowing the matter out of proportion. Chen Qian had previously threatened Shi Qian with the police, but he had not genuinely intended to escalate it to that level. Faced with the principal's scrutiny, Chen Qian could only smile apologetically, claiming it was the student's insistence that prompted his actions. "Speak plainly," Yan Jingming urged, tapping on the back of Shi Qian's chair to encourage him to articulate his side. Shi Qian initially hesitated to respond. He felt no need to justify himself to those who were already biased against him. Such individuals were not seeking the truth. They merely wished to validate their assumptions. Even if Shi Qian denied the theft, they would not believe him, instead continuing to seek evidence to prove his dishonesty. Shi Qian wished to avoid such futile self-justification, believing that the best course of action was to call the police and let them investigate. However, remaining silent was not an option now. With a sigh, Shi Qian finally spoke. "This student, Shi Yan, gathered a crowd early this morning, demanding that I hand over the score he claims I stole. Subsequently, Teacher Chen summoned us here and threatened to involve the police if I did not comply. Thus, I called the authorities. That is the crux of the matter." Upon hearing Shi Qian mention threat, Chen Qian hurriedly clarified that he had not issued a threat. He was merely attempting to reason with Shi Qian, but Shi Qian refused to listen. "Reason?" Shi Qian retorted. "The moment the teacher arrived, he labeled me as envious and lacking in character, claiming my parents failed to raise me properly. Is that part of your reasoning?" Chen Qian could only watch as the principal's expression grew increasingly grave, internally lamenting his predicament. Yan Jingming had only softened his tone when addressing Shi Qian. Now, he turned serious, his voice tinged with an icy edge. Upon hearing Yan Jingming's reproachful words, Chen Qian's legs felt weak. Shi Qian appeared to have a favorable rapport with the principal, and it was evident that Yan Jingming was supporting him. How had he offended such a formidable figure? Chen Qian had only recently become a junior member of the Beijing Music Association. If he angered the president, he might find himself expelled from the association by morning. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Qian refrained from further comment, approaching Shi Qian with a facade of humility, ready to apologize. However, Unexpectedly, Shi Yan interjected, his tone defiant. Why should it be considered his piece simply because he claims it is? This is unjust. President Yan, I respect you, but that does not grant you the right to exploit your position for personal gain and tarnish the efforts of an ordinary student. This composition is mine. Shi Qian cannot even play the violin. Shi Yan argued vehemently. How could someone who cannot even play the instrument possibly compose such a piece? I am uncertain of any private dealings you may have with Shi Qian, but you must not show favoritism. That would be unfair to the other students. Perhaps you are merely being deceived by Shi Qian, as he tends to be that way. I only hope you do not hastily conclude based on his side of the story. You pointed out errors in my recent performance. Perhaps I was too nervous to execute it correctly, but that does not negate the fact that this piece is mine. With so many witnesses present, for you to assert this is Shi Qian's work without investigation implies that I have stolen it. I refuse to accept such slander. Shi Yan's claims rang with conviction, and the other students instinctively gravitated towards his side. After all, they were part of the same orchestra and found it hard to believe that the piece belonged to Shi Qian. One student quietly remarked, indeed, President Yan, Shi Yan's compositional skills are well recognized. He has received numerous awards. How can you base your judgment solely on Shi Qian's word? That is unjust to us ordinary individuals. Gradually, others began to murmur in agreement. Yan Zhengming regarded Shi Yan with a deep gaze, sighed, and instructed his assistant to fetch his violin. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply upon seeing the instrument, which they had only encountered in news reports. This was their first time witnessing it in person. The violin had accompanied Yan Zhengming for many years, custom-made for him, and he used it for all significant performances. After tuning the instrument, he handed it to Shi Qian. You play. Shi Qian was captivated by the violin. It was unlike the one he had encountered in the old house, clearly of superior quality. Play the piece you performed earlier. Shi Qian did not refuse again. He rose, poised and graceful, resting the violin on his shoulder. The audience had never witnessed Shi Qian perform, but from his posture, it was evident he was no novice. Shi Yan was momentarily taken aback. While he knew Shi Qian could play, his skills were inferior, sounding like a cat screeching. Although he suspected Shi Qian was merely putting on a show, he could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. The audience was entranced. Although it was the same piece Shi Yan had performed, the differences were striking, showcasing the chasm between excellence and genius. The melody concluded, yet its resonance lingered in the minds of those present. A prodigy, without a doubt. The orchestra members fell silent, and Chen Qian was left dumbfounded. It was his first time hearing Shi Qian play. He had never imagined that, aside from President Yan, anyone could master the violin so exquisitely. The disparity in skill between himself and Shi Qian, as well as Shi Yan, was glaringly evident. Could this serve as proof? Yan Zhengming savored the performance, slowly speaking. Shi Yan was left in disbelief, questioning how Shi Qian could have improved so dramatically. He had sounded like a lumberjack at the Shi household.
This cannot be.
Determined not to accept the reality, Shi Yan swallowed hard, urging himself to remain calm. Rapidly devising a plan, he could not concede, admitting that Shi Qian composed the piece would irrevocably brand him a plagiarist. Furthermore, with the president of the Beijing Music Association present, being labeled a thief would spell doom for his musical aspirations. He could not be a plagiarist. He could not be a thief. He could not bear a stain on his reputation. As long as one does not admit it, it is fine. Indeed. The original manuscript is in his possession, and Shi Qian has no sheet music. He cannot prove anything. Shi Yan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke. But even if he can play it, it does not prove that this piece is his. Perhaps he has stolen my score and memorized it. The essence of the music cannot be deceived. The crowd gazed at Shi Yan and then at Shi Qian. Their expressions varied. Shi Yan continued to resist fiercely. Teacher, do you also think I stole his piece? I did not. This is mine. The melody ceased, and the piano room fell silent. This was already irrefutable evidence. Shi Qian's version and Shi Yan's version were utterly different. Anyone with a modicum of musical understanding could discern the discrepancies. Yan Jingming looked at the still-dazed Shi Yan and asked, do you know why I said your piece is incorrect? Now that you have heard the correct version, can you understand what the issue is? Music possesses a soul. Such composition is not something an ordinary person can create. It is as evident as pearls mixed with stones. A person's composition and performance abilities can be easily discerned at my level. It is not merely a matter of playing incorrectly. Shi Yan felt as though he had been stripped bare, his face flushed crimson, and he realized that it was all over for him. Suddenly, he fell backward, appearing to faint. The crowd hurried to support him and took him to the infirmary. He had heard this piece before his mother passed away. Chapter 91. The president's invitation. Just then, the police arrived to inquire about the situation. Su Wenbing promptly stepped out to meet them, explaining that it was all a misunderstanding and personally escorted them away. Student, don't leave in such a hurry. I have something to discuss with you. Yan Jingming retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Shi Qian, who glanced at it. President of the Capital City Music Association, Yan Zhengming. Shi Qian had heard of the Capital City Music Association, though he had no prior interactions in his previous life. This is my business card. I heard your piece last time, and both your performance and composition skills are quite talented. Why haven't I seen you participate in any competitions before? In Yan Jingming's view, a talent like Shi Qian should have been known if he had participated in any national competitions. Are you in your senior year?
Yes.
Have you considered attending university here in the capital? Not yet. Are you thinking of applying to an art school or a regular university? Not decided. If you wish to apply to an art institution, I can write you a recommendation letter. With your professional level, getting into the Capital City Music Academy should not be an issue. The Capital City Music Academy is the foremost institution for music in the country and the dream school for all music applicants. However, Shi Qian had never intended to pursue a career in the arts. The violin was merely a hobby.
Yet.
Obtaining a recommendation from the president of the Capital City Music Association could likely secure his admission, even if his academic grades were lacking. Unfortunately, he had no aspirations in that direction. No, I don't think I will attend an art school. How are your academic grades? They're decent. Although Shi Qian had not yet taken the exams, he felt confident based on his progress since the start of the semester. Do you have a preferred field of study? This question had not been posed to him before, as his family believed he was poor in studies and would merely buy a degree abroad without caring about the subject. Shi Qian wished to study business, as he excelled in mathematics, and pursuing finance or a related field would lay a foundation for future wealth. Business, perhaps finance? That's fine too. I also know some professors at the Capital University. If you need a recommendation letter, I can assist you. Yan Jingming had his own motives. He hoped Shi Qian would develop in the capital. No need. Shi Qian felt it unnecessary. He did not plan to participate in independent admissions. And having not taken any exams or competitions in the previous 2 years, his resume would likely not pass muster. It was best to participate in the college entrance examination honestly. Would you like to join our Capital City Music Association as my apprentice? After laying the groundwork, Yan Jingming finally revealed his intention. His visit to Yan City was initially for a meeting, but he also sought to scout for promising talents. The impromptu performance in the park was a stroke of luck. Encountering Shi Qian was an unexpected delight. After hearing Shi Qian's performance at the old house, he had resolved to take him as a disciple. Yan Jingming had not taken on any apprentices in years, primarily due to not encountering anyone who caught his eye. Discovering such talent in Yan City was a rare opportunity he could not let slip away. Regardless, he had to bring Shi Qian into the association. Such talent could not be allowed to languish outside. Upon hearing Yan Jingming's proposal, Shi Qian's immediate reaction was one of annoyance, and he flatly refused.
No.
Yan Jingming understood that a genius like Shi Qian, who had no intention of pursuing music, would be somewhat difficult to persuade. Think it over again. Joining the association and being my apprentice will make your life in the capital much easier. There are many talented individuals in the association with whom you can exchange ideas. Furthermore, we regularly hold events worldwide, and if you're a member, all expenses will be covered, essentially a public-funded trip. Additionally, members receive an annual fee ranging from 1 to 5 million, depending on their membership level. If you win a competition, there are extra prizes. Shi Qian had initially shown little interest, but upon hearing about the money, he sat up straight. Is there a membership fee right upon entry? Yan Jingming had intended to elaborate on the benefits of joining the association to persuade Shi Qian to become his apprentice. He casually mentioned the membership fee. Knowing that a talent like Shi Qian likely did not place much value on money, hearing Shi Qian inquire about the membership fee startled him momentarily before he responded. Yes, there is a fee. The entry-level membership is 1 million a year, the intermediate level is 3 million, and the advanced level is 5 million. If you are my direct disciple, I can offer you 8 million. The Capital City Music Association is known for its substantial financial backing, with annual sponsorship exceeding billions. This amount for maintaining members is negligible. All right, I agree. Shi Qian's eyes sparkled. It would be foolish to turn down money. Yan Jingming had prepared a plethora of arguments to convince Shi Qian, but he was caught off guard by Shi Qian's swift agreement. Fearing Shi Qian might change his mind, Yan Jingming quickly asked for some basic information to send to his assistant for processing Shi Qian's membership card. When can the membership fee be transferred? Compared to the membership card, Shi Qian was more concerned about the fee. I have notified my assistant. Send over your bank account details, and it should arrive in about 3 working days.
Great.
Shi Qian picked up a clean bottle of mineral water nearby and handed it to Yan Jingming, saying, There's no tea here for now, so let this serve as my token of apprenticeship. Yan Jingming happily accepted it, regardless of whether it was tea or water. Having Shi Qian as a disciple was a gain for him, no matter what. Before leaving, Yan Jingming handed Shi Qian a magnetic card, saying, This is your identity card for the Capital City Music Association. Keep it. This card grants you access to any area of the association's building, and local associations are included as well. Your membership card will be mailed to your school once it is processed. By the way, are you free next month? There will be a selection for senior members here at the end of next month, and I need you to act as a judge. Previously, the Yan City Music Association had invited him, but Yan Jingming was uncertain of his schedule, so he had not agreed. Shi Qian slipped the magnetic card into his pocket, thought for a moment and nodded. After my exams in mid-next month, I should be free to go. After all, it is only right to perform a service for the compensation received. Chapter 92. Do you want a bite?
Yes.
Shi Qian raised her head upon seeing the bread and milk and answered without hesitation. Meng Qing inserted a straw and offered it to Shi Qian. I can manage on my own. Meng Qing retrieved a cushion from her bag and placed it behind Shi Qian, saying, lean against this. It will be more comfortable.
Ah.
Okay, thank you. After finishing her breakfast, Shi Qian felt much better and, without further ado, placed the cushion on the desk and embraced it, drifting off to sleep. Today had been exceedingly exhausting, and Shi Qian was overwhelmed by fatigue. The class bell rang, and Sun Hongru entered the classroom, immediately spotting Shi Qian slumped over her desk, causing her to frown. She had never taught underperforming students, finding it laborious, as in her view, only those with good grades deserved to attend her classes. Unfortunately, the academic affairs director did not acquiesce to her requests, leaving Sun Hongru exceedingly displeased with Shi Qian. She was aware that Shi Qian was a poor relative supported by the Shi family. Such leeches and parasites were the ones she held in the utmost disdain. To be supported yet lack the drive to improve was simply a waste of resources. Sleeping in class was akin to being a lump of mud. On her way to the classroom, she had overheard some gossip about Shi Qian purportedly stealing a composition from Shi Yan. A student with such dubious integrity was a disgrace to Class 1. Sun Hongru placed great importance on Shi Yan due to his commendable grades. He was also her mathematics class representative. Most importantly, she had once seen Shi Yan's older brother at a parent-teacher meeting, a strikingly handsome man, rumored to be the president of a Shi family company and still single. Sun Hongru had fallen for Shi Yan's brother at first sight. How wonderful it would be if such a man could be hers. If she could marry into the Shi family, she would no longer have to endure the constraints of teaching at Dijon. Thus, Sun Hongru's attentiveness and care towards Shi Yan were merely means to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Shi family. Although Shi Qian was also a member of the Shi family, she was just a distant poor relative, unworthy of her efforts to appease. She glanced at Shi Yan's seat, which remained empty. Rumor had it that he had been injured by Shi Qian and sent to the infirmary. Such a troublesome student stirred her ire. She felt it was her duty to defend Shi Yan, even if it was merely an act of goodwill as Shi Yan's future sister-in-law. Standing at the podium, Sun Hongru cleared her throat and declared, some individuals have entered Class 1 through connections. Poor grades are one thing, but to not even take the class seriously and sleep during lessons is a waste of our exceptional educational resources. I am not the type of teacher who shies away from confrontation. Regardless of your powerful backgrounds, if you do not adhere to my rules in my classroom, you will be asked to leave. Consequently, no one dared to approach Sun Hongru with questions. Furthermore, she had a penchant for reprimanding students who performed poorly during class, which instilled fear in her pupils. After all, Sun Hongru seemed to be an exceptional teacher brought in from the capital, relatively young, in her early 30s, yet possessing a wealth of teaching experience, rumored to have nurtured several top mathematics students. Thus, although the students harbored grievances, they dared not express them, for they would rely on Sun Hongru's instruction for the coming year. With only a year until graduation, it was unnecessary to jeopardize their relationship with her. Their education was of paramount importance. As a result, when Sun Hongru began to chastise students today, everyone remained silent. The connections she referred to were likely understood by most. Only 4 individuals in the class had entered through such means. Fu Xiuhan and Song Qi had transferred from the capital and were performing well academically. They could not be the ones she criticized. Meng Qing and the others had also heard rumors of their commendable grades and participation in a physics competition where they secured first place, proficient in physics. They were unlikely to struggle in mathematics. It was evident that Shi Qian was the target of Sun Hongru's scorn, as nearly everyone in the school was aware of this eccentric character who had not participated in the exams and likely had poor grades. While the students did not particularly favor Shi Qian, she was still more agreeable compared to Sun Hongru. At least Shi Qian had not caused any trouble during her time in Class 1 and had not bullied them. Dragging the class down was unfortunate, but some students remained clear-headed, recognizing that the college entrance examination was not determined by the class average. Ultimately, Shi Qian's performance would not affect them significantly. Since it was not their concern, why waste time harboring animosity toward Shi Qian? It would be far more beneficial to focus on their studies. Sun Hongru, noticing that Shi Qian remained unperturbed despite her remarks, felt a surge of frustration. She simply found Shi Qian intolerable. The student at the back by the window. Wake your desk mate. Meng Qing gently nudged Shi Qian's arm and softly called her name, puzzled as to why Sun Hongru was behaving so strangely today. She had never intervened when Shi Qian slept. Just as Shi Qian was about to fall asleep, she was abruptly awakened by a touch. Furrowing her brow and slightly raising her head in a dazed and irritable manner. Shi Qian, come to the podium. Sun Hongru turned to the blackboard and wrote a problem. A different variation of yesterday's additional exercise, now surpassing merely challenging. It required knowledge from university-level mathematics. Initially, she intended to expel Shi Qian from the classroom, forcing her to stand outside, but she felt that would be too lenient. Instead, she called her to the podium, deliberately presenting a problem for Shi Qian to solve. When she failed, Sun Hongru could seize the opportunity to reprimand her, setting an example for the rest of the class. Upon seeing the problem on the blackboard, everyone inhaled deeply. It was significantly more difficult than the previous day's additional exercise, and some had already discerned that Sun Hongru was seeking an excuse to chastise Shi Qian. Please solve this problem. Shi Qian leisurely approached the podium, her gaze lowered as she assessed the problem on the blackboard. Sun Hongru had long anticipated that Shi Qian would be unable to solve it. Her intent was to irritate Shi Qian. Raising an eyebrow, Shi Qian glanced at Sun Hongru before languidly responding, "Teacher, you made an error in the problem. Chapter 93, and if you are correct, go outside and stand." Sun Hongru was momentarily taken aback by this statement. How could the problem possibly be wrong? Clearly, it was Shi Qian who could not comprehend the issue and was attempting to salvage her dignity. Sun Hongru had no patience for students with such cunning thoughts. Is it the problem that is erroneous, or is it your understanding? If you don't know, just admit it. Don't offer such a flimsy excuse. If you can't do it, just say so. I suspect you can't even comprehend the question. I've said it before, some people enter Yizhong through connections, but it's merely a waste of time and money. If you don't understand the question, just say so. If you can't solve it, admit it. How dare you suggest the teacher made a mistake? Let me tell you, I have taught for many years and have produced numerous top students. What do you know? You, a poor student from the countryside, may have poor academic performance, but a flawed character is a far greater issue. Every student in this classroom is wealthier than you and performs better academically. Yet, do they behave arrogantly? Do they sleep in class? Do they question their teacher? You are simply troublesome. Weren't you always on the verge of dropping out? Why not just withdraw entirely? Participating in exams only drags down class 1's average score. Come the college entrance examination, you won't even qualify for a bachelor's degree, and it would be an embarrassment for Yizhong. I cannot allow a student of mine to be so inadequate. If you have any self-respect, you should proactively request to transfer out of class 1. Do not waste the educational resources of this elite class. It would be better to give the opportunity to those who are capable and deserving. You come to class lethargic in the morning. I wonder if you were out thieving last night. Students like you, if you can't even study, how will you fare in the future? Sun Hongru's tirade continued unabated, leaving Shi Qian bewildered as to which of her words had offended the teacher. The animosity she projected made it seem as though Shi Qian had harmed her entire family. With a sigh, Shi Qian picked up a piece of chalk and added a square root symbol above a number in the problem on the blackboard, then proceeded to solve it. Sun Hongru cast a displeased glance at Shi Qian, suspecting he intended to scribble nonsensically. However, upon reviewing the modifications made by Shi Qian, she realized her own errors. Shi Qian solved the problem with remarkable speed, documenting only the essential steps while omitting the rest. He refrained from drafting complex calculations, pausing merely for 2 seconds before inscribing the answer. Within a minute, Shi Qian had completed the task and inquired of the still-dazed Sun Hongru whether he could leave. His answer was entirely correct, even incorporating advanced knowledge from university-level concepts. Had she not witnessed Shi Qian's process firsthand, she might have doubted the integrity of his work. Suspecting he had resorted to online cheating, Sun Hongru was displeased that Shi Qian had managed to answer correctly. Her irritation only deepened. What was this? She had intended to assert her authority today, not allow him to escape so easily. Shi Qian, please stand up, she commanded. Just as Shi Qian's bottom touched the chair, she insisted he rise again. He cursed inwardly, but complied obediently. Have you encountered this problem before? Sun Hongru queried, aware that this was her own creation, one she had yet to present to her students. Although you may have been fortunate in arriving at the correct answer, your behavior of sleeping during class suggests a blatant disregard for the lesson. Step outside and stand there. Shi Qian shrugged indifferently and exited the classroom, leaning against the wall and yawning. The other students in class 1 sat in silence, too stunned to speak. They had not anticipated that Shi Qian would solve the problem correctly. The question posed by Sun Hongru included advanced elements they had not yet mastered, and even the simpler inquiries required considerable contemplation before they could be articulated. Yet, Shi Qian had calculated the answer in under a minute, astonishingly without even a calculator. Whose notion was it that Shi Qian performed poorly academically? With such prowess, they would surely be at a loss for their own futures. Sun Hongru's assertion that Shi Qian had merely guessed was preposterous. Could mathematics ever rely solely on luck? If that were the case, they would have long since abandoned practice and resorted to seeking divine favor for shortcuts. It was evident to everyone that Sun Hongru harbored significant grievances against Shi Qian, yet none dared to speak out, merely watching with a mix of sympathy as he left the classroom. Having incurred Sun Hongru's wrath, it seemed that Shi Qian's future mathematics classes would be quite arduous. Everyone, bear witness. This is the consequence of neglecting my class. Should anyone else wish to doze off, they too shall join him outside, Sun Hongru declared. No sooner had she finished speaking than Meng Qing stood up. Sun Hongru recalled Meng Qing. She had authored the mathematics assessment during the entrance evaluations, achieving a perfect score. Rumor had it that she had recently excelled in a physics competition, claiming first place. Despite her humble origins, she was expected to excel in the college entrance examinations, a testament to her potential for transforming her destiny through knowledge. Sun Hongru softened her tone slightly, inquiring, "What is the matter, teacher? I didn't sleep well last night and feel a bit drowsy." "I'll step outside for a moment," Meng Qing replied. Sun Hongru fell silent, while the rest of the class held their breath. Meng Qing was audacious indeed. Who could not discern that Sun Hongru was merely venting her frustrations to set an example? Yet, Meng Qing boldly defied her. Without waiting for a response from Sun Hongru, Meng Qing exited the classroom. Shi Qian, surprised to see Meng Qing also sent outside, asked, "What are you doing out here?" "Oh," she replied. Shi Qian had no reason to doubt her. After all, with Sun Hongru's temperament, one student was as good as two when it came to punishment. Meng Qing assumed that Shi Qian's character would not allow him to endure such indignities quietly. Shi Qian yawned again, feeling weary and drained of energy to argue. Under normal circumstances, he would have protested, but today had unfolded with too many events, leaving him in a state of fatigue, automatically entering a low-energy mode. He lamented his current physical condition, recognizing the need for a dedicated exercise regimen. Just as he prepared to yawn once more, a somewhat familiar voice interrupted, "Why are you standing out here? Aren't you going to class?" Chapter 94. How can we resort to corporal punishment? An unexpected visitor, Su Wenbing, who had pursued physics from undergraduate to doctoral studies, naturally kept an eye on the physics competition. When he learned that Meng Qing had secured first place and would compete in the finals in the capital, he summoned her to the principal's office, providing her with reference materials to broaden her knowledge and encouraging her to approach him with any questions. Coincidentally, he had just encountered Shi Qian, the prized disciple of Yan Jingming, who had entrusted Su Wenbing with the responsibility of looking after Shi Qian. Even without Yan Jingming's insistence, Su Wenbing would have cared for Shi Qian, given that he was the youngest son of the Shi family. However, this was a secret known only to him, as Madame Shi had requested that they keep a low profile and not disclose their identities to the principal. Why were both of them standing at the door now? Su Wenbing peered through the window into the classroom, observing that everyone was engaged in their lesson. He approached frowning and asked, "Why are you standing out here? Aren't you going to class?" Su Wenbing disapproved of corporal punishment. The final year of high school was critical, and every lesson was vital. How could he allow students to miss class? Sun Hongru aimed to showcase Shi Qian's punishment to the onlookers, hoping the news would reach Shi Yan, travel back to the Shi family, and ultimately to the eldest brother. This way, she could exact revenge on Shi Qian while simultaneously fostering a favorable impression. She had heard Shi Yan mention that their family was not particularly fond of Shi Qian. However, for various reasons, they could not simply dismiss him. Now, she had the opportunity to punish him on their behalf. As Sun Hongru prepared to reprimand Shi Qian for his presence outside, she noticed the principal standing at the front door, knocking on the classroom door to summon her. Sun Hongru immediately composed herself, instructing the students to continue reading, and approached Su Wenbing with a courteous demeanor, asking, "Principal, what brings you here?" A cold sweat broke out on Sun Hongru's forehead. She only dared to assert her authority and vent her frustrations in front of her students, not in front of the principal. At this critical juncture in their education, some students may have been up late working on problems and maybe a bit drowsy. There's no need for alarm. We do not advocate for corporal punishment or standing students outside in our school. Today, us youth have a strong sense of self-respect. Standing outside the classroom for their peers to see can be quite humiliating. Indeed, it was apparent that Shi Qian was not a good student. He had brought bad luck upon himself and now faced the principal's reprimand, which would surely lead to consequences. Shi Qian had slept through an entire class and a math lesson, and Sun Hongru refrained from further trouble. After completing her lecture, she assigned a substantial amount of homework and departed. Meng Qing, noticing the warmth of the lunchbox in her hands, offered it to Shi Qian, reminding him to eat before resting. She then glanced at her phone, seemingly distracted by an incoming call, before placing the lunchbox into Shi Qian's arms and leaving. Shi Qian had grown accustomed to Meng Qing's thoughtful gestures. Given their amicable relationship, he was confident that the lunchbox bore no ill intentions. Recalling their previous adversarial dynamic, Shi Qian shook his head in disbelief, wishing to cast aside those unpleasant memories. He soon recognized the caller. "Shi Qian, this is Fu Xiuhan. Are you in your dormitory?" Chapter 95. Past Encounters. Why are you crying? Well then, it seemed that avoiding the door would no longer suffice. Shi Qian cracked the door open slightly, not inviting Fu Xiuhan in but merely revealing his head, asking, "What's up?" Shi Qian then intended to dismiss the matter with a few casual remarks, but upon hearing that Fu Xiuhan was about to enter, she rolled her eyes internally, lamenting her misfortune. Why was it so difficult to catch a nap today? She opened the door, and Fu Xiuhan followed her inside, closing the door behind them. With an effortless grace, he made his way to the living room, fetched a disposable cup, poured himself a glass of cold water, and then filled another cup with warm water for Shi Qian. "Here, drink some water," he said, and after serving her, he settled onto the sofa, patting the seat beside him as an invitation for her to join. Shi Qian silently mused to herself, "Am I a dog?" Yet, in the end, she complied and sat beside him, rationalizing it as a moment to aid digestion after a meal. So, what is it? Am I interrupting you? They both spoke simultaneously. How amusing. Did this young master even know the meaning of interrupt? Having knocked and entered, he only just realized he was intruding upon her rest. Yet, he could hardly contain himself. Regarding Fu Xiuhan's attendance in class, the teachers chose to turn a blind eye. After all, he belonged to one of the 4 prominent families. Whether he attended classes or not, his future was assured. His family likely already had plans in place. If he performed poorly in the college entrance examination, he could always study abroad. There were always prestigious institutions available. Moreover, Fu Xiuhan's academic performance was commendable. His sporadic absences did not hinder his final grades. The teachers believed that diligent students possess their own thoughts and pace of learning, requiring no oversight from them. When he was not yet 10, he had stealthily visited the first hospital of the capital, having been informed that his mother was hospitalized. His family concealed the truth from him, refusing to disclose the nature of her illness, insisting he remain at school. However, Fu Xiuhan, defiant in his curiosity, felt that the more they hid from him, the more suspicious he became. It was during this time that he first skipped class, feigning a stomachache to excuse himself to the restroom, then quietly scaling the back wall of the school to evade the family as chauffeur and bodyguards, and took a taxi to the hospital. Upon his arrival, he was met with a flurry of doctors in white coats surrounding his mother's hospital room. Fearing discovery, he hid in the stairwell, waiting for them to leave. He understood that his mother must be gravely ill, otherwise, she would not have been hospitalized for so long. Each time he visited with his brother and inquired about her condition, the adults skillfully sidestepped the topic. In those moments, Fu Xiuhan felt as if he had matured beyond his years, entitled to the truth. Since they would not enlighten him, he resolved to uncover the reality himself. Thus, his decision to skip class that day was born. After a brief wait in the corridor, he observed the doctors exiting his mother's room. Stealthily, he climbed the stairs. Knowing the location of the director's office, he approached quietly, positioning himself by the door, which was not fully closed, enabling him to overhear their conversation. "Is there no other way?" came his father's voice, laden with despair. Fu Xiuhan heard the doctor sigh. "Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu is already in the late stages of cancer. All we can do now is to slightly prolong her life for a few months. Beyond that, there is nothing more we can offer. I refuse to accept this." "Isn't your mentor researching this? Isn't he abroad? I will fly there to find him." "Mr. Fu, please calm down. I have exhausted every method and consulted every possible person. There are no known cases of recovery." "What nonsense are you spouting? My wife is not yet 35. Wasn't surgery an option? You cannot perform it. Then I will find someone who can." In a fit of anger, Fu Nanxuan stormed out of the director's office. Just before exiting, he paused and, softening his tone, added, "She is still unaware of her illness. Please do not let it slip." As Fu Nanxuan approached the elevator, Fu Xiuhan swiftly concealed himself around the corner, watching as his father, seething with rage, entered the lift. He quietly descended the stairs to his mother's floor, crouching in a corner, burying his head in his knees. The realization hit him with crushing weight. His mother had only a few months left to live. The thought that his mother would soon depart from this world shattered him. He did not recall when the tears began to flow, but by the time he became aware of them, the fabric of his pants was already dampened. He longed to rush into the room, embrace his mother, and speak with her, yet he knew he would inevitably break down. And that would alert her to something being amiss. His father wished to shield his mother from the grim truth of her impending death, and Fu Xiuhan fully understood. If she were to learn of her condition, it would only deepen her despair. Though unspoken, Fu Xiuhan had always known that his mother took medication to manage her emotions. Initially, he believed them to be ordinary vitamins until he attempted to take some himself, only for his mother to forcefully sweat them from his hands, scattering the pills across the floor. She knelt there, crying as she gathered them, repeatedly apologizing. His brother, just 2 years older, gently patted Fu Xiuhan's head, offering silent companionship as they sat together in the room throughout the night. From that moment onward, Fu Xiuhan seemed to mature overnight. He discreetly researched the medications that had been spilled that day, learning they were meant to alleviate emotional distress. He began to behave more maturely, suppressing his tears and refraining from causing his mother any further worry. She was already so exhausted. He made it his foremost principle in life to prevent his mother from becoming upset, a matter of utmost significance. Yet, despite his efforts to be obedient, his mother remained ill. At this moment, Fu Xiuhan was overwhelmed with guilt. He began to introspect, questioning whether his previous stubbornness had contributed to his mother's illness. Now he felt utterly powerless, unable to effect any change, and he understood why his father and brother had chosen to keep the truth from him. Even if they did tell him, it would be of no consequence. For the first time, Fu Xiuhan harbored a deep resentment towards his own helplessness. His tears flowed unabated. Only in solitude could he allow himself to weep. If his father were to catch him crying, he would surely face severe repercussions. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening in the stairwell drew his attention. A boy, seemingly of similar age, entered, dressed in loose hospital attire, a bandage wrapped around his head. tilting his head quizzically as he regarded Fu Xiuhan. Why are you crying? Chapter 96. Have you been to the capital before? Fu Xiuhan despised revealing his vulnerable side to others and glared fiercely at the small boy. Unfortunately, his tear-filled eyes diminished the intensity of his glare, rendering it somewhat pitiable. Are you sick? The boy approached and crouched beside Fu Xiuhan. Fu Xiuhan preferred to maintain distance from others and shifted away slightly, responding with irritation. You're the one who's sick. Only after the words escaped his lips did he realize the inconsistency. The boy, clad in a hospital gown, was clearly in a state of illness. Reluctant to apologize, he turned his head away. Yes, I am indeed sick. Fu Nanxuan had instilled in him from a young age the importance of being wary of everyone, teaching him that those who played with him did not genuinely care. They were merely after their family's wealth, power, and status. Friendship was simply a means to an end. In their world, only interests mattered, not sincerity. Fu Nanxuan believed it unnecessary for Fu Xiuhan to forge friendships. In due time, all those so-called friends would prove worthless, and he would select suitable companions for Fu Xiuhan. Individuals who would aid in his career. Raised under such teachings, Fu Xiuhan had always been obedient, strictly adhering to his father's directives, never questioning their validity. Especially after he had been locked in a restroom by what he thought were friends, he felt his father's foresight had been vindicated. Fu Xiuhan struggled to communicate with children his own age. In truth, he found it difficult to connect with anyone, as he had only ever encountered those eager to curry favor with his father. He felt no obligation to extend courtesy to anyone, regardless of his behavior. They would all flock to him, praising his uniqueness and potential for greatness. Among his peers, he had witnessed only greed and insincerity, yet at this moment, he perceived none of that in the small boy.
How old are you?
The young boy remained oblivious to Fu Xiuhan's rejection and continued to inquire with curiosity. At the age of 10, although Fu Xiuhan was still months away from his own 10th birthday, he deliberately exaggerated his age to distinguish himself from the younger children around him. You're a bit older than me. I'll turn 9 next month. So you must be my older brother. He looked around, noting the absence of proper rooms, only hospital wards, and declared, I don't want to be sick and stay here. Are you lost? Would you like to come to my room and wait for your family? I have a phone you can use. The boy failed to sense the impatience in Fu Xiuhan's voice. He merely noted how lonely it seemed for Fu Xiuhan to be squatting alone in the corridor on such a cold day. Just like him. It dawned on Fu Xiuhan how chilly the corridor truly was. He sniffled, confident in his strength and convinced he would not catch a cold the following day. Have some water. The boy struggled to lift a kettle, attempting to pour Fu Xiuhan a cup of hot water. Perhaps his strength fell short, for the kettle wobbled in his grip. Fearing he might scald himself, Fu Xiuhan took the kettle from him and poured a cup himself. As he drank, Fu Xiuhan surveyed the ward, noting it was slightly inferior to the one his mother occupied, yet it could still be deemed a satisfactory single room. What illness do you have? It felt polite to inquire, having consumed another hot water in their ward. I don't know. Well, Fu Xiuhan didn't he really care? It was just a casual question. They sat in silence, and Fu Xiuhan's gaze fell upon a violin resting on the bedside. Do you play the violin? The boy lowered his head shyly and admitted, yes, but not very well. Play me a piece. Accustomed to a commanding tone, Fu Xiuhan issued the request unconsciously.
The boy,
however, did not mind. It was rare for someone to show interest in his playing. His mother often told him he played poorly, yet he remained undeterred, believing that with practice, he would improve. He played a simple piece, and having heard many performances, Fu Xiuhan thought this one was the best he had encountered. That was beautiful, even better than what I've heard before. To assure the boy of his sincerity, he added, I've listened to many. The boy was skeptical. Everyone said he played poorly, yet he smiled and thanked Fu Xiuhan for his encouragement. What is the title of that piece? It was delightful. Just something I wrote. Fu Xiuhan was taken aback to learn that this boy, who appeared to be of similar age, could compose music. After the boy finished, Fu Xiuhan felt a slight lift in his spirits, beginning to believe his mother's odd assertion that music could cleanse the soul. Recalling a violin he had seen in his mother's room, he assumed she would appreciate this piece as well, if it brightened his mood. Surely it would do the same for her. Fu Xiuhan contemplated inviting the boy to play for his mother, promising him a generous fee, but before he could voice it, the boy suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, appearing gravely ill. Alarmed, Fu Xiuhan quickly pressed the emergency button at the bedside, and several nurses rushed in, pushing him aside. Not knowing where to go, he realized that visiting his mother would only prompt her questions about whether he had skipped class. Thus, he wandered to the garden below, intending to return later to check on the boy. Unfortunately, when he did ascend again, the boy's ward was already empty. A sense of loss washed over Fu Xiuhan. He had not even had the chance to ask for the boy's name or express his wish to befriend him. He resolved to prepare a birthday gift for him, but regrettably, he never saw the boy again. Over time, Fu Xiuhan gradually forgot the boy's appearance. Yet the melody lingered in his memory. He mused that whenever he heard that tune again, he would undoubtedly recognize the boy. This had been his first inclination to make a friend, a thought that continued to occupy his mind. The image of the boy playing the violin began to fade and merge with that of Shi Qian, who was practicing in the music room earlier that day. Noticing Fu Xiuhan's peculiar gaze, Shi Qian shifted slightly aside. Have you ever been to the capital before? Fu Xiuhan inquired. Chapter 97. Could it be him? A rare opportunity. What a strange question, Shi Qian thought, bewildered.
No. No?
That can't be right. The first hospital of the capital? Have you been there?
No.
Is that piece yours? Which one? The one from the music room this morning. Shi Qian hadn't he realized Fu Xiuhan had been present. How had he not seen him?
Yes.
When did you compose it? A few years ago, I suppose. Do you remember the specific date? How would I recall such details? It was in middle school. Fu Xiuhan, undeterred, thought it impossible for the pieces not to align. Shi Qian seemed undeniably like that boy from his past. His previous leniency toward Shi Yan stemmed from Shi Yan's performance, which, while different from what he heard as a child, bore a similar style. This allowed Fu Xiuhan to tolerate Shi Yan's presence. Fu Xiuhan was someone who trusted his instincts. Perhaps Shi Yan's piece merely shared a resemblance in style. And he had not connected it to Shi Qian, as Shi Qian was then lost in his own world and difficult to read beneath his ostentatious exterior. Thus, Fu Xiuhan was almost certain that Shi Qian was indeed that boy from years ago. Did you hit your head as a child and suffer from amnesia? Fu Xiuhan recalled how the young boy had a bandage wrapped around his head. Perhaps an injury had caused him to forget. No. But you seem to have a few screws loose now. Anyway, I'm tired. I need to catch up on sleep. Feel free to do as you wish. Fu Xiuhan gazed at Shi Qian's firmly shut door, a slight frown creasing his brow as he continued to question, could it really not be him? Meanwhile, Meng Qing received a call from Yan Xian. Yan Xian was not one to keep his thoughts bottled up. After obtaining Meng Qing's number, he began sending daily messages, inquiring when Meng Qing would come to the company. Meng Qing consistently replied that he was busy. Yan Xian, determined to meet him, resorted to calling directly. He felt unsettled until Meng Qing signed the contract. Fortunately, he had completed several projects and, upon checking his account, found a substantial sum of money. That weekend, he traveled to various locations and viewed several properties, ultimately settling on a strictly regulated community. Without much hesitation, Meng Qing purchased 2 spacious apartments and instructed the agent to rent one out at a highly favorable price. The incident from the music room had not spread widely. Among those present, Shi Qian and the orchestra members were aware of what transpired, yet due to their amicable relationship with Shi Yan, they refrained from divulging details. It was said that the situation escalated significantly, with the principal and police involved. Initially, they intended to take Shi Qian away, but Shi Yan pleaded on his behalf, resulting in only a verbal reprimand. The gossip snowballed, with everyone believing it wholeheartedly, especially since Shi Yan had a commendable reputation in school. Those who had interacted with him described him as gentle, and many had witnessed the altercation between Shi Yan and Shi Qian that morning, noting that Shi Yan appeared to have been brought to tears by Shi Qian's scolding. Consequently, Shi Qian's reputation suffered further. Even if the rumors of cosmetic surgery and patronage were unfounded, the claims of him bullying classmates, stealing his cousin's sheet music, and injuring others seemed all too real. The disdain for Shi Qian grew, while sympathy for Shi Yan increased. They had expected Shi's family to support Shi Yan and reprimand Shi Qian, perhaps even grounding him. However, they observed that Shi Qian maintained a remarkably routine schedule, alternating between the dormitory, cafeteria, classroom, and music room without incident. It seemed Shi Yan was truly a good person, defending Shi Qian and concealing the truth from their family, perhaps even claiming that his injury was merely an accident. Where does Shi Qian know how far the rumors about the school have spread? With Shi Yan absent, no one is bothering him, and he is enjoying his freedom. He no longer needs to submit applications for the piano room. Previously, Shi Qian had meticulously followed the process to submit a request to Qin Qian. However, upon learning of the close relationship between Yan and Shi Qian, Qin Qian dared not deny him access. He told Shi Qian that he no longer needed to write applications and could go whenever he wished. Qin Qian could easily detect the sarcasm in Shi Qian's words, but he could only manage a forced smile and dismiss it, claiming to be too busy. Shi Qian couldn't help but marvel at his recent string of good luck. He felt invigorated and inspired, with a surge of creativity for songwriting. His days were richly fulfilling, filled with classes and practice, and he was earning a bit of income, which was perfect. After all, his avenues for making money were still quite limited. At school, and within the Shi family, he felt constrained and longed for an independent space where he could fully immerse himself in his pursuits. After assessing his finances, having spent some on a shop and some on rent, he found he still had several $100,000 left, along with a deposit from someone who had booked him for a song, which would also yield a considerable sum upon completion. Additionally, there was the membership fee for the Beijing Music Association. Suddenly, Shi Qian felt as if he were quite wealthy and everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Life was increasingly filled with promise. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from the real estate agent. Hello, Mr. Shi. We have recently come across a rare property that closely matches your previous requirements, and the price proposed by the owner falls within your expected range. Would you like to come and have a look this weekend? Fortune truly seemed unstoppable. Shi Qian arranged to meet the agent over the weekend. Mr. Shi, this is the place. As Shi Qian followed the agent through the entrance of a high-end residential complex in the heart of Yan City. Priced at 300,000 per square meter, he fell into deep contemplation. My monthly rent budget was 5 to 10,000, right? Shi Qian suddenly felt uncertain about the agent's claim regarding the price being within his expectations. Yes, you mentioned a monthly rent of around 5 to 10,000. Shi Qian was well aware that these were all large, 400 square meter apartments, with property fees alone exceeding 10,000 a month. His elder brother from the Shi family lived here. Although he had become financially stable, he was not inclined to spend extravagantly. While the Shi family had ample resources, he had no intention of relying on them. Since he was spending his own hard-earned money, he felt reluctant to part with it. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Shi Qian suspected the agent had erred, as he could not fathom why the owner would offer such a low rent unless they had lost their mind. No mistake. The owner is going abroad and doesn't want the property to remain vacant. They asked me to find a reliable tenant. Following the agent, Shi Qian entered the unit prepared for rent. Upon opening the door, he was stunned. The decor of the house was exactly to his taste. If he were to buy a house, it would likely resemble this. Does this come with the furniture as well? Shi Qian still found it hard to believe. Yes. The owner specified that everything in the house is for use. Shi Qian nodded and began to explore. He pushed open the nearest room, which was filled with various musical instruments of considerable value. Approaching the display case, he noticed a violin that looked familiar. He recalled seeing it in an exhibition report, where it had fetched a staggering price of 90 million. Surveying the room, each instrument was of exceptional quality. Clearly, the owner possessed a remarkable status. All these instruments are available for use? Shi Qian felt a bit dazed. Yes, the owner explicitly stated that all can be used, as long as they are well cared for. A bodhisattva, Shi Qian murmured inwardly. The entire room was soundproofed, with a dedicated recording studio next door, equipped with the most professional gear. Is the owner involved in music? Shi Qian wondered. I'm not quite sure. Shi Qian didn't press the agent. After all, those who could afford such a property were of a certain caliber, and information was not easily disclosed. He opened the door to the adjacent room, confirming it was indeed a recording studio, impeccably designed. Shi Qian thought it would be perfect for recording and experimenting with songs. Continuing his exploration, he found a study, an art studio, a gym, all fully equipped, and the bedroom was styled to his liking. At the far end, there was an esports room, which he also decided to check out. Inside, several high-end computers were neatly arranged. This apartment seemed custom-made for him. Without hesitation, Shi Qian confirmed the price with the agent multiple times before settling on a monthly rent of 8,000. Initially, the agent had said it was only 6,000. As the owner was not overly concerned with the amount, they simply wanted to rent to a clean, single tenant and were willing to negotiate. After all, the place is empty anyway. However, Shi Qian thought differently. The recording studio alone would cost more than this price to rent elsewhere for just a day. He added an extra 2,000, which, while not a significant increase, offered him some peace of mind. The agent called the owner to confirm, asking if Shi Qian minded having his photo taken. He had no objections, feeling he had stumbled upon a fantastic deal. After confirming with the owner, the agent presented 2 copies of the rental agreement for Shi Qian to sign. The agent informed him that the owner would cover all property and utility fees, requiring only the 8,000 rent each month. Regardless, he had secured his dream home. Meanwhile, Shi Yan had his left arm in a sling, clearly injured. Sitting beside him, had a bowl of steaming ginseng tea on the coffee table. Stop right there. Su Kaiwa called out to Shi Qian. Do you have nothing to say? Shi Qian felt a bit bewildered. Hadn't he already asked enough? What else could he possibly say to Su Kaiwa? He had not been devoid of maternal affection. Before Shi Yan's arrival, Su Kaiwa had devoted considerable attention to him. However, as Shi Qian became increasingly useless, consistently falling ill, her expectations of him waned. Over the years, Shi Qian felt as though Shi Yan had become more like Su Kaiwa's biological son. Shi Qian could not grasp what Su Kaiwa wanted him to say. You hurt Shi Yan's hand, and you have nothing to say about it? Do you realize how important hands are for people like us? Thankfully, Shi Yan's hand was only sprained. It could have been much worse. If he were unable to play the violin in the future, could you compensate for his future? Aunt, please stop. It was my fault. I was careless, Shi Yan said, lowering his head, appearing aggrieved. Were it not for my pressing inquiries, would you have intended to keep this hidden? I know you indulged Shi Qian, but I am not a mother who spoils her child. Fairness comes before kinship. Besides, I'm your aunt, and I have watched you grow up. When have I ever favored Shi Qian? I taught you how to play the violin. I know how much you love it. If Shi Qian truly ruined your hand, would you also hide that from your aunt? This child, Shi Qian, has been spoiled by me, and now he behaves so recklessly. Today, no matter what, I will ensure justice is served. Su Kaiwei comfortingly patted Shi Yan's back, as if he had suffered some enormous injustice. However, Shi Qian recalled that Shi Yan had left that day without injury. The fainting episode could only have harmed his mind, not his hand. After all, Shi Yan had fainted so dramatically, calculating his fall to land directly on the soft mat. What could he possibly have injured? Here we go again, Shi Qian thought. Shi Yan truly wasted his talent on acting. Are you done with your performance? Chapter 99. With no expectations. There will be no disappointments as Shi Qian spoke. An eerie silence enveloped the room, though it lasted only a few fleeting seconds. What is your attitude? Have I spoiled you to the point where you disregard your elders? Is this how you choose to behave? Unable to communicate respectfully? It seems my previous observations about your pettiness were not unfounded. Do not think I am oblivious to your underlying thoughts. It is clear you harbor jealousy toward Xiao Yan. Is it Xiao Yan's fault that he plays the piano better than you? When I claimed I had never shown favoritism toward Xiao Yan, that was merely a comforting lie. I indulged you greatly in your youth. Have you forgotten? Simply because you are my biological son, I provided you with the finest piano, while Xiao Yan had to make do with an ordinary one. Yet, your talents are evidently divergent. Xiao Yan learns with ease, while you, despite the countless extra lessons I arranged for you, remain uninitiated. It is one thing not to practice, but to disrupt Xiao Yan's practice and even destroy his piano? I have not held this against you, for you are my son. Lacking my artistic talent is one thing, but how can you be so petty? What offense has Xiao Yan committed against you? Out of concern for your solitude, I brought him from the countryside to keep you company. Xiao Yan has been nothing but accommodating towards you, and I have witnessed this. Was it not better in your childhood? Why do you now throw tantrums, competing with Xiao Yan for this and that? I have purchased duplicates of everything, yet you remain unsatisfied. Why must you covet what belongs to others? Why do I not see you striving for first place in your studies or practicing fervently? Intelligence and artistic talent are innate. They cannot be claimed through deceit. Xiao Yan has participated in numerous competitions and secured many awards, all of which are the fruits of his own labor. I am truly disappointed in you, and at times, I even question if you are truly my son. Su Kaiyue's words were heavy, yet Shi Qian's heart remained untouched. He had long ceased to harbor expectations for this so-called mother, thus he could not be disappointed. Previously, he was unable to articulate his feelings. Now, he simply chose not to. In his youth, when Shi Yan practiced with him, it was Shi Yan who deliberately altered his sheet music, causing him to play incorrectly. Furthermore, after that incident, did Su Kaiyue not give his piano directly to Shi Yan, claiming it was unnecessary for him to use such an exquisite instrument, as it would be a waste? Shi Qian recalled the so-called competitions Shi Yan participated in, where every award-winning original piece was in fact stolen from him. Did they not take advantage of his inability to voice his grievances? In public, he was portrayed as the one who always yielded and suffered, while behind the scenes, they shamelessly exploited him. Once, amidst a moment of clarity, Shi Qian had held a flicker of hope for Su Kaiyue, but now there was none left. A fragmented memory resurfaced. When he was 12, he suffered from a high fever that left him delirious. In the midst of his illness, Su Kaiyue chose to accompany Shi Yan to a competition, dismissing his pleas for comfort. She scolded him for using his sickness as leverage, claiming he was always feigning illness. As each visit to the doctor yielded no findings, Su Kaiyue insisted that he was merely pretending to be unwell due to his lack of ambition. Even as he lay there, his voice hoarse and his body burning with fever, he sought her help, yet she turned a blind eye. She even instructed the butler and other servants to ignore him, believing it was time to cure his supposed weakness and his habit of using illness as a threat. Thus, Shi Qian spent an entire day alone in his room, suffering from the fever, fortunate enough to escape any lasting damage to his mind. In her eyes, his previous displays of distress were merely theatrics to garner adult attention. During those times of confusion, he failed to articulate his feelings and often overlooked the pain of his past, continually filled with expectations for Su Kaiyue. Encouraged by Shi Yan, he engaged in various absurd antics, under the belief that such actions would endear him to the adults. Shi Qian had always placed unwavering trust in Shi Yan, never once causing him harm. The injuries Shi Yan incurred over the years were predominantly self-inflicted, cleverly shifted onto him. Quite ruthless, indeed. Shi Qian observed the two individuals seated in the living room with an impassive expression. He offered no explanations, nor did he counter Su Kaiyue's words. He simply gazed. Shi Yan, under the weight of Shi Qian's stare, felt a twinge of anxiety. A fleeting moment of eye contact made him wonder if Shi Qian had recalled something. Yet, in the end, Shi Qian remained silent and ascended the stairs. He understood that speaking would be futile. Su Kaiyue viewed Shi Yan as the inheritor of her artistic talent, pouring her heart and soul into him, while obscuring the truth of their relationship from the outside world, leading many to believe that Shi Yan was her biological son. Some individuals are simply not inclined to love their own children. Perhaps there was once affection, but as the child matures, societal values and interests overshadow it, creating a set of judgmental standards. For a mother like Su Kaiyue, a son deemed worthless is a source of great embarrassment. She desires nothing less than an exemplary child. At times, Shi Qian would soften, pleading for her to speak kindly of him, while other times he would lose his temper, asserting that he was indeed her child. Su Kaiwa intended to check on him, but was halted by Shi Yan grasping her arm. "Aunt, I feel that Shi Qian has been rather moody lately. Perhaps it's best to let it be. He truly did not mean any harm. My hand was injured by accident. Although Shi Qian is next door, he would never push me." Su Kaiwa felt a surge of sympathy for Shi Yan, letting out a sigh. "Xiao Yan, you possess such a kind heart. If only you were my child." She gently ruffled Shi Yan's hair, urging him to drink his herbal tea while glancing towards the staircase, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. Chapter 100. Moving out of the Shi household, trouble arises again. Su Kaiwa certainly did not believe she owed Shi Qian any apologies. Rather, she felt that his cold demeanor towards her today was excessive, as though she were a stranger. Although she had not lavished much maternal affection upon him over the years, she believed a child should not hold resentment towards their mother. After all, she had given him life. His shortcomings were his own fault, certainly not hers. After all, she had also raised Shi Yan, who was an entirely different matter. This could not be attributed to her parenting but must be Shi Qian's own issue. Perhaps she had indulged him too much, leading her to contemplate whether her generosity had fostered his sense of entitlement, resulting in his current behavior. She had never deprived Shi Qian in terms of financial support, and thus could not fathom the reason for his sudden change in attitude. Consequently, she decided to attribute it to her overindulgence. She resolved to reassess the allowance she provided him monthly, contemplating a significant reduction, so that he might comprehend the futility of his tantrums. Without the Shi household, he would be nothing. Forced happiness is no happiness at all. Love obtained through coercion is not genuine. As the end of the month approached, he would soon come of age and could earn his own living, making it an opportune time for independence. Shi Qian resolved to calculate all the expenses incurred by the Shi household over the years and intended to repay every last cent. For in the grand scheme of things, his presence was neither an addition nor a subtraction. His room contained many items, most of which he deemed unnecessary. Shi Qian opened his computer, extracting important files onto a separate hard drive before wiping the system clean of all records. He had no intention of taking the computer with him. He planned to purchase components online to assemble a new one, but the newly rented apartment came fully equipped, conveniently saving him some expenses. The clothes and gifts Su Kaiwa had bought for him over the years were of no interest to him. He saw no need to take them. From the locked drawer of his desk, he retrieved the sheet music and sketches he had created over the years. This lock had been added after a moment of clarity, when he had sensed something was amiss, but soon lost control again. Initially, he had no intention of taking it away, but there was too much of his hard work contained within. It would be best to convert it into cash and return it to the Shi family when the time is right. Shi Qian had resided with the Shi family for 17 years. As he prepared to leave, he discovered that his belongings could barely fill a single backpack. When Shi Qian descended the stairs, Su Kaiwa was no longer in the living room. Only Shi Yan remained. Since the incident in the piano room, Shi Yan had not encountered Shi Qian again. He had indeed feigned unconsciousness, unsure of how to confront such a situation, opting instead for a cold demeanor. He was aware that his act of stealing sheet music had been exposed, and he could no longer attend the music association in the capital, which had a strict policy of immediate expulsion for any acts of plagiarism. He had not even been admitted yet when the president caught him red-handed. As long as the president remained, entry would be impossible. He could manage with Chen Qian and the team members, for he had cultivated his image over many years. By merely playing the victim, they would never divulge the events that transpired in the piano room. Yan, the president, and Principal Su were unlikely to concern themselves with whether such trivial matters would circulate within the school. Furthermore, he had fainted just in time, preventing the situation from solidifying into something more serious. Shi Yan readily agreed, for Su Kaiwa had always held high hopes for him, and he had never disappointed her. However, now that such a mishap had occurred, he could no longer use that peace. Thus, he found himself unable to explain to Su Kaiwa why he would abandon such a splendid composition for another. The only solution he could conceive was to refrain from participating this time. Surveying his surroundings, he seized the opportunity of an unoccupied infirmary, calculating the precise angle to fall without inflicting severe injury, and he deliberately tumbled to the ground, his hand striking the protruding step. The pain was excruciating. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His previous act in the piano room had been a pretense, but this time, the injury was genuine. He picked up his phone and called the driver, requesting a ride to the hospital. Observing Shi Yan's pain-induced perspiration, the driver accelerated directly to the city hospital. Su Kaiwa rushed to the hospital, startled to learn that Shi Yan had injured his hand. How could his hand be injured? Consequently, she set aside her tasks and hurried to the hospital, where she found Shi Yan just finishing his bandaging, appearing quite frail. Su Kaiwa inquired about the nature of his injury, but Shi Yan evaded her gaze, merely wiping away tears. Let us not dwell on that. What did the doctor say about your hand? Is it serious? Will you still be able to play? Su Kaiwa was more concerned about whether it would affect his ability to perform. I have practiced my piece thoroughly. I am eagerly awaiting the day of the performance and am confident it will impress the president of the music association. Shi Yan sobbed intermittently, his sadness palpable. Witnessing his state, Su Kaiwei refrained from chastising him for being careless regarding his hand. This situation was unforeseen. Given your current condition, you cannot play. The opportunity presented by the president of the Music Association is indeed rare, but it seems fortune is not on your side. However, you are not typically so careless. You spend your days either in class or practicing. How could you injure your hand? Shi Yan lifted his gaze to meet Su Kaiwei's but quickly lowered it again, hesitating to speak. What is there to hide? Do you not know who harmed your hand? It was my own carelessness, he replied, tears streaming down his face as if they were an endless cascade. Is someone bullying you at school?
Tell your aunt.
No, aunt, no one is bullying me. A sudden thought crossed Su Kaiwei's mind, and she became serious, asking, is it Shi Qian? Has he bullied you again? Shi Yan's silence in response to Shi Qian's name, accompanied by an increase in tears, left no room for doubt. It is indeed that useless son of mine. He is becoming increasingly unruly and audacious. Little Yan, do not be afraid. Do not conceal everything from Shi Qian. We, as parents, know exactly what kind of person he is. This behavior is not new. You too. Why do you not inform your aunt when you are bullied? Each time you remain silent, had it not been for others witnessing the incidents, I would have remained unaware of how badly you were treated. This time too. If the driver had not called me, how long were you planning to keep this from me? Wrongdoing must be acknowledged. Consequences must be faced. You always urge me not to hold Shi Qian accountable, claiming he is merely a child with a temper, that it is just childish mischief. And now, he has directly harmed your hand. What if next time he were to break your leg? Shi Qian was not a child anymore. He would turn 18 next month. Although Shi Yan was slightly older, he could not always regard Shi Qian as a mere child, shielding him from everything. Look how you have protected and assisted him over the years. How has he repaid you? Su Kaiwei felt immense sympathy for Shi Yan. This was such a golden opportunity. If he were to win the favor of the president of the Music Association, what prestigious schools could he aspire to attend next year? Just a single recommendation letter would allow him to choose whichever institution he desired. It was truly unfortunate. All blame fell on Shi Qian. If a member of the Music Association were to emerge from the Shi family, it would bring great honor. She immediately demanded that Shi Qian apologize to Shi Yan, but he regarded her with an indifferent expression and uttered sarcastic remarks, leaving Su Kaiwei feeling a sense of unease. Thus, she could not intercept him before he ascended the stairs. After soothing Shi Yan with a few words, she received a phone call, instructing Shi Yan to rest well at home. Therefore, when Shi Qian descended, he found Shi Yan alone, who now bore the demeanor of a triumphant victor, completely shedding his previously pitiful appearance. An ignorant pawn, unaware of what had suddenly driven him to gain the president of the Music Association's favor, Shi Yan, despite having witnessed Shi Qian play, could not shake the belief that Shi Qian had merely stumbled upon good fortune or had received some form of assistance, akin to his own past experiences. Yet, Shi Yan did not feel discouraged. He remained steadfast in his conviction that he was the true protagonist of this world. Everything occurring now was merely temporary. Ultimately, he would emerge as the sole victor. Shi Qian had thwarted his plans, robbing him of the chance to showcase himself before the president of the Music Association, which was truly infuriating. But what did it matter? The members of the Shi family were largely on his side, with just a little cunning. He could ensure that Shi Qian would no longer find a place within the Shi household. The Shi family was Shi Qian's support. Without them, what would he have left? Previously, Shi Yan had not been fond of Shi Qian, believing he still held some value, but now he increasingly regarded Shi Qian as a hindrance. Shi Qian must have regained his memories, developed his own consciousness, and become aware of Shi Yan's past actions, which explained the dramatic shift in his attitude toward him. He had previously given Shi Qian medication. Since Shi Qian moved to the dormitory, Shi Yan was uncertain whether he had taken it regularly. However, it was likely that he had not, otherwise such a change would not be possible. Initially, Shi Yan had only suspected it. But the moment he locked eyes with Shi Qian, that suspicion solidified into certainty. Since Shi Qian no longer served as an ally, but rather as an obstacle, he must find a way to eliminate him, rendering him a mere pawn. Shi Yan contemplated thoroughly. As long as he could effectively utilize the Shi family, he was confident he could isolate Shi Qian. What storm could a penniless, powerless high school student stir? Have you regained your memories? Shi Yan regarded Shi Qian with disdain. Having no intention of concealing anything, you cannot compete with me. I am the ultimate victor here. He lifted the ginseng tea, which Su Kaiwei had specifically instructed the servants to prepare for him, sipping it mockingly while maintaining his gaze on Shi Qian. Shi Qian felt a pang of confusion. Was it not said that Shi Yan was the protagonist of this world? Would a protagonist be so foolish? Shi Qian could not comprehend why Shi Yan would inadvertently disclose his intentions. Did he imply that he was an outsider? Or was he also a reincarnated soul? Regardless of the circumstances, Shi Qian remains undaunted. Do you think that your design in the music room that day could bring me down? I assure you, it is impossible. That was merely a momentary lapse on my part. Such an occurrence shall not repeat. Why must you change? Shi Qian, is it not preferable to remain as you once were? By the way, Did you discard the medicine I gave you? Have you neglected to take it? How could you forego your medication? Your current state makes it exceedingly difficult for me, Shi Qian. Shi Qian sensed that Shi Yan had gone mad. Did he even comprehend the words he was uttering? Or was it that Shi Yan possessed some knowledge or leverage that rendered him so audacious? Was he so certain that I could not retaliate? Shi Qian quickly discerned the reason. He was merely a pawn, a mere expendable in this scenario, while Shi Yan, as the chosen protagonist, would naturally regard him with disdain. He understood that he was no longer of use to Shi Yan, leading to a complete severance of their relationship. Shi Yan, confident in his superiority, would not perceive any threat from Shi Qian, which emboldened him to confront Shi Qian openly. The worst that could happen was that he could no longer ascend by stepping on Shi Qian, which was hardly a significant loss. The inevitable fallout between them was merely a matter of time. Shi Qian could no longer serve as Shi Yan's stepping stone. Upon witnessing Shi Qian's silence, Shi Yan's anger flared instantly. How could a mere tool regard him with such contempt? Casting a fleeting glance at the door, Shi Yan abruptly yanked Shi Qian forward. Shi Qian stumbled unsteadily, while Shi Yan himself unexpectedly fell backward. All my fault. Shi Qian, please do not strike me. I shall never again dare to speak recklessly in front of Aunt. My hand hurts terribly. Do not squeeze my wound. I wish to practice and play again. I promise I shall never play better than you. I was wrong, truly wrong. I will give you anything you desire. Please do not cast me out. Do not expel me from the Shi family. I implore you. Shi Yan, sobbing and pleading, his voice hoarse, left Shi Qian in a state of bewilderment. Shi Qian glanced around, wondering if there were surveillance cameras. Why was the scene unfolding so publicly? Before he could utter a word, a furious voice pierced through from behind. Su Kaiwe. Shi Qian, what are you doing? Chapter 102. Shi Wang had returned.
Who was speaking?
Su Kaiwe had just stepped out to pick someone up and had been conversing with Shi Jinghua about how Shi Qian had become increasingly unruly. Shi Jinghua remained noncommittal, suggesting it was merely childish antics, urging Su Kaiwe not to take it too seriously. However, upon hearing that Shi Qian had jeopardized Shi Yan's opportunity to join the Capital Music Association, he furrowed his brow slightly. Members of the Capital Music Association were highly sought after. Admission not only signified recognition of musical talent, but also the invaluable connections behind the association. The association was backed by the Yan family, one of the 4 prominent families, not to mention other renowned clans and influential sponsors. If Shi Yan could indeed join the Capital Music Association, Shi Jinghua could consider placing Shi Yan under his own name. Having a member of the music association from the Shi family would undoubtedly benefit his career. Can't you endure until the performance is over? Shi Jinghua frowned upon learning that Shi Yan would not perform due to injury. It's just a minor injury. Bear it, and it shall pass. Su Kaiwe rolled her eyes at this comment. Shi Jinghua had no understanding of music or art. His mind was solely occupied with business, which led him to pose such a foolish question. Do you think it's merely a cold? Something that can be endured? His hand is broken. It's sprained. It's fractured. He can't even lift it. How can he perform? Had it not been for the initial arrangement of their marriage, Su Kaiwe would never have considered Shi Jinghua. She had hoped to find a kindred spirit who appreciated her music, only to end up with someone who could only play to the cattle. Enough already. Shi Jinghua said, growing impatient. He detested Su Kaiwe's perpetual air of superiority. In truth, he had never been particularly indulgent toward Shi Qian. His mind was always on business. He wished to mold Shi Qian into a perfect replica of his eldest son, a diligent workaholic, solely focused on wealth accumulation. Unfortunately, Shi Qian was frail, frequently falling ill, and seemed incapable of learning anything. Initially, Shi Jinghua sought out doctors, but when he found no diagnosis and Shi Qian showed no improvement, he gradually lost interest. Nevertheless, being his child, Shi Jinghua was somewhat more lenient with Shi Qian than with Shi Yan. Regardless of Shi Yan's excellence, he remained an outsider, not a child of his own. Most importantly, Shi Yan had been raised by Su Kaiwe to resemble her too closely, making it difficult for him to take a liking to him. Upon entering the house, he was greeted by Shi Yan's cries, which irritated Shi Jinghua. He had little patience for perpetual weeping. What could crying achieve? Yet, he understood that Su Kaiwe was more affectionate towards Shi Yan than towards her own child. So, he remained silent, trailing behind. Hearing Shi Yan's accusations, Shi Jinghua paid little heed, as he generally did not concern himself with such disputes, except when it pertained to his career. However, as this involved the Capital Music Association, he felt it necessary to interject. Shi Qian, you are in the wrong. How could you purposefully injure Shi Yan, preventing him from performing? And you, Shi Yan, it is just a minor injury. A man should not cry over such trivial matters. He delivered equal reprimands to both, believing he had handled the situation adequately. Shi Jinghua was acutely aware of his own nature. On the surface, he appeared to be a good father, yet in reality, he cared little for any of his children. His sole focus was on profits and business, and any occasional display of concern was merely for appearances. To him, power and wealth outweighed any notion of familial bonds. Although Shi Yan ceased to weep, He continued to lament his hand's pain, claiming the wound was likely to bleed, while another hand seemed injured as well.
Shukaidue scolded Shi Qian vehemently.
Her words laced with reproach, and Shi Jingwa occasionally chimed in. Shi Qian felt a sting on his face and touched it, discovering blood. Suddenly, he found Shi Yan rather bothersome and irritating with his incessant theatrics. Shi Qian had grown weary of this charade. Feeling discontent swell within him, he resolved to take action. In a moment of bewilderment, Shi Qian pondered his own behavior. Was he truly pushing Shi Yan in front of Su Kaiyue and Shi Jingwa? Before Shi Yan could feign a pitiful act, Shi Qian swiftly delivered a kick to the uninjured arm, then lightly nudged the bandaged arm. Shi Yan recoiled in pain, clutching his arm and curling up on the floor. Shi Qian, do not go too far. Su Kaiyue was taken aback by Shi Qian's audacity to harm Shi Yan under her very nose. Shi Qian stepped back, dusting off his hands as though Shi Yan were filth. Did you see that? Now that is what I call a push, that is what I call a strike. You. Su Kaiyue was so enraged she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. Turning to Shi Jingwa, she exclaimed, Shi Jingwa, control your son. Shi Jingwa, witnessing Shi Qian's blatant aggression, felt his authority undermined and discontent brewed within him. Shi Qian, apologize. Enduring the excruciating pain, Shi Yan, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, hastily interjected to maintain his dignity. I am fine. Let's not let family discord arise over me. Humph, Shi Qian scoffed, dismissing the notion of lessons. He had no desire to listen. If you wish to maintain your facade of familial harmony, do so behind closed doors. Do not drag me into your theatrics. Nothing more to discuss. I shall take my leave. As Shi Qian's wound bled profusely, droplets fell to the ground, visible to both Su Kaiyue and Shi Jingwa. Though they seemed indifferent, Shi Wang took note of the injury on Shi Qian's face. Despite his disdain for his unruly younger brother, he felt compelled to remind him to tend to his wound. Yet, Shi Qian did not grant him the opportunity to speak, turning away without a glance. Shi Wang frowned, contemplating whether to call out to Shi Qian, when a voice echoed in his mind. At last, I've driven him away. To challenge me? He is still too young. It was worth injuring my hand. The Shi family is filled with fools. Shi Wang was momentarily taken aback, wondering who was speaking. Chapter 103. Shi Wang's Savior. As Shi Wang entered, having changed into a pair of slippers at the threshold, he caught sight of Shi Yan, who was being awkwardly supported by Su Kaiyue as he sat on the sofa, his eyes red from weeping, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Meanwhile, his mother, Su Kaiyue, was berating him for being an unfilial son. Shi Wang discerned the key words in Su Kaiyue's tirade, realizing that the target of her ire was likely Shi Qian. After all, who else in the family could provoke Su Kaiyue to such a degree? Who else could cause such a ruckus in the Shi household? Sitting nearby, Shi Jingwa wore a grim expression, feeling that he had been humiliated today. As the head of the Shi family, how dare Shi Qian speak to him in such a manner and sever ties? Without the Shi family, Shi Qian would have long succumbed to illness. It was only because of the family's wealth that he had received treatment since childhood. Truly an ingrate, Shi Jingwa was dissatisfied with Shi Qian's behavior today. Despite Shi Qian's usual mischief, he would ultimately heed his father's words. Never before had he acted so defiantly. Though the Shi family was still under Shi Jingwa's authority, Shi Yan understood that, given Shi Wang's capabilities, the family would inevitably come to rest in his hands. As long as he maintained a good relationship with Shi Wang, his future in the Shi household would be secure. Expelling Shi Qian from the family would be impossible without Shi Wang's consent. What nonsense about severing ties. Did he possess the ability to do so? Every aspect of his life was sustained by the Shi family. Without them, he would likely have lost his life long ago. What sins have I committed to bear such a child? All he does is bring me grief. Had I known he would become this way, I should have terminated the pregnancy. From the moment he was born, there has not been a single day of peace. It's always one ailment or another. We have never mistreated him. I suspect he has harbored malice since childhood. He has grown so accustomed to feigning illness. Shi Wang was not fond of Su Kaiyue's remarks. He understood her disdain for Shi Qian, believing him to be utterly worthless, yet he had witnessed Shi Qian's suffering firsthand and knew it was not feigned. Moreover, he recalled the times when Shi Qian, as a child, would affectionately call him brother. Back then, Shi Wang had been preoccupied and lacked the time to play with Shi Qian, who would quietly sit on the carpet in his room with toys, never causing a fuss. However, at some point, Shi Qian's temperament had drastically changed. He became unruly, obstreperous, and unreasonable. What truly disheartened Shi Wang was Shi Qian's apathy when he was kidnapped. Upon awakening, Shi Wang found himself bound and hidden among a pile of debris in an alley. He attempted to call for help, but a gag prevented him from making any sound. Straining to create some noise, he finally caught someone's attention. It was none other than Shi Qian. Although it was peculiar for Shi Qian to appear at that moment, Shi Wang had no time to ponder. He urged Shi Qian to come closer and remove the cloth stuffed in his mouth. Fearful of the kidnappers still lurking nearby, Shi Wang did not want to create too much commotion. Concerned for Shi Qian's safety, Shi Qian nodded and ran off. When Shi Wang next awoke, he found himself in a hospital surrounded by Su Kaiwe, Shi Jingwe, and Shi Yan, whose forehead was bandaged. He soon learned that his captors were small-time thugs desperate for money, who had been watching Shi Wang for days, recognizing him as a wealthy target. They had seized the opportunity when he was alone, knocking him unconscious and hiding him in the alley, planning to relocate him later. Unexpectedly, Shi Yan had collided with them, having come from God knows where, and his cries had attracted passers-by who called the police, resulting in the thug's capture. With red-rimmed eyes, Su Kaiwe chastised Shi Jingwe for not sending someone to follow Shi Wang, allowing him to suffer needlessly. Shi Jingwe, having rushed over from work, was equally shaken, never having imagined that anyone would dare to harm a member of the Shi family in Yan City. Subsequent police investigations revealed that the assailants were runaways from other regions, resorting to crime out of desperation, and fortuitously crossed paths with Shi Wang. Shi Wang surveyed the room, noting Shi Qian's absence. "Where is Shi Qian?" he inquired. "At home? What happened?" Observing Shi Yan, who stood timidly before him, Shi Wang felt a sense of disorientation. He remembered the child who had rushed towards him that night, initially thinking it was Shi Qian, but evidently it was not. Chapter 104. The Truth Unveiled. The Injury on His Head. Shi Wang nodded, learning that Shi Jingwe had left on a business trip, while Su Kaiwe and Shi Yan had come to escort him home. Shi Qian had not visited in the past few days. When Shi Wang inquired, Su Kaiwe explained that Shi Qian had fallen ill again and was being treated at a hospital in another city, coincidentally, where Shi Jingwe was also on business. With his door ajar, Shi Wang welcomed a knock, allowing the visitor to enter. It was Shi Yan, bearing a cup of warm water, which he precariously carried. "What brings you here?" Shi Wang asked, his impression of the rural child being minimal. He only recognized him as Shi Qian's companion. "I came to bring you water," Shi Yan replied cautiously. Such tasks should be left to the servants. Shi Wang urged him to place the cup on the table, noticing the bandage on Shi Yan's head. Feeling compelled to express some kindness towards the child who had saved him, he inquired, "Is your head all right?" "Yes," Shi Yan affirmed. Shi Wang stared at the bandage. Recalling how Su Kaiwe had explained that night, Shi Yan had fortuitously encountered him being dragged away and had bravely collided with the thugs, sustaining a head injury from one of their weapons. An unrelated child risked his life to save him, while his own brother remained indifferent. Shi Wang studied Shi Yan, who bore a striking resemblance to Shi Qian, and asked, "Were you out with Shi Qian that night? How did you end up over there?" "I saw a puppy and chased after with Shi Qian. We unknowingly ran over here. The nanny was on the phone and didn't he see us? I worried about Shi Qian's health, so I ran after him." This explained Shi Qian's solitary appearance in the alley, yet Shi Wang was curious. If Shi Yan had been following Shi Qian, why hadn't they crossed paths when Shi Qian left? "Did you catch up with him?" Shi Wang inquired further. "Did he say anything to you?" Shi Yan hesitated, lowering his head for a moment before replying, "I saw that Shi Qian hadn't found the puppy, and I didn't want him to be disappointed. So I thought I would help him look. And then I happened to see you. How could you be so reckless and not fear those villains harming you?" Shi Wang pressed. "When I saw you in danger, I didn't think. I just didn't want them to take you away." Shi Wang nodded, beckoning Shi Yan closer. The boy approached hesitantly, and Shi Wang gently ruffled his hair, saying, "Next time, seek help from others to rescue me. It's too dangerous for a child like you to act alone." Shi Yan, feeling nervous, stood up straight. Shi Wang smiled at him, saying nothing more, and stepped back towards the door. He had merely come to check on Shi Qian, having questions for him. But since Shi Qian was still asleep, he would have to return later. "Is Shi Qian all right?" Shi Wang asked once more. Shi Yan nervously fidgeted with his sleeve, replying, "Uncle said Shi Qian was being naughty and got hurt accidentally." Shi Wang's thoughts remained centered on Shi Qian, oblivious to Shi Yan's anxious demeanor. "Goodbye, brother," Shi Yan murmured as he approached the bed where Shi Qian lay sleeping. In that moment, his eyes lost the innocence and timidity he had displayed while looking at Shi Wang, instead revealing a fierce intensity that belied his tender age. Shi Yan glared at Shi Qian with resentment. When he rushed over that night, Shi Qian was lying on the ground, unconscious. A few ruffians, startled by the sudden appearance of passers-by, began to flee in a panic. Shi Yan noticed the nanny hurrying towards them from a distance and waved his hand to signal her that they were there. Upon seeing Shi Qian lying on the ground, the nanny's expression changed drastically. If the Shi family learned of this, she would not only be dismissed but might also face repercussions for failing to look after the young master. Offending the Shi family could jeopardize her position in Yan City. Contrary to this, Shi Yan maintained an uncharacteristic calmness, innocently asking, "Is Shi Qian asleep? Why is he lying on the ground?" The nanny suddenly had a realization. Yes. The young master must have been too tired from playing and fallen asleep. As long as she said nothing, no one would find out. After all, the young master often fell ill, and occasional fainting spells were not unusual. Shi Yan feigned fear and said, "Auntie, I want to help my brother find his dog here." "You go ahead, I'll catch up later." "All right, then I'll leave." "You catch up soon," the nanny replied hurriedly, carrying Shi Qian away. She naturally did not notice Shi Wang, who had fainted on the ground, obscured by debris, nor did she pay attention to the numerous people rushing into the alley from another side. After watching the nanny leave with Shi Yan, seizing the opportunity before anyone else entered, gritted his teeth and picked up a fallen wooden stick, striking it against his own head. He then crawled beside Shi Wang, pretending to have fainted himself. Chapter 105. He must claim his position. Shi Yan could not afford to miss such an opportunity. He needed to earn the trust of every member of the Shi family to ensure their support in the future. He was not afraid that the lies he told in front of Shi Wang would be exposed, as the only person aware of Shi Qian's injury was the nanny. That day, she had seen the wound at the back of Shi Qian's head and hastily applied some medicine to stop the bleeding. Fortunately, Shi Qian had long hair. If she hadn't parted it, the injury would have remained hidden. The next day, when Shi Qian awoke, he complained of pain all over his body, especially his head. Just as he was about to say something, he fainted again. Su Kaiwa had already taken Shi Qian to all the notable hospitals in Yan City. Yet they could not determine his illness. Knowing that Shi Jingwa was going to Beijing on business, she decided to have Shi Qian examined at a hospital there. She still needed to care for Shi Wang, so she would not accompany them for now. After all, Shi Jingwa would be there, and someone would be looking after Shi Qian, which did not concern her too much. Upon arriving in Beijing, Shi Qian was admitted to a hospital under the arrangement of Shi Jingwa's subordinates. After examining him, the doctor discovered numerous injuries on Shi Qian's body, including a wound on his head. Frowning, the doctor suspected abuse. The assistant informed Shi Jingwa about Shi Qian's condition, but he was too busy to pay much attention. Thinking the injuries were minor incidents from the child's play, he instructed the doctor to take care of it. Upon waking in the hospital, Shi Qian's first instinct was to look for his family. He remembered that something had happened to his brother, but the surroundings felt unfamiliar, and he did not know where he was. Already frail due to his illness and having endured a beating, he found it challenging to stand. He fell twice while trying to get out of bed, his knees swollen and his forehead dripping with sweat, yet he persevered and crawled toward the door. He had to accomplish the task his brother had entrusted to him. He needed to call for help. Recognizing the assistant as someone who occasionally accompanied his father, Shi Qian grew anxious upon hearing the assistant's words. "Uncle, do you have a phone? I want to call Dad. Your father is likely in a meeting right now. If you have something to say, you can tell me," the assistant replied, understanding Shi Jingwa's temperament. He knew that interrupting him during work would lead to a severe outburst. He guessed that Shi Qian was simply missing his father and aimed to calm the child for the moment. "That's not good. Can I call Mom instead?" Shi Qian persisted, still preoccupied with thoughts of Shi Wang, unaware of how much time had passed and focused solely on completing his brother's mission. The assistant handed over his phone, and Shi Qian called Su Kaiwa. After several rings, she finally picked up. "Mom, Xiao Qian. I'm busy right now. I have to go pick up your brother from the hospital. I'll call you back later. You should talk to Dad. Bye." Before Shi Qian could finish, she hung up. Hearing that his mother was going to pick up his brother, he wondered if his brother had been rescued. "Uncle, where's my brother?" he asked anxiously. The assistant, aware of Shi Wang's kidnapping, realized the depth of the brotherly bond when Shi Qian immediately inquired about him upon waking. "Your brother is fine. He should be discharged today," he reassured. Upon hearing this, Shi Qian finally relaxed. The assistant thought Shi Qian might be homesick and comforted him. "Your mother is probably busy. How about this? I'll lend you my phone so you can call them whenever you miss them, okay?" After spending a week in the hospital, Shi Jingwa had not visited him even once. Only the assistant occasionally came by with small trinkets to amuse him. Each time Shi Qian lay down, he would faint again. However, since Shi Qian was frequently ill, his prolonged sleep was not a cause for concern among the others. When questioned about it, the assistant simply explained that the child had been restless and accidentally bumped into something. Su Kaiwa assumed Shi Qian must have gotten hurt in Beijing and said nothing more, merely feeling that he was too much of a worry. Noticing Shi Yan keeping a vigilant watch by Shi Qian's bedside, she felt pity for him and suggested he get some rest instead of keeping vigil, reminding him that he also had an injury and needed to recuperate. Yet, Shi Yan was not there merely to watch over. He feared that Shi Qian might wake up and reveal the truth. He intended to be the first to approach Shi Qian when he awoke to manipulate him into silence. Shi Yan had long since figured out Shi Qian a foolish, sickly young master who understood little and spoke clumsily. A few intimidating words would suffice to silence him. He fabricated a story, claiming that Shi Qian had fallen down the stairs while playing in the park, to which Shi Qian nodded, considering it a plausible explanation. Later, when Shi Wang came to ask Shi Qian about that night, he found that Shi Qian remembered nothing, likely due to the head injury. Shi Wang said nothing further but urged Shi Qian to rest well and advised Shi Yan to sleep early too. Shi Yan obediently nodded and escorted Shi Wang to the door. Once the door was closed, Shi Yan sighed in relief. The situation had not unraveled. Shi Qian's amnesia was a stroke of fortune for him. Since arriving at the Shi family, Shi Yan sensed that Shi Wang did not particularly like him. Rather, it felt more like indifference, treating him as a stranger. Shi Wang was also one of his crucial allies here, and Shi Yan needed to win him over. Now, as Shi Wang's savior, his position within the Shi family would be further solidified, and Shi Wang's changed attitude would serve as proof of that. What he needed to do next was to sow discord between Shi Qian and the Shi family. He would not allow Shi Qian to steal all the attention in the household. He intended to claim Shi Qian's position within the Shi family for himself. Chapter 106. It was intentional not to save him. Shi Wang could not extract much information and assumed that Shi Qian had simply forgotten due to his poor health, rather than intentionally withholding information from the family. However, subsequent events compelled him to alter this perception. Shi Qian often relied on his status as the young master to bully Shi Yan, hiding things and falsely accusing him of theft. Tearing up Shi Yan's report card simply because Shi Yan had better grades, smashing Shi Yan's piano out of jealousy for the praise he received. Shi Yan was often covered in bruises, and when asked, he would remain silent until Shi Wang witnessed Shi Qian push him down the stairs, which revealed the ongoing bullying. Su Kaiwei, impressed by Shi Yan's piano skills and academic performance, as well as his participation in various competitions, became increasingly fond of him, nearly treating him as her own son. It was only later that Shi Wang discovered that Shi Qian's gift to Shi Yan had either been discarded or burned. Initially, Shi Wang frowned when he learned of this and quietly approached Shi Qian's room, intending to reprimand him. As he reached the door, he found it ajar and overheard their conversation. Shi Qian, please don't do this. This is something my brother gave me. You should return it. I want tea. I refuse. You are the villain. No, you are. You are indeed the villain. You took my brother away from me. Shi Qian seemed on the verge of saying something, but suddenly fell silent. But at that time, you did not save him, did you? Shi Wang, who had intended to intervene, hesitated at the threshold. You saw my brother that night, didn't you? You witnessed him being tied up. Why didn't you rescue him? Were you envious of the affection he received from uncle and aunt? Jealous of his health and achievements? You wanted him to perish, so that you could be the sole focus of our family, didn't you? Now that you see uncle, aunt, and my brother treating me well, you're angry and want to drive me away, correct? Shi Wang was perplexed by Shi Qian's actions. Was it merely for the sake of parental favoritism that he wished for his brother's demise? He could no longer afford to ponder this. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips, mocking himself for placing such importance on this so-called brother who seemingly wished for his demise. He chose not to enter but turned away instead. Shi Yan slightly turned, noticed the shadow by the door dissipate and realized that Shi Wang had overheard everything and had since departed. He gazed at Shi Qian, who had once again fainted on the bed, and a victorious smile crept onto his face. Before long, Shi Wang moved out of the Shi family home, opting to reside in a house he purchased, claiming he desired a quieter environment, which would also facilitate his internship. Unlike before, Shi Qian no longer attempted to conceal his misdeeds. He would blatantly deny his actions, despite everyone witnessing his bullying. Shi Wang lamented internally about his brother's remarkable ability to lie, as he so convincingly claimed Shi Yan was his best friend one moment and then turned around to berate him the next. Shi Wang attributed Shi Qian's behavior to a distortion of character caused by illness, recalling the cold expression Shi Qian wore just before leaving. Shi Wang felt a twinge of discomfort. It was a look he had never seen on his brother's face before. He thought of the severe scratch on Shi Qian's face, blood dripping onto the floor, and intended to remind him to tend to it. However, Shi Qian left without even a glance in his direction. Shi Wang rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on, and recalled the strange voice that had echoed in his mind upon entering. It seemed to have vanished now. Was it merely auditory hallucinations brought on by exhaustion from work? Su Kaiwei had also gone upstairs to change, and as Shi Jingwa observed the scene, he recognized it was not his concern and meandered upstairs as well. Shortly after, Su Kaiwei chased him out of her room. Shi Jingwa, having forgotten that she despised his smoking, shrugged indifferently and stepped outside to indulge. In the living room, only Shi Yan and Shi Wang remained. Shi Yan's face was streaked with tears, his eyes swollen, and his hands bandaged, appearing utterly pitiful. Shi Wang sighed. He had witnessed such scenes far too often. Previously, he had considered separating the two children, believing Shi Qian had grown old enough to not need constant companionship. Understanding that Shi Yan had misunderstood, he observed the look of sheer terror on Shi Yan's face and chose to remain silent. Instead, he resolved to treat Shi Yan with greater kindness to compensate for his brother's incessant bullying. Once dinner was prepared, they gathered in the dining room. Su Kaiwei broached the topic of Shi Qian's birthday, recalling how he had insisted multiple times on having an extravagant celebration for his 18th birthday. Although she was reluctant, she ultimately acquiesced. However, she planned to combine Shi Qian's and Shi Yan's celebrations, considering their age difference was negligible. Su Kaiwei had even superstitiously altered Shi Yan's birthday on his ID to match Shi Qian's when she brought him home. Su Kaiwei felt that Shi Qian was somewhat of a disgrace, and she intended to present both children as her own, leaving the rest for the guests to speculate. Since Shi Qian lacked ambition and showed little interest in social events, she planned to send him abroad post-exams, preferring to keep him out of sight. I intend to host an 18th birthday party for both Shi Yan and Shi Qian next month. What do you all think? Chapter 107. We must secure Fu Xiuhan. Su Kaiwei entirely disregarded Shi Qian's recent declaration of severing ties. She perceived his words as mere childish tantrums. believing that no sensible person would truly cut off relations with the Shi family. Thus, she dismissed Shi Qian's remarks. Recognizing that her proposition for a birthday celebration was not solely for his benefit but also to appease numerous affluent ladies who were aware of her younger son, yet had scarcely seen him. They believed Su Kaiwe was overly protective, concealing him from view. Children of their age typically had their marriages arranged shortly after reaching adulthood, merely awaiting university graduation to formalize the unions. Consequently, various gatherings were organized to allow the children to meet, fostering potential romantic connections, even if the parents were the ones truly orchestrating the pairings. Such alliances had always been predicated on the strength of the families involved, with affection being a secondary consideration, merely a supplementary benefit. The crucial element was the balance of power between the two families, facilitating a mutually beneficial partnership, rendering the gender of the children inconsequential. In truth, given the Shi family status, even if Shi Qian were incapacitated, suitors would still seek to align with the Shi family, and he would not be hidden from public view. However, Su Kaiwe was unwilling to accept this. She cherished her reputation and could not bear the notion of having a son perceived as incompetent, viewing Shi Qian as a blemish on her image. Initially, she could tolerate his illness, believing that financial investment in treatment would suffice. Yet, upon discovering that the condition was untreatable, her displeasure grew. Not only was it unacceptable that he could not be cured, but the ambiguous nature of his illness made it seem as though he was feigning sickness. She thought it better to provide him with some money to live abroad. Over the past few years, watching Shi Yan flourish and excel had sparked new ambitions within her. She began to claim Shi Yan as her own, obscuring Shi Qian's position. With Shi Yan's commendable grades, gaining admission to a prestigious school was a certainty. And his musical talent suggested he might even join the capital's music association, a significant source of pride. Seizing the opportunity presented by the birthday celebration, she planned to publicly showcase Shi Yan. Subsequently, she would gradually introduce him to more gatherings, believing his cleverness would lead to great achievements in the future. Suddenly, Su Kaiwe recalled Shi Yan's amicable relationship with a child from the Fu family and thought it prudent to invite that child to the birthday party. If Shi Yan could establish ties with the Fu family, it would be an immense boon. Although the Shi family was affluent in Yan City, they could not compare to the capital's four prominent families. Securing a connection with the Fu family would elevate her status within elite circles. Having made her proposal, Su Kaiwe received little reaction from those present. Shi Jingwa had always been indifferent to such gatherings and remained silent unless they pertained to his business interests. Thus, he continued to sip his soup, appearing disengaged. Shi Yan bowed his head, unsure of how to respond. It was Shi Wang who furrowed his brow upon hearing Su Kaiwe's suggestion and inquired, "Has Shi Qian agreed to this?" Su Kaiwe felt displeased upon hearing Shi Wang's inquiry. What did it matter whether he agreed or disagreed? Wasn't he this a tradition? Moreover, he had previously implored her to arrange it. How could he possibly refuse? When had Shi Wang ever remembered Shi Qian expressing a desire to hold a birthday banquet? Observing the atmosphere grow tense, Shi Yan decided to interject.
Aunt.
It seems Shi Qian is quite upset today. He has already said such things. Shun Tiwi discussed the birthday banquet with him in advance. I fear he may not attend.
Discuss what?
Does he have the final say in this? I shall organize the birthday banquet. If he chooses not to attend, so be it. What pretentiousness! I have never seen a child throw tantrums at their parents like this. Furthermore, this birthday banquet is not an ordinary affair. It is meant for you to meet suitable partners. If he chooses not to come, it is he who will lose out. With Shi Qian's frail health, who would want to spend lavishly to support him once he leaves our family? Sakayu became incensed at this thought. What do you have to apologize for? It is unnecessary. I have spoiled him too much in the past. Regardless, I am determined to hold this birthday banquet. Shi Yan, make sure to dress well.
Oh.
And remember to invite that classmate Fu from your school to liven things up. You are a good child. I have long considered you as my own. Let's take this opportunity to introduce you to everyone. If Shi Qian does not come, that is his loss. At the very least, you may find a suitable marriage partner. I think Fu is quite decent. You should pursue her more at school. It would be ideal if something blossomed. Mom, matters of affection should be nurtured at their own pace. Shi Wang interrupted, feeling that Sakayu was too materialistic. He disapproved of such utilitarian connections.
Do not speak.
It angers me. It is precisely because I indulged you too much that you are now over 30, without a partner. Nurtured at a slow pace, you tell me? Where has this nurturing gotten you? Now, we cannot rely on you for marriage arrangements. My hopes rest on Xiaoyan and Shi Qian. Sakayu paused. Shi Qian is also unreliable. Those who would take an interest in him likely seek to attach themselves to our family. My only hope lies with Xiaoyan. Do you intend to thwart this as the elder brother? Xiaoyan saved your life when he was young. Have you forgotten? Now you are no different from Shi Qian. Wishing to impede his progress? Shi Wang rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Mother, where are your thoughts drifting? I merely meant that we need not rush into marriage. I am not against you organizing the birthday banquet. Observing the tension escalating, Shi Yan quickly interjected to soothe Sakayu's emotions. And I am fine with it. I have no objections. I will follow your arrangements. Sukayu patted Shi Yan's hand affectionately. Good boy, you are the most reassuring one in the family. Listen to your aunt. You must secure that classmate Fu. Chapter 108. Encountering trouble again, Shi Wang could no longer endure the conversation. Sukayu was becoming increasingly frenzied. He hastily consumed a few bites and excused himself, citing company matters. The notion of securing Fu Xiuhan was merely lip service. The disparity in Fu Xiuhan's attitude towards him now was stark, and Shi Yan felt uncertain whether Fu would even attend the birthday banquet if invited. However, the situation was not entirely dire. Although Fu Xiuhan's demeanor did not align with his expectations, Shi Jia was firmly under his influence. As long as he utilized this to his advantage, there was still considerable potential. He resolved to take a gradual approach with Fu Xiuhan, suspecting that his previous haste had driven Fu away, thereby allowing Shi Qian an opportunity. It seemed a strategy adjustment was necessary. He was resolute in attending the birthday banquet, as it would bring him benefits. If Shi Qian were disgraced, Sukayu would undoubtedly sever ties with him. Additionally, he needed to take measures regarding Shi Jingguo, should Shi Qian disrupt his business. Shi Jingguo would surely be furious. Shi Wang harbored no concerns about Shi Qian. He had saved his life. The affection he once held for his younger brother had long been extinguished by Shi Qian's many vexing actions. Once Shi Qian was completely estranged from the Shi Jia, a solitary, destitute student severed from his parents, could easily spiral into a crisis. Since Shi Qian was unwilling to serve as a tool, he might as well vanish. Given their current enmity, Shi Wang found no need to maintain any pretense. As Shi Qian departed, he caught sight of Shi Wang. His impression of this brother was quite poor. Once, he had held a fondness for him, but Shi Wang's constant siding with Shi Yan had soured that. Upon leaving, he noted Shi Wang seemed as if he wished to speak, likely to chastise him for bullying Shi Yan and imploring them to get along, a tiresome lecture he had no desire to hear. Feeling an itch on his face, Shi Qian wiped it with the back of his hand, only to discover it smeared with blood. Encountering Shi Yan had brought him nothing but misfortune. He resolved to visit the hospital, not wanting a scar to mar his youth. Luckily, he had few belongings, which he could temporarily leave in his dormitory and retrieve next weekend. Upon reaching the entrance of the Shi Jia villa, he noticed discarded trash nearby, and his name caught his eye. Picking up the parcel, he confirmed it was indeed his. Sent from the Island Whale Club, a name that rang a bell, recalling an invitation from a gaming friend to join the club. Shi Qian had grown accustomed to his mail being tossed aside as junk, especially since his illness had limited his contact with the outside world, leading to such items being treated as mere advertisements. After exiting the villa, he took a taxi directly to the hospital. Upon learning of Meng Qing's situation, Meng Fang ordered an investigation into all of Meng Qing's records. As he reviewed the information, his hands trembled. Shaocheng was unfamiliar territory for Meng Fang. He could not fathom why his grandson had been taken so far away. The child, who ought to have been cherished by the Meng family, was instead living in dire circumstances, barely able to eat. He studied the collected photographs, seeing Meng Qing, small and curled up, left outside in the winter. His face flushed from the cold, trembling against the door. The records detailed how Meng Qing had been bullied at school, called derogatory names, and isolated by his peers, which pained Meng Fang deeply. He was now nearly certain that Meng Qing was indeed his grandson. The childhood photographs bore a striking resemblance to Meng Tianqing. This matter demanded thorough investigation. He would not let the instigator escape. After arranging matters in the capital, Meng Fang flew directly to Yanqing. He sought out Lu Shifeng immediately, inquiring about his encounters with Meng Qing and the circumstances surrounding him. Lu Shifeng was not very informed, stating only that he had seen Meng Qing at the Shi Jia for the first time and felt a sense of familiarity. Meng Fang probed further about Meng Qing's time with the Shi Jia family. Although he had gathered some information, he desired more insight. Lu Shifeng recalled that Meng Qing had gotten along well with the young master of the Shi Jia, who had taken good care of him, recalling how Meng Qing had a pollen allergy and how Shi Qian had rushed to find him. Pollen allergy, his daughter-in-law, also suffered from this condition. The more he learned, the more certain he became. Initially intending to confront Meng Qing directly, he reconsidered upon learning about Meng Qing's past, aware of his heightened wariness of strangers. Meng Fang feared startling his grandson. An unexpected grandfather would be startling for anyone. Meng Fang worried that Meng Qing might resent them for not locating him sooner, causing him to endure so much suffering and hardship. Finally finding his grandson, Meng Fang was determined not to scare him away. In the countryside, Meng Qing had few friends, the only one with whom he shared a bond being the young master of the Shi Jia, Shi Qian. Shi Qian's information had been investigated. He was a frail and sickly individual, generally ill-tempered and difficult to get along with. Currently, he shared a living space with Meng Pang, who was concerned that Meng Qing might be bullied by him. Thus, Meng Pang resolved to confront Shi Qian himself, which would also facilitate his interaction with Meng Qing without appearing too abrupt. Meng Pang arranged for someone to follow Shi Qian, who reported that he had left the Shi residence and was en route to the hospital. After enduring 6 stitches at the hospital, Shi Qian emerged, having unleashed a torrent of curses upon Shi Yan, Su Kai, Yu Shi, and Shi Wang throughout the procedure. As he stepped out of the hospital, An elderly man collided directly into him.
Ouch.
That hurt terribly. Young man, you ran into me. Chapter 109. The information did not mention he was mute. He might be better off mute. Shi Qian staggered from the unexpected impact, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, there was a pillar behind him that prevented him from falling. He steadied himself against the pillar and watched as the disheveled old man clutched his chest, then slowly crumpled to the ground, bending one knee as he fell. In his descent, he adjusted his position slightly, as if uncomfortable with the way he landed, seemingly concerned about having genuinely hurt himself. The old man moaned on the ground for quite some time, and seeing Shi Qian's lack of response, he grasped Shi Qian's leg. You were not paying attention while walking. You ran into me. Compensation. Compensation. My old bones could have been shattered by your collision. I was supposed to live to 101, but after this, I might not even make it to 88 before the Grim Reaper comes for me. Why must I suffer so? Just walking down the street, and I get hit by someone. Not even an apology. Oh, pity me, this old man. My son and daughter-in-law are gone. And I've lost my grandson. I'm all alone in this world, living in misery, and now I'm being bullied with no one to stand up for me. Better to just die, really. This world is so cruel. Meng Pang howled for quite a while, perplexed by Shi Qian's silence. Shouldn't a normal person show concern immediately? Was there a gap in the information he had? It had not mentioned that the young master of the Shi family was mute, had it? As Meng Pang hesitated, contemplating whether to continue his charade or rise, a voice from above interrupted him. Perhaps you should practice your act a bit more before attempting to scam someone. You look quite fit. You nearly knocked me over. If I were to die, it would be a mere light injury for you. Don't lie on the cold, damp floor. You might catch rheumatism. Shi Qian assessed that Meng Pang was unharmed. After all, the manner in which the old man had fallen made it unlikely for him to sustain any serious injury. If there was any problem, it would likely be with his mind. Shi Qian attempted to help the old man up, but the latter seemed too weak from the collision. Uncertain if he would be carried away or not, Shi Qian hesitated, feeling his hand tremble slightly before ultimately giving up the effort. If you don't get up, I will call the police. This is a hospital, and there are cameras everywhere, Shi Qian pointed out, indicating the one directly above them. Besides, what would you gain by scamming a poor student like me? Look, I came to the hospital alone, with no family to care for me. What money could you possibly extort from me? You seem like a novice at this. Did you not conduct any market research before trying to call me today? Meng Pang had not anticipated his first attempt at scamming would fail. Before coming, he had practiced various falling techniques at the hotel, and the way he had just collapsed was a carefully refined method that was both safe and realistic. After rising and brushing off the dust from his clothes, he quickly shifted his tone from that of a rogue to one of pitiful desperation. This is indeed my first attempt at scamming. My family disapproves of me not earning money, so they kicked me out. I merely sought to earn a little. I've been starving for several days and had no choice but to resort to this path. Have some compassion and spare me a little money to tide me over. Shi Qian scrutinized the elderly man before him. The thick, well-kept hair suggested he took time to maintain himself, though his face bore some dirt. It could not conceal his healthy complexion. In the moment of impact, Shi Qian had even sensed the man's muscular build. Reflecting on the old man's dramatic lamentations, he could hear a strength in his voice that could easily fell a tiger. Shi Qian found it hard to believe the man before him had been starving for days. The glint of a jade bracelet peeking from the old man's wrist during his fall indicated it was likely quite valuable. Though unsure of the old man's intentions, Shi Qian suspected it might be a new type of scam. He briefly wondered if he had some sort of tracking device affixed to him, as he seemed to attract such encounters. In the hospital, nothing serious was likely to happen. As Meng Pang observed Shi Qian moving away, disappointment washed over him. It seemed that Shi Qian was indeed as the reports had suggested. His character was deplorable, and his words were harsh. Leaving a pitiful old man to fend for himself without concern for any potential injuries he might have sustained, despite his disheveled appearance that should have evoked sympathy, was a clear indication of Shi Qian's cold-heartedness. What harm was there in feigning a fall? Did it not carry the risk of injury? Would not any decent person, upon hearing the old man claim hunger, offer to fetch him a meal or, at least, some food? Should he not have at least helped him to a nearby bench or called a nurse to check on him? Would he not suspect he was being controlled by some illicit group, forcing him into the charade? Truly, there was not a shred of compassion in him. He was cold-blooded, cruel, and despicable. Such traditional virtues as respect for the elderly and care for the young seemed utterly absent in him, and Meng Pang feared his own grandson would be led astray in such company. After brushing off the dirt from his clothes, Meng Pang took out his phone and called for a driver to come pick him up from the hospital. To maintain the illusion, he instructed the driver not to follow him, lest any details be revealed. He had already arrived at the hospital, having positioned himself near the flower beds with good cover, ensuring he could spot Shi Qian the moment he arrived. At one point, a nurse, seeing him in a pitiable state, inquired if he needed assistance. Meng Pang waved her off, and she left behind a bottle of water and a bun. As he waited, hunger gnawed at him, and he began to eat the bun and drink the water. Just as he had taken a few bites, Shi Qian emerged. prompting Meng Pang to hurriedly put his food aside and rush to collide with him, but unfortunately, the outcome did not align with his expectations. It seemed this endeavor had been in vain. Chapter 110, Meng Qing's part-time job. Shi Qian frowned. With so many patients in the hospital, who could tell if the leftover food was safe to eat? The old man was not discerning. He might not only fail at scamming but also risk making himself ill by consuming discarded food. Shi Qian hurried over and snatched the water bottle from Meng Pang's hand just as he was about to take a sip. Don't drink that. It's unsanitary. Shi Qian then noticed the small piece of bun in the old man's hand, barely nibbled and covered in dirt, unclear whether it was from the man's hands or the ground. You shouldn't eat that either. It's filthy. He took the remaining piece of bun, along with the water, and tossed them into a nearby trash bin. Turning away, he pulled out his phone and discreetly texted the driver, asking him to come later. Feeling an itch in his eyes, Meng Pang, forgetting his hands were dirty, rubbed them, and instantly felt the irritation of dirt, making his eyes water and turn red. Shi Qian observed the elderly man turning away, likely embarrassed at being caught rummaging through garbage for food, and thus avoided making eye contact with him. Shi Qian sighed deeply. He initially thought the old man was feigning his plight, but it now seemed genuine. After all, he was reduced to scavenging leftover buns and water. How much worse could his situation possibly be? Perhaps this encounter was born of sheer desperation. Although Shi Qian had intended not to intervene, the sight of an elderly man of this age reminded him of his grandfather, who had treated him kindly but had succumbed to illness far too early. Despite his resolve to refrain from meddling, he found himself unable to ignore the situation before him. The old man turned around, his eyes reddened from rubbing, resembling those who had wept. Shi Qian's heart softened at the sight. I thought this was merely your trick, he mused silently. Yet he genuinely believed that the old man was in need. Do you truly resort to such tactics? You see me as honest in appearance. Would I stoop to this if I had other options? As the old man continued, he lamented, I thought you were kind-hearted, yet here you are, heartless, offering me nothing. As the conversation unfolded, the old man rubbed his eyes again, as if to wipe away tears. I can help you call the police, Shi Qian began, but was interrupted. It would be futile. Do you have any other relatives? He inquired. None. They all disdain me, deeming me old and of no use. Where have you been staying these past few days? I have no place to go. I usually sit near the hospital's outpatient area, which is open 24 hours. Shi Qian had initially considered securing a hotel room for the old man, allowing him to stay the night, and then locating a nearby shelter for him the following day. However, upon learning that the old man lacked even an ID and was under 18, Shi Qian found it impossible to book a room. He pondered bringing the old man to his rented apartment but hesitated, fearing the elderly man might accidentally damage his valuable belongings, for which he could not afford to pay. Yet, having resolved to assist, he decided to see it through. Whether others branded him a saint or a fool, he was prepared to accept the consequences if the old man turned out to be a fraud. Checking the time, he realized there was still a chance.
Come.
You can stay with me for now. I will search for a place nearby that accommodates homeless elderly individuals. Having vacated his previous apartment, he could only bring the old man to his newly rented one. Meng Pang observed Shi Qian intently as he maintained a serious demeanor. From his backpack, Shi Qian retrieved a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk, offering them to Meng Pang. Eat something to tide you over. He then produced another identical meal, purchased moments earlier from a convenience store. Meng Pang remained silent, opening the bread and beginning to eat. Before long, they arrived at Shi Qian's residence. Meng Pang appraised the place, remarking on its tasteful decor. This is my rented apartment. Please refrain from disturbing anything inside, for I cannot afford to compensate for any damage. Shi Qian handed him a few pieces of clothing, hastily gathered from a nearby stall, assuring him they would suffice given the warmth of the heating in the apartment. I ordered some food. It will arrive shortly. When you hear a knock, please go and collect it, he instructed, then crouched to tie his shoelaces. Rising, he produced some money. Here, take this for food over the next few days. I will do my utmost to find a suitable place for you. Can I stay here indefinitely? Meng Pang inquired. Shi Qian loosened his backpack straps. No, I prefer not to have anyone else in my space, and we're not related, so there is no reason to live together. Do not question me. Take advantage of my kindness while it lasts, for I may change my mind if you pester me. Consider your own future as well. You appear healthy enough, so if necessary, seek out informal work that provides food and lodging. It would be a step towards independence. As Shi Qian glanced at the time, he realized he was in a hurry. The dormitory would close soon, and he might need to plead with the dorm supervisor to let him in. Despite his brusque manner, he recognized that his heart was in the right place, and he regretted his previous narrow-mindedness. With a softening heart, he thought Meng Pang was fortunate to have such a compassionate friend, ensuring their days would not be too arduous. Just as he rushed into the dormitory at the last moment before closure, he was taken aback upon entering. The entire arrangement had changed dramatically. The furniture in the living room had been completely replaced, and Meng Qing was crouched on the floor, assembling a computer. Shi Qian glanced at the packaging, astonished to see it was top of the line. Oh, have you struck it rich? He inquired. Not quite, Meng Qing replied casually. I earned some money through a part-time job. I noticed your computer was lagging, so I thought I would get you a better one. Shi Qian pointed to the computer Meng Qing was assembling. Is that for me?
Yes.
I can't accept it. Shi Qian wanted to protest that it was too extravagant, but Meng Qing insisted. Accept it as my way of repaying you for taking me in and supporting my education. Shi Qian longed to clarify that it was not he who had provided shelter. But Meng Qing had not granted him the opportunity to explain. It has already been purchased. It cannot be returned. So, just accept it. This sudden generosity left Shi Qian perplexed. How had Meng Qing come into money so unexpectedly? It reminded him of a flyer he had seen in the trash just days earlier, advertising high-paying part-time jobs at a local venue, promising easy work with ample compensation. Could Meng Qing's new job be related to that? Chapter 111. Saving a wayward youth. Shi Qian observed Meng Qing, still engrossed in assembling the computer. The indoor heating was quite ample, and Meng Qing wore only a tank top and shorts. His arms appeared toned, and his skin looked slightly fairer than when he first arrived at Shi's home, exuding a robust beauty. As he exerted himself, his biceps tensed, and his chest muscles subtly revealed themselves. There was no denying that Meng Qing possessed an admirable physique, complemented by his sharp, cool features, making him quite appealing. Was he in need of money? Even if they offered him financial assistance, given Meng Qing's nature, he likely would refuse it. Or, at the very least, not utilize it. Protagonists often cling to inexplicable principles and stubbornness. But if Meng Qing had no money, what would he do? Typically, his breakfast consisted of steamed buns paired with congee, while the remainder was for himself. Shi Qian often left unfinished food, which Meng Qing would finish. Lunchtime and dinner seemed similar. Unless Meng Qing joined him, he would make do with whatever was available. Was it possible that he lacked funds? Meng Qing's gambling-addicted foster parents would undoubtedly not provide him with money, and if Shi Jingwu forgot to send any, Meng Qing would have no means to buy food. Thus, it made sense that Meng Qing sought part-time work, otherwise, he might very well starve. Could it be that Meng Qing, driven by hunger, decided to take the plunge? That seemed unlikely. Perhaps during a weekend search for part-time jobs, he was lured by the prospect of high pay. Such enticing offers rarely materialized. If they did, the positions would already be filled by insiders. High-paying part-time jobs inevitably came with their share of responsibilities. If they appeared too good to be true, they likely were. Could Meng Qing have overlooked these schemes during his interview? It was plausible. Growing up in a rural area, he might not be familiar with such scams. In impoverished regions, the web of deceit likely did not extend far. Shi Qian suspected Meng Qing had indeed fallen victim to a scam. The manager at the venue, eager to retain someone with such a physique and talent, would initially maintain a respectable facade, ensuring prompt and generous payment. However, as time passed, and the allure of easy money took hold, Meng Qing might find it hard to walk away from a job that seemed so lucrative, eventually being led astray. While Shi Qian felt no obligation to intervene in Meng Qing's affairs, they were roommates, and he could not simply stand by as his friend stumbled into danger. Moreover, having already taken in an elderly man in distress that day, he was not averse to extending his assistance to a wayward youth. Shi Qian pulled up a chair and sat across from Meng Qing, his expression serious as he asked, "What sort of part-time job have you found?" Meng Qing remained focused on the assembly steps of the computer, not raising his head as he casually responded, "Just a regular part-time job." He had no intention of divulging the truth to Shi Qian. After all, if he suddenly appeared knowledgeable, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, he opted for a more conventional explanation that a student might provide regarding part-time employment. "Where did you find it?" Shi Qian inquired. "I noticed someone distributing flyers during the weekend, and the description on it seemed appealing, so I went." Indeed, it was that very flyer. Anyone who laid eyes upon it would find it enticing. High pay for little work, with immediate payment. Who could resist such an offer? "Is the pay substantial?" Shi Qian pressed. "It's decent," Meng Qing replied. "What do you do?" "Just typical waiter duties, serving dishes, and occasionally promoting wine to patrons." "The commission is quite generous. You're not being scammed, are you?" Shi Qian's concern was palpable. "Not at all. The establishment appears quite luxurious, and the clientele consists of affluent individuals with high spending habits." "Precisely because it is luxurious. Isn't that problematic? If the clientele is wealthy, doesn't that raise further concerns? High consumption is to be expected. Who knows what they might order?" Shi Qian's tone grew increasingly serious. "You're not merely serving food. You might as well be one of their dishes." Taking a deep breath, Shi Qian continued, "I find it somewhat dubious. As a student, why would they pay you so generously?" "It's legitimate," Meng Qing insisted. "Legitimate, you say? Nonsense." Shi Qian decided to be more straightforward. "Do patrons make unreasonable demands of you while you're working?" "What kind of demands?" Meng Qing asked, feigning ignorance. "You know, requests like if you let me touch or kiss you, I'll buy this bottle of wine, or asking you to meet them after your shift, or even to accompany them." Shi Qian elaborated. Meng Qing recognized that Shi Qian's thoughts had taken a turn for the worse. He chuckled softly in a corner where Shi Qian could not see. Choosing not to clarify, Shi Qian was likely worried he might stray down a perilous path. But he was also considerate of Meng Qing's pride and did not wish to speak directly. It had been a long time since Meng Qing had felt Shi Qian's concern, and he secretly appreciated it. Well, sometimes. Don't you find anything amiss? Not really. Nothing inappropriate happened in the end. Just because nothing inappropriate happened then, it did not guarantee that nothing would happen in the future. You should reconsider this part-time job, Shi Qian urged. Although Meng Qing is strong, these individuals can be unpredictable. Strength means little if one were to be incapacitated and end up like a fish on a chopping board. Are you in need of money? Shi Qian pondered for a moment before pulling out a seldom-used card from his wallet. Here, it has some funds. Consider it a token of my gratitude for helping me with the computer. Shi Qian felt slightly uncomfortable about his wording. High school students often possess strong pride, otherwise, Meng Qing would not have sought work independently instead of asking him for assistance. How about this? I'll give you my meal card, which is more convenient and can be used at the cafeteria and the small supermarket. Please resign from that part-time job. Fearing Meng Qing might refuse, Shi Qian racked his brain for more persuasive reasoning. I've got it. Focus on your studies.